That's okay.
Yep. Yeah. I think so.
Just get a cheeky view out the window of the booth here.
I know.
I was trying to get in yesterday. It was like looked really good.
Did you spend the night down here?
So I'm just up the road. I'm in Saint-Charles-de-Rille.
Okay.
So
easy. Better than my hour drive this morning.
Oh, was it? For Santa Cruz?
Yeah, it's not bad though.
Yeah.
Especially no traffic or anything in the morning.
Some sick spots there.
Yeah.
It's good.
Fun waves. Not too many people.
Yeah.
Easy to surf alone.
Is it normally pretty empty?
If it's like small, if it's like 2 foot and clean or something, it's more crowded. But if it's like a bit bigger than that or a little bit windy, then it's pretty much empty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
So just like those perfect little beach break days, it's you'll find some people.
That's sick. It's like Praia Sul, right? The spot near there.
Is there? There's like a few in town.
Attention all competitors, once again, you must be right now at the competitors area, at the surfers area for a briefing with the organizers. All competitors to convene immediately at the competitors area for a start of the event briefing. We want to start at 8 o'clock. All competitors go there now. Todos os competidores vão, por favor, à zona dos competidores para o briefing com a direção de prova. Agora.
Yes. Am I on?
Hello?
Yes. Here we are. Yep. We
Hello?
are on. Yeah, the volume's good for me.
Yeah, that's okay. You can hear me all right? Thank you.
Cool. First, okay. It's meant to get a bit bigger throughout the day too, huh? Wow.
So yeah, checking the forecast. Well, like yesterday or last night, I think it was 2, and then it was increasing to like 2.5.
Wow. And then, did you happen to see when low tide is? It's gonna be a bit more square on low, isn't it?
Yeah. And low just gets
Thank you.
Low just starts draining.
Yeah.
It's just so shallow out there. It's like, especially on that bank, like how it is in the moment.
I've only surfed it like probably a bit smaller than this on a day like this, and it was like low tide was like, yeah, scary.
Yeah.
Which is going to be so fun to watch.
Just the drop of face, right? Just straight over the ledge. Cool. So that's the... So yeah, high 8:45 and then low at 3.
Oh, wow.
And then with the low, it's going to be picking up to 2.9, 17 seconds. So the period drops off. The period's solid. It's like 19 at the moment.
Wow.
2 meters. The wind's going to... What? Kind of looks
fine.
light.
Yeah.
Light and offshore all day. Oh my god.
How's those ones out the back? Just tickling that bar out there.
Dude, I cycled from home
Uh-huh.
because my wife had the car. She's dropping the kids to school and stuff. So just cycled it, and I was just seeing like all these like spots that never break, like that whole like 10-minute stretch, like 5 kilometer from here to Estoril.
You're like,
It's
oh, it's
what?
on.
What is this? It's
Yeah.
like, it's just these little peaks popping up everywhere. Like, it's unbelievable. Look out the back.
35 minutes for the morning show? Oh, 35-minute heats.
Okay.
Okay, cool. Yeah, even this morning, like it's hard to tell how big waves are by sound. You know, it could just be like an especially no wind. All of a sudden, it sounds louder. But it's like, oh, I think I hear a lot of noise.
Yeah.
So you were living in Australia for a bit?
Yeah, I was in Manly for about 7 years.
Cool.
Yeah, and moved out there. I was in the UK and London before that, and just commuting to the coast. It's like 4-hour drive to get down to like Devon and Cornwall. And then decided to come back to Europe and go to
Went-
Portugal.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yep. We could see the little lock-off shot. Cool.
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 Oh, it's just spitting out there.
I know. I brought a board in case I could sneak a window.
you did?
But yeah,
Maybe after, if they're going to finish.
that's what I was
tonight.
thinking. I was like, better to have one in the car than to get caught.
And then they're going to be running a junior event as well, right? I think. The next generation.
Oh, I thought that was kind of worked into the main.
Yeah. I think it's like between semis and finals.
Ah.
I'll find out later though.
All, all right. Good morning from Carcavelos, Portugal. We've got sunshine, we've got swell, and we've got a very, very big day here at the Perfect Chapter. My name is Brendan Buckley. I am with Ollie Russell Cowan. And yeah, it's going to be a good day, isn't it?
Brendan, it's going to be an awesome day. We've been waiting months to make the call for the 9th annual Capítulo Perfeito, the perfect chapter here at Carcavelos. And, well, conditions, they've arrived. It's delivered. It's going to be a lot of barrels on show today. I mean, as you can see there in the background, just off the fortress, conditions are pumping.
It truly is pumping, and I have to say, this is my first time attending this event, but I've been a fan of it for a while. Basically, it's just some of the best tube riders in the world and the best tube riders here in Portugal. A one-day event, and it is all about the tube. I think that's really cool. I think it's cool exploring these different event formats, and could you think of a better venue than Carcavelos for a tube riding event?
I don't think so. I mean, this is probably the pinnacle wave here in Portugal for barrels super close to Lisbon, to the city. An amazing access. So kind of getting here and a lot of homegrown legends and Portuguese, as well as the international surfers, one of the main sort of proving ground barrel spots here in Portugal.
Yeah, like you said, if you just kind of look out the coast and turn left, follow that, and eventually you'll end up in Lisbon in, 20 kilometers or so?
That's it. It's like 20 minutes. There's La Linea train line, which kind of goes into the city. And then if you go the other direction, that takes you towards Cascais. And just what a wave-rich area. So many insane spots between Carcavelos and Cascais, and then just around the corner. And then you've got the west coast and all the epic swells that hit there. But here, when you do get that swell window, Carcavelos lights up.
Well, I think we have a taste of what's to come. Let's see some highlights from last year's Perfect Chapter event.
See you again. Ollie.
Yeah. Yeah. Nice to meet you. So last year was great. Won by the Basque Country's own Aritz Aramburu, a 2 pound like no other, that man. But I'm going to make, it doesn't even feel like a bold claim. I think this year's going to be better. I mean, looking at what we have right out that window, the swell's only getting bigger. Low tide just kind of mid-afternoon, right when those crucial heats are coming into play. So it is going to be a massive day, and it will be held in honor of Ricardo dos Santos, a Brazilian 2 pound who lost his life. He really made a big mark before he was killed, and so it's great to have an event in his honor. If you guys remember, just he was getting those covers, and he was just kind of on this upward trajectory in life, and it was quite sad. So it's great that we're able to honor his memory here.
For sure, definitely. Yeah, it looks to be a good day. I mean, comparing it to last year, I think there's a lot more pulse in the ocean, and some pretty solid lines out there. So, looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's great to see. We were talking, you can just see those outer banks kind of lighting up a bit, just showing you how much energy is in the water at the moment. So
There you go.
it is going to be a massive, massive day. We have a lot of money to give out here.
Yeah, there's a few prizes.
Yeah, quite a few. A lot of prizes. Not just prize money, but many different ways to get a little piece of the pie.
Yeah.
So
I think there's going to be, there's a most committed award. There's going to be, the biggest wipeout.
I love
Biggest
that.
wipeout.
I love a wipeout award.
Tube of the day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just a lot of them, yeah.
And then also this year's the first time where there's a special trophy for between two surfers, Nick von Rump and Aritz, for the triple win. So if either of those surfers end up winning the competition, there's going to be a special prize for those
So
two.
it'd be Nick and Aritz that are up for that possibility then. Okay, great.
Yeah. Our
Two
potential
Chargers. Nick's
first-
had a heck of a year, right? This year.
He's a
Been
busy
all over the world. He's
Yeah,
been
busy
everywhere.
fella.
Yeah, a lot going on.
Yeah, he really just, I think he looks at Magic Seaweed with the global setting. He doesn't just keep it focused on the Northern Atlantic.
But Aritz is like that also. Aritz is always like scamming where it's going to be good somewhere in the world.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter where. He's on it. He's on it.
All right, well, can't wait to see those guys surf. Heats are coming up, but for now, let us learn more about Ricardo dos Santos. Like I said, the event is held in his honor, so
Little video on him. Here
let's
we go.
enjoy that.
Oi, tudo bom? Eu sou Luciane, mãe do Ricardo dos Santos, e eu tô aqui pessoalmente para agradecer a todos vocês que vêm fazendo essa homenagem ao meu filho, que tem essa lembrança viva, né, nos campeonatos onde ele gostava muito de participar, onde que ele mais se realizava, que era nas big highs, nas ondas enormes, né? Enfim, eu quero dizer que estamos muito felizes, eu e minha família, muito contente de saber que vocês estão mantendo essa lembrança tão viva. E aos participantes, eu desejo toda sorte do mundo, que tenham muito foco, que acreditem no seu potencial e que não desistam nunca.
Ah, that's good. All right.
Well, it's great that we'll be having this event in his honor. It's, as we all know, it's well deserved. He really left a mark on surfing and tube riding.
Definitely.
So we have 16 tube riders here to compete in Ricardo's honor, and there are some big names. Like we said, this format is kind of unique. It pits some of the local Mad Dogs against some international people who fly in just for the swell. Fellas, some favorites. Who we got?
I mean, from looking at last year, Ritz, he's got to be up there. Obviously, like Clay Marzo is coming back as well. He was also here at last year's event, and yeah, he's going to be putting on a show.
Question for you, Nick. Do you think Clay will be wearing a wetsuit this year? I know it's a tough point for him.
Pretty wild last year. I was pretty surprised.
I think it's 7 degrees I saw. So
it felt a bit colder last year for some reason. So I don't know. He might go out like in a tanga today, man. Who knows?
I guess we'll see. He's actually going to be first heat, so we're going to find an answer to that question quite soon. Any other favorites for you, Nick?
I'm a Nick Von Roop fan because I've known Nick forever and that. But Rich for me never gives up. He's always on it. But there's some interesting names like Ace Buchan, Adrian de Souza. So there's guys coming through. We had Nathan Hedge was supposed to be here, and who's the other one that dropped out?
Ball. He was in Fiji. It's quite hard to get out of Fiji quickly. So
all right. But yeah, it was William Aliota, who won it in Nazaré a few years back. I think was it 2-3 years ago. He's here as a replacement for Nathan, I think. So it should be interesting. But like I say, I'm a Rich and Nick Von Roop, and we'll see what gives on that.
Wow. Well, if you are a fan of them and a fan of watching them compete, great news. As Ollie mentioned, if one of them wins, they get an extra prize. So let's look at why that is. They're both event champions, 2-time winners. So let's get a little look into that.
All righty.
There we go. Nick and Aritz.
The deadly duo.
Deadly duo, two just globally renowned tube riders. And they're going to be up against a local. We had a local trials here to pit somebody right here from this town up against not only Nick and Aritz, but also this international field.
Rest of the field.
So let's get a little highlight reel from the trials. Let's see what that was like. Let's see what we got.
When you're up against the wall and you cannot fall, so go off.
Ooh, a big day coming, and we're so close to running heats. We have just been watching set after set explode out there.
Yeah, they're going to be working for it out there. Looks like it to me, yeah.
And the swell, it's still coming up. I mean, it's not even peaked yet. It's still a higher tide, which is obviously working, but when it gets low, we're going to see a lot. I mean, that's when I think we'll see that most committed award get won, is on that low tide, the swell peaking. So
Probably, yeah.
it is going to be a huge day.
Yeah. And that's going to be around 3 o'clock, which is like sort of dead low tide and, well, kind of like the maximum swell window for the day as well around then. So, yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting.
Yeah, things are really aligning. Here we have a swell and tide forecast for the day. Wow, 3.5 meters in the afternoon. That is very, very large. Times that by 3.3 for feet, and you're getting, what, 12, 15-ish range? 6 to 8 backs if you want to do it that way. So
Direction's got quite a bit of west in it also, so it'll be coming in.
They're going to have to be selective out there, wouldn't you say?
Hey?
They're going to have to be pretty selective.
Yeah, I would think so. You'd have to be selective just to keep yourself out of harm's way, because you get stuck on the inside of Carcavelos. It can be pretty damaging on days like this, you know. And you can spend a lot of time in there trying to get back out, out the back and that.
yes, so our competitors will need to get 2 waves apiece, all about the tube. So they're going to have opportunities, but like you said, you kind of miss time 1 or get something a little bit wrong, you could really pay for it and spend half your heat trying to work your way back out. So going to have to be a little bit choosy, but at the same time, I mean, there's going to be the opportunity will be just ridiculous. There will be excellent scores to be had every heat if you put yourself in the right place and get under it.
Beautiful morning, though. Let's look at Carcavelos Beach there.
Such a beautiful place. We have the fort just over here to the east.
I came through here in, 1978, when I originally came to Portugal, and the first place I came and saw surf was Carcavelos. And I fell in love with this place. And at the time there was a left-hander over in the eastern corner of the beach that was just epic. You know, it's changed a lot since then, but it was so consistent. The people were so friendly, and I was just,
Haven't left.
No, I haven't.
Well, I don't blame you. It is such a beautiful place, and we were saying too, just the proximity to the city here is incredible. I mean, it's people always talk about world-class surf cities, and for me, you can't get better than Lisbon. I mean, I think you were living in Australia for a bit, so you were kind of around Sydney, right?
I was, yeah. I was over in Australia for almost 7 years, and then wanted to come back and chose Portugal, and I'm just up the road in Estoril. So yeah, I've been here a couple of years.
Well, I would give this place the nod over Sydney, and I'm from the New York area. I love home, but
you East Coaster, eh?
I am, yeah,
right.
Jersey boy.
I was born in Connecticut.
Oh wow.
All right.
There we go, a little connection there. So right near another surf city of New York, but yeah, this place does it for me. I'm gonna give it the nod to Lisbon, especially when you have waves like this out
definitely.
front on a day like this.
And it's just I mean, depending on conditions and that, there's so much surf, within a short distance, like nowhere in the world. Really. I mean, I remember in California, you'd drive for, hours to get from one point to another. And here it's just 45 minutes you're in Peniche, or you're, in half an hour you're in Costa Caprica or Iset or whatever. So it's all super close as far as taking advantage of all swell directions, wind directions, whatever.
Yeah, that's a huge one. The wind, I mean, you can come to this place, we get a lot of that north wind that rules a lot of zones out. A lot of just the west-facing beaches are, you don't want to surf there then. Whereas this place, we face south. And so that opens it up, especially on those big stormy days where a lot of the West Coast is written off. But that's not really going to be a problem today anyway. It's pretty light wind all day. It is coming a bit from the north, but not enough to really blow anywhere else out majorly. So really a lucky day wave-wise.
Well, if we get a bit more north in the afternoon, north can be favorable here on sizable days and that. But we'll see. As long as it doesn't blow strong, from the east or west or anything, we'll be fine.
Exactly. I think if you wanted to draw up a swell forecast for this event, if you were just given that power, I don't know if you'd draw it up any differently than today. This size, this wind, this tide, it is really just some stars aligning here. So can't wait to see if Clay pulls on the weddy or not. He's in the first heat. It's coming up.
We've got an 8 o'clock start, right, on the first heat here?
We do have an 8 o'clock start. And so this event works in a way where everybody surfs at least twice. Everybody surfs their first round heat. Top 2 move on, kind of skip around. And then if you get bottom 2 there, you have another chance through a repecharge to work your way back into the main draw. And from there, it's losing sees you on the beach. So a lot. I love the fact that everybody gets to surf twice, though.
Yeah,
that's good. That's one of those things that makes this event unique, especially for having some of the people fly in for it. it's great to know that they can. It's hard to come a long way to get 20-minute heat. So
Right.
You
Get
got-
knocked out first thing in the morning on a
Yeah.
cold morning in Portugal. Yeah.
yeah,
Gets colder.
suddenly colder. You'll be going right for the red wine. You'll have to
So we've
choose a
got
region.
Clay Marzo, William Aliori, Tiago Sacapires. All right. Local hero, Portuguese hero.
Wow.
Best of all times. And little João Mendonça, who's down from a bit south, down around Echifana zone and that.
Mhm.
He's a really good surfer, real good tube rider, young kid. So, couple Portuguese in the mix.
What a great mix. I mean, you have a former event winner. You have Clay Marzo. You have Tiago, the prince here.
All right.
And then a kind of younger
Youngblood.
fellow who can come
There
and
you go.
try to prove himself against three elites.
And
There
some of
you
that, some of that local knowledge with Saka would be creeping in.
Well, let's see. We see them heading down there, and we are going to get the official event call. I have a good feeling about this. Something tells me we're
Well,
going
we're
to be
getting
on.
it from my homeboy, Miguel Fortes, who's up for Midi-Seta. He's always, we call it the Fortcast.
Well, we're very lucky then to get the Forgecast. Let's hear it.
All right, Miguel, so we're here. What is the call for today?
So the call is the contest is on. So the waves are here already.
Nice, and we see it's pretty big, and it's gonna get bigger. It's gonna get even bigger later. What can we expect from the athletes today?
I think the conditions will increase. The swell is supposed to be. That's Capitulo Perfeito.
This spot is a bit hard to serve. What the local the guys? What kind of knowledge? Their knowledge will they come into play?
I think the
Well, it's on. And when are we starting?
we start 8:50. 50.
First, the winner from the first heat of two first will go into round 3, correct? And
Advance for the.
it's on. So let's see how it goes.
Let's go. I hope the guys.
Yeah, but from Michael. Huh?
The Forgecast, huh?
Wow, the Forgecast, we are on. We are about 10 minutes out from the first heat. And yeah, I don't think there is such a thing as a loser's round today. It is, if you're out there, you're winning something.
There you go.
You're winning at life. So it is going to be a special one.
And like they were saying, it is a barrel contest, and just try and get as many deep tubes as possible out there. That's what the competitors are going to be looking to do, and they're going
Yeah.
to be putting on a show.
Another thing that makes this event unique, other than the fact that it's all about the barrel, is it's got that, what is it, like a 6, almost 8 week long waiting period that you're just trying to cherry pick the best day. And I've been thinking about that. It's almost like a blessing and a curse, because if a traditional like WSL event, they're gonna have like 10 days at least before the cut. They need like 4 or 5 days to run it, right? So you kind of have a better understanding of like maximizing things, whereas
Right,
this just
exactly.
one day that you have to pick out of like 90.
Yep.
And so it's like the pressure of getting it right. I mean,
Oh, and it's like, you've got to get people in like from Australia or whatever, like 48 hours
Yeah.
beforehand, and it's a tight one, and it's, I mean, I don't think he could have done it years ago. We can only do it now because we do have, the technologies for the weather reports and all that we have these days, but it's still crazy. I mean, crazy. luck, like you say, a bit of a curse in a way, you know.
Yeah, yeah. 'Cause you'd hate to like call it on early in the event waiting period, and then 3 weeks later, obviously you had no idea, but there's going to be a day that's twice as good.
Right.
Whereas this, I mean, there's just no question. I don't think there's any way you're getting better than this.
I think he nailed it today, so we'll see.
The goal is to
There
cherry
he
pick
goes.
the best day of.
We got a weddy.
Oh, we have a weddy, a short arm.
He didn't get this. He didn't bring the sleeves though, so he's still.
He's got a short arm. All right, breaking news here. Clay Marzo in the Matus short arm full. He'll be in red. I heard last year, I wasn't in attendance, but I heard last year that he went from weddy in the first heat to board shorts in the next heat. I'm not sure if that's true. Maybe it was just a rumor.
No, it's true.
Okay.
It's true.
So this is his morning routine. He starts with the weddy and then just decreasingly disrobes throughout the day.
It's going to be getting
He'll
warmer.
be new to the after party.
Guy's an amazing surfer. Always has been, eh?
He has always been an amazing surfer. And look at that board. Swallowtail today.
Swallowtail.
Looks like a chemistry shaper out of Oceanside, California. Nick, you shaped some incredible boards here. What would you be riding out there? Or what would you advise
I wouldn't
contest
now. I wouldn't be out there. I'd be watching it. But I don't know. It's hard to say, you know, depending on. These guys, I think, don't surf. Most of them don't surf very long boards out here. You know what I mean? I would probably take a longer board out here. This whole crew would probably be, I want to say, 5'11", 6'0", something like that. My opinion. Maybe I'm wrong. I'll have a look around later on, see what everybody's up to here. But
well, we just saw Saka on screen getting ready for this first heat, and
Thiago's always been a 5'11" kind of guy. You know,
yeah.
I think it's just they want to get in and have, you know, quick maneuvering on a lot of board. They want to be maneuverable.
There he is, throwing the Shaka.
It looks like he's got a rounded pin.
Yep.
Or two.
Yeah,
you got to have a backup today.
He's a diehard round pinner forever.
Diehard round pin, 5'11s. He's got the chilies. No pads, I guess.
Old school.
Yeah, those look pretty fresh too. Some fresh blades Thiago's got there.
Look at Nunes Jonet there in the red jacket.
Thiago there in blue. His wetsuit has sleeves. I'm going to guess it's 3 mil, maybe 4. Whereas Clay, he's just going that simple short arm 2 mil.
And Thiago's living back in Lisbon in the city at the moment, but he never misses a swell. So he's always, he's got his eye on the pulse. Whenever Thiago's living, he's over in Lisbon.
Yeah.
And whenever there's a swell on, whether he's here, he's in Ericeira, he's all over the place.
I saw him at Super Tubes the other day. Yeah, he was there. I think it was the same day they were running the trials for the CT event there.
Yeah.
Very good day. And so it was no surprise to see him out there. Oh, William Agalodi on a twin fin. That's an interesting choice. He loves those boards. He's had some great edits on, I guess you'd want to call it an alt board. It's alt in the sense that nobody else is probably riding a 5.420 today. So,
but those are interesting, just the plane shapes on both of those boards, eh? They're kind of full forward. You know, if you look at them, kind of a bit of old school tag on the outlines on those. Kind of drawn in tails, swallowtails in that, and kind of fullish up front in that. But it's cool to see. There's been a lot of 20s this winter. A lot of people surfing 20s and bigger surf. You know, we've done quite a few of them up at the factory, and that's pretty crazy. Guys playing around with them for winter waves. So 20s are on the comeback.
Yeah, I suppose you see a lot of them in some of the bigger, longer waves, but I don't feel I see many in the just square tubes like we'll see today.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting. You see some quads in waves like this. We've yet to see one, but
no, I haven't.
But I wouldn't be surprised.
But still like the first heat in that. And quads when it's nice and smooth and, you know, hollow. Good boards for that kind of stuff. Huh?
True. So good variety.
There's a little young
already.
gun.
There he is. Getting ready for this beautiful morning. Look at that.
Yeah,
that's where we are. We're very lucky. And so you're saying there used to be a left off the tower, kind of, that when you first moved here you fell in love with.
It wasn't all the way over there. It was kind of coming back west from that. But yeah, it was perfect left. It was like famous. I mean, Rory Russell came over and surfed it way back in the day. If anyone still remembers Rory Russell, but it was pretty amazing. That there was some construction that went on. I don't know if it was because of the marina or whatever that kind of ended that bank that was there for ages. You know, it's changed the bottom, but there's still fantastic waves here.
And so you came over for you came over for a visit.
Yeah, just a backpacking trip through Europe and that. This was kind of my last stop.
Wow.
And then I didn't come with a surfboard, and they had no idea. It's like, wow, there's surf here?
Were you able to find a board? Were you able to?
No, I had to go back to France and buy one.
Wow.
You know, I bummed a board off a guy on the beach here, and I said, hey, where can I buy a board? He said, nowhere. What do you mean nowhere? I said, no, I don't have any. No board, no wetsuits, anything. So I went up to France, Saint-Jean-de-Luz, and I bought a Natural Progression, which made in Malibu, California, where I was from, California, and body glove.
Wow.
Yeah, and I came back, stayed for like 3 months in a youth hostel just south of here. It was pretty amazing, good times.
Wow. And then you came over and started fixing the problem of not having surfboards here, didn't you?
Well, yeah, we got after a while. We did. I made skateboards with Nunu Jonet, and we did some jewelry and some stuff, and just kind of cruised for quite a while before I got seriously about any business. But
great.
Yeah,
Well,
it's been a good run. Can't complain.
Thankfully, you can find boards here now. You can find wetsuits. Maybe not a full suit if you're Clay Marzo, but in general, wetsuits are readily available. So things have changed, and things have changed for the better. It's a very
it's amazing.
well-known spot now. I think it's really proved itself as a world-class surf destination.
And a major focal point, like if you look at like the world tour. I mean, professional surfing tour, and that it is probably the biggest focal point in the world. You know, if we look at it, and we've got Nazare, we've got the CT contest, Rip Curl, there's a contest in the Ribera Diaz. There's a lot of European contests in Costa Cabrica, Santa Cruz. There's a lot going on surfing wise.
It almost feels like, as you said years ago when you came here, you have to go to France to get the board, and I think for a while France was kind of the
hub, right?
The European hub, right? I mean, you had a lot of. Obviously, you had events there, and right now it's in a weird patch where there's no CT or even Challenger Series event there. But for a while, it had all those. It was a place where international pros would go to live, where that's fully flipped. Now you have the consistent events here. People like Kanoa Igarashi, Leo Fioravanti are living here full time, so it's really just the focal point of European surfing. And yeah, Carcavelos, where it all started for the Portuguese surf scene. So here we are creeping up on the first heat. We're 2 minutes out. 2 minutes out. We're going to hear a horn blow. And what do you think, Ollie? You see somebody standing in a tube within the first 2 minutes of the event?
It's going to be tough to call. I mean, just looking at who is in this first heat, see with Clay, Tiago, William, and Joao. I mean, yeah, it's going to be interesting.
Let's see. It'll be interesting to see the different strategies play out through the day. I'm sure we're going to see some surfers who are a bit more eager, a bit more, game of numbers, stand up a bunch, hope for the best. And I think we're going to see some that are just notoriously patient and wait for that one that they think they're going to get the 10 on. Maybe they're eyeing up that best tube. Maybe they're eyeing up the best score. I mean, you got 2,500 for that, 2,000 for another. So money to be made here, tubes to be had.
Oh, look at that. Yeah, you gotta be picky.
You gotta be for sure.
Quite a few closeouts out there also, you take a beating. I was just thinking how how exciting this got to be for a kid like João Mendonça. He's a pretty young kid, and he's out there with the Portuguese all-time hero, which is Tiago. He's out there with Clay Marzo, who's a legend, and William Elliott, who's won this event and is a lot older than him, a lot more experience. So this for him is just like an amazing. It's an amazing event and an amazing heat to start with for a kid that young and that.
It is. I mean, it's got to be almost surreal to share a lineup with those people, especially in waves like this.
No doubt.
You'd be pinching yourself.
Yep.
And just getting it to yourself as well. I mean, there be quite a few free surfers out today on the different banks, and yeah, we're pretty much smack bang in the center of Carcavelos on this middle bank here, and so as it gets bigger, the left starts working. Well, notice whenever I come out here, normally it's like you get some really good rights when it's a bit smaller, and then when it grows, gets heavy, you got that left just thundering down on the bank there.
Yeah, we've seen a few crazy lefts this morning, and then those sort of almost against the grain looking rights, kind of like you see that foamy one on the screen, but imagine that twice the size without the foam, and that's what we'll be seeing more of as the event comes on. A little bit of sweep. It does strike me as one of those days where if this event wasn't on and you were to free surf it, if you want a wave, you're getting one. Especially on the lower tide, it's it might look crowded, but the amount of people who actually want a piece, it would be minimal. So there we are, breakdown of our first heat. Clay Marzo, William Aiolodi, Tiago Sacopires, and Joao Mendonça. A great mix.
No doubt.
For the perfect chapter, Heat 1. What a way to kick it off. 35-minute heats. We had a little breakdown of the event format before, but as a reminder, the first round, we have 4 heats of 4. Top 2 move on, skip around to round 3, and then there's a repecharge for those unlucky souls that get 3rd and 4th to work their way.
2 rounds of 4, correct?
That is correct.
I got it.
And the judges, I mean, they're obviously just going to be looking for the tube and that level of commitment, how deep the surfers are going to be getting.
That's right. No airs today. Not even you, Clay.
There'll be some fin wafts at the end after the tube, you know there will be.
We'll see. We'll see. That is something special about this event, though. I mean, I do think, especially with bringing people in from different places, such as Clay, there are certain waves where, especially like a turn or an air wave, where it takes a little while to adapt, I think. Whereas with a tube, if you're a good tube rider, you can figure out a place like this pretty quickly. It's fairly simple. Just make the drop and try to get deep and hope for the best. So it is, I'm sure we'll see some local knowledge helping, but then again, tubes do kind of keep things pretty balanced.
No doubt, no doubt.
It'll be local knowledge, just picking the right ones as well, and sort of leaving those closeouts.
Yes.
A little breakdown on Tiago there.
There we have it. Speaking of local knowledge, it'd be hard to have more knowledge of local waves crammed into your head than this gentleman. 42 years of age, former CT surfer, all-around legend, and as we've said, still on every swell. If you come here for a swell, you'll find him, especially if you're on top of the waves too.
You said you spot him up in Super Tube not too long ago. It's not too long ago he was up at Cochise also.
Yeah.
Snagging some good ones there.
Yes, yes. Oh, he has his choice of waves out of Cochise. That's for sure. Yeah. A hard-earned position in the lineup right up top there. So, pays off. We had a quick look at William before. Here's Joao. Ooh, nicknamed Johnny. That's fun. 17 years of age from Arifana, just down south in Algarve. And
there it is.
I just heard a horn. We are on. And then Clay. Look at that. Sun shining on his bear sleeves there. Clay, 33, home break, windmills on Maui. He's on that chemistry. And he loves getting tubed.
His home break's a windmill. That's wild. All right.
Clay is notoriously elusive. Even I think the crew that live on Maui, he is hard to find. He's the opposite of Tiago, where I think if you go to Maui, it's unlikely that you'll run into Clay. He's I think he really has his own little routine and waves that he surfs. I think he's a bit of a lone wolf over there. He just will kind of surf for hours at a time with his filmer and not really feel the need to call anybody or be at a certain spot that everybody's at a certain time. He's a lone wolf. And there's the first wave.
Tiago up first one.
Tiago drawing blood. You know, I wouldn't have thought that he'd be a very busy beaver out here. I thought he'd be more patient, but it always feels good to start a heat by just getting your feet on the wax, as the old saying goes.
Exactly. Sometimes just about taking the chill off straight away, huh?
Yeah. I think there's something to be said about a rhythm too. You know, you just get a better feel for how the ocean's moving that day if you just start to get a few waves rather than if you just let them go by. So could be factoring Tiago there.
Johnny Mendonça.
All right, there we go. Our first make, that is 30 seconds that we've waited for. Actually, it's a minute and 30 seconds, sorry, that we saw our first tube. So a great sign for today.
Really nice stall there from Johnny, just kind of taking it easy into that.
It was. Here we go. A little backwash off the start, but...
a little backwash on that, but...
Great speed control.
There you go.
Just saying good morning is all. I'm not sure if this score will factor into his score line by the end, but you know, I think all three of us would have been happy with that. Would have been a great way to start the day, just before 9 a.m. Look at that beautiful stall, little teepee.
Quite a lot of wobble on that in the beginning of the wave too. Look good to hold his fins there.
And so he is from Arifana. Tell me, gentlemen, is there a wave like this anywhere down there? Because I have been down that coast and I've had some fun, but I can't say I've ever encountered anything like Carcavelos.
I think when you get down on no. I think when you get down way south, if you get Zivial on a good day, it might be kind of. Or what's the other place? Tunnel?
Yep. Clay is in a tunnel right now.
Ah, there you go.
Long one.
Oh.
All right. Wow. So, less than 5 minutes
First
in.
heat of the day. Loving this stuff. It's going to be a day, huh?
It's going to be a day. 3 out of 4 surfers in this heat have already gotten a wave. Clay.
Just pumping through that one, huh?
Yeah, the best wave of the heat so far, and therefore the day. But again, I'm not sure if he'll factor in. But look at that thing. A little bit foamy. Great speed control.
Yep.
Chemistry is looking good. He's out of it. Back into the sunshine here at Carcavelos.
He's probably thinking, shoot, should have come in my board shorts.
Yeah. If you have the boardies, maybe he would have been able to just stall a little bit more.
How's this angle?
Yeah.
That's beautiful, huh?
Wow, beautiful morning. You could really see.
This every perfect chapter. God, that's actually a really nice wave, huh?
It is.
Every perfect chapter, all the filming, all the documentary part has been amazing. You know, if you've watched all, from all the previous years and that, and every year, like all the different angles of filming and that, it's just been amazing. A great show, a one-day show, but a great one every time.
Yeah, it's an incredible show. This is my first year attending it, but I was living in France for a while before this, and every year that it was on, obviously I'd watch it. I was in a great time zone to check it out. I think it might be harder for some other time zones in the world, but France, you're just an hour difference. So I would tune in every year. Feel lucky to attend it this year, and it is off to a good start.
There's been some different locations as well. So there's been Nazare, Peniche.
Exactly.
Here
Peniche a couple times. I think most of the major amount of times been down here and that. But Nazare was once or twice. Peniche was a couple times, 2 or 3, I think, and mostly down here though. Last couple years been down here.
I remember the 2020 event. That was pretty good conditions as well. Almost as big as this. But
was that down here?
Yeah, it was here. Yeah. And then it was off.
What was
like 2021 was off.
2019 Nazare? Or?
I think maybe 2018, 2019.
All right.
That sounds right. I think William Elodie actually won a Nazare edition of it. Yeah. We are with a past event champ here in this first heat, and I believe
that was 218.
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Right.
I think that put Nazare as a small wave, well, not really small, but as a not XXL wave on the map for a lot of people.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people just thought that's all that happened was, when it was massive.
All it does was ballistic, right? That's what everyone thought.
Yeah, and then you realize if you
just
go
one mode
with the right conditions, a little bit less swell and some east wind, you're going to be standing in tubes, which made for a good perfect chapter event. But it feels fitting here in Carcavelos. It is just with the history here, with what the waves are about to do as we see a potential taker. Joao
Mendonça keeping busy.
There we go. Great stalling technique again.
Locking in.
Might
Did it come out that one?
No doggy door for him.
No.
I saw a lot of dogs on the beach this morning, but he was not able to find the door that they had been using. Anyway, long heats, 35 minutes. That gives you plenty of time to seek out your 2 waves. Scores trickling in for that exchange we watched earlier. Clay's got a 3, so best wave of the day so far, but again, it feels safe to say that won't be a heat winner. William Elodie on a good one, maybe. All right. That's his first wave. Tallest wave of the day so far. Didn't go 2-2 round, but he was able to tuck away for a second. Probably up there with Clay's 3. Right in that range. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I want to say that Clay's was a bit deeper, a bit longer, probably. So I don't know. I think it looks to me like they're not looking to overscore in the first waves. They're kind of feeling things out a bit.
Yeah.
I mean, Mendonca's taking the lead with 2 waves now. But, yeah, I think that's like tube times right there. There's not much more after that. But
Yeah, not too much more. Definitely a bigger wave for the morning so
yeah,
far.
there
But
you go. Size-wise, it's probably more than Clay's, but Clay's was a bit more of a drainer probably, huh?
definitely. William's used to some drainers, though. He's from Hossegor.
Yep.
He's
Plenty there, huh?
quite familiar with La Gravière. But I feel comfortable on this broadcast right now saying that after having lived in that region and this one, you get way more tubed here. Let's just be honest.
Down here?
Yeah.
Well, a lot more surfable days probably, huh?
Yeah, there's way more surfable days, and I just got the sense that France was it would just be hour-long firing windows, and maybe the next spot would be doing it in another hour or two, but it seemed to me a little bit trickier, whereas like if you came to Carcavelos today, you're standing in tubes pretty much from
What was the
sun up
factor?
to
Is the
sundown.
factor up there more wind, just gets blown out, or?
Well, you lose the advantage of having those like north wind days here.
Yeah.
Like here, and you can go up to the super tubers obviously too when it's kind of like that.
Yeah.
And then beyond that, I think that there's a lot of waves that were just more tide dependent. Like a wave like here,
Oh, okay.
it's going to be better on low potentially, but it's still perfectly contestable right now. There's still
It's going to be working all day. So
Right.
like it can work high, low.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. It just goes through.
Yeah, there are days actually where it will work better on a fuller tide, because if it's when it gets too low, it just ends up closing out, or just big long walls across the whole beach and that kind of thing. But depending on the swell. But God, look how clean this swell looks. Huh?
Yeah, it truly is a beautiful day. So a little cold snap here too. Feels nice to be in the jackets. Feels like lets you know it's winter. Prepares you for a nice red wine later.
There you go.
And
They got plenty of time.
I do.
So they can kind of sit there, assess the situation, having the luxury of the 35 minutes, and also no surfers are getting knocked out. So the first 2 advance, and then there'll be a repechaje round.
There you go.
Given 3rd and 4th place, they'll get to surf again.
Yeah, so everybody gets to spend at least an hour in the water. Minimum of 2 35-minute heats. So
You'd be stoked with that.
yeah, an hour in waves like this is a goal. So look at that. You can see a set out the back. Let's see if that thing trickles in. But we've been seeing those waves kind of hit the outer bar, break out there, and then hopefully come back in and explode again on the inside.
Yeah,
So
it's crazy visual, isn't it? I mean, big boats pumping by, white water way out the back in the middle of the channel, and it's just a beautiful layout. Looking, south from here over towards Costa Caprica and all that.
Often get some cruise ships
Yep.
going past, and you go going into the city, and
we don't have any YouTube. I guess Nick Von Rupp is a YouTube guy, but he's not one of those novelty YouTube guys who chases the cruise ship waves. So otherwise, if we saw one, maybe one of the competitors would be tempted, but I don't think that'll be an issue here. Nick, though, he is so consistent with the stuff that he puts out on there.
the Von Froth episodes. He's been,
2-time event champ here. We'll see him coming up.
We have a
Perennial
paddler.
favorite, but we do have a paddler, Saka.
All right, no hands.
just up and out of that one.
Yep. Yeah, Nick has been just promoted his career in an amazing way. I think there's very few people around the world that have done as good a job promoting themselves.
Ooh,
There we go, little Mendonça. Kids keep him busy, huh?
he is. First right of the day that we're seeing, too. Has that kind of against the grain look where not as long as the left,
Yep.
but you get the right one, it'll kind of focus, let you in, let you out, and give you a score. That one's probably not going to factor in, but good to see him trying on the right. Although that backside tube technique we've been seeing is, I would just trust that, buddy. You've got a good thing going there.
And it's not like he's picking that over, going left or going right, going on his forehand or going backside.
Yeah.
He's open to both.
He's up. Hey, whatever comes his way, he'll go.
That's
and he's
it.
got 23 more minutes to keep it going. He's in the lead now, but nothing huge in terms of the score. Nothing huge from anybody score-wise now. So it's anybody's heat.
Yeah. Little João Mendonça, he's a charger. I mean, even up at Cochos and that, he's made his mark up there. As a young kid, he's probably one of the best chargers in the water when it's good, on good days and that.
Yeah.
and he's a very talented tube rider. It's good to see. There's a young generation here with a taste for some solid surf.
Well, you would definitely be exposed to solid surf growing up here. It is just raw Atlantic power.
No doubt.
And so much opportunity. I mean, especially this area, you have so many different spots open to wind. But here we go. Joao again on that backhand with the stall.
Oh,
Come out. Come out.
super deep.
No.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what happened there. It looked like he had perfect control.
Yeah, I thought he was going to come out of that one, actually.
Yeah, I think it would have been the score of the heat so far if he had. He was definitely the deepest. So let's see another angle here. This will show us what happened from this view. All right, great technique. Scoops up a little bit.
Just gets
there we go.
Lost his tail right there. Huh?
Probably got a little foam ball chewing that thing away, and away we go. A little bit too deep there, I guess.
Right.
Just going too slow there. Got to find that sweet spot in the tube, and Joao almost had it there. Again, I love his technique, though. It's
definitely
interesting. I feel like barrel riding, in general, for most people, is easier on the forehand. And so it's great to see just somebody who has so much control and so much ability to read the wave on the
technique
backhand.
on backhand, yeah.
Definitely
Clay.
Clay. All right, in and out there. Nothing major. Clay is the type of person where he, I think, reads waves better than anybody. In the sense, there's some people who read waves really well in terms of like as they're coming in. Like I think Jack Robinson's a great example of that. He's just very in tune with the ocean. He's able to just pinpoint, like even like we saw at sunset, like he is able to just know exactly what wave to go on. But I think in terms of somebody on a wave, it doesn't get much better than this guy here, Clay Marzo. He just gets so tuned in and is able to make so many little adjustments. I mean, you didn't have too much here, but look at everything that he's doing there to kind of figure that wave out. We're going to see a lot more of him throughout the day, but he is just always a pleasure to watch.
And just so well composed. That when you see how relaxed he is every single time he's in the barrel, it's just,
definitely.
like he's just supposed to be there.
Yeah, he belongs there. I've heard some funny stories about Clay over the years. I spent some time working in surf media, and yeah, there's some interesting stories from people who have been on trips with him. I'd say he seems relaxed overall. I don't think it's just on waves. I think he's the type of person where you're not going to see him really stressing. He's going to kind of just go through life at his own pace. Loves to eat. He'll eat just what you would think would be a portion of food for 3 or 4 people just in one sitting.
Yeah.
But that said, he usually does so after surfing for maybe 8 hours straight. He's that type too, somebody who just won't really get out of the water. So interesting character, and he's got some great food to eat here. I'm sure he loves it over here.
Oh yeah, no doubt, eh?
Surfing your short arm in February for 8 hours and then just go honk down some, I don't know, what do you want? Some bifanas, bitok.
There's some pretty good restaurants on the front here, just on the beach promenade in Carcavelos.
Yep.
Yeah, some great places here. Great food, and you live in this area, so I'm sure you've dined here in Carcavelos.
Yeah, I'm like 5 kilometers away up in San João in Estoril, and just there's so many good spots, amazing fish. Like the seafood here is just it's incredible. There's Nick Contesti. You still spearfishing and nice.
It was actually good a couple days ago. It's had a good day.
How would it be this area around here? How would the fishing be around here?
This area is not, there's good spearfishing here, but I mean it's a bit farther out.
Yeah.
And it's guys that are pretty tuned to this area. There's a lot of current in the river here. You don't get that many clean days. You know what I mean? Not as easy to get good days here as it is in a lot of other places.
Okay.
Well, a boat might help. We see a boat out there. That's
yeah.
Hop on one of those instead of just swimming down. As we have 18 minutes left in this heat. And Nicolau von Rupp getting ready for it. We've been talking a lot about him, and if you're not familiar with him, you will immediately understand why once he hits the water. He is a very good surfer and just a hellman. Going with that quick humps purple. I like that. That's a good wax. Good choice there, Nick.
He'll be happy to be at home as well. I mean, I remember there was the call for the Eddy. It was on. It was off. then it was on again. He was kind of bouncing back and
Yeah, he
forth
was all over the place,
until
huh?
I heard.
Here we go, Tiago.
Saka. There we go, a make.
All right.
Ooh, backlash there. And luckily for these surfers, it is all about the tube. So you wouldn't really want to hit a section like that anyway, but under the pressure of competition, you might be tempted to just kind of try to tap that thing. You don't have to here. Just get tubed, which is exactly what Saka did here. Kind of a medium-sized wave, but beautiful shape, little spit. That could be the score of the heat. I mean, that was, that was a nice round wave.
That was sick.
You see that backlash creeping in.
Just ready to hit the eject button. It's coming in the backwash right about.
Yeah, I'm going to say, I think that's been my favorite wave of the heat. That was just a very, very...
Yeah, I would think so, too. I agree with you on that one.
Round wave, pretty wave, little spit. So, Saka.
A bit deeper than everyone else also on that one, eh?
Yeah. So, let's see what the judges do with that. But I think Tiago's looking good.
I put that a notch over Clay's first wave, huh?
Yeah, so Clay's got a 3 so far. Tiago, you'd have to think, in that range, a little bit higher. He's got a 1.25 to back it up. So, he is looking good. And here we have the younger generation.
Salvador Valle.
Just a little fella out there. It's awesome to see some of the younger kids in the mix, too. I mean, we have Joao this heat. We've got Salvador coming up, so it is...
He's only 15, eh?
Wow, 15 years old.
Yeah, I was just thinking Mendoza's 17. Salvador is 15, so... How's that for him?
I think he's got another pinch himself heat. He's got Nick Von Rupp, who surely he looks up to.
Jesus.
Mikey February coming up from South Africa.
And Bruno Santos.
So, I mean, being in that heat at 15, you would kind of be tripping and obviously wanting to prove yourself too. So, working well for Joao so far. He's in second.
When the Indo season's on, I was just flashing right now. When the Indo season's on, and you get stuff from like Desert Point and wherever, or Kandui or whatever, I always think it's always Bruno Santos and Nicolas Van Roop. Check these films out, you're just going, no. Yeah. And it's just endless barrels, eh?
Yeah.
It seems like those two post a lot of stuff from Indo, eh?
Absolutely.
A lot of good stuff.
Yeah, it seems like they just kind of base themselves out of it's kind of easy once you're over there to get around, and then you can just see a big swell coming. Hang in Bali for a bit, and then you see the big swell, and you go to wherever you're going to get your less crowded, and for those two, more heavy waves. Nick had some stuff from Greenbush, I think it was 2 summers ago, that
was crazy. I remember that.
Heaviest that I've seen that wave surfed. It just looked... One of the guys he was surfing with, Nate Beal, actually got concussed. He had a horror story.
Big time, yeah.
And it's just the reality in waves like that. But Nick got some crazy, crazy waves. I think, a lot of people that are those more content creator types that put a lot of stuff out there, sometimes they catch some flack from other surfers. But I think with Nick, when you surf as well as him and charge as hard as him, there's really just nothing you could say about him other than good things. So it's... that session, I think, burned itself in everybody's mind.
And it definitely works out perfectly with the season over here. I mean, like around Carcavelos and, this side of the coast, waves would be sort of kicking off around, middle of September, sort of early September, swells will arrive until like March, April time. And then, summer in Europe.
Boom.
Sort of
not a bad way to spend a year.
There you go.
Anyway, we had a score for Tiago trickle in, 3.75. So we were correct there. It was the score of the heat. Puts him in the lead. Clay is just right behind him, and he doesn't need much to kind of get that lead or kind of do one better.
As we look at Bruno Santos there.
But it's still anybody's heat. Even 13 minutes left, 14 minutes essentially. And anybody can get a wave, get a 10, and take this thing out, especially in what's been kind of a low-scoring affair thus far. 5-point total isn't much to kind of jump ahead of, so we will see plenty more as the day comes on, though. There we have a nice shot of the beach, the judges.
Yeah. Just coming back, just still thinking on next thing there, would like you're saying, when summer comes around, when the Winter Finish Series off to Indo or whatever, it all fits perfect. But he's always promoted Europe big time.
Yeah.
I mean, from whether it's Ireland or and he's taking steps along his travels pretty much. I mean, always bringing something new on. Like Nazare kind of came in a couple years ago with him, and it's been a major part of his thing now also. And how fortunate was he this year, you know, like we said, with Cortez Banks, an invite to the Eddy, you know, pipe invite.
Yeah.
You know, it's just one after the other.
Yeah, I think without a doubt he's cemented himself as just one of the best tube riders in the world. And when you get invited to events like that, it shows, you know. I think the Cortez stuff, Nick's been doing a lot of work with the 100-foot wave team, that HBO series, which is loved well beyond surfing. And there's Mikey Febb, South Africa's finest. Another interesting board. I wonder, is that his 20? Yep.
That is on.
He's got his.
Mikey's kind of renowned for these just different shapes, right?
Yeah, he's had an interesting career because for a while he was just focused on the comps, and it was before they called it the Challenger Series with the QS, and he made it to the CT, and I think it was kind of at that same time that he started messing with some weirder boards.
Yeah.
I think he had a twin fin from MR that he really fell in love with, and then he started creating these pieces of content. Like he did some stuff around Africa on some different boards and some different waves, and yeah, so he had these like. He's had a pretty versatile career, but now it seems like he's really found his groove. He's got, I think that's his model, the Channel Islands. He's got his kind of signature twin fin.
Right.
And, yeah.
Just such a stylish surfer, eh? And I think there's some guys that, you know, break away from the competition thing because there's so much more in just like style and just, you know, true roots of surfing in that, so.
Yeah, I mean, you could argue that he's just a better fit for that, right? Like, there's some people that are just so comp-driven and they surf a certain way, whereas Mikey's surfing, everybody just wants to watch him surf a wave his way and not really try to adhere to certain criteria. Unless it's this criteria, which is just get tubed, because that's something everybody can get behind.
With flair and style, it's even better, eh?
Yeah, yeah. And it is. I mean, I didn't think we'd see, I guess I would have probably guessed we'd see Mikey on his twin fin, but yeah, 220s in the first two heats, kind of interesting. I'd count that as a surprise for the day. There's Nick with some good luck from the dog.
There's been big changes, like I say, in twin fins, where it used to be just outline-wise a lot different, fin placement a bit different. I think there's a twin fin that's being created now for like solid 2B waves and down the line waves, fast barrel, stuff like that, where it's just the outlines, the plane shape's completely different, fin placement, type of fin people are using. There's a lot of changes been made in 20s, you know, getting more out of them and, you know, different kind of waves.
Yeah, I've heard a lot, especially with some of those ones. Like there's Matt Parker of Album in California, he's kind of shaped those boards for like Asher Pacey and Josh Kerr, which are a lot of twin fins that seem more performance driven. And he talks a lot about fin placement. It's
Josh, there we go.
There we go. Another right. Oh,
is he gonna come out of this one?
Pull it.
You can see he thought about doggy dooring, and then he just thought, go for glory, or maybe just go for that light at the end of the tunnel. So,
but yeah, there was a second doggy door there that he could have, but it was a tight one. It would look pretty thick, the lip on the second section there.
Yeah, you could see he definitely considered that first one, then opted for, hey, it's the perfect chapter. You have to give it your all.
You got to go.
It's good to see he's hungry for it, though, huh?
Yeah. Another good right, though. Just
really check out the replay here.
There we go. Beautiful first section.
Yeah, he had it pegged right there. All right, where were you?
So was that was the section you think he should just dive down there, right?
He would have got there, but almost looked like, you know, but not.
Yeah, that was not makeable, but hey, we appreciate the effort, Joel.
There you go.
Sure makes it fun to watch. And there will be, I'm not sure if that would put you in contention for it, but there is an award for the most committed surfer this year. So that's always a fun one to see. And I love a wipeout award. I mean, I think just giving somebody €500 to just, you know, make a bad decision, it's that sits well with me. So 8 minutes left in the heat. Just about 8.5, sorry. Thiago still in the lead. Clay just behind him, but all it takes is one score from Joao or William to jump ahead, especially William sitting on a decently high score for his first wave. He's got 2.8, which
His first and only wave, isn't it?
Yeah, so he's patient. We're seeing one of those the patient strategy. We'll see if it pays off because he's got 8 minutes left, and you'd have to think as time starts to trickle down, if it gets under that 5-minute mark, he'll just bite on something. Because yeah, he'd need just over a 2 essentially to hop above Tiago. So actually a 2 would do it at the moment. So he doesn't need much. 8 minutes to find a 2. That's not too bad of a position to be in.
Not bad. It is a comfort to know that you do have a second heat if you don't make it through this one also.
Yeah, great to know that you get at least another go at it here at Carcavelos. So there we go, Tiago.
So clean today, just looking at the lineup here.
It's a promising day because, I mean, this is the first heat in which there have been, there's been some good barrels on that. So
it is. It's a good sign for the day. Long day with this format. Plenty of surfing to watch, and especially with this swell coming in, this tide dropping, it's only going to get better and better.
And it's been quite consistent. I mean, normally with this waiting period out here in Carcavelos, if it's around like 18 seconds, 19 seconds, you can just be waiting there for like 15 minutes. And seeing it this morning, and it's just been pumping. It's just set after set coming in.
Yeah, I got here kind of just that first light, and there's that moment where you can't really tell. You can see the shape of the wave, you can see the quality, but you just don't really know how big it is.
Yeah.
So it was really nice seeing it come on. There we go. Looks like Miguel Blanco showing off his fins. Does that mean he'll be on a quad? I counted 4 there, so we might have another. I don't think we'll see a single
backup fins. We're just planning on ripping them out.
It's just showing everybody how much. If something goes wrong, got another set. So
could be the quad.
Could be the quad. I don't think we'll see a single fin. I think we're going to see everything else under the sun, just not the single today. Just not. Need more fins than that.
Miguel's quite a charger too, eh?
Oh yeah.
He's had some amazing sessions in a lot of places in the world. That cover years ago. Remember that one from Nias?
Yeah.
Big
Cover
solid
boy.
day, the boat turning day at Nias.
Yeah.
That's for Surfer Mag, huh?
Yeah.
Surfer Mag cover, yep.
Before the covers ended, huh?
Yep, now
when
it's
they're still out there.
Now it's all digital. There's a few mags that still print, I think especially in Australia, but it's the covers definitely lost the punch it used to have. Anyway, with just about 5 minutes left, let's see some highlights from this first heat at the 2023 Perfect Chapter.
Times Hotel. Beautiful hotel too, eh?
I've not been. It's wonderful.
Eh?
I've heard nothing but good things.
Yeah, it's amazing. Might have been live, huh?
So, that's where we're at so far. That's what 30 minutes of surfing gets you at Carcavelos this morning. A lot of tubes.
Yeah.
A lot of tubes.
I can't believe that's the first heat.
Yeah.
You're kidding me.
Nothing scratching that excellent range yet, but a good start to a very promising day. Tiago's still got the lead. Joao's backing him up, but Clay and William just need small scores to kind of mix that up with just 3 minutes and 20 seconds remaining.
It's crazy if you watch We got a clay paddler here.
Clay
That looks good.
stalling.
Oh, yeah.
See, a wave like this can change the heat at this stage in the game. Let's see. His requirement, I think, was a 1.75, so that'll be right on the brink.
Yeah.
He's going to get that.
Pull it, I would think.
Yeah. Tough to be a judge when some of these close calls come in, you know? It's, I prefer the job of a commentator.
Yeah, I wouldn't want the judge job. No thanks.
Let's watch this replay of Clay and see if it's in that 1.75 range. Oh, yeah, that's a...
Yeah, I would think so. That's
He's
like,
covered that. That's sick.
That's sick right there. Huh?
So, there we go. See what the judges do with that. But we see Saka on a wave.
Again, didn't see the beginning of it, but anyway.
I gotta
Yeah,
say,
it's crazy. We're watching here on the screen in the booth, okay? But I stood up when they were doing the recap, and it's a huge playing field out there.
Yeah.
You know, Carcavelos itself. It's a long beach break, you know, and if you are in town, come down to the beach because there's nothing like watching it up front, eh?
Yeah, it really does give you such a different perspective.
Yeah,
totally. It's hard to really get a feeling for scale just on a screen, but here we get to see Saka's wave from the start. Interesting little stall there. No tube time. Bit of a foamy wave. Getting to the end of the heat, you might just jump on anything that comes your way. You don't really... Might as well give something a shot. So there you go. Clay jumped into the lead with that. That took him into the lead. That
you got a 5 on that,
That was a 5, yeah. Score of the heat so far.
Yeah, highest score of the heat.
Okay, so takes us total to 8. Puts Thiago behind him, and Joao and William are still needing a score. William won't need much. He's been just one wave, Mr. Patient. Looks like we have a little green thing there, which I think might mean priority. So he's got a minute and 20 seconds to decide to finally go on something, or just come in and question why he didn't come on anything and try to get that additional 2 to jump past Thiago.
And Clay up in the lead, winning by 3 points.
Clay in the lead, that means we were going to see him surf again regardless, but that guarantees him right into the next round if he wins this heat, if nothing changes, and we'll get to see if that wetsuit stays on or peels off again. Thiago with that 5-point total. You wouldn't feel too comfortable with that at the moment, would you? Knowing Williams just there looking for about a 2. But with 30 seconds left,
is there going to be anything coming on the horizon? They'll be looking out the back.
If I had to guess, I'd say the next heat's going to start with a flurry because we can see something out of the back. I just don't think it's 20 seconds away.
I don't think so.
Could be good news for Clay and Thiago. Not exactly great news for Joao and William, but we will see them in the repertoire round, so they'll have another chance. Just about 5 seconds left here. And a set on the way, probably kick off the next heat. All right, nice job. Clay Marzo, your first heat champion.
And what a way to start the day.
Yes.
Unbelievable.
Many more to come. 5-point wave there at the end, sneaking it in, jumping right up into the lead. It's a nice job, Clay and Thiago. Time for another heat, another stacked one. There's no such thing as a non-stacked heat when you have only 16 surfers.
That's it. And just, local chargers, Portuguese legends, as well as, all the, hand-selected tube hounds from around the world flying in. And, like we're talking, it just makes it, hats off to the organisers for arranging and picking the day and how tricky that is. Having that waiting period from I think it was the 8th of January when it started, and it kind of goes up until the 9th of March. So seeing these swells and going, no, we're going to wait, we're going to hold off. Like there has been some cracking swells last couple of months, and it's sort of decided to pick this day as the day to hold the perfect chapter, and rightly so. It's absolutely pumping today.
I think they nailed it. We're going to have a quick break, and then we'll be back for the second heat. So we'll see you shortly.
Your wetsuit with graphene. Your wetsuit without Airlight 4D. wetsuit with Airlight 4D.
All right, we are back for Heat 2. First, we'll see the winners again. Clay taking that out, Tiago following him, and then Joao and William. They are headed to the repecharge.
William never found another one on that heat, eh?
No, he just kind of hung out waiting. Sometimes a lesson be learned there.
There you go.
Patience doesn't always pay off, does it, William?
Don't wait too long.
And there we go. Bruno Santos, Mikey February, Nicola Van Rupp, and Salvador Vala. A good mix.
Young gun.
Young guns, kind of
A
international.
lot of class on the rest of it, eh? A lot of class.
Yeah. Always good to see how these crew mix it up, you know, and I think this is the type of event where I think it's just great vibes in the water. I mean, I'm sure there's some competitors who are a little bit more, you know, bulldoggy out there, but I think in general this is an event where everybody probably, one, already sort of knows each other, and two, is, you know, they're out there having fun. So, oh, wow.
Nicolas' first wave.
Yep, that's no surprise. That is a good start. That's going to be a decent score.
Yep.
Wow.
Good morning. Get a little
shampoo
clipped,
there.
Held it together there.
Yeah.
It's phenomenal tube rider, this guy.
He is. So, good start. Always feels good to start a heat like that.
You see how powerful Carcavelos is, how it unloads right there. Shallow water. Is not.
Yeah.
I'll be happy with that. Early start.
Yeah. There we go. From Nick is from, he's 32. He's from Praia Grande, not too far away, just kind of around this corner on the west coast. So another beautiful beach in this region.
A lot of chargers from that area. I don't know if you follow the history of Praia Grande much, but like Shlomo said, who's another like Nazare, Mavericks, you know, surfer and that. He's from Praia Grande. There's a bunch of really solid surfers from up that way.
Any kind of big wave spots right in that area?
Hey?
Any big wave spots right in that area?
Shoot, I want to say no. I want to say more like.
Cool.
We got an interview here.
We do have an interview with the first heat winner, Clay Marza. So let's get to that, and then we'll get back into the action here.
Congratulations, Clay. You took on the first heat here in Carcavelos. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. The waves are good.
To get one of the this place gets a bit hard to surf. There's a lot of current and stuff. What were you feeling?
Yeah, it's pretty tricky.
And how are you feeling being back in Portugal?
Nice.
I'll let you go get changed. You'll be freezing.
Yeah, thank you.
Congratulations.
Thanks so much. Thank you.
All right.
Interesting. The soft-spoken Clay Marzo.
Soft-spoken, full on. Eh?
Yeah, I'm interested to see his chili. I thought the whole thing was that he doesn't really get cold, and that's why we see him in this kind of limited amount of neoprene. But hey, I guess he's human too.
Yeah, no doubt.
You wouldn't guess it seeing some of his edits, but it turns out he is human. Anyway, great job, Clay. Kind of a closing minute score, giving him the nod there. And
snagged a little one in the end. It ended up being the highest wave of the heat.
And I think William had priority. He just kind of, in theory, let that one go past. But as we said, it's a bigger playing field than it might look on this little screen.
What's that? Nicholas got 3.75 on the first wave.
Yeah, he's been able to figure out something already. And with such a long heat, 35 minutes, it feels good to have a 3.75 under your belt in the first 10 minutes, I'd imagine.
No doubt.
He can kind of just work upwards from there.
You were asking about big waves at Praia Grande. It's a heavy beach break also, Praia Grande, in that. There are some big waves south of it, like Carcavelos, which is just around the corner going north from here. It's like a kind of big wave spot before you get to Guincho and that. And, north, up as you go farther north, there's a lot of waves that will hold sizable swells and that,
Yeah, the variety of waves that you can get here, it's just incredible.
Yeah.
You have these just square, punchy beach breaks like here. Then you have point breaks, some more rippable, some more slabby. And then some of those slabs up the coast are just varying levels of approachable. But let's see Mikey Feb. Uh-oh. Whoa.
Lost his footing there. That's crazy, huh?
Yeah, I'd blame, I think a lot of those 20s, you don't really use traction pads, but I don't think his foot would have been anywhere near it anyway. So maybe adjusting. He's coming from summer in South Africa. So maybe he's been used to surfing in boardies and getting used to the cold water again here. But anyway, such a good surfer. It happens to the best of us, that little back foot slide off, especially backside tube riding. I think the way that your leg has so much pressure on it in the back thing that if you don't really have it locked in, it's not uncommon to see that. And even sometimes people get stuck on it and they're kind of sitting, and it can put you in an awkward position. But Mikey Feb got a 0.5 for that effort.
Pity, it could have been quite a good tube, actually, too, if he hadn't slipped his foot on that one, eh?
Yeah, that was a pretty good wave. So Bruno Santos here. Bruninho.
40 now, eh?
40.
Time goes by.
He has seen the inside of many, many waves in his 40 years on this planet. More than most.
What's that, hot buttered?
Hot buttered, still alive.
No kidding. Wow.
Yeah. What do you know about that?
Hot buttered. Terry Fitzgerald?
That sounds about right, yeah.
Hot buttered, yeah.
Yeah.
Way back.
My dad had a board there, and we have a former seat here, Aritz Aramburu, former champ, two-time event champ, Pedro Boonman there, a local, but Pedro's incredible. He is such a good surfer.
No doubt.
He's on the quadding up. Let's see what Aritz has got. Looks like 3 fins there, so he's thrusting. Aritz, what a guy. He's one, especially in these, if it's kind of favoring the left, he spent so much time in the tube at Mundaka that a left-hand barrel is a good thing for him. Although he's got no weak spots in the barrel.
No, at all.
There's some stuff of him. He went up to that wave in Ireland, Eileen's.
Yeah.
Him and Leo Fioravanti struck it there like maybe 3 or 4 years ago. And usually it's that wave that has that kind of roll in. Like you can, I wouldn't say easy, but sometimes the takeoff doesn't look as crazy as it could be for like a 6-8 foot slab.
Yeah.
That day was just not doing it. I don't know if it was the swell angle or what, maybe just a certain size, but it was just top to bottom from the beginning. And Aritz got just some absolutely insane waves.
Yeah.
And obviously that was on his forehand. So he can do anything in the tube.
No, there's no doubt. He's a great surfer. He's super competitive also.
Yeah.
And he's just a true surfer, right? Because he just goes crazy with good surf. He loves to surf. He's looking at the maps all the time. He'll call Goni, who lives down here. Goni Zubzareta, who lives down here in the Cedar, and Said, that swell looks insane. He'll come down for, 2-day swell.
Yeah.
He's the only guy I saw. He was en route to somewhere years ago. He was en route to the Azores. And this is quite a few years back. And his plane got held up for like 8 hours. All right. And the swell was good here. Rich is at the airport in Lisbon, rented a car, came by my factory, dumped all his stuff off to surf for 2 hours, then bring the car back and get on the plane.
Wow.
8 hours later. Not many people do that. I mean,
No, that is commitment. Just especially, wow, that is awesome.
Yeah.
That is one way to kill an 8-hour layover. I'm sure he got some insane waves. So well played there, Ritz. I don't think it's an effort most people would have put in, but yeah, he had his time on tour, but I think his time off tour, he's been able to show people what he can do, especially when he's able to chase those swells.
Yep.
Again, the tour, you could just be stuck in competing, and sometimes it doesn't enable you to show every side of your surfing, whether it's more an air side or, I guess it's not such a thing anymore, but especially for some of the more tube-driven people, it's like you could just have some weird conditions at the events, and you could be on tour for a few years and nobody could really know what you're capable of in waves of consequence.
Exactly.
But now that he's been off tour, he's been chasing those swells and showing the world what he can do. It's been incredible. And he is, I mean, I don't have anything like that story of him leaving the airport, but I would see him in William Aielloti's zone a good bit too, especially with, the coast of France and Spain.
Yeah.
Different winds favor one part versus the other. And so anytime the winds were more east and good for France, he was a very, very common sight.
Yeah, he's on
up there.
it. He's on it. He knows where to be at the, at any given time to get best out of the swell or the wind direction, whatever.
Looks like we have a set here. Some people paddling over. Let's see if they can find a corner.
Wind's taking a slight little turn. It looks like a bit more texture on the wave, eh?
Yeah. It did look like it was going to clock a little bit more north by the end of the day, but the good news is it looks pretty light all day.
Yeah.
Just might be more straight north and offshore in the afternoon. We
There we
could
go.
have a
Got
little
couple
against the
paddlers. This
grain
might be a
right,
wave,
I'd say. Everybody's interested.
Yeah.
But it's MFeb who gets it. Oh! He's not having the heat that he may have dreamt of so far. But hey, at least he got that wave out of the 4 people paddling for it.
And it is, the case where it's Carcavelos, and if you don't know it, it's a tricky beach break, and he may not be feeling it yet. You know what I mean? Like a little warm-up session here.
Yeah, I'm not sure when he got in, but it's not necessarily close to South Africa. I think you'd be looking at like a 10-hour flight, I'd guess. So he may not, and again, coming from one season to another can be hard.
Exactly, depending on when you got in, how rested you are, whatnot, right?
Yeah, although that said, this place certainly is not close to Hawaii, and Clay didn't seem to have any issues adapting to the time difference or the cold water, although he was shivering a bit. That's what you get for wearing a short arm in 7-degree air. And I don't know what the water temp would be. I'm pretty bad at that, but if I was out there, I'd be wearing a formal. I could say that.
No doubt.
That contextualizes it for people. And I'm a booties guy here.
Are you?
Yeah, there's a split. There's definitely a split. I think it seems like the locals prefer no booties, but I can't surf once my feet go numb. And that's kind of the point of surfing.
I can't surf with booties.
Really? Yeah, so there we go. Although, like I said, I think I am the minority. Here we go. Here's a wave. Ooh.
Lala.
Interesting. That was, didn't look like...
No, it didn't look like he was going anywhere, so you got out of that one quick, huh?
No. I mean, would have been nice to see him pack it anyway, though, but hey. Yeah. We've got a long day. Here's something.
Nick Von Roop on the second.
Von Roop, the heat leader, trying to slow down enough on this foamy one. Little something.
Little backup.
Yeah, a little mini backup. Whatever. He'll take it.
He always looks so relaxed in waves of any consequence or not. He's just a very relaxed looking surfer, eh?
He really is. And I think it's one thing just, even we were talking about that Greenbush session earlier, but some of his stuff at the right-hand slabs up here is more impressive with me. Like that level of comfort. Here he is just on a left where he'd feel nice and at home, but some of his stuff at Cave, it's just I don't know how you can read that wave backside. It just does not make sense to me. But it works for him.
Yeah, for sure. I was saying he's relaxed these days. Remember back when he used to compete, like in the QS when he was younger?
Yeah.
He was all over the place, man. Like he couldn't, it was little electroid. He was just go panic attacks. He would, take anything and everything in the wrong waves and that. And like early days of competition were funny watching Nick in that. Tons of talent, and just in heats he would just, overkill himself, all by himself.
Yeah. I mean, some people are like that, especially younger crew. It can be hard to figure out how to be patient and not just try to catch a million waves and do your thing. Especially, I think, when the waves are good, it can be really hard to contain yourself and contain your excitement and pick the right ones rather than be a psychopath.
Yep.
Look at that. Nice view.
So it's Nicolau and Rich that have the chance for this Triple Crown thing, or a 3-time winner?
Yeah, so they both have 2 victories here each, and if one of them is able to find themselves a third, they get an extra 2K from our friends at Mad Pizza.
$2,000. 2,000 euros.
2,000 euro.
From Mad Pizza. All right.
There you go.
I guess the pizza business is booming, huh?
Yeah, I guess. Hey, I love pizza.
Yeah, me and you both. East Coaster, New York style pizza.
New York style pizza, that's right, that's right. By the slice, please. There's a few places in Lisbon, which in that last shot that we saw, again, just not too far back there. You just follow this beautiful road along the way there. You will be at Lisbon, and you'll find, I believe you'll find somebody there if you want a pizza by the slice, which I know it took me a little while from being in the New York region to realize that that's not a thing elsewhere, but when you get a nice big city like Lisbon, you have all these different restaurants and bars and people pulling inspiration from X, Y, and Z. And so I have had a pizza by the slice there. I can report a ton of beautiful restaurants there too. What a cool city. It's so special to have a wave like that we're seeing on screen that close to a city with so much going on and so much life, so much history, culture, pretty much everything you want.
Yeah, Lisbon's an amazing city. For me, it's like one of the most amazing cities. It's all real tight, isn't it? I mean, it's all right there.
Yeah.
All together. It's warm. It kind of embraces you. It's like I don't know if you want to say New York in the center there, or San Francisco is kind of, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Kind of embraces you as compared to L.A., which for me is a cold city, kind of wide open, weird thing. But
yeah, L.A. is a weird one. Just massive and disconnected and so many different neighborhoods and not really any
bit dangerous here and there.
Yeah. Depends on where you go.
Yeah.
Lisbon, come down here, though. You'll have a lovely time. And come surf Carcavelos. This wave, I mean, you try to come here on days like this, but even when we don't have conditions like today, it is such a fun wave. Gets a bit more crowded, I think, with the proximity of the city. If it's a bit more approachable, a day like today, you have to have a screw or two loose to swing on one of these sets, so it won't be as crowded. But when it's kind of those smaller days, it's such a big beach that you can always find a kind of peak. And I've had nothing but good vibes out here. And yeah, it's still a fun wave when it's not 2 or 3 meters of swell. Do you go by meters or feet? I still just it just throws me off to try to call waves in meters. I have to say
the meter thing.
Yeah, I agree with meters in general, but just when it comes to waves or like surfboards, so you can't call a surfboard in meters. You can't call its height in centimeters. It just doesn't sound right. Anyway, Nick Von Rupp in the lead. He has got that 3.75, a 1.90 to back it up. Bruno Santos is kind of nipping at his heels with a wave similar to Nick's backup, and then Salvador and Mikey Febb are both trying to kind of bust above that one range.
Mike's still trying to find his feet pretty much up till now, eh?
I think he should have just gone with my call and worn booties. Just keep those feet warm. Hard to surf when your feet feel like bricks of ice, I think. But hey, some people say hard to surf when they're encapsulated with a bit of neoprene. So.
You know, I tried booties ages ago once, and I gave up on them straight away. I never tried them again.
Really?
I use them diving all the time. I mean, I won't go diving without booties, but yeah. Use that.
There we go. Local boy Joao. He'll be in the next heat. Beautiful head of hair on him, too.
He's had that for years, eh?
Yeah. He's our trials winner, isn't he?
Eh?
He won the trials, I believe?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. We watched a highlight reel from that.
Local boy.
Pretty fun day.
Is his father there?
Oh, cool. Family affair. And his nice little modern seat there. Looking like a pretty
Someone
fresh
in there.
board. Someone in there. I think they're going to stay in there, though. It looked like that was an optimistic read of a wave. Who was that? Let's see. Looks like maybe MFAB. MFAB's still trying to find an entry and an exit.
Get a replay on that one.
Have something here.
I think he got more out of that one than he's had out of most of them up till now. So here goes Bruno Santos on his
Bruno.
left.
Oh, wow.
There you go.
Okay, that's the wave of the
That'll
day
work.
so far.
That's what we're looking for.
There we go.
And he's got booties on.
That was a beautiful wave, and I have to admit I was kind of cheating a little bit looking out the window. I saw that thing coming, and it was really hard to control my excitement because you could just, when we see the replay, you could just see the shape of that wave. The line was perfect.
Beautiful, huh?
You knew that it was going to be just enough to kind of get into it and not enough to race off from you or close out. Look at this thing. It's just such a beautiful wave.
Oh.
Wow.
Ledgy drop, super clean, eh?
Yeah.
Short and sweet.
Short and sweet. Nice wave. He's got the booties on. I'm going to...
Oh, that's a beautiful angle right there.
Yeah, nice and round. Pretty deep there. So
Oh, yeah.
he didn't have to do too much. I mean, that was just, that wave swung to him. He was sitting kind of deeper, I guess we'll call it. He was sitting more to the east than everybody else.
Yeah.
Up closer to the fort. So he was kind of, credit to him for reading the lineup that way, but really
Nick,
just...
Nick under the hood.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, that's...
Well, he fell in the turn, but guess what? This comp's about the tube, so all good. Wow, that was a good one. We are getting a nice little pulse here, aren't we?
Yeah, there you go. Those were two beautiful waves.
Those were two beautiful waves. This is the best flurry of the event so far, just into Heat 2. Interesting. It's going to be...
Two beautiful waves and two amazing tube riders.
Yeah. I mean, we marked both these guys. I think you were the one saying that, especially Indo season.
Check the takeoff on that. That's
wow.
like just staircase little drop there, eh?
Yeah, he didn't have much room for error. He really had to scoop under that thing.
That's a classic Shopo cut back in the end where your board goes straight. Huh?
Hey, he's used to those too. He's got some great waves in Tahiti. So look at this.
Check the drop here, just like...
Really had to knife that thing. Wow. See a water photographer there just getting out of his way. Yeah, I think Bruno's was beautiful. A bit rounder, but Nick's was more technical.
Yeah, more technical, tighter. Had to stay way high on that and up close. Right?
Yeah, and both those things factor into the judges' criteria. You want the wave to be big and round, but you also want to see some technical barrel riding. So it'll be interesting to see what they do. I think both of them will be the two highest scores of the event, I'm going to imagine, but thus far.
Yeah, I would say so for sure.
Yeah.
Until now.
So we'll see how they come in and how they shuffle things up, but two beautiful waves.
This is a joy. You know, it's a joy when you don't have to talk surf up. It's on.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
Oh, there could be wave coming. No, we have surf up. This is a real thing. We have barrels. It's a barrel event.
Yeah, it is. And I think those two waves really prove an interesting point in that it shows the different things you could look at in terms of barrel riding. Like you can look at Nick's more technical, knifey, like the drop was kind of hard. He really just had to get under there. Like you saw his board, it almost just like ghosted down a little bit instead of having the time to like drop in and really hook into it and turn. Whereas Bruno's was just, I think, a rounder wave, but just he had to do less.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see what the judges do, and it just goes to show you that there's so many things to look at when it comes to a barrel. And so it's so cool to have an event that's just dedicated to picking those things apart and having some champions. So.
Yep. In both cases, it's, you know, guys with eyes for the right ones. You know what I mean? There's guys that know the lineup here. Both of them, they surfed here a lot. And they know their way around the hollows.
Yeah. It was interesting to see, too. I could see kind of from out the window that they cherry-picked those waves from different parts of the lineup. Like I said, Bruno was a bit deeper. He was kind of sitting up further up than everybody, and Nick's was kind of more in that center zone. And
there we go. Yeah, Nick's came a point above. We have a 7 and a 6, I think.
There we go, a 7 and a 6.
That's it, the technical point.
I would have to agree with that. I mean, the wave was about a similar size, and then Nick just had to do more. It was a thing that fewer people on this planet can do, is slide into a wave like that. And keep control of their board and draw that line and pull it off. So great work, judges. 7 for Nick.
Yeah, that was good. Good job on that, judges.
Nailed it.
I'm with
6
you.
for Bruno. Both of them are happy. It makes things a little bit trickier for Mikey Febb and Salvador.
Yeah. My thing's a bit more complicated here, huh?
Yeah, yeah.
We're down to what, 840?
It is 8:40
Little
left.
guy. Vala,
Here we go.
come on.
Vala.
Get in there.
Nice wave, trying to slow down. In it for a bit. He,
All right.
I don't think he could ditch as much speed as he really wanted to there, but still a nice wave. I don't think it's going to be a huge score, but sure looked like it felt nice.
Oh, there you go. Little 15-year-old be stoked to have had a wave in the middle of these guys.
Exactly. And it does seem like we're just getting this little, I wouldn't call it a pulse because the swell seems like the same size. Let's just watch this replay. But just a little window where you're getting that flurry of really nice waves. So great sign for the day. Looks just so fun out there right now. I think it's going to go from...
Good technique, good position, eh?
Yeah.
Right
Yeah, great read. I think if he was just a bit deeper, maybe that would have gone a bit, had the potential to go a bit higher, but really great technique he showed off there. I don't think it's quite going to be Nicola's 7, though. That's going to be... You need to do
No, it'll
more
lack a bit to get there. Just size-wise and all that.
But yeah, it does look so fun right now. I think it's going to go from fun-looking as a viewer to maybe later in the afternoon we'll be quite happy to be in this booth, not having to having to face one of those things on the dome. But for now, it looks quite fun.
God, I haven't surfed out here in ages. Do you surf here quite a bit yourself?
Not too much. I mean, I've probably had a few days around this size here, and then some just that have kind of made sense, like just smaller days you happen to be in town or want to show friends part of the city or do X, Y, and Z. But yeah,
I don't think it hasn't been the biggest, hasn't been the busiest winter down here thus far. I think there hasn't been a lot of swells for Carcavelos this winter yet.
Yeah.
And there's been tons of east wind. You know, good solid swells up north, so it's been like amazing on the west coast this year.
Yeah, it seems like it's been a winter where, like, even they have that Nazare tow event, which hasn't run yet, which we haven't seen like a mega swell.
No.
We've just seen a lot of those like mid-size, like perfect for the waves on the west coast, and pair that with east winds, it's been an incredible season there, but it hasn't been as much.
There's been
like
some
those.
sizable days, let's say, on the west coast, but not mega. For like Nazare and that, but there's been some big days, like, you know, on the west coast. Aside from that, I mean, aside from Nazare, not Nazare big, but big for other places.
Big for, and I mean, just a great year. It's been an incredible winter.
It's been what 5 weeks or more of dead offshore.
Yeah,
on the west coast, which is pretty crazy.
Yeah, 5 weeks of offshore and about 5 minutes left in this heat. Nick is still in the lead. Bruno right there. Neither of them have huge backups, especially Bruno, so he's probably not feeling super secure. I'd say 5 minutes left. Nick's feeling pretty good about himself, rightfully so.
I think so.
But Bruno probably feels Salvador and Mikey kind of right behind him, knowing that either of them could get one of those kind of 6-range scores and be in the conversation. So I guess they need a little bit more. They need more close to a 7 to really make a difference in the heat. But anyway, with 5 minutes left, anything can happen, especially as we saw, you get those flurries where it's just a few scoring waves in one batch, which makes things more stressful for those in the leaderboard. But hey, that's where you'd rather be, is up top, not the one needing the wave.
I'd like to see Michael grab one, just, you know, to get a feel for it.
Yeah, I'm sure he will. I wonder if he'll stay around too. I mean, I think for people like him and Clay that travel to get here, with this swell forecast, we have more swell on the way. This seemed like the best day for Carcavelos, but there's going to be plenty of swell around the next few days. It's some nice conditions. So let's check out a heat recap, see how Nick and Bruno got the lead, and see what's been going on. All right.
Have it.
Was our heat recap. Been a nice heat. Especially if your name is Nicola or Bruno, then you'd say it's been a very nice heat.
There you go.
We will hear from the heat winner. Right now it looks like it's going to be Nick, but we will hear from every heat winner as the day goes on. We have Emily down there talking to him, getting all the stories for us.
Our Nixon clock, 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
2 minutes and 30. Wow, we saw a wave spit just now. Always interesting when you see a wave spit that goes unridden in the contest. It just goes to show you that there are many, many.
Yeah, there'll be a lot on this beachfront for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there might be times during the day where there'll be a bit of a back off and not as consistent. Just with tidal change in that, but it looks like, for me, it looks like it's going to be a super consistent day all the way around.
Yeah, especially looking at the numbers on the charts, just a lot of energy out there, and it's not going anywhere. It's just going to keep on filtering in. Bruno needs a 4.76 if he wants to jump Nick, but let's see. Be more worried about Salvador and Mikey trying to come up and jump under
Bruno.
him. Does seem like we have a set. Let's see if these guys can find a corner, something to open up for them, but
it's all about finding the corners, huh?
Always got to find the corner. Find that one. Like I said, I think we've been dissecting those waves, but seeing that one that Bruno had, it just had such nice shape. I mean, I think he probably could have been a bit deeper. It was just a matter of that's where the wave came in, but I think if he was a bit deeper, it could have been an even higher score. Just the most, I'd say, a more beautiful shape than Nick's wave, just the exact line you want to see, especially if you're not quite as much of a mad dog. I'm sure some mad dogs want to see something that's squaring up a little bit harder. Anyway, Bruno's getting kind of creative here with this set coming up. He's trying to sneak away from the heat and see if he can get to a bank that's a little bit further away. Let's see if the strategy pays off. I mean, maybe it's more of a strategy thing. So
that you find a lot at Carcavelos where the banks change. You know, banks will make huge moves even during a heat, but I mean, in the space of an hour, you can see like major change in where it's breaking or where the peak is at in Carcavelos. It's always been like that. Take off here on this one for Michael February.
Mikey Feb. Oh, all right. I don't think he's going to want to.
No, not coming out of that one.
He's going to get a redo. Don't worry, Mikey. You'll have your repertoire sheet, but
there you go.
Not his finest work so far, and doesn't look like Bruno's strategy going to pay off. I guess maybe he just wanted to get away from Mikey and Salvador. Maybe they kind of had a priority, whether it was spoken or otherwise. But anyway, the heat is coming to a wrap. Nick Von Rupp takes it out. We can't say we're surprised in the booth.
Off to a start.
Bruno backs him up, and then Salvador and Mikey, they will be in the repercharge. But great heat. What a good flurry.
No
Both
doubt.
those waves came at a similar time, and that was really fun to watch.
No doubt.
Much, much more on the way here. at
Two down.
Carcavelos,
Keep
so.
it coming.
Ooh. We have another just stacked heat. I love these mixes. So we got Aritz in the next heat, Tori Meister, Pedro Collado, and Joao Morea. Another good mix of international
another
surfers.
full house for sure on that.
Yeah, that is awesome. So there we go. A little breakdown. Nick Von Rupp.
The winner.
The winner. Bruno backing him up. And then, Salvador and Mikey. They're into the repertoire.
Mike can go back to drawing board. He'll be looking at his wax. Looking at those booties.
Yeah. We might need to get him some booties. Anyway, next heat coming up, we'll see some event champs, some insiders, some outsiders, and it's going to be a good heat. For now, we're going to head to a commercial break, though.
Deixa-te ir. Go chill. Agora com um novo sabor, sem lactose. Deixa-te ir. Go chill. Agora com um novo sabor, sem lactose.
Estou há imenso tempo atrás da menina. O que é que fizeste assim para ter um beijinho do nada nela?
Já foste às mente ao ar?
And we are back. I actually like that wave from hitting whatever in Indo, huh?
Yeah, welcome to the 9th annual Perfect Chapter powered by Billabong. I'm Ollie Russell-Cowan, joined by Nick Oricchio.
How you doing, Ollie?
Pretty
We're back
good.
in action here. This is a Hide, Aritsaremburu, Tori Maisha looking very cowboyish, Pedro Calado, and who's the last one there?
And Joao.
Ah, João. And we have a taker. That's João straight out.
Our trials winner.
João Moreira, local boy.
Yeah, taking the win there in January when they had the trials on the 18th.
Yep.
He's pretty familiar with the conditions out here.
Oh, yeah.
I'd say.
Yeah, he surfs here a lot. He's a local boy, and he surfs a lot here. Oh, so this was first wave we didn't see. That's a beauty. Wow.
Pedro.
Oh. Oh, yeah.
Nicely done there.
Yeah, that was probably the wave of the day so far, huh? I mean, there were some good waves in the last heat, but that, I would give it the wave of the day up till now. I guess they didn't. Came about 1.75 under Nicolaus wave in the last heat. But it's a beautiful wave.
So we're going to head over to Emily at the beach.
All right, congratulations, Nick. You just won second heat of the day. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, feeling good. Feels really good to compete in Carcavelos. Carcavelos has a really important
Beautiful. What kind of a quiver are you riding today?
So Ghost by Paisel.
For the next heat.
Little wedges that open up, some nice.
Thank you so much, and we're looking forward to see you in the next heat.
There you have it. Nicolau. 6-0, so I was saying they're probably 5'11", 6-0. Most of them probably riding. I think we have a takeoff here.
It's a Ritz.
It's beautiful. Oh, come on, Rich, get out of that one. Oh, yeah.
He's claiming, and rightly so.
He'll be claiming for sure. Backhand, that was sick. I think right before that we had a takeoff by Pedro Calado also that went during the interview. That didn't look like it went very well to me.
No, it could have been wipeout of the day, maybe.
Yeah, heavy takeoff though. Wow, that was a great wave from Rich right now.
Going to put it out there and probably say that was the wave of the
There
day so far.
Right there. Stall for it. Yeah, he's deep, and that's pretty thick, eh? Right there.
Just when you think he's not going to come out of that, and he just flies. straight out the exit.
Side angle, it's a beautiful angle here.
Just notice the stall. He's
Yeah,
just getting his
beautiful
whole body
stall.
into that.
You see how the sand is just dragging off the bottom right
Yeah.
there? That's so throaty, and how thick the lip gets right there. Ah, that's a beautiful section right there, huh? Yeah, that's a climber. That was
Yeah.
very dark little cave right there, wasn't it?
So we're
Yeah.
just waiting for the scores to come in for that one, and he'll be jumping up the leaderboard.
Yeah, I would think so. Yeah, Rich is not. Rich doesn't mess around. He's pretty serious when it comes to surfing hollow waves, you know.
I guess fine-tuning his skills when Mendaka when that turns on. I mean, he's based up in the Basque Country in Zeralt, and yeah, it's kind of done a lot of amazing trips, so like to Skeleton Bay, and seen some of the footage over there. Just
And that was at Skeleton Bay. That's not the place. He went to Namibia with this guy. I think it was a bit of a hell trip, eh? To get there and the whole thing. It was pretty gnarly. Yeah, he's an adventurer for sure.
you're definitely not just rocking up from the airport and 30 minutes to the beach.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of. I think there are a lot of places people look at, you know, in film. And they go, "Oh God, I want to surf that place." But if they probably knew in a lot of these places what it takes to get there,
yeah,
you know, and what food's like, and how sick you can get, or you know, they might think twice about a few places around the world. Not for everybody. Not for everybody, for sure. What did Rich get on that? A 9.5?
So that is definitely the
yeah,
wave of the day.
That's 9.5. It was. That's pretty close to 10, isn't it?
I think we're going to be seeing some 10s.
Yeah, I think somebody might have thrown a 10 his way on that one. Yeah, there'll be some 10s today.
I just had a little walk around and sort of checked out where the judges' booth is. Just smack bang on the beach right in front of them.
Yeah.
And the great thing about Carcavelos is how close it does break. Like normally, I mean, today's not a normal day, but when it's small and sort of shoulder, head high, it breaks super close to the beach. So people kind of walking past, checking it out, whether they're walking their dogs, going for a jog, surfers getting ready. And up and riding now.
Ooh.
Oh.
All right.
Hear the whistles down from the beach.
That was Juan Moreta, correct?
Obviously, he's definitely going to improve his score with that. It's
Yeah.
a sick tune.
I think so for sure. Not going to go as high as Arich for sure, but there's Arich again. There's no stopping him now.
Definitely opting, like, Rich seems to be opting for the lefts. And, yeah, do you reckon there's some, I mean, they're going to have their own tactics and their own strategy out there.
Yeah, I
Whether they're
would
going to
think,
go left,
you know,
whether they're going to go right.
After getting that left, you probably think, well, if there's something happening over here, you know, give me a 9.5, I might play around with it.
Yeah.
I might play around with the left a little longer.
I'm going to go for another one of those.
Yeah, but I think, you know, there are barrels to both sides. You know, from what we've seen so far, the best ones have been picked off on the left.
Yep.
So
I know out here when it's smaller, it normally seems like the right works a bit more, and then when it gets bigger...
yeah,
there's
depending
some-
on swell
yeah.
direction and that. Yeah. I think what we'll see with the tide dropping later on is that the time that you get stuck on the inside might be a bit longer than it is right now. It's pretty fast to get out the back right now. But as tide drops, it's going to be breaking farther out the back, and there'll be more demolition derby on
There'll
the
be some
inside there.
Some tombstoning going on. And just
Replay of Rich's last wave. Yeah, again, popped into that. That was a shorter one. It'd be a backup, though, anyways. And this is Joan Moreta's wave.
this was nice. Just
Yeah, that's a nice little ledger.
he fist bumping to his friends on the beach there.
Yep.
Cheering
Yeah.
him on.
Judges love a claim. Huh?
Yeah. It just goes through phases with the claiming, doesn't it? I remember on the...
Yeah. That was really actually a nice barrel, eh? Look how thick that thing is right there. Yeah, the claim has seen a lot of phases.
Yeah.
And you see a lot of heat swing on a claim, it seems like, occasionally, huh?
I kind of like it. It's sort of like football, you know, where everyone's got their signature claim, and
yep.
Definitely. I mean, if you're pulling out of barrels like that, why wouldn't you? I mean,
Yeah, why not?
You'd be claiming all day.
Tory Meister.
It's Tory. He does a bit of bull riding. Tory.
Is it?
Yeah. So
no kidding.
Yeah, he's kind of charges massive waves over
right.
in Hawaii, where he's from, and yeah, there's.
Where does he do the bull riding? Go to the stateside or in Hawaii?
Over to the States.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I know he likes country music.
Yeah. So he's like, he kind of like mixes his time between that. Obviously, surfing being the priority, but yeah, on the bull riding, there's a big wave documentary which just come out called Groundswell, which sort of which Nick von Rump's Tori's in, and it's just looking at the different scenes and different waves, a big wave scene around the world. So Nazare, Jaws, and yeah, it kind of profiles Tori.
Has he got some of his bull stuff in there?
Yeah,
in the mix. Oh, cool.
And just talking about the whole like Groundswell, the other side of fear. Just talking about that whole element of, well, yeah, I mean, what's going through their head and what does it take to kind of go and charge these big waves?
Right.
And yeah, he's sort of linking it to, I mean, the adrenaline rush that you're getting from riding a bull.
Right. Well, that's.
Is it like surfing a 50-foot wave? You know.
Yeah, I don't know if you know. There's a guy called Antonio Gama. Togama.
Mm-hmm.
He's a friend of mine. He's been surfing Iriseta and Peniche for years. He was a Portuguese bull fighter, the guys that grab him by the horns, and he was front man. So.
Oh wow!
And he did that for years, and he was like the best in Santarém. He did it for years, and he was amazing at it.
But, what did he say about it? You kind of.
I think when he first went to Hawaii, he brought over videos. At the time, he brought some videos over with him, and the Hawaiians were blown away looking at him. Like, Jesus, scrawny little guy, and he's taking these things head on, But yeah, he never, Tone never, just bragged about it or anything like that. It was pretty crazy.
But yeah, there definitely seems to be a lot of similarities, and then just sort of what they're doing on the downtime. I mean, whether it's sort of like a few of the surfers are into motocross and things like that, and obviously related sports like skateboarding, snowboarding. Yeah. Others kind of picked in golf or something just a bit more chill, kind of zen out a bit.
I think a lot of guys just like need the major adrenaline and rush all the time. You know what I mean? Keep it up there. We say and Adrian de Souza, excuse me.
Adrian. Former.
He was amazing when he came on tour.
Just arrived. I had the. Noticed that he got in 7:45 this morning, and.
Oh, really? Yeah. Flew in from Brazil.
Flew in.
Oh, baby.
Ready to rock and roll.
I guess.
He'd be stoked to be here and on. Well, I mean. Perfect chapter. It's the day of days in Carcavelos.
Wow, that's not much time not much warm-up time there.
No. Huh? Hope he slept on the plane. Relax. He's just.
That would have been a nighttime flight too, huh?
The red eye, straight out to Lisbon, and then it's about maybe 30 minutes to the airport. Getting early before the traffic.
That's a handicap, yeah. Get a couple barrels and go take a nap on the beach, huh?
Few tubes to wake him up. Miguel, Portuguese legend.
There you go, another one.
He's had some classic sessions. So he went over to Hawaii. He was over in Jaws surfing there for the first time this winter. He's pretty happy about that. And
yeah, I heard he got cleaned up on one at Jaws where it tore his vest and everything off. Bit of a tumble.
Was he ever at Cortez too? Was he at Cortez as well?
No,
okay.
No, that was Nicolau was the only Portuguese there, I think.
Nicolau. I know Coddy was over there, and Magdamar, and
Justine also, yeah.
Some of the cleanest conditions I've ever seen.
Just glassy. Yeah, I would love to go diving there actually. It's supposed to be amazing diving out in the middle of it, but it'd be hard to find a day. You know what I mean? Wild place. A lot of big sharks out there too. A lot of big fish.
I think they saw a few that day when they were out there.
Bumping the jet ski and that. Or that. It's Aramburu. His backup was a 4.75, so Rich got a strong heat going here, right? Sean Moretta, 7.25 on that right-hand barrel.
Yeah, Rich is going to be wanting to keep his title.
Yep.
Perfect chapter winning last year. And also, I mean, it's going to be him and Nick up for that special trophy if they can.
We mentioned that in the last seat, yeah. If either one of them pull it off, that's an extra $2,000 from Mad Pizza.
Yeah, a big shout out to all our sponsors. Billabong, Meal, Corona, the city of Cascais, and Visit Portugal, Octavia Hotel, Ace.
Ace Buchan. Been a while. I haven't seen him in a while. Looks pretty much the same, doesn't he?
I wonder when he got over. So if he was flown straight over from Oz. So he's, from Avoca.
He looks pretty relaxed.
Yeah, he's pretty chill.
He's always been pretty chill, though, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Nice.
Spent a while on tour. It was always kind of...
A long time.
Yeah.
I think he didn't fall off. He just kind of went off, didn't he? Figured he'd had enough. It's got to be a bit of a grind. I mean, even if you're on the CT, it's got to be a tough life. I think to, tough. There's tougher life for sure. If you work in a coal mine, I'm sure it's a tougher life. But
you're just spending time away, aren't you, from family and stuff?
Yeah, it's not. Sometimes probably not as romantic as it looks, from a distance.
Yeah. It's just that thing of I heard that you got to. There you go. Sorry. Let's go for some more.
Oh.
Chucks out the air there.
Someone had to throw one in the mix, huh?
Yeah, you got it. I mean, we're talking about it. You shouldn't be doing airs of this because it's a barrel riding competition. But if the section presents itself, it would be cheeky not to.
Why not? Why not? So a prize money, $25,000, huh? The Paulin Surfboard Trophy, which is Paul of the Bider's shape, plus a Kogia Arts Trophy. What's a Kogia Arts Trophy? Do you know?
Not sure.
We'll see, I guess. And we have that Rizarambal Nicolau possibility. Hang on, right-hander here. Oh, that was Torres. Okay.
This is the replay?
Well, I didn't see that he'd got some tube time at the beginning of that. So.
Judge is going to love that, just the combo.
Oh, yeah.
And they're going to want to see the commitment, obviously, and
no doubt.
Going to be looking at
that was a nice barrel right there. I mean, it's pretty to put that together in the end. It would have topped it off. That was pretty tight space, huh? For a guy who loves the huge barrels of Jaws and whatnot.
Exactly.
Squeezed himself into that one, all right.
And just the skill of these surfers out there to get that positioning right and
exactly.
Just make it look pretty easy out here. Carcavelos it's certainly not an easy wave to ride when it's like that, and it's breaking pretty quickly off the bank here.
Well, Rich is pretty much out there pretty strong at first, but for second place, it's pretty tight. João Moreira's got the 7.25, which is the best wave out of the three of them, but they've all got some decent scores up there, so. It's anybody's hands here. There's a 58 surf, 2,500 euro prize for the best barrel. A Go Chill, best score, 2,000. Best Portuguese, Joaquim Chaves for 1,000. Wipeout, Nixon for 500. That's an easy one. Huh? That's probably the toughest one. You got to go for the heaviest.
You just got to go
wipeout,
for it,
right?
There's Miguel Blanco getting ready.
All right.
So he's using the thruster. He was
I
think
majority have been. I think the only one we've
Mikey,
seen.
huh?
Yeah, 20 with Michael. And who else had a 20 out there? Someone else had a 20 also at the beginning of the day. Oh, who was that? In the first heat, I think. Yeah, William Aliotti went out with a 20 also.
Definitely been seeing some different tails on the boards as well. Like, you know, there's been a few swallowtails, a few pins.
Pintails, yeah.
Couple of no pads as well. Sucker, Hobton going classic, just going with the wax.
Yeah, I think that's probably just from the generation they're from or whatever, right?
You reckon?
Yeah, I think so. Yes, Tiago always surfed without a pad on his boards. From the time I can remember, from the time he was a kid, he's always been just waxing that. I didn't notice. Was Clay Marswell was also just wax, wasn't he? Or Michael February, one of those guys?
Michael February definitely was, yeah.
Yeah.
So on his 20. Just an amazing pan view over there of Carcavelos.
Yep.
You can see it breaking in the background. I mean, it's not normal for it to kind of be thundering out the back there.
Big sandbar out the back there. Show him that again. He's been pugging that right.
Yeah. He's going to come out of this one.
I think he got swallowed up early on that one. Got clipped right in the takeoff there.
Maybe stalled too early. I don't know if he was going to.
Yeah,
just wasn't going to open up enough for him.
If we look at that sideway, it might have just pinched on him as soon as he kind of turned, you know, shows the direction there. I think it just pinched him. Yeah, he'll want to battle and hold on to second there.
And just staying really clean and groomed out there. It's warming up a bit. It was pretty frosty this morning. You know, a couple of people out on the beach is going to start packing up.
Yeah, it's going to be busy here today for sure.
Carcavelos gets super busy, especially on the weekends. Everyone kind of comes down from all over, whether they're getting the train in from Cascais, from Lisboa.
You know, I find the entire coast of Portugal gets busy on the weekends. You know, whether it's Costa Caparica, whether it's here, whether it's Ericeira, wherever it is, man. People just love to go down near the shoreline. And you know, the country's a shoreline, isn't it?
Yeah, that's it. And they love a good time. Everyone's kind of playing beach football down here. There's some volleyball courts set up.
And the long lunches on the weekends out with the family and that, yeah.
That's it.
A lot of good things in Portugal here.
Yeah. Don't get me started on the amazing coffee and the pastel de nata. I could go on and on. I think when I first moved, I must have moved over here. I probably had one every day.
What's that?
Pastel de nata and with a little
cafecillo. I overdosed on those things ages ago.
Yeah.
The bowls of Berlin and the pastéis nata.
Yeah,
the bowls of Berlin. I used to devour those things like they're going out of style. And I can hardly even look at them anymore. I never eat them these days, you know.
There's a guy on the I think it's mainly on the weekends that comes to all the beaches with he has an ice cooler with the balls de Berlin, and he kind of goes around everyone, everyone's sitting chilling on their towels and stuff, and he'll be rocking up.
Yeah, that's classic for forever. When I originally came to Portugal, just be old ladies with a big box on their head, walking down the beach screaming balls Berlin, balls Berlin, or ice cream, gelato.
Yeah.
Typical beach Celeste. All right, we are down to 10 minutes, and Aritz is sitting on the lead. Pretty solid one, actually.
Is Tori signaling? Does he want to hear the scores, maybe, or?
Yeah, maybe, or time. I don't know, one or the other. He's got one good wave. Everybody's got one good wave on from second place down, with no backup really. So that, depending on what comes through here, it's anyone's game. There's one where there's got the highest score there, 7.25. Local knowledge paying off.
Mm-hmm. What's this going to do?
That Torrey again? Oh,
he's coming out of this one.
Oh, yeah. And he's
just launching.
Stomping out. That was a tight barrel. That'll be a good score. It was a double barrel, actually, huh? Got swallowed up a couple times there.
Jumping into the replay in a sec.
So, lefts and rights, man. We're seeing in both directions. It's beautiful. Beautiful.
It's Disneyland over here.
I think there's another one coming right now. See if there's a taker on this one.
And Pedro is looking for this.
Yep.
Be taken off under the lip. It's a throaty one.
Yeah, doggy door. Big time doggy door. There we go. It's getting interesting all of a sudden, huh? We're down to 8.
Almost no time to claim there.
Yeah,
just
no,
get out
no.
of Dodge, get out of the doggy
Get out of
door.
Dodge. That's it. With 8.5 minutes, it's like I said, we got 2 waves there, like this Tory's here, first one. Again,
First
super
pump
tight.
there.
Look at that. Beautiful pump. Draws it up there. Again, if he would have completed that little end section, probably would have been an extra point, huh? And then this is Calada's wave here.
Oh,
probably deeper, yeah. That was thick. That was thick. Look at the takeoff on that.
How he makes, and you just think he's just going to get clipped.
Yep. Oh, that's sick, yeah.
This section right here is just like,
yep.
It just ducks
Look at
his,
that.
ducks his
Nearly
torso
buried
out the
his rail.
way. Yeah.
Nearly buried his rail turning out of the doggy door there, huh? Yeah, that'll
Cheeky
come up.
smile on his face. He's happy with that
yeah,
one.
He'd be stoked.
So 7 minutes, 20 seconds remaining.
And I'm going to say that João Moreira is going to have his work cut out for him all of a sudden. Because both those scores are going to come up through pretty well, I think. Who do you think is going to get the nod on that one? Calado probably, eh? As a higher of the 2 waves?
I think so. Just a bit more solid.
Yeah, yeah. More intense, eh? More consequential.
Yeah. Especially like now with the tide. I mean, it's kind of had a high at 9.
Mm-hmm.
We're just before like 8:45, so it's sort of dropping off now, and it's just going to be getting more consequential for sure. Like
no doubt.
as the hours drop until low tide at 3.
That's already 10 o'clock. Wow, it's quick.
There's something on the horizon here.
Jeez. Yeah, there's a couple on the horizon.
This one.
Yeah, it's going to get heavy with the tide dropping here. Monster set out the back.
And just on the left of the screen there, like close to where the tower is, you can kind of see like, you just look out to the horizon.
We gotta take
what do we
it.
got here? Sorry.
Oh no, a bit too low. Got clipped.
As we've been talking about, they just got a
Another takeoff.
Ritz.
Yeah, that was a pincher also. Yeah, that didn't. Neither one of those opened up that much. They're sizable, but not as hollow, not as forgiving.
Especially when you look at the sets, do you go on the first one? Do you wait? Is this thing going to hold up and provide the barrel that they're going to be looking for, or is it just going to do that, just closing them?
The Tories came through as a 5.75 or 5.4, I don't know. And Pedro Caladas, they're still waiting. They haven't come through with his score yet for that right-hand barrel that we saw. So
it's definitely going to improve his score. I reckon he's going to be jumping up with that.
I think they're debating on that one. I think it's going to drop him into second. That'll put João Moreira down to 4th. But it ain't over till it's over, huh?
That's it. They've still got 5 minutes.
Yep.
And just looking out the back now, I mean, there's another set marching on.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah,
just behind this one coming through.
Yeah, this is unbelievable. Oh,
sorry.
Battling
again, just like his previous
again,
left.
Yeah.
Do you reckon that's with the change, with the tide changing a little bit, Nick?
Yeah. There seems to be. I mean, there's a lot more waves they're taking off on. That does seem to pinch a bit, though, huh? Maybe that bank's just shutting down a bit. God, it's such a joy to be, speaking with waves like this, as opposed to like trying to build this heat out of nothing. There's tons of waves.
When there's half a foot and they're groveling.
This is easy job today, huh?
And just set after set, so many waves pumping into Carcavelos today for the perfect chapter. The 9th annual time it's been running. It has Started off in 2012 with Thiago Saka winning that one. And
that was Super Tubes, correct? Or was it down here?
Not actually sure. I think it could have been, it could have been Supers.
May have been where it started down here.
Yeah. Then they had it a couple of occasions in Nazaré as well, and obviously ran last year with Aritz, our heat leader, taking the win. And we're going to be going to the recap.
Recap of the heat here.
Some insane waves.
Yeah, no doubt. And Pedro's wave did come through, and it came through with enough to put him into second place there, as we suspected. So Tori's down to third, and João Moreira's down to fourth. We got 1 minute and 20 seconds on the clock. I was looking at our past winners. 2012, as you said, was Thiago Pires, first winner. Then Nicolau, 2013 and 14, won it twice in a row. Bruno Santos, 2015. 2016, Aritz Aramburu. We missed a year, 2017, and 2018 was on with William Aliotte in Nazaré. Remember that well. And then we had Anthony Walsh down here, 2020, missing 2019. And now it's 22, Aritz Aramburu. That was last year's champ. So
I remember 2020. That was classic conditions here in Carcavelos.
I think Anthony did that whole, I want to say, did the whole contest with his what do you call it, GoPro in his mouth.
Yeah. I remember.
Yeah, that was killer. He had some great filming came from that, actually. Here we go.
Aritz looking for this one.
Again, looking for one more. You don't need it. It's go relax.
It's coming in.
All right.
Straight into the athlete zone.
Shutting down.
So, is there any chance left now? That's it. It's the buzzer.
All right. Finishing at it. Aramburu in first place with the best wave of the day so far, 9.5. Really nice barrel. And Pedro Clado in second.
So they'll advance, but it won't be the last time that we'll see Tori or Joao as well. They're going to be.
They will be back.
They'll be back.
All right, I'm going to pass my chair over to Buck.
And we're going to get straight into it with Heat 4. It's a bit of a... So, Aritz Aramburu, our previous 2022 champ, winning the heat with 14.25. And then Pedro Calado coming in second. Tori and Joao in third and fourth place. We're going to jump to a commercial break and we'll be back with Heat 4.
we've got your back.
Fogo. Altas zonas, passar ali a surfar. Não lá está melhor que isto.
Já foste a experimentar, é?
Com vista sobre as dunas protegidas, a costa atlântica e as suas praias, há um património familiar de conforto e hospitalidade, glamour, serenidade e com uma área envolvente natural a apenas 20 minutos de Lisboa. Um refúgio sublime, repleto de atividades e experiências em convívio com a natureza, restaurantes inovadores e um dos melhores campos de golfe do mundo. De oitavos, Embracing Nature.
It's time to start. It's time to bring ourselves back from where we stopped. It's time to start and pedal so hard that we become the current. This is the time to open our eyes in deep waters. Be brave. Be the wave. It's time to surf.
And we're back.
Anyway, be brave. Time to surf. What a great little spot from Portugal there. Visit Portugal.com. You got to be brave today, especially if you're coming up against Ace Buchan or Adrian de Souza, which Pedro Boonman, who is looking a bit mysterious on the board there. Handsome fella, though. He's got
He was scoring some classic waves yesterday. I saw some footage of him out here just getting a bit of practice in.
a nice local boy, and Miguel Blanco as well. He's from just up the coast, but Pedro from right here. Mad Dog. I've been seeing him in the water a lot. But Ace Buchan looks to be getting a wave here.
Into it early here, Ace.
You know, just getting it started. Just getting it started. Ace, great career on the CT he had, but not as good as the man in white, Adrian de Souza, your 2015 world champ. What an honor it is to have him here.
Pipe master?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Adriano, great career. Now he's over here at the Perfect Chapter event, looking for some tubes. And there you go, Ace Buchan, 40 from Avoca Beach. He's on the JS, goofy foot as we all know, and he loves to get tubed.
Amazing waves at Avoca, just around there, like Copacabana, and spent a bit of time up there when I was in Oz.
Yeah, how is it over there? I haven't spent too much time in that area, in Ace's neck of the woods, as we see him here on this replay.
It's fun. It's got it's beaches, points. Really good. Definitely a scene up there. Loads of rippers.
Yeah, yeah. Seems like a nice place to live. Pretty relaxed. Ace just seems like a nice, relaxed, kind of lovely guy. So, great family man too. He's a father. He's got a nice mix of kids under his belt, and so I don't know if he's over here with the family, but I'd imagine he brought them over for a nice trip to Portugal.
You would hope so.
All right. Anyway, we'll hear from another former CT competitor right now, last heat's winner, Aritz Aramburu, with that 9.5. Let's hear it.
Aritz, congratulations. You took another heat win out here. How are you feeling right now?
Really good. Like, waves are pumping. A lot of closeouts, hard to find them, but
Almost a perfect ride with a and then you Do you feel that confident coming to play today?
Well, like every day is so my
That you're right.
and feel 11 it's a little like wider and has a nice thickness in the middle of the board and I good so I
Always good to hear from Moritz, isn't it? Lovely guy. He used the term addiction there.
Feeding the addiction.
Feeding the addiction. We have a lot of tube addicts in this event. This is arguably, we're enabling them, I'd say.
Yeah.
So, among them, definitely Pedro Boonman. Him and Miguel both, it seems like they are on it every swell here.
I'd say they're both addicts for the tube.
Yeah,
Those
yeah.
two.
They are tube addicts. They suffer from the same addiction as Aritz. Here we go. Looks like maybe that was Miguel there. Just on kind of a little foamy one. Trying to get a little something going, but not much to be had. Gotta stay busy when you're in a heat with a world champ though, right? Speaking of whom, Adriano. In and out. Feels alright for a pipe master, right?
Yeah, I mean, just straight off the plane, arriving this morning and getting the cobwebs off with that tube.
Yeah, not a bad way to welcome yourself to this beautiful country. Doesn't have to adapt too much, same language that he speaks. You know, he's actually been doing some work with the Italian Olympic Federation. He's a coach for them. In this era of Olympic surfing, there's a lot of surfers who kind of trace their heritage back somewhere and will figure out a way to get another passport and maybe compete for a nation where, especially from like a surfing superpower like Brazil, for example, you know, if you get an Italian passport, you're going to make that team better than the Brazil, but let's just watch this wave. The Italian coach, yeah, so he's not got a passport, but he does just do some work with him. He's just a very, very smart man. Jesse Mendez was able to get an Italian passport, so I think he kind of had a relationship with Jesse that helped work things out with the federation over there.
And he'd be working with Leo as well then?
Yep. And obviously he had a great relationship with Leo. I mean, he's so well respected and just so knowledgeable. He's one of those people that really had to work hard for what he got and really had to surf smart. Really had to know his strengths and just figure out how to win heats his way. So I think he's looked at as just somebody with an incredible knowledge base. And he's quite a tube hound.
Yeah, and spending a lot of time in Tahiti where it's going to be held for 2024 as well. He's going to have, you know, all that knowledge that he's compiled over the years.
Yes. Speaking of him, we've got a former Tahiti champ on the screen here too. There is so much talent in this heat. This one is overwhelming. I mean, they're all stacked, but this one especially, just such a good mix of two local incredible surfers and two people who had great careers in the CT. There we see Pedro sniffing around, Carcavelos Loke, a little bit of foam there, just seeing what he could find.
I mean, Pedro probably knows this place better than anyone. I mean, kind of surfing it a lot.
Yeah.
And at all kinds of conditions as well, you know. It's just sort of, he'll be using those tactics when the tide changes. Where is he going to sit? And there are different options here with the banks, and we're kind of situated right in the middle. As you can see at the bottom of the screen there, where the judges' tent is.
Yeah, it's nice to see the beach fill up. I mean, we knew it would, obviously, but getting here pre-dawn.
You want to be taking work off today. I mean, you know, it is a Tuesday. If you're not watching online, you can get down to Carcavelos. It's the place to be.
Yeah, I'm sure quite a few bosses had their phone ring this morning with a weird illness that's been going around, I guess. A stomach thing, they're saying. Can't make it to work. There's a little profile on Miguel Miggy from Ericeira. He's 27, regular. I think he just got back from a trip to Hawaii. Did a little pilgrimage to the North Shore.
Yeah.
Scooped a few at Backdoor, as he does. A few at Pipe.
Had a mad session at Jaws as well over in Maui.
Yeah, he's a mad dog. Goes up to Naz, whips that, and then just his stuff around the slabs and everything here. He's on it. Miguel.
And just some of those insane sessions at caves. Yeah, the footage from that place, and
yeah, that is.
Gets pretty wild.
It gets hairy. It gets hairy, and he reads it so well. It's a good fit for that wave. Not too many else really want it, though. It's not a wave that will ever get crowded because there are a limited amount of people on this planet that want anything to do with anything but getting their cars stuck or broken down on that trail down, trying to go have a look.
Loves picking up injuries for people. I know when John came over,
Yeah.
He's been injured out there.
Here we go. Pedro. There we go.
That's a nice little cone there.
Kind of making it happen, yeah. Nice little cone. He had to kind of wait for it. Didn't do it right off the takeoff, but he's able to get something. Let's have another look. Taller wave for the day. Just didn't really go around right off the bat, and then gets his inside section. Stalls.
Nice stall, just kind of gearing up to it. And
yeah, how's this thing? This is a nice angle of it. This board's really popping too. That color. Yeah, fun one. That's a little score to get on the board. I think we definitely saw a sort of pulse and a flurry last heat. I was on the beach for a moment, and it's definitely a different perspective down there.
How is it down there?
Oh, the sets look a lot scarier than the look on this screen in front of you.
You just don't know where to look, do you? You look at all the banks, and there's it's pumping on the left, it's pumping on the right, straight in the middle.
Yeah.
Where our competitors are.
When you're just feet on the sand like the people we can see on the screen there too, it's a whole nother world. You really appreciate what's going on in front of you more, I think, especially when you see somebody just scoop into one of those things. So great day, and yeah, I'm sure we'd like to apologize to all the employers in this great region who had their employees call out so they can come down and enjoy this beautiful day with us.
There's that iconic Carcavelos view of the fortress there. It's so sick being out in the morning, and you got the sun just coming up behind it, and yeah, just amazing sunrises over the fortress. And yeah, it's quite a long beach, Carcavelos. So you do have all these different options, and yeah, when you get down, you go for a free surf. You can kind of pick, do you want to hassle with the group, right in the middle? But there's lefts, there's rights. You can go closer to the fortress and then up on the north side. And then there's some more secret spots as well, sort of up and down the coast, and points, slabs, beaches. It's got it all.
Well, I'm sure a lot of them are going with this forecast we see on the screen. Swell, we've got 2.9 meters at 18 seconds, and then 3.5 meters at 17 this afternoon. Roughly translated, that is just a lot of energy. Any way you want to slice it, any numerical system you want to use.
Any way you look at it, right?
It's just a lot. So no shortage of energy here, and more coming. I like that, though. I like the fact that the size is coming up, the period's dropping a bit. That sounds like more consistent waves to me. And a refresher on the criteria, maneuver, all about the tube. We want to see commitment, difficulty level, size, and intensity of the wave, and then the depth of the tube. So there you are, a little cheat sheet of everything that is good in surfing when it comes to getting barreled. That's it distilled. So,
and it's pretty much the best thing in surfing. I mean, if you ask any surfer, what they like to do the most, they'd say getting barreled.
Yeah, that's I think what everybody wants to do. Yeah, I mean, everything else is fun. It's almost like if you ask that question, everybody's like, well, duh. It's but I like doing turns too, but obviously it's all about the tub, the cone, the barrel, the tube. So many names for it, and deserves it. Deserves all the names because it's where we all want to be. Anyway, just under 20 minutes left in the heat, so 18 minutes 45 seconds. We got some stretching going on from, I believe that's Salvador. We saw a heat or two back. He's gonna have another go at it in the rep charge. We've got Taker too deep. We'll see who that was shortly. Looking at the rights.
And it's great, like you were saying, but with that build-in swell, tide dropping out, just builds that anticipation as well, doesn't it? I mean, instead of having like a massive first thing in the morning and then kind of dying out, and yeah, we're just going to be building all day.
Yeah. I think I said it before, but if you were to just draw up a forecast that you want for this event, I don't see how you draw it up any differently. Just with everything aligning. It is always kind of a shame when the most crucial moment, those finals, are held in waves that were worse than they were earlier in the day. But that looks like it's going to be the complete opposite here, where it's just going to be getting better and better and bigger, more consistent, heavier. Going to be a crazy day. But you got to work your way through some heats before you get to that final. It's
can't jump the gun. You got to get the work done.
No, they have to earn it. So we're in round 1 now. We have that rep charge, and then it's round 3, which will be 3-man heats.
I was speaking to the Groms on the beach earlier. They're from the local surf schools around here in Carcavelos, and they're doing the caddying for the surfers. And it was done on like a draw, so they just get picked a surfer, and yeah, they didn't know who they were going to get.
That's cool. We just saw that nice shot of Mikey Febner. Those guys actually are great friends. They were both on Quicksilver for a period of time, and I think they spent some time traveling together, and yeah, they have a really tight bond, those two, actually. So cool to see them brought together by this event. Got their little caddies. Although if the kids weren't going to do it, they'd probably just caddy for each other, but good for the kids.
Yeah, the kids are stoked.
Yeah. And hey, these kids might have a job to do today. I don't think we've seen a broken board yet, but I think by the end of the day, I'm lucky I'm here with you, not Nick, because yeah, I'm sure it stings a little bit more when you're the one shaping the surfboards to watch him break, but yeah, we're going to see some carnage, I think, throughout the day.
Yeah. He's been busy, though. He's been building a lot of boards. And
Yep. COVID and board building seem to be a great combo.
And just having, for the area and the variety of waves here, you kind of got to have different kind of setups for what you're going to be surfing or what you like to surf. It's not necessarily that you're going to have to go out and pumping Carcavelos or slabs. There are some mellow points as well, and some different waves. So yeah, it's got it all.
Yeah, got to have an extensive quiver. I am guilty of that. Let's see. Adriano going no hands. Ooh.
Play into this one.
That's great. I mean, you love seeing somebody pack a tube on their backhand without touching the rail. It's just a great thing to do.
Just full commitment there. He's just probably looking down the line and just going, well, it's just 10 foot of wall in front of me. I'm not going to go for it. I'm just going to.
Well, maybe he's just trying to help wake up after that flight too. He's just like, I might as well get throttled around a little bit, get a little jolt to the system. Let's watch the replay here. This will be a cool angle too.
There's no diving through the wave on this one. It's just
it looked like he was just in it for the glory, Still got quite a few logos on that board for being a year or two removed from the tour.
How's the pump? It's like not even going to grab rail. It's just going to.
Oh, so good. A little bit of a lobster dive there at the end, but still just he absolutely had the opportunity to just straighten out and not subject himself to that violence, and he chose to subject himself to the violence. So we appreciate that, Adriano, keeping it entertaining for us.
And I can vouch for how shallow it is out there.
Oh, yeah.
You could just see like the sand getting churned up in the wave, and here we go.
Blanco. Kind of a wave had a few little warbles in it. Didn't quite have the same glorious run as Adriano did there to just pump into one and enjoy the view, but trying to stay busy. Still anybody's heat. Just under 15 minutes left, and Ace has the lead, but he's only got a 4.20 total, so pretty much anybody's game. you could just jump that in one wave pretty easily.
It's so tight. I mean, you couldn't pick it with this, could you? Just looking at the names in this heat.
Yeah, any of these surfers, it's just a matter of if they happen to be sitting in the right place when that right wave comes. It's skill is not a question. It's just if the ocean kind of chooses you or what that day. So anybody's game. Got some replicharge heats coming up too. See some warm-ups going down on the beach.
Yeah.
This is when it becomes do or die. All of these have just been, hey, go figure it out, see how we go. But replicharge, we're gonna see
some knockouts,
heads rolling. Such is the nature of competition. The event has to progress somehow. So anyway, if they work their way through, they're going to have some pretty damn cool trophies. We've got Emily. She's in the little athlete trophy zone. She's going to tell us more about them. Let's hear it.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I'm down here with all the beautiful trophies. We have 3 beautiful trophies here. They're all made out of wood. This one is for the winner of this year's The Perfect Chapter, powered by Billabong. Then we have the trophy that can be won by either Nick or by a Rich if they win for the 3rd time. If any of those guys take the win today, they will get this beautiful trophy. Then we have the Ricardo Santos Attitude Award, which is a trophy in memory of Ricardo Santos. And over here we have a beautiful, beautiful replicant board from Jerry Lopez. It is a Poland surfboard shaped by Portuguese legend Paulo do Bairro. So this beautiful board is also up for grabs for the winner of this event. So back to you guys.
Wow, a lot more than money on the line here.
Yeah.
Those are some cool trophies.
Like the look of that pollen board as well.
Yeah, some nice wooden trophies, a nice pollen board. So sure the big prize purse doesn't hurt in terms of incentivizing the surfers either.
Yeah.
And even just, I think, awards like the one for Ricardo dos Santos, I think just mean a lot to the surfer, just to feel that you're
to the
keeping
community, right?
his story alive and kind of embodying his energy. It's I think that's a really, really meaningful one as well. So it's cool to see the event, just the attitude award we're calling it, the kind of most committed thing. That's a huge one. So good mix there. See some stretching, see some caddying. Yep, it's a surf comp.
Definitely want to be getting limbered up for barrel hunting out there.
You do. Otherwise, you don't want the wave taking care of that for you. You want to be bending at your own accord and not have the wave just rip you apart. So get the body moving, blood flowing, loose, limber, and then go stand tall. I like the strategy. Coming up on just about 10 minutes left.
The
Ace
first round
still has the lead. Yeah, that'll be it. That'll be the first round done and dusted after this. So 10 more minutes at the first round before we keep trucking along. Keep it moving. Keep the tubes coming, Carcavelos. And as we've said many times, we've no reason to doubt that the ocean will continue to provide today. I think we're going to see a lot more waves like we saw our Ritzes in the last heat, just in that excellent range. Wouldn't be surprised if we see a 10. Just going to throw it out there.
I think so.
Throw it out there. It's got 10 energy out there.
Yeah. And I wonder what they've been saying to each other. I mean, we've been talking about how different this contest is, you know, being not more, you know, there's this massive waiting period of 3 months. And, I mean, it's a perfect day for surfers, whether they're out there competing or not, right? I mean, just be stoked to be getting some of these tubes. And, yeah, I wonder what the talk is in the water between friends, old teammates.
Yeah.
There's just going to be a bit of banter, and they're like, can you believe the waves we're scoring out here?
I bet.
What a sick day.
I bet it's some good banter, you know, maybe even especially with this, oh, here we go. Ace bucking. The quick little tube there. Ace, come on, not a turn contest. Get back in the tube.
Be wasting the energy on those ones, Ace.
Yeah.
That was nice, that little stall.
That was nice. I mean, he's got a 3 now. That's maybe in that same range, but in a low-scoring heat like this, always a good call to keep on getting those scores on the board, even if they're not huge, even if they're not the 9.5 from a Ritz. Sometimes 2 3s will get you through a heat if it's a low-scoring affair. Let's have another look at this one.
Just setting it up nicely.
Perfect shape wave. Oh, that's maybe even right above that 3 range. It was a pretty dreamy wave. As a goofy footer, you just look at that and salivate a bit. Nice round shape.
It's going for the double hand.
Yeah,
like slow there.
Double pies in the oven. Maybe pulling a bit of inspiration from another former CT surfer, Damien Hobgood. I can't really disassociate the double arm drag and Damien Hobgood in my mind. I think there's just been too many sections. He'd be a good one for this event. He's such a tuber to it. Imagine Damo would come over for it. But anyway, Ace. Good wave from our former Chopu champion. We'll see how it comes in, how it factors up with that 3 that he's had, and makes things a little bit trickier for people like Edgerano, Miguel, and Pedro. Anyway, I bet the banter's good, especially like, I'd love to think they're out there right now, like, you know, like he just gets that wave and just like politely asks Pedro for like a restaurant recommendation. Yeah. He's like, hey, like, where should I eat tonight? Any good seafood?
Yeah, so.
Plenty, Ace. Plenty. Regarded for it.
Now, you think there'd be all smiles out there. At this early stage, you know, it's going to get a little bit more tense as the day goes on. You know, heading into knockout.
Yeah, especially in a heat where it's essentially no losers round. It's pairs better for some smiles and some friendlier banter, but probably good vibes all the way through. I think especially it's the type of comp where you'd hear somebody hooting another competitor into a wave. I'd like to believe
they're going to be wanting to get the bragging rights at the end of the day.
Yep.
It's not all about the points, and
not all about the points. It's all about the tube.
That's it. And some of the best tube riders in the world here. There's 16 surfers in an invitational, and there was a fan kind of favorite, like when they were doing some nominations as well, which is cool to see. So
yeah,
you know, people like Tiago Saka, kind of obviously one of the Portuguese heroes.
Yeah. Well, let's check out a quick heat recap. There's Miguel, crowd favorite. Let's see what he does.
Styling out there.
Styling. I gotta say, Edgerano's wave was my favorite. I mean, and it's not how you get a score in a contest, but packing a closeout, I
just going for glory.
It's you know, he is in second, so we like that. Looks like Ace's other wave is factored in now. It's right around that 3 range again, so 2.95. And let's watch a quick wipeout. Looks like Boonman. Oh, that is a meaty drop. Let's see what goes down here. Oh, wow, that's a throaty one.
Just charging.
Oh. Wow, I thought he had it for a moment, but that was just a very thick lip to the face. Not a great feeling, but he was close.
It's not a place you want to take it.
No, no. Hope he's all good. That was not pretty. There's a lot of water and a lot of force loaded into that water that struck him directly in the face. But
he'll be having a ringing after that. I reckon.
Especially just slapped into this flat water when it's so shallow like that. He was close though. Damn, that was a big wave, a very hollow wave, very forceful wave, and he was close. Just no other option but the doggy door if you want the score there.
Yeah.
Safer thing would have probably been to stay in it and just kind of try to control your fall a bit more. But in the heat, you got to try to look for that doggy door, get out, get the score.
I love the commitment. I don't know if if it's just a casual free surf, if they would be then looking for an exit earlier, or they're just thinking like, okay, we're just gonna put everything into this and see, if we want to get the score, we'll go for it.
Yeah. I mean, you have
got to be charging,
right? You have to. You can't be too. You got to take risks in a tube riding heat. You can't. You don't have the luxury of being able to say when your session starts and finishes. It's here's your window of time. Get 2 waves, make the most of it. So, good shot there by Boonman, but didn't quite work out.
Especially when you're going up against Adriano and Ace.
Yeah. Looks like
Miguel.
Looks like the internationals are sitting in the lead this heat. Ace still in first, Adriano in second, but again, a low-scoring affair where if anything swings to Miguel or Pedro, they could just leapfrog up to the first or second slot pretty easily. So 2 minutes left, don't rule anything out, but if nothing changes, it seems like that CT, seems like years of the CT level of surfing, they do something to you. They get you pretty damn good at riding a surfboard, don't they?
Yeah. I mean, the amount of heats that they've done. And both Ace and Adriano, I mean, a long time on tour. And, yeah, kind of grinding it out in the CT for year after year. You pick up all that experience, all the tactics with heats, the patience and everything else that comes with it, right?
And it must just be they must be at a point now where they're more relaxed in the heat than they were in the thick of the CT thing. They're at an event where it is just a specialty event about tubes that they got to come travel this beautiful place for. Probably a little bit less stressful for them, just able to enjoy the time they spend in the heat more rather than fully stressing. Just enjoy it, try to get some tubes, and seems like that's working.
And they'd just be stoked that they're over here in Portugal. I mean, there's just forecast waves all week.
Yeah.
A beautiful part of the world to be in.
And look at that. Like I said, it's anybody's heat, and Pedro Boonman actually jumped up into second with that wipeout. He was so close, and here we're seeing him on the screen again to even solidify it. So there we go. That's going to be another
that was nice,
decent score. So anything can happen in these dying minutes of a heat, as we've seen, and now the judges have another square to throw his way. So
I think he's going to improve on that as well.
Yeah. I mean, Ace was a little bit better off with his, more or less 2 threes at 6-point range, but Adriano was quite vulnerable with his 3.45 heat total. So Boonman didn't have to do too much, and he got busy, and it seems to be paying off.
Yeah, rewarded for that commitment there from Pedro.
Yeah, and I mean, fair enough. He did all of the work. It was just, he did everything he could do. And it was a solid wave, bigger wave, hollower wave. So already bumped him ahead. Now we're going to get a replay of his right that he made. There we go. Kind of a perfect one. Pulling it off in the end there. Boonman.
Just how it drops out at the bottom there.
Yeah. Look at that. Nice angle of that thing. Dreamy shape on that one. And just a perfect line through it. As you said, look at this little inside section thing where he's like, yeah.
This thing just kind of just straight out.
Yeah. No, thank you. Let me get out of there. Bit of a low-scoring affair, but still a fun watch, and especially when you have those last-minute lead changes, or not quite lead changes, but just shake-ups, I guess. Always makes for an entertaining watch. So.
It's not over till it's over. It keeps everyone on their toes. And
stay on your toes. Stay on your toes. So that is the last heat of round 1. We're into the reprecharge next. So heads are going to begin to roll. And there we go. Pedro's getting...
Just looking at his ear there.
Yeah, that can happen, especially if you fall into some flat water. You could really mangle your eardrum. We've seen that a bunch. So hopefully he's all right. Could be ear, could be neck. It's not a good way to fall. So hopefully he's all right and can keep surfing, because he is a local. He's a favorite. And he's just really fun to watch in waves like this.
Yeah, I hope he's going to be okay. Get some eardrops in there or something, I don't know.
Oh, let's hope, yeah.
Let's be going back to the athlete zone. Just up on the promenade in Carcavelos. Just take a bit chill time.
Yeah, I noticed just now that him and Miguel both have 5 fin options on their board. They can ride them as thrusters or quads, so mixing it up. Both went thrusters, but wasn't Miguel flaunting his 4 fins earlier too? I guess he went for the thruster. There's a close-up of Pedro there. Hopefully he's feeling all right. Would be a shame to lose him to an injury, although that is a reality in heavy waves like we have here at Carcavelos. He's still checking out that ear.
He's a soldier though, going to be back through.
Let's hope, let's hope.
Yeah, just talking tactics. Been happening out there, and be thinking about what he's going to get up to in the next round when he goes through. Adriano.
See, look at him. He's having a good time. Win a heat, lose a heat. Doesn't matter. He's just here enjoying himself. There's his little caddy behind him, getting some love from the beach. He's on the Chile.
Yeah, he'd be stoked. Let's be over here. It's sunny. It's pumping.
Yeah.
Carcavelos is on fire.
Yeah.
What more can you ask for?
I'm sure all the locals are so happy to have him here too. Just having a world champ come and surf your local break is always a very, very fun thing. I mean, we had like a low-level QS in the town where I grew up, and even that was like just mind-blowing when I was a kid. Just being, oh my God, this, 2 stars in my town, and the talent that attracts. So to have somebody of his caliber and with his resume just right there in front of you surfing, it's just an incredible experience for the people here. But hey, they've got a good wave, so they deserve it. Reviewing some footage there. That man has looked at a lot of clips in his life, old Adriano. And there we have Ace, too.
Back in the box here.
And I've got Nick back here with me.
Good heat, that last one?
It was, let's say, a lower scoring affair, but still a good heat to watch.
Couple good moves in the end of the heat, yeah?
Yeah, Pedro got busy at the end and snuck ahead.
What did he do? Did he cut his ear or blow a drum or what?
We're not sure exactly what happened, but he basically tried to doggy door out of one and wore the lip on the head.
Okay.
From what I saw, it looked like maybe it was not the side of his face that took the lip in the head, but maybe he got like thrown into like flat water.
Oh, okay.
It might have just hit the ear there.
All right.
But even just it was I think the tallest wave we saw in the heat and the most square.
Okay.
There's a lot of force in it. It did not look like a pleasant experience in any way. So we're hoping he feels all right. But yeah, he actually got the lead from that, and then he had another wave that he made shortly after. So he snuck past Adriano in the end, but it doesn't look like Adriano's too stressed out.
No, he's pretty happy.
He's enjoying this beautiful day.
He made so many friends over here through the years of competing on the CT and that. I don't know if you remember when he pretty much blistered on the scene, the CT.
Yeah.
Came through Europe and just swept contests as a young kid. Just smoked it. I mean, he was 10s in every contest. It was kind of like Gabriel Medina's thing too, the same way when they came through Europe and just blew everybody away. Adriano did that in his entrance into the CT and all that back in the day.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of remember he just went on that tear, and then he was still young enough to be technically a junior.
Exactly.
And if my memory serves me well, I think he still won a world junior title while competing on the CT.
He
It's
did.
just like, hey, I still want to win this. I'm junior
I
age.
want to say almost for sure he did.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Anyway, let's go to a quick break, and then we'll be back for the Repercharge and some more great surfing
First of
in
the
Carcavelos.
Repercharge. There we go. All right.
Your wetsuit with graphene. Your wetsuit without Airlight 4D. Your wetsuit with Airlight 4D.
All right, into the Repercharge round. But we had a nice last heat. Ace Buchan, a CT veteran, Tahiti champ, real tube hound, tube smith. Nothing bad you could say about the guy. He took it out, and I believe we're going to hear from him with a post-heat interview. He's going to tell us about what it was like about out there with Emily.
Adriano, you turned this heat around last minute. How are you feeling right now?
Feeling blessed for sure, and I got here dive second on the beach, and as soon as I got here, the waves were pumping, and I saw Arita got 9.5. I got so excited. I just got so much like happy to be here, especially like when the waves are good. And thank you so much for organizing to put me on this event. Sure, like pays off all the hard work for me to be here, and the tide is moving fast, but make me
Experience keeping so calm.
Yeah, for sure. As soon as I got in my first wave, I knew I can be more a little bit deep, you know. So, but I knew the waves are hard, you know, it's tricky, and then the 4 guys in the water, hard to get at the priority. So I realized I want to just make points, you know, my first wave, and I got like a 2. I could have like a 4 or 5 if I got deep, but it's too much risk for the first wave, you know. And the waves got so slow, and I say, oh, let's go to the dive second, and the wave came, and then I put everything there, and yeah, stoked to make.
And I heard that you actually flew in this morning.
Yeah, I mean, I had so much stuff in Brazil going on in my personal. But I hope they're gonna make works for me. Again, I think take like 6 months for me to get the vest again, and a new life.
Wow, understandably so. We Yeah, we thought it was ace. We missed Adriano's last wave. But anyway, let's get to the current action before we unpack that. That's a long way to go. Almost there, but yeah, I mean, I guess life comes at you fast. 1 minute Ace had the lead, and then all of a sudden that flurry, Boonman jumped ahead, and then Adriano got that one right at the end that put him back in the lead, or put him into the lead. So well done to him, Ace. Sorry, bud. You know, you had the lead for 95% of the time, got sent to the reprecharge, but he'll be back in our next reprecharge heat. Right now, this reprecharge heat, though, we've got William Aiolodi, Salvador Vala, Joao, and Mikey Mendoza and Mike February. Yeah, I ran into him just after his heat as well, and I saw the two boards, and he questioned the 20 just gently. Let's see how he goes with 3 fins this time. He's like, oh, a bit tricky, and he's like, I'm not sure if the twin was the call. But, I mean, he had a beautiful CI thruster on his arm, too, so he's loaded up quiver-wise. And he's got plenty of time to figure it out. Yeah, some of those shots, the more pulled back shots, you can see just almost waves sweeping through. Like you as surfers, you obviously want to focus out on the lineup and see what's coming and see what the waves are doing. But if you look on that inside, you could see just like, oh man, that is a river there. So it's a task. It's a lot of work. And if you make it, so round 1, you go to round 3, and then you'd have semis finals. But if you have to go through the reprecharge, you're adding another heat. So 35 minutes a pop, that's a lot of moving of your body. That's a lot. It's taxing, basically. Whether or not you go through the reprecharge is taxing, but if you get into that round and make it all the way to the final, that's another heat you have to surf. So that is, these guys are used to it, but still, any way you cut it, that's a lot of time in the water for a day, especially with the pressure of a heat, you know?
On the other hand, there's hardly anyone out there, and it's not that bad, is it?
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay,
there's some good ways
Let's
out there.
not throw them a pity parade, I guess.
No way.
It's so hard. Life as a pro surfer, isn't it? It does look fun. There's Mikey Fab waiting with his thruster now. He looked kind of cold, too. Didn't get to ask him about how summer in South Africa's been, but...
Oh, that's a summer there. That's right. You were saying that earlier.
Yeah.
But where does he surf mostly? In warm water there? No, it's cold there still, right?
I think he's from Cape Town.
Okay.
I've never been to that part of South Africa. I've only been to J-Bay.
But does it get warm? Like, I know J-Bay is always cold, right?
I think Cape Town's near where the country kind of splits, and you. Oh, here we go.
Cool. Come on out,
Oh,
Bob.
there we go. All right, that feels good. I'm sure he wanted one like that after having a kind of tough time in his first heat, and things are turning around for him. That was a really clean, just nice
that was
wave.
Super clean wave. It was tight too. It wasn't an easy one for sure.
Yeah, especially on the backhand, he did have to kind of have the perfect line through it, and it seemed like he had exactly that. So, well done. I mean, you never want to have a heat like before when nothing's really going your way for him.
Exactly.
So, getting a nice one on your belt always feels good.
Yeah. Board change, second heat. Who knows? Something, right? Something clicked on that one.
Maybe he's just vibing with his caddy more, you know?
There you go.
Got a nice little kid this time.
We got a set
Here we
wave.
go. That is a bomb.
Oh.
No exit offered, though. I didn't really see an exit on that from the start, but I like the effort.
There you go. Yep.
I mean, I guess if you're in a heat and a set comes, you might as well give it a go. Whether or not it looks like it has a makeable line on it, but
Johnny Mendonça.
Yeah, look at
He's
that
got
thing.
attitude. Look at that.
Wow.
Looks beautiful right there, doesn't it?
Yeah. That's why photos can lie to you, people. You can just
No doubt.
take a photo of that. And
That looks like pipe, doesn't
Yeah. And then it just races off. But that thing had a corner. That would have been a huge score.
Yeah.
But unfortunately just had that big wall stretching out in front of it. But that first just dropping into it, like, I guess that angle, it almost looks like, oh, that's Mikey.
That's Michael's wave, yeah.
Yeah, that was a nice clean in and out,
Yeah.
but perfect read on it.
Yep.
Perfect speed control. He's in there for a while, too.
Yeah.
That's going to be a pretty decent score.
Yeah, it should be. I mean, compared to what he pulled out so far, that was really nice.
Yeah.
Perfect positioning right there.
Wow.
Look at that.
Little adjustment in there, too.
Yep. Yeah, huge adjustment right there.
Really linked up with the water photography, too.
Yep.
We've seen them have to swim under some waves, and they're just cutting a little bit too close. Don't want to hinder any scoring potential, but that was just the sweet spot there.
Yep. 5.0 on that one.
You'll see it on the gram later, folks. 5.0. All right. Feels good. He's got a throwaway 175 too, so he's feeling comfortable. And there we go, a broken board. Joao Mendoza. I mean, we kind of saw that coming. That was
You're asking for it, right?
no surprise there. But that was very, very entertaining to watch.
Yeah, it's kids at Chargers. Good to see.
Yeah, let's watch another replay there. Look at that thing.
Yep.
That is just really nice line through it too.
And he didn't really even give up on it. He just kind of like was pretty convinced all the way through he's going to pull it off.
Yeah, he maintained hope. But you need more than hope. You need an exit sometimes. There's only so much that optimism can do for you when it comes to packing a set here at Carcavelos. Doesn't look like an easy swim in either.
No, it's like it's inside. It's pretty shallow all the way through, and there's a lot of water moving. So you're kind of getting always pulled the whole time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, would burn you out too to have to go through that cycle mid-heat. Where's his?
I think if you compare the two, like you surf, like you say, you surf up at Supers a bit. It's probably the impact zone at like Supers is the impact zone, and then you're kind of on the beach, like right there, huh?
Yeah. Oh, here we have a look. Oh, he didn't even break it on that wave. This is just.
Oh, it was breaking on the inside. Duck down. Oh, yeah, look at that. Like no water underneath, right?
Yeah. Nothing there.
But I think like that whole zone from like where the wave breaks there to the shoreline is a lot longer than like at Supers. Supers got that impact zone. I think you're pretty much on the beach.
Yeah.
You know? It's a lot closer, the whole thing.
Yeah, you can almost just wait it out for a set and paddle out dry hair if you time it right. Whereas
it's kind of different than this,
Yeah.
Like I say, he's running east now, you know, to finally end up paddling out a bit.
Yeah,
you know,
this shot you can
west.
really see, like, look at all that water.
Yeah, moving.
That is a lot of energy in the swell. Interesting. Is this one of those places where tidal shifts affect the direction of the current flow with the river here?
Yeah, well, we got, you know, water coming in out of the river. The tide is heavy.
Yeah.
I know there's a, you know, the little island kind of thing out in the middle of the river there?
Yeah.
Called the Bougiu. You know, I've been diving there, and that, like, you got an hour tide that you can dive in the middle of the river. Because then the current, you know, you get like an hour and a half window around the tide, because the current gets so strong if it's going out or coming in, it just, you know, it'll wash you.
Well, there he is, running up the beach to deal with that current. And here we
There
go,
you go.
MFAB on
I
another
take
wave.
it.
Long one. Looked for that little exit.
Yep.
Just couldn't quite get it.
Clipped on the corner.
Anyway, a much better heat for him.
Yeah, definitely. He's kind of, he's finding the sink a bit, eh?
Yeah, a way better groove than he was in that first round. So, look at this thing. Beautiful wave.
Totally beautiful wave.
Few pumps.
That was
and
like
then-
so close to making it, too.
Yeah, I know. He was right on the brink.
It might be a bit of a score, even though he didn't on that one, because he had a lot of tube time on it.
Yeah, he's already got just under a 2 to back it up, but it could be bump that up a little bit higher.
What they gave Mendoza on that one, got like a 2.35 on that wave that he didn't get out of.
Commitment award.
Yeah.
You'd have to think they look at that for the Ricardo dos Santos award. I mean, that was just, even with a limited chance of making that wave, he went and put himself right in the hot spot, right in the danger zone, paid for it in every way. So that was the most committed wave I think we've seen so far.
Very possible. We'll see what happens as the tide changes here. because there may be more commitments necessary from here on in.
Yeah. If you have commitment issues, this is not your place.
Yeah, no. Find another contest.
Yeah. Just under 20 minutes left. MFAB has the most significant wave of the heat at 5. Beyond that, a little bit of the 1s and 2s special. So anybody's game. And as we saw last heat, things can change in that last minute, especially if a set comes in. It's a low-scoring affair. Things can just completely flip on their head. So 20 minutes left. We're going to see a lot between now and the end of the heat. But nobody is feeling too comfortable. But MFAB's at least not feeling bad. He's feeling much better than he did this morning. Yeah,
I spoke earlier about how as the tide drops in that, it's a lot more difficult to get from the beach out the back. And I was just watching out the window right now, and John Mendonca's on his way back out after getting another board and that. And it's a bit of a struggle. He's battling.
Yeah.
He's taking a few on the head, so that's going to be a factor from here on in, I think.
Yeah. That's always, I feel like when you see waves that are right around the limits of your comfort zone and you see somebody just having a horrible experience paddling out, it's always one of those things like, do I really want to subject myself to that, or do I want to make an excuse as to why I'm not going to surf today?
That's always struck me as one of the things that you don't really pay as much attention to when you watch contests online. You know, you're watching Pipe, or you're watching Sunset, or you're watching this, and you don't see that whole that huge difficulty thing. You're getting cleaned up, of getting worked, of getting stuck inside and all that. You know what I mean? It doesn't register the same way it does if you're there.
Absolutely.
It's crazy.
Absolutely. It's so, the action is such the focus that you miss some of the moments that make it, that are more an indicator of the reality that they're facing.
Exactly.
Looks like Joao might have a little lull here.
Yeah.
So he can hopefully catch his breath for a moment before trying to find another wave and last.
Yeah, he's nearly there now. He's, like I say, he's come about 100 meters washed down with the current. So he's about, he'll be showing up on the screen any minute now, coming in from the left side there. But William is again at a pretty quiet heat. His first heat was a bit quiet too, eh?
Yeah, especially for a not a defending event champ, but a former event champ.
Right, former event champ for sure.
And just somebody who's very tuned into the ocean, especially like I was saying in France. I feel like a lot of those waves are just so tide dependent that I think he's quite used to having to adapt with changing tides. That's something that I think a lot of people who haven't spent much time over here in Europe and haven't been used to that are really notice in their trips over here. They're like just blown away by how much the tide changes and how you could pull up to some spots and it'd just be unrecognizable if you're at the same place, but wrong tide. You just wouldn't think there'd ever be a wave there. And then if it comes into that lucky 2-3 hour stretch, it's a world-class wave. So he's used to that. I have a feeling we're going to see something.
If you go farther north, I've never surfed up there in England, but you got places where the tide's like, it's a totally different beach, right? Like the beach disappears, or the beach is, 200 yards out.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, exactly.
I've seen them. I've never, surfed a place like that, but I mean, totally different breaks. What New York tides like? Pretty extreme?
They're not bad. They're noticeable, but they're not like Hawaii.
Right.
Some places where I feel like are really hard to notice. They're more than that, even I think probably more than California, but nothing like here.
There's a place you hardly notice a tide, like Maldives or Indo. It's a place that you don't even think about them, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
It's weird. Here we go.
Here we go.
There's the man himself, William. Get in there.
He got in, but not out. They kind of.
You wonder, the camera guy was right there. You wonder if it was a camera guy or just the wave itself that.
Let's see.
I think the wave pinched him, but the guy who was filming him, I think he was right there in the middle of it. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, it's a delicate balance trying to get those water shots, isn't it? You want to be close, but not too close.
Second look at that one.
Was it? The wave didn't quite open up as much as I feel like you would have hoped that it did. If it was something like Joao's earlier, just a round beast, I think William would have been a happier fella, but
there you go.
He gave it a go. He rolled the dice.
Yep. Got Joao was back out there now. Mendonca.
There we go. I wonder if he'll be a little bit more choosy now.
You might want to
young
be
man's
after all the
learned his
work.
lesson.
Let's see what happened here.
There he is. Good speed on that 20.
All right, all right. Yeah. Guy was below him.
Kind of a close call to that.
Yeah,
that
I
thing
think
kind
I
of
didn't
just
think it had too much to do with it. Look, it got kind of tight there, I think,
yeah.
but yeah, the wave just didn't.
Kind of just clipped him.
Didn't do it for him. He doesn't look like he's going to get too much pickier, old Schwalm, on this one.
He's right back into it. Not going to find an exit there.
On that one.
But smaller wave than the one he sent it on before.
Yep. I guess he doesn't mind the paddling. He's at that age, huh?
Yeah.
Good to go all day.
Keeping those triceps, shoulders, back muscles strong. But yeah, wow, you're right. I mean, it's hard to tell on this screen, but seeing how far he came over, and now after catching that wave, he's going to be pushed off the screen to the other side. He spent about all of 30 seconds kind of in the sweet spot before having to fight his way back over into this zone. I mean, there's a chance he gets a peak that's further over, but we'll see. Anyway, while we wait for the next set, let's hear from Emily. She is in the athletes area. She's going to show us what life is like for the 1%.
Yes, hi guys. I'm down here in the athlete zone. So here, all the surfers are keeping their surfboards. And up here, we are having the physio area, sponsored by Joachim Chavez. In here, we have a nurse. We also have physiotherapy. Need a little bit of treatment as well. Then over here, we are having a little bit of a relaxing first. This is where we're having a we have some bikes, a few things that they can use for warming up. So this is part of the athlete area. Then we have one more athlete area. More to see the way. So yeah, back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Emily.
Yeah.
I have a feeling that Boonman would have done a trip to that physio
Yeah,
after
he might
his
have,
after his heat. That you could tell he was in some pain and still
see what-
unsure even when he arrived on the beach. So he made the heat, which means he's into round 3. He has more time to kind of prepare for that next round rather than heading straight back out into a
I'll
repertoire
see
heat.
if I can find out what happens later on my break. See what's up with that. But
yeah. Saw his board there in the rack too. So
yeah. Nice little setup for the athletes, eh?
yeah, look great. They got it all. You know, get on the bike, go see the physio, relaxing room. Saw a few Coronas around, a cooler, just waiting for somebody to be the brave
later on.
the brave soul who kicks it off for the day. Always got to be somebody who
Well,
has that first one, right?
It could be. Yeah, we'll be losing our first victims after this heat, eh? So if they are of age,
Yep.
Got a couple of youngsters want to keep them away from that cooler. right?
Yeah, especially if they end up going down. Anyway,
Mendoza.
wave, Mendoza.
Come on, Bubba. Well, I'll tell you what, kid's charging. He's going for it, eh?
He really is, and he's staying busy, which is cool. I mean, he's
not any huge scores, but I mean, you only get them if you go for it, eh?
That's true, and he's going for him. Whether it's that bomb we saw earlier, or just staying busy looking for.
Exactly.
He's probably just taking note that sometimes if it's a slow-scoring exchange, you only need 7 or so points to get through. So
it doesn't take that much, does it?
Not a bad strategy. Just swing on ones like this. Let's see what happened though, because it looked great off the start.
He's got great style, hasn't he?
He really does, and just really comfortable in those backhand tubes. And then this thing just kind of ran away from him. Tried to sneak out, couldn't quite do it, but still not a bad strategy. Trying to get you make it out of that thing. You got a 3, do it twice, you got a 6. You're good chance you're making the heat. But with 10 minutes left, MFAB's still looking good. And then beyond that,
plenty of time. Yeah, and there's nobody's got anything major up there aside from like February. And he's been kind of kicking since that one. I don't think there have been as many waves on hand in this heat. I think the tidal changed. It hasn't been You know, aside from the big sets in the beginning, it hasn't been that many big sets. But it's, like I said, I think it's a tidal change. It'll start pumping again here in no time.
Yeah, you really see just different rhythms and moods throughout the day, don't you?
Yep.
Get
And
those windows where some heats will be multiple excellent scores, and then
Yep.
some where it's a bit slower, fewer opportunities, but always something. I mean, always going to be
There you go.
waves to be made. It's just a matter of how do you really guess what the ocean's going to do when you paddle out?
That's it.
Should you be really patient and wait for those 8s and 9s, or should you stay busy and just try to put together some pretty modest scores and hope that's enough? Because either strategy can backfire, and either strategy, if it's for the right heat, you're
Exactly that. Well, that last one of Aliota's actually put him in the slot, I guess, huh?
yeah, there we go. Nothing major,
No.
2.4, but enough to sneak ahead. He's not going to be feeling too comfortable with that much time on the board, but hey, you'd rather be in second than third or fourth, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I don't.
At any point in the heat.
What did they give him on that? Was it a 1.5? I think. Eh?
Oh, do you have the 2.4?
Yeah.
Okay.
He had the 2.4 already, I think.
Okay. Yeah.
But yeah, wow, that's tight. Him and Mendoza on that, eh?
Yeah. Neck and neck.
Yeah.
One of them will break ahead, though.
Yep. Yeah, the beach is filling up quite a bit all the way across. It's another beautiful, beautiful day in Portugal. Sunshine. A lot of people seem like they have beach time, which is,
Yeah.
it's a good thing to see.
Always nice to have a sunny beach day in February, too. We've had this remarkable run of weather and a lot of great wind, a lot of great swell. So people have been keeping their tans year-round here.
No doubt.
We had that rainy, what was it, kind of like November, December. We had a bunch of south wind, a bunch of storms, a lot of rain.
A lot of rain.
Yeah.
It just all got blown away by east wind and offshore winds and beautiful surf, huh? And sunshine.
Almost had a taste of spring, it felt like, and then we got back into this kind of colder weather, but sunny still, beautiful. That's why I'm sure people like, I mean, it's a long way for somebody like Ace, who we saw in that last heat, to come from Australia, but I'm sure he's happy too.
Oh, yeah.
Especially now that he's not competing on the CT. He's got plenty more free time in his schedule. And
what is he up to? Do you know? Has he got business going? I heard at one point he had a restaurant or something like that going.
I think he's always, let's just watch this wave quickly. Salvador Vala. Quick one, but again, making a wave in a low-scoring exchange is always a good call. So,
Here we go.
again.
Michael February.
Not
throaty
quite.
little thing.
Just outran him there.
Too much going on in there, huh? It looked super clean though in the beginning. I thought he was going to pull it off actually.
Yeah. Kind of looked like it just had that midsection racing away from him, but again, he's got to be happier to have a heat like this rather than his first one.
Do you know what Ace is up to, Buck? Any idea? Or?
You know, I haven't seen something of him making a statement about officially retiring from like WSL competition. Like, I know he was kind of 50-50 when he first fell off tour. Like, he was thinking about trying to do a few CS events and seeing if he can get another year or two on tour. Like, I think he found a good balance of traveling with his family and competing.
Excuse me, here we go again.
Here we go.
The Die Hard. That's a goer.
Yes.
Here you go.
You
bud.
like to see it pay off.
Boom.
Oh, that was a big turn.
Yeah. All right.
It's a tube event, but hey, we got to call out a turn
but
like
he got
that.
the tube.
That was
He
just
snagged the tube on
fast.
it first, so.
Yeah. Wow, that's gonna change the situation for
Yeah,
sure.
it'll definitely change the situation. It's good to see. This guy's got attitude.
Truly. It's just great to see him after catching so many waves and going on that bomb earlier. Let's watch this replay.
Yeah, he got all he could out
Quick
of that
tube
one.
and then
Boom.
bam, hammer on a steep section. Yeah, great to see it
Right
pay
on.
off after so many.
Yep.
It's karma. I think you swing on a closeout like before.
Persistence.
Eventually something's gonna work out for you.
Something's gonna pan out. Yeah, it's persistence for sure.
Yeah.
All right.
We'll get another replay of this thing too. Just a steep
Good on
section.
you, Junior.
Boom. Well surf wave there. On his backup board, no less. And look at Salvador.
Vala.
Foamy one there.
A little eject. This may be a replay of the last one, yeah?
Yeah, yep. Replay.
Like his little eject.
A little in and out on a latte. That thing was foamy. 5 minutes left. Let's see. We're gonna see. I think we're gonna see some things flip around with Joao's last wave.
Yeah, I'm gonna say jump up in a
Leon
second.
is not gonna be too happy with how that works out, but he'll still have some time to respond. And I would say Mikey Febb's still gonna sit comfortably in that driver's seat.
This it's pinch time. It's coming down now, huh? I mean, we got 4.5 minutes left, and this round, this heat, people walk.
Look at this. There's a little board game type situation here.
Roll the dice. If you get prizes, maybe a free coffee.
Maybe if you're lucky.
Or they'll let you go and play on the shore break.
That would be rolling the dice. Go chill setup. Oh, this guy.
2.
Rolling a 2. We could do better. Let's see if we get a last set to end out this heat.
Yeah,
we see some paddling. We see some interest from the surfers out the back. Joao did jump into the lead there. He put MFEB in second. That was enough to sneak ahead.
Give him a 5.25.
5.25.
I guess the finalizing with the carve
Yeah,
paid
I guess
off.
so. I guess so. No takers on that first one. 3:20 left.
Yeah, because if you figure if you slap a 1 on for the carve, it's still going to make the difference there. I think.
Yeah. Pretty wave. And like we said, great to see his persistence pay
No
off.
doubt, no doubt.
Let's have a quick look at the recap before we round this heat out.
Boom. All right, few nice barrels there that were. Could have been amazing
We're
barrels.
straight into one, a long one. Oh, wow, that is going to change
that'll do
things. Oh, and he was down into 4th at this point. That was the longest, too, we've seen this heat.
We've got a
Not the
2.4
biggest, but
backup. That might change things for Michael.
He was halfway back to La Gravière on that thing. He really traveled.
That was a long one, yeah. I was going to say
Practically up in Galicia.
There had been a lot of those tubes in the heat replay there that just didn't sneak out of the end of them, like Michael's and some of Williams and that. So
Yeah, those are great, though, just to remind you how many good waves we've seen, how many close calls we've seen. Let's have another look at this thing. This thing is pretty crucial here at this stage in the heat.
It's right into it. Yeah, that's a drainer all the way.
Yeah, longer one. Not the biggest wave, not a super critical drop.
But it's pretty throaty right through the inside there, wasn't it?
Yeah. Let's see what they do with that. He's going to...
Yeah.
He's going to need a decent score. I mean, Michael and Joao are both kind of have scores in that 5 range, so...
All right. He's sitting on a 2.4, so... You won't even need a 5, eh? They get him up there, though.
Tricky, especially with this being the first elimination heat.
No doubt.
Having a tight race between 3 surfers, just... That's a tough one. Let's see what they do. Always good to see a flurry at the end, though. I mean, as a viewer, it's great to see things get shaken up.
No doubt.
This has been a lot of lead changes, too. A lot of just kind of
Yeah, the
shuffling
heat
and
before
draw
this.
throughout this.
Also with Adrian, right?
Yeah.
Adrian Sosa. There it is. There's the horn. We're going to have to wait to see what happened on that one.
There is the horn. I think I'm seeing something on the screen here where he may have jumped up ahead.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, I think we have William jumped up ahead with that wave. Joao would be in second, so Mikey Febb, after, again, like eighth last heat, having control of the heat the entire time, just gets hit with a last-minute wave that bumps him back.
They had a 6.25 William on that one, I think.
Wow. I mean, I get it. It was like you said, it was throaty and it was a longer wave, so not a super critical drop, but especially longer than Joao's wave, which they gave a good score to. So here we go.
There it is.
Oh.
Joao Mendonça. Huh. No.
May have...
I don't know about that. I think there might be a screw up there.
Okay, we're going to go to a quick break, and then we'll go get the final results of that heat. We'll be right back.
Deixa-te ir. Go chill. Agora com um novo sabor, sem lactose.
Estou há imenso tempo atrás da menina. O que é que fizeste assim para ter um beijinho do nada nela?
Já foste às mente ao ar?
Your wetsuit with graphene. Your wetsuit without Airlight 4D. Your wetsuit with Airlight 4D.
And we are back. And there it is. Yeah, I knew there was a swing around that one. So William Aliotta flipped the whole heat around with that last wave there. Michael February dropped down to third. Joao Mendonça into second. He was super persistent in that whole heat. I mean, the kid was nonstop, never let up. So he well deserved that second place there.
It was a cracking heat. I was just
it was a busy heat for sure.
I was taking a walk around outside. Wind's it's picked up a little bit, but it's still it's nice and offshore. So now the second heat.
The clincher. Two Portuguese and Hawaiian. Tori's Hawaiian, right? Or American Hawaiian? What's his? Where's Tori from originally? Was he from Hawaii? Was he grew up
originally? I'm not sure.
All right.
I don't know. I think maybe from mainland.
Okay. And ace bucking again.
And we're going to be heading over down to the beach side with Emily.
Yes. William, congratulations. You turned that heat around like last minute. How are you feeling right now?
Feels pretty good. The conditions are really hard, so it was like pretty hectic over there. It's like a little bit of wind, some bumps, tides moving quickly. It's tricky. You got to be busy, and I'm got a nice day too. So cool. Let's keep going.
Yeah, we were literally holding our breaths to see you come out of that barrel. Like, can you just tell us about what was going on in there?
Me too, actually. I was like pretty scary. I was like, oh my God, I'm almost too deep, and I start pumping a little bit. Maybe I could be deeper, But I made it, so all good. I'm stuck with that one.
And you got the last minute call to join the competition. 2018, where you also got the last minute call. So how's the confidence for today?
Let's try to do the same. Like I hope so, but let's see. You know, it's always difficult and different every day with the condition changing and having fun too.
Great. Tell us a little bit about the board you're riding.
A twin fin, which is completely different. And for me, it was something different. You know. Because twin fin is not meant. But I wanted to push myself and try out, but the ball went super well and stuff. It was 5'10" from Ryan Lovelace, and it's working good.
And is that also the board you'll be riding if it gets bigger later?
Maybe. Yeah, for sure.
Thank you, and good luck later.
Thank you so much, guys.
All right. William, little 5'10", twinny. Huh? Testing limits. I think during the break there, Tori had a wave. Had a left-hander, but not an easy chore to get out of. He didn't make it out. I think to give us a replay here. Beautiful barrel, nearly, but not.
So close. It's coming out there.
Super close. Look at it right here. He's pulling up into it. Just dropped a bit low there. It just kind of, oh no, Jesus. Super close, huh?
Grabbing the rail, looking for the exit.
Oh, wow. Super close getting out of that one. Got a bit over the handlebars in the end.
That's good win by William there in the last one. I mean, he'd be used to these kind of conditions, when you say, Nick, like over in Hossegor?
Yeah, probably. I mean, I'm not that familiar with Hossegor. I've seen it good a couple times, but yeah. I would think so too. Tidal, fickle, you know, it kind of, where you're going to pick some gems out in the middle of it all. Is Miguel Blanc there? No, excuse me. João Moreira. A little in and out. Yeah, I would think so. It's Hossegor. He's going to be beach break tuned for sure.
Yeah.
You know.
You can hear the fans down at the beach. Joao's last wave. Hooting and hollering. He's stoked for him.
Big following here. Oh. There's some out there for sure.
It definitely, it feels to be like picking up a little bit.
Yeah, yeah. I say there's different points of the tide, and, you know, banks change, and it's going to get better in certain situations. I think some of them are showing up now. Another taker on the right. Oh. Didn't go well.
Taking a pounding there. Trying to go for that wipeout award.
Was that Miguel Blanc on that one? Or?
I'm not sure. Could have been Ace, I think. Want to get a replay of that one.
Yeah, for sure.
And the conditions have just been, just still clean.
Yep, still nice and glassy, not much wind at all.
Say with that slightly stronger offshore, it's almost holding it up a bit as well, right? So it kind of just gives you a bit more time to get in, get over the ledge.
This is our second repechage heat. We saw Michael February and Salvador Vala say goodbye to the contest in the last heat.
Yeah, it's a shame to see those guys bow out of the contest.
Well,
but it's the nature of the game. Someone's got to.
Yeah, definitely. But there's still a lot ahead. Got another round of 4 heats after that, then 2 semis and a final. In the Perfect Chapter, 9th edition, correct?
9th, powered by Billabong. So it has been like, well, from starting off in 2012, there's been 1 or 2 years where we missed it, unfortunately. Yeah.
COVID year, right?
COVID year, 2021, there wasn't a contest run.
And lack of wave here.
I think so.
Or lack of a call day, for sure. Which passed it on to the next year, right?
And I think that's the good thing about this event. It's not like, the organizers take some time to think about when they're going to run it, and
Exactly. Wait for it. Here's a replay of that one there.
This is the one. Oh, just
that was Moreira.
face in.
Yeah, Moreira again. Little tube. João Moreira. Oh boy. He's also stays very busy, as did Mendonça in the last heat, you know, just constantly pecking away.
It just shows you with those wipeouts like how tricky the conditions are. I mean, having that local knowledge, been surrounded by some of the best tube riders in the world as well, you know, it's not easy.
No.
They make it look it sometimes, most of the time, but... Take another look at this left.
That was Ace, right? Ace Buchan. That was a nice wave.
It's got that smooth finish, Ace. Just kind of...
Like that'd be the best wave of the heat so far, I'd say. Look at how beautiful that is, huh?
Just chandeliered, completely disappears. Then pops out and just stylishly cuts back in. Such an effortless style, almost like.
No doubt. Yeah, he's spent, what, 2 years since he's been on tour, right?
It's been a couple of years, yeah.
Did he fall off tour, or did he just opt not to compete, or? I was trying to think of that earlier.
Yeah.
If he, you know, did not qualify or just decided he didn't want to
Or
do it.
whether retire and think, oh, yeah.
Crazy. Look at, you know, all these, a lot of these guys, Adrian Soa's, Ace Buchan, a lot of guys. Then you look at those Slater's still there.
I was just going to say, you know,
away.
the goat's not going to, he doesn't want to go anytime soon.
He's saying he's going to wait till the Olympics now. After the Olympics, he's going to turn it in.
But we hear that. There's rumors every year that he's just like, oh, you know,
so
this
Olympics,
may be the last year.
Are the Olympics before or after pipe? You wonder, right? That's got to be his finale, the last pipe contest.
Have they confirmed? So it's Tahiti for the next Olympics, and then it's going to be in LA.
Tahiti's the next Olympics, eh?
So it's France 2024, but it's going to be at Chopu.
Okay.
Because of the French Polynesian relationship that they have going on there. So they decided not too many waves near Paris. There are obviously some pretty decent waves in France, close by, but they're going over to...
Why not pick one of the other paradises to have land out there, right?
That's it. And then it's going to be LA after that, and then Brisbane in 32, I think. So 28 is going to be LA, and then Brisbane 32.
Brisbane.
So yeah.
Oh yeah.
So they may be maybe holding on the Gold Coast.
Wonder where they hold it in LA.
Don't know. Do you reckon it'll be Huntington?
Yeah.
The Hop?
Jeez,
Surf City?
Yeah. Wish for something else, but anyway.
Trestles?
Yeah.
They could have it. Mavs. Let's get the Chargers on it.
There's João Moreira in and out. Right now we have João Moreira in the front here. So I'm still waiting on a score on Ace Buchan, which I think will definitely be the highest wave so far in the heat. There's a view of the old fort there. This looking south on the far side there is over Costa Caparica Way.
Such an epic view that of the fortress and the fort.
See all the movement, all the water out in the middle there, way out the back.
And that's Setebal, isn't it? What you kind of see in the background there?
Yeah, as you get farther in, there's a place where you can surf like with a jet ski and that.
In the river mouth there?
In the river itself, in the middle of the river, out near the island there. It's beautiful.
I saw Nick Von Rump did a video of that.
Yeah.
For
quite a few guys, to surf there. It's real sketchy, like you got to have, eyes wide open because it's super easy to lose a guy out there.
Just because of all the current and all
There's
the
so
movement.
much water and so much height, and when you have the visual thing from like a jet ski where the waves, the ocean swell,
Is it in the middle of nowhere?
You can lose people kind of like behind, the height of the waves and that, and then the current's so strong, they can just get swept, So.
But can you surf it without a ski, or you need a jet ski to kind of just to get there, right?
Yeah, you need a ski to get there and back. Yeah, dude, no, you can't paddle there or back. There's too much tide, too much movement.
Seems like down south, a lot of places as well, like north of the Algarve and kind of south of Lisbon, you need either four-wheel drive access to, or a boat, or a ski. Seems like there's some places which are pretty tricky to.
Yeah, some of them down there. Yeah, no, but I know there are.
And it's just endless. I mean, there's so many spots.
So many breaks all the way. This booming here.
Yeah, he'd be getting ready. Like he was, I don't know, when he was walking up to the athlete zone, he was kind of holding his ear.
Yeah.
And
did you see if it was a cut or a blown drum?
I didn't ask him. I was kind of.
Okay.
He was just speaking to a couple of people, but he didn't look too happy about it. So hopefully that's not going to affect his surfing when he's up.
No.
I think they just kind of, you get the jersey on, don't you? And then
that's it.
It's game time.
Forget about it. Let me see what we got here. Tori Meister, Ace, and that. Okay, we have already seeded the next heat, Clay Marza and Bruno Santos. We're waiting for the first from this heat.
So Ace in the lead here. That nice looking lefty.
First from the fifth. Oh no, we're set for the next heat. Next heat, we're going to have Clay Marzo, Bruno Santos, and William Aliotti.
Nice.
That'll be heavy.
Still, lots to play for here. Only 20 minutes, just under 20 minutes remaining.
Yeah. Well, there's plenty of time for some action. So Ace did get a 6.25 on that one, huh?
You'll see some more people come down to the beach. If you are in the area, maybe skip off work, have a bit of a lunch break.
Yeah, today it's worth the outing for sure. It's a beautiful day, and the surf is right there. High level of surf, some of the best tube riders in the world, as we said earlier, and
ex-world champions.
Yeah, it's definitely worth making it. Blank thus far pretty unactive, huh? Which is surprising because Miguel is a guy that stays super busy all the time. In his heats, nice, probably. As I say that.
As you say, straight into one.
Ah, get it, pull it, pull it.
Come on.
Ah! Oh, that was so close. No doggy door. That's what There's just no way out really on that one, huh?
It just completely encapsulated him, didn't it?
It was well surfed. I mean, he went for a long run on that one.
Let's take another look.
Oh.
It's a nice stall there right at the beginning.
Yep.
You can still see him, and then I think this is it. It's just.
It's like he's just right there.
Just
you wonder if he didn't stall just a bit too much in the beginning of it, you know what I mean? But it was well done, well surfed all the way through.
Nick, do you know when Carcavelos was first surfed? Any sort of history around?
I do not. To be honest, I don't know the first year that was surfed.
And what was the first time you came over here in 80?
No, 78.
78.
Yeah. Coming into the fall of 78. And it was an amazing year. I came to surf for when I came back from France with a board and a wetsuit, I planned to stay for a couple weeks. And ended up staying nearly 2 months, and it was just awesome winter.
It kind of reminds me of the Californian coast with the train line. When you look outside, when you pass trestles, you can kind of do the same thing here. You go from Cascais to Lisbon, and you look out the window and you're like, oh my God, there's another spot, there's another one, there's another one.
No, that's what I came from Cais de Rei, Lisbon to Cascais, and when it passed by Santo Amaro.
Yep.
I looked out the window and said, Jesus, there's surf here, and I got off at Carcavelos and walked down, and I couldn't believe it was pumping.
Yeah.
Jeez. Borrowed a board off a guy. Went out for 15 minutes.
Did you? You just asked him?
Yeah, I said, hey, can I borrow a board for me? Local family, the Rocha family. was like 4 brothers, and yeah, I borrowed a board from him, and he was on the beach, like I could see him walking back and forth if I went this way or that way, like boards were pretty scarce. So
Just keeping an eye on you.
He's worried if it's going to rip off his board and go running down the beach with the damn thing. But anyways, crazy times.
Athlete zone here.
People were super friendly. Yeah, they're still super friendly.
Still
Portuguese
super friendly.
people are super friendly. But I remember being invited by the Portas family, Paulo and Nuno Portas, 2 brothers, to have lunch at their place, or if we have dinner in the evening. I'd already met them and knew where their house was and this and that. And they said, okay, so listen, just go over for dinner later on. If no one's there, just go in and wait for us. It was like that, like the keys in the door and just go in and hang. People would eventually get home.
Go in the cellar, have yourself to a Porto, you'll be fine.
Go in to the table, turn on TV if you want, but it's pretty much like doors are wide open. People were very trusting and loving and that, It was great. Good times.
That's amazing. You still get that friendly vibe out when you're in the water here. Everyone's kind of, well, not as friendly maybe.
Yeah, I think that.
And obviously depending on where you go. But yeah.
No doubt. No, I think amongst friends or amongst people you've known for a long time and that.
Yeah.
But I mean, surfing has gotten crowded, and it's it can be a pretty aggressive sport at times in the water, can it? I mean, just too many people and not enough waves a lot of the time, so it has a tendency to bring out the worst in people sometimes.
Sometimes it's good to have a break, like kind of all the other things that you can do around here, around Carcavelos.
Oh, there we go.
Sorry, just locking in.
Ah, beauty.
And just timing it perfectly with the exit there. Just
yeah.
Squeaking out.
By Tori. That'll be making a difference, huh? Beautiful wave. Not huge, but great shape in that, huh?
Oh.
Yeah. How good is that, huh?
Just perfect positioning on there. It's like not.
Yep.
It's not like he's kind of super crouched down and compressed.
No.
He's kind of.
No, effortless, clean, eh?
Yeah.
That was nice. That'll be a score. All right, just going to toss things around a bit.
Certainly will. I think he's going to be bumping up. Don't you reckon it?
Yeah. Yeah, it'll definitely put him into second at least. Yeah, it'd be hard to. I can't imagine taking them all the way up to first, but it's possible.
And Miguel's going to be looking to improve on his score out there.
And João Moreira. João Moreira's got a 3 point something backup. Yeah, 3.0. So if he uses that as a backup, he's still going to need a score. Because Tori's going to come in pretty decent this wave, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So, Tori.
3.5? Yeah, I actually thought it'd come in a bit stronger than that, but. Yeah.
Sure, come out.
That was. That'll work.
There's the answer.
Yeah.
Some whistling down on the beach side here at Carcavelos.
Well.
And we have missed a wave. There's going to be a replay. A little look out the window here. We're going to get. I'm not sure if that was ace.
I think it was ace, I want to say. It looked blue, the jersey, but I think it was ace, huh? Let's see here.
So this was Joao's in blue.
No, I think that's ace. That's white, yeah?
It's the slow-mo here.
Wow.
You think he's just
what a wave.
Vanished, and then out of nowhere, squeaks out of the barrel.
Yep. That'll be the one. Wave of the heat.
And that was the one we missed from Tori.
Yeah. Yeah, that was ace bucking on that one. That left. That was deep. That coming through here on the scores.
So approaching 11 minutes left on this heat. They're going to be.
And the non-locals are putting the pressure on here, eh? Torrey seems to have found a bit of rhythm now, hasn't he? There you go.
Is he coming out of that?
He had it, didn't he?
Torrey. It was a foamy one, that right. There's all that backwash and water. God, look at this.
Yeah.
It's a late drop as well, huh?
Yeah, it's a messy little wave, isn't it? He had all the work done in the end of that, didn't he?
Just unfortunately coming unglued.
Tuberider. Yeah, they're still waiting on a score on ace and a couple scores on Torrey. But the homies
got to stay busy.
Yeah,
out there.
Yeah, they
That's the only
have.
way.
These guys have been staying busy. The homeboys are going to have to get busier, I think, because the pressure's been put on a bit here. Just in the last couple minutes by the Schwau. Looking for a corner pocket on that one. A lot of different levels on that inside, isn't it?
Oh. It's probably now like smack bang mid-tide.
Yeah.
The
judges are deliberating. They're taking a while on the scores here.
Normally kind of, obviously see it in action, but then have a look at the replay and,
Right,
you know.
right. Compare them one to the other. Look back at waves before, you know,
Yeah.
and that, yeah.
So you've got to assess it for the conditions of the day and,
Exactly.
you know, put the scoring structure together from that.
Yeah, and then if you get hit with a flurry of like 3 or 4 waves, you know, at the same time, it's kind of got to decipher them and see what gives.
Joao up and out.
Yep, on the hunt.
Yeah, definitely. It's pretty challenging being a judge, I'd say.
Oh, yeah.
Being out there and.
Yeah, I had a feeling about that one. Ace's wave came through at like a 7.25, I think. The last one he got there, so.
It's been on good form.
That will come into play. Judges still rating a bit of some of the other ones.
There's that aerial shot of Carcavelos. A few more people coming down to the beach now.
We're on top of lunchtime about now, aren't we, Ollie?
Yeah, coming up to it, I think.
Oh, yeah, that's good. 12 o'clock. Yeah, I think we'll
Should
see
be
it.
getting those long lunches in.
Yeah.
Everybody come on down.
I think it's going to get packed later on.
I think so. And yeah, hopefully the sun sticks around all day. The waves certainly are. It's going to be growing. As that tide, we're sort of looking at low tide around 3. And the swell building to 2.5, close to 3 meters, I think. And yeah, you can kind of see the wobbles on the horizon.
Oh, yeah.
Out the
No,
back.
It's out there, definitely out there. Got Emily down on the beach now with Thiago Pierce. Saka, local hero.
Yes.
See what they got to say.
I am down here at the athlete zone actually with Thiago Pires. Yeah, the local dinosaur, he called himself. Can you explain us a little bit about the conditions out there today? Because I think you're one of the surfers who's probably put a lot of hours into this, surfing this spot.
Yeah, waves are, it's just about almost perfect, you know. That almost plays a big role. Basically, very, very spread out lineup. very wide lineup, which makes it a little bit more tricky for us. But there is occasionally some bombs, some really perfect waves out there. The wind kind of turned a little bit sideways now, which is not helping that much. But I hear people clapping now, so there's definitely a show out there. Lots of waves for grabs, and I think the low tide, maybe in the incoming tides, when the low tide passes, the incoming tide might give us another swell, another big sets, another good momentum for the afternoon.
Right, and this is also, a competition. There's a lot about, community, and, I know a lot of your friends are surfing in this competition. Can you tell us a little bit about, what's going on here in the athlete zone? Is it good to catch up with old friends?
Yeah, this year I had the chance of getting one of my tour mates, Adriano de Souza, coming over. It was a big surprise. He's also retired a few years ago, and he's also one of the guys that loves barrels, and he was up for the challenge. He's over here, already made one heat. But the ambience, is pretty chilled on this event, which is sort of weird sometimes. You almost feel like you're on a holiday or something. But every time you look in the ocean, you kind of reset and refocus, because you're going to get out there, and it's still challenging out there. There's still heavy waves that can hurt you sometimes. So yeah, definitely one of my favorite events of the year.
Cool. So are you feeling ready for the next heat?
Always ready, dinosaur. Always ready.
All right, great. We're looking forward to see you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah. Nice to hear from the legend, eh? Dinosaur. He's too young to call
He's
himself a
way
dinosaur.
too young to call himself that.
I can't do that. Call him a little, what are the small raptors?
Yeah.
We'll give him
A little Raptosaurus.
There you go, a little raptosaurus. He's got a long way to go to Tyro.
But Saka.
Right. But as he says, it's a huge playing field.
Yeah.
There's a lot of area out there. Just to find the corners and find the right spot is not an easy chore.
And it is deceptive. I mean, you do feel like you're on holiday out here, right? And Tiago was, even as a young grommet, he was catching. If he couldn't get a lift down from Lisbon, where he grew up, he was getting the bus. I think it was sort of there we go with a few mates, and they'd be going to Carcavelos from the city.
Yeah, no doubt. Whether it was here or up in the summertime, up in New
Yep.
São Lourenço and that. Yeah.
That's it.
Ah, sick one.
Woo.
Beautiful.
Oh.
All right. So Miguel Blanc pulled that one.
Tori must have just always just.
Wow. Miguel Blanc at a 7.35. That wave I told you that there was
Yep.
one during Saka's interview. That was quite a wave. I don't see what this wave from Tori might.
That was a pretty sick wave as well
Yeah,
from Tori. That's
yeah,
going to be some good
that
scores. Just love the commitment
Yeah,
here. He
that's
just
that.
absolutely goes for it, and then the punt at the end. Woo.
Yeah, he was way behind that one, though, when he got into it, huh? That's deep. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens on this score. He's been punting the heck out of it. He hasn't
Yep.
landed one, though. Has he? Huh?
Is this Miguel's?
Yeah. I don't know if that may be another one. No, that's the one. That's the one. That was Miguel's. Exactly. They're probably comparing the two of them, right? Super clean, also very deep. Another
Just
incomplete
going
there.
for it,
Yeah,
the judges are going to love that. And yeah, they're going to be looking for the tube,
Yeah.
seeing who's going as deep and as committed as possible. But then that combination, whether if they're pulling off a massive turn at the end of the wave,
Yep.
or just taking to the skies and launching.
I think it's probably worth it because, I don't think, if you do make it out of the barrel like both of them did, you're not going to really lose anything trying.
No.
If you do land them, you're going to gain
Yeah.
some. So it's probably worth the risk.
Just everything to go for with that,
Yeah,
right?
Exactly. I'll be curious to see how Tori's wave comes in, compared to that. Because I do think, in a certain way, Tori's may have been a hair more critical as far as, like, the beginning of
Yep.
it and getting out of it. Whereas Miguel's was perfect, and he may have had a little more time in the barrel than Tori's. But we shall see.
Seemed like Torrey was just a little bit. He was just deeper at the start of his wave, right?
Exactly. Yeah. More critical
Yep.
in the beginning of it. So if we got a 7.35 or 7.35 was given to Miguel on his. We'll see what Torrey pulls out here on this.
Just a minute to go now. Not much happening on that wave.
Yeah, it's
This will be the last chance if there is something coming.
Oh, yeah.
Which it looks
they
like.
gave Torrey, they came. There goes Ace again. Yeah, that was a runner. Yeah, as I said, Torrey's came up nearly a point above Miguel's on that. So definitely made a difference. The judges saw that the same way, that it was a bit more critical then, I guess. Now Miguel became catch up. He's got 17 seconds to slip something in there. He doesn't need a lot, does he?
It's going to be tight.
Yeah, too tight. What a heat. It's been, hey, all the heats have been last-minute clinchers, eh? Like the last 3 or 4 heats have been like that.
You can't call it. It's so
Yeah,
close to the
yeah.
beginning, and you kind of you look at all the names, and then you're like, well,
Adriano de Souza got through in the end of his heat. William Aliota got through in the end of his heat. Torrey just got through in the end of this heat. It's been like, a lot of heats, been clinchers right in the end there. All right.
let's head to the recap.
All right.
Let's
Here
have
we
a
go.
look.
There we have it. So we have our first fatalities, right? Our second round of fatalities. The homeboys went down in this one. Miguel Blanc and João Moreira.
Unfortunately, we're going to be saying goodbye to Miguel, Joao, and Ace, and Torrey.
Yeah,
advancing.
pass on. Good effort by both Miguel and João. It was super tight with Miguel in the end there. And we're off for a little commercial break here. As the waves pump in the background.
We've got your back.
Fogo. Altas zonas, passar ali a surfar. Não lá está melhor que isto.
Já foste a experimentar lá, hein?
Com vista sobre as dunas protegidas, a costa atlântica e as suas praias, há um património familiar de conforto e hospitalidade, glamour, serenidade e com uma área envolvente natural a apenas 20 minutos de Lisboa. Um refúgio sublime, repleto de atividades e experiências em convívio com a natureza, restaurantes inovadores e um dos melhores campos de golfe do mundo. De oitavos, Embracing Nature.
It's time to start. It's time to bring ourselves back from where we stopped. It's time to start and pedal so hard that we become the currents. This is the time to open our eyes in deep waters. Be brave. Be the wave. It's time to surf.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. We are being brave, we're being the wave, and we are watching Clay Marzo, Bruno Santos, and William Elodie. Wow. Good heat. Elodie sneaking in here after that long left in the repercharge round that he got right at the end of his heat. He was very close to the 8 hour, 9 hour, let's be honest, 8.5 drive back to France. But then there he went. There he goes, redeems himself, and now he's in this round 3 heat with Clay and Bruno. 3 goofs, huh? So, not sure if anybody's going to...
It's going to be interesting.
Going right, which I like that in general.
Are you goofy?
I am. I don't like going right, so I'm a fan of all 3 of these surfers, and not a fan of waves that break that direction, so it's a good heat for me.
I don't know if that's a thing where like, if regulars like going right as much as goofies love going left.
No, it seems like goofies are just kind of have some weird chip on our shoulder that we are just, angry about it and really seem to be disgusted by the fact that waves can break the other direction. Anyway, we have got an interview. Who won that last heat? I was out for that one. Can you tell me who won it? It seemed like a banger.
It was... Ace Buchan.
It was Ace Buchan, so let's go hear from Ace.
One of the nicest lefts that I've seen all morning.
Wow, let's hear what that was like. Throw it down to Emily.
Thanks, guys. I am here with Adrian Buchan. Adrian, it looked like you started to find some momentum out there. How was it feeling to surf in this heat?
Yeah, that was really fun just to kind of, catch a couple of proper Carcavelos waves.
Yesterday, how do you prepare yourself for getting like the call 72 hours before, get on a plane, and then literally you have to perform the next day? How do you work?
This is kind of what I want. I think trying to see the waves this morning, that's kind of all the excitement.
And I know you have surfed some of the gnarliest waves around the world, but I also know that Carcavelos is pretty hard to surf. What makes it such a hard wave?
Yeah, for sure. There's quite a lot of current today, like kind of coming from left to right down the beach. Tubes, so you've kind of got to hunt around. You've just got to put yourself in position to get them.
Great. So you're ready moving into the next heat?
Yeah, I'm excited.
Glad to see you in the next heat. Good luck.
Cheers. Thank you. Sweet.
He is just the loveliest person, isn't he?
He's a chiller.
Is that par for the course in that part of Australia? Just people being that
pretty relaxed around there.
Yeah.
Around like Avoca and I mean coming from Oz sort of end of their summer, so it's pretty warm, You'd be in boardies or you'd be in like a spring suit, getting on the flight, getting out of here, and yeah, like you were saying, like on the CT they go out like way before like a couple of weeks maybe before the event starts, get ready, acclimatise. Not here, just straight into it.
Straight in, yeah. I mean, the CT in Peniche is coming up, and I think people are already arriving like this week for it. It probably helps that there's a pretty good swell forecast, but yeah, it kind of reminded me of like, oh yeah, people will show up. Like, there's a chance it runs that first day, and they want to be feeling as good as they can. So he was used to traveling like that for a very long time, and succeeding in that format, winning events. And so it must be really nice for him to just be able to do what he said, just go try to chase waves, and if it happens to link up in such a way where he can compete too, it's just a win-win. So awesome to see him here. And yeah, I missed his wave, but by all accounts he got a banger in that heat, didn't he?
Just so stylish and relaxed, composed. Almost reminds me of Parker a little bit. Just that kind of casualness with it. It doesn't even really look like they're trying that hard, if you know what I mean. Just so natural. Sneaking into the barrel.
Yeah. You could really see, like, some of the best tube riders in the world. You just see that level of comfort in the way they read a wave. Like, you could tell when somebody's not fully, like, they'll still put themselves in that spot, but if they're not fully comfortable in a tube, there's something about, they're maybe a little bit more jittery or just, like, they just look more
a little
stiff.
bit more wired, maybe, like, just sort of a little bit kind of.
Yeah.
Or Clay.
Like Clay, Jack Robinson strikes me as that too. Just like seems so natural. Like they just it doesn't even register to them that they are in any danger. They're just like, oh no, this is a normal place for me to be in. All good. So great when you see such stylish surfing. Clay's already got a 1.5 on the board. That's not immense for him. Wave out the back there. Set kind of hitting that outer bar.
And that's something you don't really see here that often, unless it's got to get to that like 2.5 meter, 3 meter kind of size for it to start macking out the back. And yeah, you can almost sort of use it as a timer. Like, okay, when you see it come in there, you know that it's gonna hit this inside section and just jack up.
Yeah. And now that you live in this zone, it's so beautiful. I mean, you can just take this road into Lisbon. If you drive out east, but you could also go west and just go through these little towns, and it's just a pretty view along the river. You have places where it's more exposed to a swell like this, and little beaches that are sort of tucked in, but I'd imagine there'd be a few other waves on this beautiful stretch that are showing some pretty faces right now.
Yeah, I mean, there's some super consistent spots, like just north of Cascais, which is Guincho. I mean, like Playa de Guincho, Playa Grande, which is, I mean, I can't even imagine the size of what they're doing now. It's probably too big. But then you come down to La Linea, like when it is massive on the west coast. You get around the corner onto the city, the Lisbon side, and spots just start firing up.
Yeah,
it's incredible. And also, it's not super far from then getting down to like Costa Caprica on the other side of the city, just over the bridge there. You can. Yeah, all the Sintra beaches and all the amazing spots around Cascais.
Yeah,
I don't want to say any names. Can't talk about too much.
Yeah,
I want to get in trouble.
Well, luckily, if you come check this area out, the road hugs it. So, I mean, to be honest, I've surfed Guincho and Praia Grande and all that. But in terms of all this stretch on A Linea, I've only been to this wave. I haven't surfed some of the other little nooks and crannies, but you could see them on the side of the road. Good luck anyway. But they're there, and it's if you decide not to paddle out, you'll have a nice, pretty drive in the city. Go get a.
That's it. You can get a pasta de nata and a coffee.
Go to Belém and eat a pastry instead. You'll be fine. You're not gonna have a bad day here, folks. It's too pretty for that. Look at these beachgoers. They're having a nice day.
And loads of stuff to do around here on Carcavelos. And there's a bit of a bike park just behind the car park here, just where the beach is, like in the woods. It's like in this little like sort of secluded forest in Carcavelos. And if you're into walking, hiking, the promenade's the perfect place.
Yeah,
a lot of that going on. A lot of beach football, some volleyball. Some nets are set up on the beach here. Just by there's a little Quicksilver store. And a few other like surf shops, the surf schools. anyone's kind of keen to get some lessons, get some one-on-one coaching, or if if you're learning, you want to jump in a group class. So many schools here. An epic place to learn. Maybe not today. Probably be in the whitewater.
Might not be your day today, yeah. Leave it. Let's just let Clay have it and William.
Exactly. Today's the day to just watch the pros. See, some of the best tube riders in the world here at Carcavelos, putting on an absolute clinic. A lot of current, and they just make it look so easy out there.
Yeah, yeah. And this is quite a range, just geographically. Clay from Maui, Bruno from Brazil, and William from France. Just a massive triangle across the globe that we've got here. So 3 people from very, very different places that all figured out surfing in such a way that they got good at standing inside waves. So
William
what they're here today to do.
William grew up in the Caribbean, didn't he? Do you know whereabouts he was before he moved to Hossegor?
I think he may have been maybe Guadeloupe. Yeah. So you could tell, like, I think people that grew up in windier places, like Clay's a good example too, tend to get that air game, you know? Oh.
That's fine.
Doesn't quite make it. He kind of made it. I don't know. Do you count that? Clay has such an interesting backhand. Like, we've seen a few
It's
really
almost like
good,
sitting, like completely compressed, sitting down on his board.
It's quite unique. I'll be really interested in this replay here, but it's a very distinct way of riding Barrel's backside. He's quite high up on his board too there. And
Just sticks the knee out.
Yeah. Interesting. He does a lot of things in a way that only Clay Marzo does. He's his own being. So interesting little display he put on there in our all goof exchange. I didn't think people were going to go right, and then there he goes, going right. So
I didn't think Clay went right.
And there he did. There he did. He went with that interesting pig dog. I ran into Mikey Febb just after his last heat, and the people who flew into this event are staying together. They're put up in that beautiful hotel that's sponsoring us. And
is he sticking around?
I think they're going to stick around for a little bit. I mean, with a forecast like this, there's no reason not to. And I know that they also have some stuff planned, like some visits to nice restaurants and maybe even a vineyard with the whole crew here. I think they just make a point to show them a really good time and show them that this country is more than just an incredible beach break that we're looking at now. So I think they have some stuff. Surely they'll be surfing a lot more, but they also have a mix of the non-surfing stuff, which I think is such a cool thing about doing a surf trip here, is that it's so much more than a surf trip. It's a place that you'd come if it was fully landlocked, and you'd still have a beautiful time. Whereas when you combine that with incredible waves, it's like just a damn win-win.
There's so much to do. Like, my neighbor calls this place the Golden Triangle, from Lisbon to Cascais to Sintra, because there is just like a million things to do. Whether you go into Sintra, if you can check out these amazing castles, you can go hiking in the national park there. The mountain biking is insane as well.
Yeah.
And then all the surf beaches, the nightlife in the city, Lisbon.
Oh, Clay's going into not quite Pink Street, but Green Room-ish. 2 different places there. Little one, in and out.
Like a funky one. There's like little white water on it.
Yeah. Staying busy, though. Looks like... Let's have a nice
check this angle.
Replay. A little in and out. Something into a foamy section there. Looks like he's still in that short arm. So he's trying to just keep on getting waves. Nothing monumental yet. Bruno stood up, I guess, as well. He's got 0.75 on the board, and Clay's sitting on 2 waves. They're both under that 2 range. So 17 minutes left. Definitely still anybody's game. But with 3 surfers like this, you do get the sense that we will see a wave that goes much higher than that 1.8 that Clay has. That's currently our highest wave.
Yeah. Now, they're going to be improving on that for sure. There was 17 minutes to go.
17 to go.
With the wetsuit selection, we're looking at
clay going without the arms. I mean, I'm in a 4-3 pretty much all year round here. I don't know about you up in Santa Cruz.
I go 4-3. Yeah. And I go the controversial decision to wear booties. It's a I know.
Is that frowned upon?
It is. I do get the sense that it's frowned upon, but I can't surf when my feet feel like bricks of ice. It's just not a pleasant experience. So I throw them on. A little.
Do you reckon that's an East Coast thing? You're kind of used to that from back home?
I guess so. You don't wear them. It's quite seasonal, and it does take you, I think, a few sessions to adapt to them, and then I swear it takes you a few sessions to adapt to taking them off. And I think some people would just rather not bother with any of that and just figure out how to surf with cold feet. But yeah, usually a 4 mil. Clay's the one mixing it up. I do not think I've ever seen anybody wearing a short arm full this time of year here. I think you'd even get some funny looks if you wore it midsummer, honestly. It's rare. Somebody gave me a funny look. I surfed in boardies and a 2 mil vest in the summer, and I was definitely getting some funny looks just from people that were like, hey, like, you don't surf in boardies here. Like, you can. It's like waist high, gonna just surf for 20 minutes. It'll be fine.
You definitely can, and then especially on the south, you know, kind of get further down, you go around the corner on the Algarve, and things start heating up a bit.
Yeah.
Closer you get to the Spanish border.
Yep. Beautiful down there too. But the quality waves you get here and the variety.
Yeah.
These thumping beach breaks, points, slabs. Even when it's one of those places where it's almost refreshing when it's small at times. You're like, it's been so big that all of a sudden there's just like a playful wave in front of you. You're like, this is insane. Even though the last 2 weeks you've just been seeing like.
And you got to go. It's like every day is just sort of it's solid. And you're like, well, I'm not going to just.
There we go. We got one of the first female Portuguese surfers ever on screen. Teresa Brachos. She's got some cool sunnies. Those quite a look with that jacket and the sunnies. I like it. You can tell she's been in the core surf scene for a while. One of the first female Portuguese pro surfers. So it's awesome seeing the kind of knock-on effects of somebody like her getting started and making it a thing here. Like Teresa Bonvalat was so close to qualifying last year for the CT, and now she is an injury replacement. So she surfed a few events. She surfed at Pipe and Sunset so far. And so when you get those pioneers, I think you...
Inspiration like this guy.
Yeah, it's speaking of pioneers, speaking of inspiration, Saka on screen. So look at that. We're just getting one Portuguese legend to the next here at the Perfect Chapter. 14 minutes left. William Elodie, he is a patient. He's a patient fella. He's every heat we've seen him surf. I mean, this is his third heat already. Round 1, rep charge, and now this. And he doesn't just bite on anything. You really need to sell it for this guy. There we go. It's afternoon.
It's that time.
Yep. Zoom right in on it. Wonder who's the first one.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere, isn't it?
Yeah. And I always think at events like this, somebody's got to be the first one to do it, right? They're just sitting there. You wake up in the morning. There's that big old loaded fridge, and somebody's just that first brave soul to say, you know what, it's time. And it looks like that decision has already been made over there in the kind of maybe VIP zone. I don't think that was the athlete zone there.
I think the competitors are going to be waiting. There's plenty of time.
Well, it depends. Now we're in the elimination round. Let's not... and a lot of these guys, you know, they came a long way, and it's part of a competition and part of an incredible experience in a beautiful country that they just want to enjoy. So I would, on a sunny day like this, it's a dangerous place to be if you're a beer in a nice Corona fridge. It's, you have many people, you have a big old target on your back. So good luck.
So there's a bit more waiting out there now. The lulls seem to be a bit longer.
But William, Mr. Patient, let's see if he's got that low road like last time. Quick one, in and out. I mean, probably the score of the heat so far, which isn't saying much, but I think that's going to put him, you know, give him a 2 at least. Let's have another look. Nice shape on this
couple
wave
of second
takeoff.
cover up here.
Yeah. Almost got that link up with the water photog. yeah, just a quick in and out, and then.
Speaking to the water photographer earlier on, and yeah, he was just saying that quite a lot of current, which you don't really see, and it's kind of with the swell direction, it's kind of pushing all the competitors. Like now, where Clay's kind of paddling back in, it's just pushing them up north to the right of the screen. And yeah, there he is, carrying that big old housing around and making it pretty tricky.
Yeah, I mean, especially like after set comes in, which let's see if we have a ride now. Bruno Santos is interested in this. Nice line on it. Oh,
Bruno.
wow. Beautiful wave. Come out with the spit. All right.
Sick.
When I said William had the wave of the heat about 30 seconds ago, that was quickly changed. Look at this. Perfect wave. Just beautiful line on that thing. Out with the spit. Easy paddle right back out. Get another. Wow. That was just a dreamy wave.
It's awesome tube riding there from Bruno. Just shifting his feet forward a little bit, pointing the nose down the line of the tube.
Yeah.
Just getting spat out.
He had another one like that in an earlier heat where he just, there we go. Ripping in. Both
Starting it
darts.
off.
Yeah, Bruno had a wave in his other heat too that was just so perfect. You know, there's somewhere it's an imperfect wave and the surfer has to make up for those imperfections with some really good technique or just interesting lines. And then there's waves like what we just saw from Bruno, which is just the wave does most of the work. You just kind of set your line, maybe one pump, maybe two.
Just lock in for the ride.
Yeah, just enjoy it. And that was, the sun was hitting that wave nicely. Probably a nice pretty view in there. So good for him. Nice wave, and he will be rewarded. Let's see how that score comes in.
And they just look a little bit cleaner, the lefts.
They do.
You know, some of the rights got maybe a bit more of a wobble on there, and
they do. And the lefts just have that longer. Like some of them seem like they want to race off a bit more, or don't square up with it just right. But some hit it just like that, and they give you a 7.25 if your name is Bruno. Good score. Especially
Nice.
for a heat that hasn't seen so much action just yet. Good wave, just under 10 minutes left. It's nice to jump up ahead. So in these three-person heats, two move on. You just can't get last. So it's all about dodging that last place.
yeah. Otherwise, you may be heading in with the early crew.
Yep. You might be
to the bar.
Cheersing those guys that we saw on the screen just a moment ago. Whoa, Bruno. He forgot it's a tube contest. No, he didn't. He's back in there.
That's nice.
Yeah. Wow, he's going to be way down the beach, though. Another little score there.
And no
Let's watch
jet
the
ski
replay.
assist, I don't think.
No.
None of that going on
Kind
today.
of check floater turn thing, and then that was almost as if he didn't want to get barreled. The wave just gave him another option.
Yeah.
It was just...
The wave's like, look, this is a tube riding contest,
Yeah,
buddy.
yeah.
Get in there.
Yeah. Get away from that lip. Get under it. You know where you belong.
No floaters. None of that stuff.
He's loving that kick out, too. He kind of had the same thing last time where it's just able to make a clean exit from the wave and ideally put yourself in a position where you're not wearing a wave like this on the head, which seems like he did perfectly. If he didn't do that little Superman kick out, there's a chance he's...
You can just get out there way faster as well, right? Instead of just...
Yeah.
You don't waste too much time on the inside and you just straight back into it.
Straight back into it. I mean, he got those two waves quite soon after one another. It was a pretty quick 1-2 punch from him there. Not that the second one's going to be an immense score, but 6.5 is a solid score, and then a little back up. I mean, it might go higher or about the range of what the other surfers are sitting on for their waves. So good for him. Let's see what Clay and William are going to do to respond. He's going by fast, though. 7 minutes left, just about. So surely see another set. Let's see. Shots like that give you a good sense of how much water there is moving out there.
Yeah. I know the number of times I've been out here, and you just kind of you position yourself with the cafes and the restaurants on the beach, and kind of you like look for landmarks here. And yeah, could be a minute. You look around and you're like, it's not that restaurant anymore. It's that one down there. Just getting swept down the line. So yeah, you definitely got to keep busy, and you've got to make sure that you're paddling back into position. And they'll all have their, especially the local guys, they'll have their markers where they sit, and try and use that to their advantage.
Yeah. Let's see, we've got a paddle.
Is that clay?
Looked like red there, yeah. They didn't end up taking it. Still would have been a right. Still looking for that right from clay. Sitting a bit deeper. Or, I mean, it's hard to say deeper at a big open beach break like this, but sitting over.
A little bit further over?
Yeah. Kind of looks like he's battling a little rip. It's one of those waves, too, it seems, where you can kind of get a rip running through it for a bit, and then it goes calm, and then a rip, and it's just, you have to kind of just endure it. You know, it's going to go through those phases naturally throughout the day, and even if you might have just gotten a perfect set in one spot, and then that rip's going to annoy you for a bit, bug you for 10 minutes, and then it'll be back to calm, and you might get another wave. It's just
it makes it good to get
cyclical.
out there. It's not like consistently pounding like one after another, like some spots, you know, where you got to like take 10 on the head and just duck dive the whole time, and
yeah,
you can kind of sneak on the edge of some, get out, assess the situation out there, see what everyone's up to, and then
we've got a taker. It's an optimistic wave, it looks like. Optimism for Bruno, not paying off, but he's got.
He's going for it.
There. He is going for it though. If that was a set, it was trying to race off, but hey, when you got a 6.5 under your belt already, you get to. Oh no, sorry, that was William. Oh yeah.
Just races too far in front of him. He's not going to get out of that one.
Yeah, he seems to like those racy ones though, doesn't he?
It can be deceptive though. I mean, we've seen that during the morning, and you know, you think they're not going to come out, and they do. And you're like, how are they pulling this off? How are they getting out of these waves? Just kind of they take off, they look down the line, and yeah, it's just chandeliering over them again and again. They're in there for a couple of seconds, and then they're squeaking out.
You know, now that I think about it, I'm not sure if he's from the Caribbean originally or if he's from Reunion. And it may be Reunion, and he might have some laps in at that long left, St. Lou. So, I mean, it seems like all the 3 heats we've seen him surf so far, he's looking for those longer, racier ones. Like Bruno's just had those perfect kind of TP, right in the spot. Clearly, it's going to let you out ones, whereas Willian seems to want those ones that, like, especially on that 20, he's just going to have to be pumping the whole time through, and it's going to be, you know, a lot of them didn't seem like they're as round. They're just going to be more long. So, interesting wave selection between the surfers, and then, I mean, let's be honest, part of that is just luck, but it does seem like there's some preference coming to light here. Clay, I don't know how he got in or out of that, but he did both.
Just looking at it, I was like, what has he decided to pick here? And then, there we go.
Yeah.
Sneaks into a barrel and then comes back out of it.
He was just part of that wave. It was not even he was riding, he was just one with it.
He's just a magician, I'm not going to lie. The stuff that Clay does.
They were communed. Look at that. Not a very big wave, but a very interesting read of it. He kind of forced his way into it and then out, but it's a make. It makes a make, and especially in a heat like this when you're just trying to dodge 3rd place.
Yeah.
A good play by him. Not really a surfer that comes to mind when you think of heat strategy, Clay Marzo, but I'd say that was a strategic move, especially with a set like this coming that he now has to cop. 2 minutes left. Wearing a set like this kind of changes a good. It impacts the rest of your heat.
Yeah. Then if you're just ditching there and just trying to get out, maybe use the current a little bit, get around the section, and then
you might
just get under it however you can.
Yeah. You might. There's definitely some more waves coming. You might just be at the mercy of the ocean and hoping that Leon doesn't find one of those racy ones he's looking for.
Bit of a change now. So, Bruno Santos into the lead, Willian second, and Clay has been dropped down to third position.
Here we go.
Is there going to be
Let's
enough
see,
time? A minute and a half to go. Buck.
Yeah, it's tight between
What do
them
you think?
two. Clay's still struggling to get back out. It's not where you want to be with 80 seconds left, having to get through that and then reposition yourself and then hope something swings your way. I think he is going to be able to get back in the lineup shortly, but still, like, just crucial amount of time that you can burn through. But we will see. I think that was
The tense moments, but just all the changing going on now.
yeah, I know the board's just jumping around every which way. So I think we saw a shot of somebody in the next heat just before, because Clay, I still see paddling out, but it's a tough time. Maybe a wave or two coming with 40 seconds left, but this one might be set in stone at this point. I think that might be Clay on the far right corner of the screen there, just hoping to find
Something's
something
going to open up, huh?
that he needs a 2.06, so his requirement is so minimal that for somebody like him, he could kind of pull that out of nowhere, but you can't manufacture a score if you don't have any wave, even if it is a 2. So just on 10 seconds left. This one might be in the books, folks.
I think that's it.
There we have it. Bruno with that long, perfect wave. Just a beautiful wave. He takes it out. Willian goes along with him. And Clay, he's going back to the beautiful hotel buffet. Let's have a quick look at the heat recap before we jump into the next one. There was the recap. Fun heat to watch. Let's have a quick look at the scoreboard just to get that set in stone before we move on. So Bruno Santos took that thing out with 8.5 heat total. Willian was behind him. Not a huge number there. And then Clay just couldn't get it done to get into that dogfight to get another heat under his belt into the semis.
Anyway, low numbers on both of them, eh?
Yeah, but great way from Bruno. Let's go to a quick commercial break, and then we'll be back for the next heats of round 3.
Your wetsuit with graphene. Your wetsuit without Airlight 4D. Your wetsuit with Airlight 4D.
right, we've got a Portugal power heat on our hand right now.
It is, isn't it?
Tiago Sacapires.
Legends, and young legend, up and coming.
Yes, we've got Tiago. Here we go, we'll get a look at it here. Tiago Sacapires, Joao Mendonça, and Nick Von Rupp.
Yeah, it's a mix.
Legend, young legend.
Yeah, it is.
What a good mix. Let's watch some surf, but first, let's hear from the last heat winner, Bruno Santos. He's down there with Emily.
Congratulations, Bruno. You are straight into the semifinals. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling amazing. Actually, I have some really good memories from the perfect shot. And then I came many. It's not easy to forget, but I was lucky for the semi-final.
Great. And can you tell us a little bit about the equipment you're riding today?
This is my classic 5. And this is the board that I much.
And it also seems like this competition is like there's a lot of camaraderie. Who do you think is going to be the hardest guy?
So it's hard to tell. I'm gonna do my happy.
Great. Well, we're looking forward to see you in the semifinals. See you soon.
Wow.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Nice to hear, huh?
Yeah, hearing him list off all the people who could win makes you realize, like, oh, yeah.
You feel like he said it, and then he's thinking, oh, but there's that other guy, and the other guy, and the other guy.
Oh, shit. Adriano won a world title.
No. Yeah, and this Bruno, he's 40 now. He's a former winner at the Pipe as a wild card. Remember at Pipeline when he won that?
Ooh, look at this one.
That looks like a Von Roop action.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness.
That's a Von Roop action.
Wow, I think we might see a double digit. Let's see. That wave looked absolutely insane. That was a bomb.
Yeah.
Wow, he's certainly happy about it, and for good reason. My goodness, still splashing the water there. Wow, yeah. I cannot wait to see this replay because that thing was throaty.
Heavy character, this guy, something else.
Let's have a look. Look at that thing. Steep drop, just
way
got
late into it. Super thick, super deep.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that was animal.
Okay, I know what I would give that, and it's not in the single digits.
Look at that.
Wow.
Yeah, and he was hard. Look at that foam ball. He's totally sitting on it.
Yeah, the drop, that line through it, getting out just in the right spot to have that clean exit. It's not even, chandeliering him. That was an insane wave by Nick Von Rupp, I think.
Yeah, this guy has he's got that thing going. It's just, beyond normal. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I feel his hands are just like little antennas kind of touching everything in there. He's that good.
He's that good, and he was fired up on that thing. I mean, as any of us would be. But
no doubt. Good way to start the heat.
Great way to start the heat, and it just goes to show you, in like conditions like this, you could have slow moments. You could have a wave like that all of a sudden, and it's like, I think there's a lot of times where you're just so close to a wave like that. Like it's 5% off. It's 95% of the way there, but just the last 5% makes it so that you can't get a wave like that, and then sometimes it all comes together, and he was right place, right time, perfect read on the thing, big, technical. I mean, it's hard to find a fault.
And like hard, you would never call that a perfect, easy wave. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It
far
was
from
heavy
it.
all the way through. It was a complicated situation. It only looked like super easy, like in the end, when he just, sneaking out the door there. Because up till then, there's nothing easy about it.
Yeah, and even sneaking out at the end there, it was, we saw Pedro Boonman wear a lip to the head just by timing that a little bit wrong. Nick did have that perfect road out of there, but still he needed to time it perfectly. And the score is in. We've got a perfect 10.
That's it.
Nick
First 10 of the day.
Von Rupp drops the first 10 of the day. I mean, right when he came out of that thing and it was just exploding behind him and his arms were in the sky,
Right.
I had a feeling, and it is confirmed. Nick has got a 10.
Yeah,
So
if Nick's claiming,
Yeah, yeah.
there's something going on.
That's a very good way for him to claim it.
He goes another little one.
He's
Just
back
get the back up.
He's in rhythm. Let's see if he can punch through this thing. Not quite, but I mean, a wave like that will make your day.
No doubt.
He's make more than your day. I think. What a dreamy wave, and
yeah, make more than my day. That's for sure. I'd be set for a while. Right?
Yeah, he could just come in.
There you go.
Wow, and I mean, Saka and Joao have their work cut out for them now. Joao's going to chip away at it. Little one, not going to let him out. But hey, you got to do something when Nick Von Rupp is dropping waves like that.
So we got best two by 58 surf. There's a possibility on that one, right?
Yeah, I would have to say it's the best one so far.
So best score by Go Chill. If he stacks another one up there, he might be for double duty here.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I mean, he's. We can confirm that he's currently leading the best score award.
Now we've also got best Portuguese surfer. So,
yeah.
Depending on what he puts together, it could be a pretty, good price tag. Better than going to Vegas. This heat could be for him.
Not to mention, I mean, at this point, unless this heat really opens up and gets crazy, he's probably headed to the semifinals. So he's getting closer and closer to that prize money loaded draw or side of the draw. So he's feeling good.
I would definitely. What a start.
Ooh, one judge gave it a 9.8, but
well,
don't
threw
worry.
him out anyways, huh?
Yeah, he got kicked out, went to a 10. So somebody thought it was just 0.2 points away from perfection.
4 judges, usually odd number, isn't it, on judges? Or am I wrong? Look at
I
that.
think it depends. Wow, look at that drop. Yeah, just a crucial, beautiful line through that thing, and it really opens up through this section. I want to see this claim again. That was, you could tell he was feeling it, pumping through that thing, and then just gets out of there in the nick of time. And
full arm climb, that's big time.
Lets people know he's feeling it. I'm sure the beach erupted for that one. I was walking around when Aritz got his wave before, and the beach went mad.
On the left he had earlier too, right?
Yeah. I didn't even get to see it. I just heard people go nuts, so I'm sure they went mad for that. It's even busier now.
And that came through to 9.5, right?
Yep. Nick's jumped ahead of him, so.
And then when he took off in that, he was actually at one point pretty low. You see how low he was in that? And had to drop back up into it?
Yeah.
So it was pretty close to getting lip slammed in the beginning of it there.
Yeah, that start of the wave was so technical. It was really opened up through that midsection, but he didn't have so much space to play with at the beginning, and he just took such a beautiful line through it. Pies hell under his feet, helping him draw that perfect line. That gentleman definitely knows how to shape a board that goes well in the tube. So a great start to the heat. 22 minutes and 45 seconds left, and Saka, you could actually see Saka looking into that thing. I mean, Nick was in the spot, Saka was further over, but it was such a good wave that Saka even seemed interested. He was like, Nick, if you don't go, I
don't want it.
I'm curious. But Nick was just right in that sweet spot and read it so well.
Still early days. Hope there's a couple more like that just to keep it super interesting here.
I think so. I mean, maybe we're starting to see this swell fill in, and maybe that's with the size coming up and the period dropping, maybe we're going to see more consistency like usually happens. See a little bit of, let's just call it cheese on the face at the moment, but I think the wind's going to clock a little bit more north, light all day, but a little bit more north than the wind might help in the afternoon for this.
Yeah, a bit more offshore later on this afternoon.
Yeah, for this business end of the event, semis, finals.
But no complaints on conditions up till now. It's been amazing. Huh?
Yeah. If you look out at the ocean right now and complain about the wave quality, then I'm not exactly sure what you'd want. I wouldn't know how to make you happy.
Yeah, no, there's been some heats slower than others in that, but there's been pretty much a good barrel in every heat if you look at it,
Yeah.
And that's what it's all about. The tube time.
The tube time.
Big container ship out the back there.
The crowd's not too bad. We have free surfers down the beach. I was almost expecting it to be a little bit busier. The beach is obviously busy, but in terms of people trying to get their own waves off to the side of it, I think it is at a size that filters a lot of people out of the water.
It tends to weed it out a bit, I think.
Yeah, especially if you're given the choice of enjoying a cold Corona on the beach or going on the adrenaline ride, fear, fun, everything that is
my
tube
break.
riding.
It went down the end of like the Corona bar and that. Check it out at the end there. And most of the local surfers are out of the water. Like they're taking advantage of it. I mean, they love to watch good tube riders, so they're gonna take a day off from surfing and check everybody else out. You know what I mean? It's not every day that you get this many guys together in the same place surfing perfect waves. So
Exactly. I think there is something so inspiring about seeing surfers at this level get together at your home break too. You just kind of see it differently. You see how the best surfers in the world can read it, and you might as well enjoy it with a cold beer in hand and then go try to borrow from their approach your next session. But yeah, when you see something like this, especially just that feeling of event moving on and getting to the pointy end where every heat is even more stacked than even, when you have a 16 surfer field, everything's punchy, but when you get to a semis, when you started with 16 surfers, it's not only stacked, but it's also people who are clearly in rhythm. Sometimes you see great surfers that just didn't find their rhythm, whereas this, it's, especially in a tube riding event, it's so important to have that sense of being in sync with things. And when you have a heat where everybody's in sync, it really opens up and everybody's getting waves. And we're getting into that chunk of the event. Just heat 2 around 3 now.
wait for a bit of activity from Tiago and João Mendonça.
They'll get busy, I'm sure. Nick, I mean...
Yeah, you think it's intimidating if someone starts off with a 10 at the beginning of the heat, isn't it?
It is. And I think it almost puts Nick in a place where he's just looking for another 10. It's like he's so comfortable now.
He's that kind of guy.
Saka's
going to snake him on this one. Not snake him, but take advantage of what's his.
Rightfully his. Couldn't really get too deep there.
No. But it's a starting point.
Yeah, something to do. And Joao. He's in, but he's not out.
No.
He's had a few like that where...
Yeah, but he's continuing with the attitude, though, isn't he? I mean, he's going for it. He's still charging after waves here.
Yeah, he's still having a swing. Which is nice. It's nice when you see a surfer that's just catching so many waves, keeps things interesting, that's for sure.
Yes, like you're saying, this would be João's third heat now, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So it's like you say, it's a lot of physical labor put in in a short amount of time.
It is.
So he says he's got 70 minutes in his pocket now before he came into this heat. So walk away with what, 105 minutes or something like that, right?
And then he could be in the semis and then the finals. So it could be 70 more minutes. So I mean, a lot of these guys are used to surfing marathon sessions when the waves are on, but at the same time, I think it's a very different experience surfing a heat and surfing just at your own leisure. Even if you are professional, like being able to play the day as you want and take your breaks when you want and kind of be choosier with your waves if you want to. You have much more control than when you're in a heat.
Exactly.
You're also dealing with emotion and...
That's it. It's just like it's psychologically, physically, the whole, it's a drainer.
Draining for sure. But as you've pointed out, these guys we can't feel too sorry for them. They're they're here. Carcavelos. We've got another replay here. This looks like maybe Joao's wave.
Yeah, Joao's last wave.
Great stalling technique on display again. But we'll probably see this thing just sort of run away from him. See, he almost could have not quite. He was close to being able to.
He tried it. Doggy door right there, huh?
Yeah, he was close. The wave just didn't really allow it. Another example of just being 5% off. Just so close. But that little extra bit can rob you of a score. Still a good effort, though. Not sitting on much. It's anybody's game between him and Tiago. Looking at some 2-point totals there. Just got to avoid last place.
I was just out on my break. I was out talking with who's a local from here originally. He lives up in Udicetta now, works with Quicksilver. Jose Gregorio. Do you know Greg?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. He's been around forever. He's local from Carcavelos back in the day. So it was his breeding ground. National champ quite a few times. And he was talking about Mendonça, who's been making his mark like up in Udicetta this year a lot. I mean, the kid's he's grown as a surfer and as respected as a tube rider and a charger big time.
Yeah.
All around Portugal now. So at the age of 17, so it's good.
I think it's great when you have a real core scene like that, where if you are charging, if you are having a good year, it's noticed. It's there's such a good crew there, and when it's on, everybody. There tends to be sessions where everybody's kind of in the same spot. Where if you're going hard and you're getting good ones, you're doing it in front of people, and people are noticing. They're talking. You're getting that sort of feedback. Rather than, some people have great years, but they do it in sort of isolation. And
exactly.
People just rely on seeing it. It's a way different experience seeing a wave that somebody might post on Instagram or something than it is seeing what that session was actually like and how many good ones there were and that person's ability to read it. So.
And he comes from like what I would call a more isolated area.
Yeah.
Like from down in Tifan and that, it's not close to any major city or anything. So he's out there in the boondocks a lot of times, where he started all his surfing and his path on the surfing, surfing future, whatever. But yeah, he's gotten around. He travels and has gotten amazing waves in a lot of places in the last few years.
Yeah,
it is good to watch when they go from like that boy to man thing, and all of a sudden they're a presence. You know what I mean? And it's really showed up this year.
Great. I mean, events like this help so much. Just you put in a good performance here, and not only are you doing it in front of your whole scene, but you're also it's something on paper. It's a clear. It's a result. You could say I made the semis, or I made the final, or I did this or that. It's there's no. It's objective. It's not subjective.
No doubt. Went heads up with Nicolau and Rupe and Tiago Pires.
Yeah,
that'll work.
Exactly. yeah. That's going from a boy to a man. You start. It's the big boy heat. And Joao is thus far delivering and keeping us quite entertained along the way with his wave selection and
energy,
kind of enthusiasm that he brings out there.
No
you
doubt.
can tell.
No doubt.
And general impatience. We love to see it.
13 minutes.
13, still time. We started not right as the horn blew, but early on in this heat we saw Nick's 10.
Yes, Mr. Arit Saramburu.
The defending champ in the yellow jersey. To your point, I was talking to Mikey February in my break, and he was saying like, Arit has a car, and he was fully, because I was like asking Mikey, are you going to surf again? He's like, I don't know, like if Aritz loses, like we might go, because like you said, he is just so on it. He's the most on it person. He'll leave the airport to get a few waves, and if he lost, he was not going to be sticking around. He's going to go milk everything he could out of this swell. It's just
he's a frother, that guy.
Yeah, and so Mikey's just kind of like, I'm down for whatever. I'm down to hang. But Aritz, unfortunately, he's blessed with being so good at surfing that I don't think he's going to have that free time. He's likely going to be in the final, but if not, if he could sneak an extra hour somewhere, I'm sure he would. Which is just, it's so cool to see somebody who's had that energy for so long. And Boonman on the screen there. Looks like he's feeling all right. We saw in his last heat he had a pretty gruesome wipeout where it looked like he had hurt his ear, a lip to the face, and then maybe something that threw him out in the flats that he fell awkwardly on his head. Seems like he's good because he's getting that white jersey on now.
Roll. There you go.
He's got tough heat. He's got Aritz and Ace Buchan. So 2 former CTers in the mix. The local boy will be going up against.
That's stacked. Ace had a stellar heat. His last heat was nice, eh?
Yeah. Ace had a great heat.
No stranger to the barrels. Once you get in there, you see the style and all that. It's just very comfortable, eh?
Yeah, it's great to see. It's great to see just that CT talent trickling into, especially just these people who have had such great careers and are at a point where they're more free with their time now, a bit more relaxed, and I think you could just tell it's just such a different scene.
Yeah.
This event just feels more relaxed to them, and all they have to do is show up and get tubed, and this is a dream.
That's it. But yeah, it's a dream. And as you know, looking at like Adrian Souza's energy when Emily interviewed him about being here and that, it's, you know, it's a rush for them too, eh?
Yeah, yeah.
To kind of get back into contest jersey and get back into the swing just for, you know, which is not as intense of an affair as like, let's say, a CT contest or something like that, you know.
Yeah, exactly. So that's awesome to see. Just over 10 minutes. No surprise, Nick van Rupp is still comfortably in the lead with his 10-point ride. He's got a bit of a backup, nothing huge, but anybody's game between Joao and Thiago. It's they're both looking at roughly 2-point totals, so anybody jumps ahead with a kind of score into the fair range, they'll grab the lead, but you know that they want to jump into that excellent range. I mean, you know they're capable of it. They just need to have those stars align and send a wave their way. And there's Ace.
Down a pintail.
With his little student caddy there. There we go. The cargo ship trucking into Lisbon, making its way in.
Amazing amount of swell out there in the channel too, eh? Yeah, if anyone is in the neighborhood, it's worth coming down to have a look here. It's a beautiful day.
Joao.
Oh.
Quick one. Looks like he wants to turn to big layback. All right, that felt good. 10 minutes left. He's not going to be feeling, you know, safe after that, but it is going to put him
be more comfortable.
Yeah,
you know,
definitely more comfortable. But
I think it's very hard to say you can feel safe if you got Thiago Piers in the water, right?
Exactly. Exactly. Let's have a quick look at this replay. Nice wave waiting for it.
Yeah,
quick little cover up and then hammers that turn. That was a nice turn. That board looked a bit longer when he did the turn too.
Yeah.
You can't tell as much in a barrel.
I mean, he's way up front. He's way in front of the deck on that on it, eh?
Yeah. And then you see him.
Kid's very good. You see him just shake his foot back, put it on his pad there just to carve it in the end.
Yeah. Some fancy footwork there.
Yep, he's a natural, I think, this kid's got, you know, sensibility.
Probably gonna, fairly certainly gonna give him a nudge over. He's already ahead of Thiago, but just a little bit more. Aritz sizing things up, trying to summon another 9.8, whatever he had in his last heat. Just another excellent score.
You start to see that tide messing on the inside there quite a bit, getting a bit lower in that now.
Yeah, yeah. The inside, you can tell there's a ton of water moving. Just Aritz sizing it up, being like, man, I hope I time this paddle out well, or else I'll be fighting for a while.
Aritz is notorious for finding the corners, so.
Yeah, he's good at sniffing them out. He's like a little truffle pig. Just a beautiful day down here, too. The weather is generally nice here, but you do also have those periods where it could be stormy for a bit.
Oh, yeah.
Windy, rainy, all that.
Cold.
Nasty. Nice to have this stretch of weather in February where the sun is shining. A bit chilly, especially in the morning, but
if you look at the the rest of Europe, we're always pretty blessed. I mean.
Yeah. Yep, that's true. After 6 years in France, this feels like a very mild winter. 6.
You lived around Hosker area in that?
Yep, in Biarritz.
All right.
Yep. Lovely place, a lot of fun waves. I do think...
Beautiful little city, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, I love it there. It's a really, really a special place. But I will say I think the wave quality is better here, especially with the options that you have in terms of wind. It's insane. When you get on a good run here, it's like, why would you go anywhere?
No.
You're not going to go on a surf trip and get better waves unless
Well, you'd probably just go to get warmer water. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Maybe less crowds once in a while, but warm water, I think, as you get older, which is my case, it makes a big difference. I mean, it's nice to travel. If you go to travel, I'm not thinking about going to I'm going to go to this cold place to go surfing. No, I'm going to go somewhere warm.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Get in the board shorts.
There you go. Get rid of the wetty.
That's fair enough. Always nice to be able to just jump right in and out of the water and not have to deal with a wetsuit, especially a cold, wet wetsuit, which if you're like me, you're great at leaving them in your car.
Yeah, I'm fantastic at that too.
Yeah, it's a real skill that you have to develop over time. But with 5.5 minutes left, the situation has not changed much. Nick Von Rupp comfortably in the lead. Joao and Thiago kind of in that dogfight for second. Only third place goes home. Top 1 and 2, they will be semifinalists. So really is just this kind of battle between Thiago and Joao to avoid that third place. And we'll see. Thiago's been waiting for a while. Joao's been a little bit more patient.
Waiting quite a while. It's wild because this heat opened up with the wave of the day.
Yeah. It did. It just goes to show you there. Right place, right time. You're getting a 10. Wrong place, wrong time. You might have a more difficult heat, but something about tube riding where you really need to get in sync with the ocean. So Nick seemed to do that, and he seemed to do it right away in this heat.
Right.
But Thiago only needs a 1.75. And obviously Joao is looking to better his score, which is a 1.3.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it's a close run for a second.
Yeah, let's see what happens, but for now, let's jump into the recap. That was a nice recap. We got to see Nick's...
One more look at that one, huh?
Yeah, I know. That's could watch that wave 10 times over. One time for every point that he put on the board there.
It's crazy when, if you watch these days, people watch. I watch a lot of contests online and that. You watch contests when they're in Hawaii, whatever the tour, you'd be watching them online. Then you go to a contest like a live one, and you're on the beach and you're like waiting for the instant replay
of
after
course.
You want to see it again.
Yeah. It is funny. It is. You blink and you'll miss it.
All right.
I'll never forget. I was standing on the beach at the New York event when they had the CT there. That Kelly did an aerial where he got a 10. Yeah.
That was what, a long time ago.
I think 2011-ish.
Yeah.
So yeah, over 10 years, and it was definitely a moment where you wish you had a replay. It was unbelievable. I remember questioning his wave decision when he stood up. I was like, what's he doing on this? He's close out, and then bam. So things can happen quickly in a surf event. Keep that in mind with 2.5 left, because Nick Von Rupp showed us there's 10s out there.
Yeah, and there's some big ones coming in now, eh?
Yeah, we've got a big set to end this heat. So
huge set.
Keep an eye on Joao and Thiago, because neither of them need much, but, well, they both need to just do one better than the other. So it's
more
just
than what they're looking for.
It's really just a showdown, a shootout.
Yeah.
Let's see if they can find a corner on this big wall that we're seeing come into Carcavelos. Looking out the back, too, there's just, you can see that outer section. There's a lot of energy in the water right now.
Yeah, these big sets sometimes very difficult to find a corner, but they're out there.
They are. Nick found one. We're seeing seeing some people find them throughout the day. And with 1 minute and 40 seconds left, let's see if the strategy sort of starts to change. I wouldn't be surprised if, especially Joao, starts to bite on something. I mean, he's technically in second now, but
yeah,
I'd bet he'd be eager to kind of better his score. Whereas I could see Thiago being a little bit more patient, not getting quite as scrappy at the end.
Right.
But let's see what the Tiger does.
That Portuguese Tiger, they gave him that at Sunset in that first, when he came in second to Sonny. When he did a junior contest, when they call him the Tiger, he gave him that in an Australian magazine, I think. And it was, he did a junior event at Makaha in the morning. That I think it was either, let's say Parco or who won the junior title. And he came in second there, and then he came in second in Sunset behind Sonny Garcia.
Wow.
Same day, yeah.
That is that's two different worlds, the junior event and surfing against Sonny Garcia at Sunset.
Definitely.
That's, one is kind of the pinnacle of just...
There he is, Thiago. He's got to grab this one.
There he goes. He's in need of about a 2. Looking for a little shade here, finding it, not finding an exit. So
a dumper.
That bodes well for Joao. Might be all we see of Saka this year at the Perfect Chapter.
Might be pretty hard to get out the back for another one of that.
He's swinging around, but with 12 seconds left, I think this one is in the books. Thiago, one last attempt here. Just not finding an exit on that smaller wave. So, interesting heat. That is it. And
that's all she wrote.
Wow, as another set comes filtering in, we have an after the buzzer. This wave won't count. But there's Saka doing a nice turn, showing everybody he's still got it.
So Nick Van Roop with the bomb of the day, and João Mendonça up against some heroes and getting by one of them.
Getting by, now he's in the semis.
Yep, there you go.
Big result for the young man, so he must be very, very happy. Let's see, here is the heat totals. Nick Van Rupp with that 10, taking it out. Joao, smaller heat total behind him, and then Thiago just behind Joao. So there you have it. Nick and Joao on to the semis. We are going to go into a quick commercial break, and then we'll see the defending event champ back in the water. Let's have at it.
Deixa-te ir. Go chill. Agora com um novo sabor, sem lactose.
Estou há imenso tempo atrás da menina. O que é que fizeste assim para ter um beijinho do nada dela?
Já foste às mental ar?
Your wetsuit with graphene. Your wetsuit without Airlight 4D. Your wetsuit with Airlight 4D.
Welcome to the 9th Perfect Chapter, powered by Billabong.
not to be an easy one.
And now, Nick, it was pretty amazing that that
Yeah.
10. It's
Yeah, it was
insane.
a one-wave heat, but pretty amazing one wave. I mean, wave of the day so far. Technically super difficult. And just, yeah, Nicolau stuff. What are you going to do? Huh?
I mean, he'll be looking for that third win out here.
That's it. You know he's hungry for that for sure.
And now, coming up, we've got Aritz Aramu, Pedro Bowman, and Ace Bucking. Ace has been on...
Ace last heat was great, eh? And Aritz, actually, it's yeah. It's a stacked heat. It's busy.
I mean, this one, yeah, like the other heats, I mean, wouldn't want to pick who's going to win, come on top here. It's going to be super close.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I'm a big Aritz fan, so we'll see what gives.
Yeah.
If there's corners out there to be found, he'll find them.
And we're going to head over to Emily.
Yes, I am here with Nick van Raap. Nick, you started that heat out with a perfect 10. Can you just take us inside that wave?
Yeah, it's crazy how perspectives change out there. You know, you go from like was like about
Your home crowd, getting a perfect 10, like throwing the arms in the air. That moment, that must be amazing.
yeah, you never know, right? I mean, there's a both of us are going for the third title.
And how do you feel the nerves out there, like competing in front of your home crowd? How do you manage that?
It's not so much the nerves, it's really, I mean, it's not so much the crowd, it's really dealing with inconsistency of the waves, you know. Thiago always someone I looked up to, and, you know, of whether you
Momentum out there, getting bigger and bigger. So what do you think we can expect from this afternoon?
Yeah, it should be. Carcavelos really turns on in the afternoon, so you guys at home, stay tuned. It's going to be a long day, long afternoon.
Thank you, and good luck in Simmons.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's Nicolau with good feed on Carcavelos and what it's like to snag a barrel like that, and especially in front of the home crowd.
That's it. And he was just saying that, you know, it can turn on, and it's out here, whether you do get those good waves, sometimes there's a little bit of luck involved, being in the right place at the right time, right?
Definitely.
And that's just Carcavelos.
Definitely, yeah. Yeah, especially in this kind of event. There are a lot of non-makeable waves. Most of the big sets are hard to, you know, find a corner on. So when you do, who do we have there? We got a replay on that one. But yeah, he's super stoked about that wave for sure, Nicolau. He did mention that his big opponent out here being Aritz, as far as high score goes. So I'd say they're two to be watched. Birds of a feather fly together, huh?
Yeah, both of them, you know, very, very dominant on the European surf big wave scene, kind of looking at whenever there are swells, like whether in the north, in the Basque Country, or, you know, in Ireland, over here.
Yeah, those guys, Aritz, Nicolau, those guys that chase him, you know. Not surprised I saw here Nicolau has as his favorite wave Nazare. Now, I thought it was like Kandui or Greenbush or something like that. It's has gone to Nazare.
Yeah, I was chatting to local surf legend Jean Macedo about that. You know, when he was kind of when Nick was a Grom and he was kind of
scared of big waves and that.
Yeah, just taking him under his wing and you just build it up bit by bit, don't you? It's not like everyone looks at it and goes, "Yeah, I'm just going to decide to tow massive Nazare today."
Favorite wave in Portugal, Nick Van Roop, Peralta, Nazare, and Super Tubes. That's a few waves, right? Favorite wave in the world, Praia do Norte, Nazare. So, hats off to that.
He loves it.
Yeah. I love watching it.
I mean, yeah, the views up there, just standing on top of the cliff by the lighthouse is incredible, right?
Oh, it's something else, eh?
And, I mean, watching what is going down in Carcavelos and surrounding spots here in the Cascais region today, I mean, yeah. We've been waiting a while. Like, the window has sort of started off on January the 8th, and it goes up until 9th of March, so we're just kind of getting in before that period.
But I think it was perfect call today.
Yeah.
I mean, for me, it's up to now, but one of the best. I mean, seen some really good waves up till now, and I think we should expect more in the afternoon.
And just how many barrels? I mean, I've lost count on how many tubes we've seen today, right?
No, there's been a flurry of them. There's been a lot, eh? So the boys are patiently waiting for something out there. I think the only wave we had up to now was booming, if I'm not mistaken.
And just a small score, 0.5. So yeah, he's going to be on the hunt for some higher scores. Well, they all are. Ace and a Ritz.
And were you telling me that we have a kids session before the final later on today?
We do. So we've got the next gen of the local like rippers and the juniors.
Now, were they voted on or just chosen at random, or do you know how that worked for them?
I think they were, because I know they were doing a voting system for
the main event.
For the main event, for the Invitational. And I think a lot of them were, I think some of them were chosen. I don't know if they were voted on, but I know Salvador is going to be going again. And yeah.
It's like 6 kids, correct?
Yes.
And some pretty good prizes, from what I hear.
Yeah, they got well, there's 500 euros up for grabs, and then a trip to the Mentawais.
There we go. Oh. Something stuck there. Something didn't quite happen. That was Ace, I think.
Let's take another look at that one.
Yeah, something didn't come together. Maybe he's got a broken board. Yeah, I'm going to say he has a broken board.
Yeah.
He may have buckled a duck dive and hadn't noticed. You know what I mean? And it just showed up in the bottom turn. But you see, everything kind of just stopped when he got down to the bottom there. So I'm going to say it was buckled and it just didn't.
Which can happen out here. I mean, the force of Carcavelos when it's on, like today, you know, if you get one on the head, if you're duck diving trying to just get out the back, and
let's see here. You watch him in the bottom here. Yeah, just all bogged right there. Huh?
Yeah.
Another board.
And what about the glassing with some of these, like some of the boards that they'd be using?
Well, it depends, you know. I mean, if you're looking at like competition boards, you find that a lot of competition boards are just done with like one S glass on the top, a 4-ounce S on top, and a 4-ounce on the bottom. So it's just one glass each side. You might do them with a bit of a bigger lap to give it a bit more, you know, brace the board around it.
Yep.
But if you want a light board and a flexible board, you're going to do one glass, but you pay for it. You know, it's obvious here. If the surf's solid and that, you're going to pros snap a lot of boards in general. And this, to a certain point, I don't think there's a huge necessity for a super light board in these kind of conditions. You know what I mean? In demanding, you know, beach break barrels like this or super tubes and that. I don't know if like super light is not as important
You want
as
something
it is in
reliable,
like
right?
performance, you know,
Yeah.
beach break competitions where you need to get as much speed as possible with very little energy in the waves. There you might, you know, you want a lighter board for sure.
And especially when they're expected to go to the air, and
Exactly.
when it becomes like more of a maneuvers air game, then that's
more
sort
responsive,
of, yeah.
faster, reactive, all that, you know.
Yeah.
There you want it. Something like this, you know, if you have 2 layers of glass on the deck, it's not going to make that much of a difference, you know what I mean? Makes a difference when it comes to, like right now. If you're super light board, they snap.
We'll definitely keep the caddies busy when they're going to be in and out. And when I was talking to the grommets earlier, who like each from the local surf schools, they're going to some of the kids here are going to be caddying for all our surfers today, all 16, and they were just kind of chosen at random. So they're going to so they're going to go.
They run around with their boards.
Yeah, I was running around.
Cool.
Was just chatting to them. Yeah, you got to make sure that you got the boards ready whenever they buckle like that. They've got to run down there. And
oh, that's good. They got kids involved like that. It's a good one.
Yeah.
So what are the prizes on the kids event we're talking about?
So they do have, so the next generation, which is the juniors heat, that is between the semis and the final. And it's powered by Hidden Bay Resort with a double stay in the Matawis Islands. So
Double stay. Better get on those kids. Huh?
So
see if they want to take an all guy, any of them, huh?
And then then they've got a €500 voucher as well, which they can use for that trip. But I mean, what a dream trip is that for the Matawis?
No doubt, it's beautiful.
Just the variety of waves over there, kind of. I mean, the variety and option here. Obviously, you got to put on a suit.
Yeah.
It definitely keeps the crowds away. I feel like less than some places that, you know, if you're just in boardies.
But yeah, it's warm. Warm's different. Tropical's different, isn't it? Yeah, it's beautiful over there. But it's an expensive trip.
Yeah.
So Hidden Resort's giving one away to the kids. That's cool. Hidden Bay.
And now looking at it, seems that the people, there's more and more coming to the beach now. There's that sort of the lunchtime crowd descends on Carcavelos.
Lunchtime crowd for sure. This heat's bound to open up. It's been pretty slow so far, which is surprising because all these guys are guys that keep pretty busy. Boomin being a local boy. It's always busy, and Ace, who had a super busy his last heat, did really well in that. So I think we're in a tidal change here.
I think so.
And you notice it, you know, piece shift around. There we go. Got a taker. Oh yeah.
There's a nice stool in the barrel there for Moritz.
Corner pocket. He'll be happy with that. I mean, there's not a lot out there thus far, and that'll get the ball rolling.
And he just seems so comfortable out there as well, you know. Like, do you reckon Mundaka might have had a bit to do with that, Larry?
I think so, yeah. Mundaka and everywhere else this guy charges at, you know.
Exactly. It's not just Mundaka.
Yeah, he's his whole generation. So I'm trying to think back. What Rich, Jonathan Gonzalez. I want to say Pablo Guterres, all that crew, right? Goni was a bit younger than Aris, I think, and yeah, that's a tough generation. All those guys. What was the other? The brothers, Aneco, Acero was also the same period. A lot of good surfers out of Spain at that point. Basque Country and that.
Yeah, Zarao, it's a bit of a hotbed for it up there.
Yep. Good crew. Ode Coyas also, right?
There's some good options. I mean, it's, you know, close to the French border, so they can get up to Hosco region, and
there you go. Jump down to Portugal, and right there.
So you can see that out in the back on the top left. So that white water there, like on the outer kind of banks.
Was that 1.5 they gave the Ritz on that one?
It was.
Okay.
So unless that was, could be his.
If that was his second wave, maybe not.
I think his second. I think that was his first one. So we're still waiting for that one to drop.
Okay.
And it's Ace sneaking into this one.
New boards in and out. Oh no. Oh yeah.
And he is. He is out of there.
Doggy doored it.
Bit of a hand up in the air claim just to.
Yep.
He's been on good form, Ace.
Yeah, he has. I don't know if he's still surfing a lot, day to day at home, or if he's competed at anything just for fun. But he's done well in this so far. I mean, he's not out of sync at all as far as competing goes, is he? Let's see how he goes here.
That's nice, just drives into it.
Totally. That's a major boil under his board when he did that, too, in the beginning of it. Yeah, that was super well surfed. Oh, yeah.
That's it.
Clam.
Oh. It's pointing to the judges.
Yeah, that was highly
Make sure you
technical,
saw that
actually.
one.
Did you see when he got into that, there was just like a huge boil of water right under his board there, so it wasn't an easy place to get that initial
Just the drive,
speed.
that
Yeah,
initial
the
pump.
drive. So. Yeah, that'd probably be a decent score.
So just over 15 minutes remaining in round 3, heat 3. We'll wait for some scores to drop. Pedro Bowman, local charger, in the lead at the moment. Followed on his tails by Ritz.
Trying to see which wave was that? Pedro's wave, huh? I don't remember that one. Must have missed it.
So there's something definitely on the horizon now. Our surfer's just opting out. Not going to go for that first one. It's kind of, as you saw, just closing out there. So good to dodge that one.
We got one score still to come through from Ace, correct?
Yep.
Right.
One to go. So Pedro's got priority, but it looks like Ritz is going to go.
Yeah.
This is a solid looking wave. What's he got here? Oh,
Corner
just
pocket.
pulls the rail
There
and
you go.
straight out of there. Absolutely clinical surfing there from Ritz and just charging.
And Boomin had priority on that wave.
He did.
And was it Boomin that was next to him or Ace?
I think it was Ace that was next to him, just on his outside there.
We probably had second priority then. Yeah.
And Ritz was just a little bit deeper.
You don't want to.
He was going to go. He was like,
priority.
I'm going.
Yeah, he got priority. You don't want to let him to go, huh? Oh yeah.
And just nonchalant, looking back at the
there, look at
crowd.
that angle. It's beautiful. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'll do it.
Definitely one of the more chunkier tubes we've seen today.
Yes.
The judge is going to love that. He's going to get some high score.
Yep, for sure. All right, mixing up here. So we've still got score coming through for Ace and for Ritz. Maybe I'm wrong on the Ace score. Maybe that was that Boomin on that wave? And I thought it was Ace.
Not sure.
I want to think so, yeah. Because I've seen Boomin got that score, and I didn't see. Yeah, it would have been Boomin that we thought was Ace on that one.
What do you reckon Ritz's was? We looking at 8s or 9s maybe?
Yeah, I want to say maybe 8 something. Because it wasn't. I don't think it was the intensity of Nicolaus to make it a 10, and his other earlier score was better, I think.
Here's Ace now,
Yeah,
up and riding.
that's Ace now. The other one was booming, actually.
Just went a little bit too high on that one, getting clipped.
So I'm sorry, it was my mistake before. That was definitely booming on that other one with that pump. And yeah, all right.
Ace here trying to generate a bit of speed and just wait for that section to.
Yeah, a bit wobbly in that on the wave, eh? A bit too high, but it didn't give him much of a chance there either.
No.
Did it?
It's just so tricky out there. I mean,
Yeah.
getting the right line, obviously timing it, and
Definitely.
and these guys, 16, some of the best tube riders in the world.
And each came through with a.
It's an 8.5.
9.5. There it is.
So
Yeah,
puts him
about
into
point
the
and a half
lead.
down from Nick Laus and a point down from his 9.5 earlier today.
Just the 110 so far.
That's
From
it.
the comp.
Yeah, this is a tight heat because I mean, you know, it's Boomin's up there. Ace has yet to find one really, you know. But there's plenty of time for that. And if they're dropping 10s and 8s and a halves and that, you know they're out there. Huh?
Yeah, that's it. Ooh. Is he coming out of that one? No, fortunately, not to be.
Ace on the hunt.
I mean, now with under 10 minutes to go, he's going to be trying to be as busy as possible, wouldn't he? Just kind of.
You want to be for sure. All right, 8.5. There's Arich up front, Boomin in the second.
Check out this replay of Ace now. Love that stall.
Yeah,
just
beautiful.
dropping the backhand.
Yeah, just didn't showed him no mercy there,
Just
but he
a
did everything. You
shutdown.
know, couldn't have done anything. Didn't do anything wrong. Just didn't present the door, eh? Boomin again. Corner, that might be better backup than he has. He's just sitting on
Just
a
a quick one, huh? Just in and
0.6 or 0.4 as a backup, so that's probably a bit better.
Let's check it. Pedro, just up and out.
Yeah, almost just the entrance wasn't that clean in that, but he got out of it. So
You can see now like how the tide's dropping out. It's going to be low in about an hour and a half.
right,
So it's going to have all kinds of, or just every hour it seems to just
changes
change.
exactly.
Which is also pretty good with Carcavelos. You can surf it throughout tides. It doesn't really matter if it is high, low, mid.
You might be changing your position as far as peaks go.
Yeah,
because they have a
that's
tendency to
it.
run south and north, or excuse me, east and west. But
Some of the other spots around here maybe a bit more tide dependent. Some
Uh-huh.
of the reefs and.
surf San Pedro, much yourself?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, that's kind of like the closest break to where I live.
Right.
So I'm about like a kilometer from there. Yeah.
They can get heavy out there, out the back of San Pedro on the peak, eh?
Yeah.
A lot of water moving out there.
It's fun.
Yeah.
Super long. Get like 200-meter rides there, and it's great on like a mal or a fish or something when it's a bit smaller. And
Yeah, it's got some flat spots in it for sure.
Yeah. And then you got some pretty some fun waves near there as well. But what I love about Carcavelos is the options that you do have. I mean, you kind of got on the right of the screen, normally a little bit smaller, not as busy as kind of the main sort of peak where we are now.
Yeah.
And then up by the fortress.
Gets heavy, solid, yeah.
Yeah.
Some guys over that way now, eh? Not many.
No. You think if there was a day to not be at work, today would be the day.
Yeah.
You'd be out there. But it's just amazing watching the level of surfing going on at the moment out here.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm lucky enough to come out here when whenever there's a swell on, I try and sneak a wave in the mornings, and yeah, it's a great spot. And seeing, I mean, there is some incredible surfing, free surfing going on like out of contest time with the locals here, and I think it always has been that draw card for top talent here in Portugal, which we're going to see with the next gen later on this afternoon.
There you go. There you go.
Some local rippers.
But Carcavelos has always been a huge focal point as far as surfing in Portugal in general. I mean, a lot of the national champions have come from Carcavelos, and from around this, I'd say like the line of Cascais has produced more national champs than anywhere else in Portugal by far. The cream of the crop comes from this area.
Yeah, Frederico Vasco.
Yeah, Vasco, Frederico, Jose Gregorio is national champs. Paul the Bible is a national champ. Shit tons of them. A lot of them from around here.
Obviously, Saka won it like 7 times.
Yeah, he's, taking the flag farther than anyone. Him and Frederic, and now Nicolau for me is different situation. As far as not a CT surfer, but someone who has taken it out there to another level all around the world. There's something coming here. Everybody seems to be interested, but not that interested.
Yeah. Yeah, they dodged a bomb on that one.
Yep. It's crunch time, eh? 4.5 minutes.
So Ace has got priority. He's he should be trying to use that to his advantage out here. See if he can get ahead of Pedro and sneak up to Ritz.
Got priority. I mean, he needs one good score. And it's not nowhere out of his range for sure. What are we talking about? He needs what, 5?
He needs like a 7.5. So definitely not out.
He needs a 7.5.
7.5.
Okay. Oh, no, he does. Okay. Boomer's got 9. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, 7.5. That's a score.
Doable. Definitely doable for Ace. We'll see what this set's going to offer up. Surfers are seeing something coming in, and they're out there.
Yeah, there's no lack of waves, that's for sure. Again, it's just all about the corners.
Interesting, no one opted for that one. I thought someone would spin and go.
There was a bit of opportunity on it, but it didn't really open up that wide or stay open for long, so probably a good choice not to go on that one.
And like you said, Nick, I mean, it is looking at those corners, which waves are going to offer up, and not just, you can't just go on anything.
Yeah, and I would say, like with the time that's on the clock right now, Ace, if he's going to make a choice to take one, he's going to want to make sure it's the one that he could possibly get the score on.
Yeah.
Because getting out the back with, what time is on the clock is not an easy chore. Getting back in the lineup and hoping for a second wave, not. A little recap of the heat. There we go on that.
great little recap there. Aritz is 8.5.
That was a beauty. We're down to 1 minute 20 seconds. Ace be searching. He's just looking at a definite advance. And Boomen will want to try and hang on to his second slot here.
And under a minute now remaining in round 3, heat 3. And unfortunately, we're going to have to say goodbye to one of our surfers.
There you go.
Ace is going to be wanting to get a score now. There's a set coming on the way here.
Tom, yeah, there's big set. All right, here we go. Booming.
Pedro couldn't get inside that one, unfortunately. Not to be, he's going to come in.
21 seconds. Get it.
Looks like it's going to stay.
Priority. Yeah, song remains the same.
All right. That's it. It's the buzzer.
No surprise that it's Arambu gets through. And right behind him, local boy, Mr. Boomen.
Pedro.
On him. We say goodbye to Ace Bucket. Back to retirement.
And we'll be coming up next with Heat 4, Adriano de Souza, Pedro Calado, and Tori Meister. And there are, the results. Aritz Arambu, the total with that 8.5. Pedro Boomen also going through, and unfortunately saying goodbye to Ace Buchan. We're going to head to a commercial break, and we'll be back.
We've got your back.
Pô, altas zonas, passar ali a surfar. Não lá está melhor que isto.
Já foste a experimentar lá, hein?
Com vista sobre as dunas protegidas, a costa atlântica e as suas praias, há um património familiar de conforto e hospitalidade, glamour, serenidade e com uma área envolvente natural a apenas 20 minutos de Lisboa. Um refúgio sublime, repleto de atividades e experiências em convívio com a natureza, restaurantes inovadores e um dos melhores campos de golfe do mundo. De oitavos, Embracing Nature.
It's time to start. It's time to bring ourselves back from where we stopped. It's time to start and pedal so hard that we become the currents. This is the time to open our eyes in deep waters. Be brave. Be the wave. It's time to surf.
All right, we are back, and we're still being brave. Adriano de Souza, Tori Meister, the cowboy, and Pedro Calado, a happy man throwing a shaka, wide shaka. We like to see that. Tori in the cowboy hat, Adriano on the Red Bull hat. A good mix of vibes going on.
Yeah.
It seems like there's some pulses. I had an eye on that last heat. Aritz doing Aritz things. That wave was very tall. It was quite an interesting one. You guys must have.
It was massive. Like the takeoff when he kind of just pulled into this just a huge keg and kind of twisted his body into it, and it was sick.
You know, I feel like he's probably fired up after watching the other two-time winner, Nick van Rupp, getting a 10. He's like, hey, you know what? This is a battle, all right? Let's get a little rivalry going. And it's working. But that was then, this is now. And now we have, looks like, I think that's Ace coming in. Or no, that wasn't, yeah. It's Ace, Goofy Foot. That's not Tory Meister. That's no cowboy, folks. Not sure if Ace would ride a bull. I don't really think that's something that he would seek out.
Have you seen it? Have you seen it right? Like, the footage is just so...
Of Tory?
It's so gnarly, yeah.
It's so gnarly. He's just a professional surfer. That's what he does for fun. He rides bulls. Anyway, we are going to go to an interview with the last heat winner. That's Ritz, correct? He's there with Emily.
Thanks, guys. Ritz, congratulations. You are into the semis. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, feeling great. There was a really tough hit. Yeah, I just found one wave, but it was a pretty good one actually. I almost feel like it's gonna be a closeout, but yeah, happily I made that one. And
so you got a 9.5 in the morning and an 8.5. Got a 10. Is there a little rivalry going on between you guys?
of course, yeah. No, it's a fun contest, but since they told us that it was like a special award, whoever gets first to the three trophies, and of course it's a fun challenge, and I take it. But yeah, I started pretty good with a 9.5 this morning, and now.
And it's a pretty long day of competition. What do you do to...
Well, some fruits and water, and like friends that we were on tour before, like Adrian, meet them again.
And I saw you were doing some warm-up with some music in your ears before. I know people are always interested in hearing what is your hype song? What gets you pumped up to go out there?
Listening to Rosalia, actually. Yeah. Yeah.
On that note, okay, back to you guys. Thanks, Elise.
That is good to know.
The hype song.
Yeah, that's how he gets hyped up. Okay. He delivered it with a fair bit of confidence.
Yeah.
He was in. Anyway, I like that rivalry question.
Yeah, it was good.
He was a little bit too polite to embrace it, but I think we should just kind of really make it out to be a thing.
Yeah. We're like, yeah, it's on.
It's on. It's on. Maybe spread a few rumors about some bad-mouthing going on behind the backs. We'll see. But either way, both of them are in the semis, so yeah, it's a rivalry and it's going well.
No, it's good to see they have got that extra trophy challenge between the two of them, and yeah, adds a little bit of spice.
It does just show you that Aritz kind of like exists in these different worlds as a surfer. He's got that kind of former CT surfer life in him where he has all these friendships with people like Adriano and Ace, and then obviously all the European surfers here are so familiar with him just from seeing him on every single swell that's been lighting this continent up for the past 20 years. And he's just so widely respected, and it all makes sense, doesn't it? Lovely guy, and his surfing just speaks for itself. So
there's such a good vibe down here in Carcavelos between the surfers too. It's kind of sun's out, they're chatting when they're coming in, and no one's sort of losing heat, smashing up their boards or anything. It's just pretty mellow.
It would be fun to see one though, just one board go. Not that, I actually noticed during that interview that Aritz's board looked like maybe had a little crease in it. Maybe. So he's got to be careful of that thing because it seems to be magic under his feet. If it took him to a win last year and it's still going well, one bad decision. He said he was thinking twice about that wave, thinking he might run away from him. So I get it. When you have that magic board, you don't want it to break. And one unwise move, and there you go. See you later.
And that was the board that he won on last time, right, for 2022?
Yeah, and I think he said it came from Puka's, but Chris Christensen design, not going to get another one of those overnight. So be safe, Ritz. Be safe with that magic sled, okay? Exercise caution, please.
How many boys do you reckon they'd be travelling over with? The international surfers.
It depends. Like, I wonder, Tori spent a lot of time here last fall, and he got some crazy waves just up and down the coast. He was really not holding back, and I think approaching waves differently as well. Like, there was one session at a slab that I think he paddled out alone on a day where it was kind of windy. Like, there's perfect days of that wave, and this was not one of them. There's a reason why nobody else is in the water, and he ended up having a 2-wave hold down, but we'll get back to that. That was Pedro Colado there. But yeah, Tori in his time here just went absolutely nuts. He made an edit out of it that had some Maui footage as well, but the Portugal stuff was just
solid, right?
Yeah, I think it puts into context when if you're in the same place as somebody, the same time that they're doing what they're doing, you really get a feel. It's like so much easier you understand so much more than just seeing a random clip that you have no real context to understand how they did what they did. But I was here when he was filming, and there were just some big, stormy, messy days that he was just pushing it at some waves that, like, people don't push it that hard at when it's, like, perfect. So he truly is a cowboy in every sense of the word.
And when they go mutant, these spots, you're just like, how are people even out there charging, you know? Like,
yeah, and even just, like, it's a little thing, but even just, like, on a dark or cloudy day, too, it just gives it a whole different vibe. And he's just out there, like, alone, getting 2-wave hold downs. But, I mean, he hops on the back of bulls for fun. So there is, that's just his thing. That's his kink. We're not going to kink shame here on this broadcast.
We're definitely not.
That's not our thing. Our thing is tubes. And we have Tori having a look. Nope, not enough of a bull for him to chase there. He's going to wait it out a bit longer. Adriano with a just nothing score so far.
They got plenty of time. And it's 24 and a half on the clock in this one. So the winner goes straight through the semis here.
Yeah, no rush. Just don't get third, and then you're in the semis.
Yeah.
You run heat away from the final. So, yeah, you get to the business end of a contest like this quite quickly. 16-person draw, it thins out fast, even with the repercharge round and this round with only one surfer getting eliminated. Really gives these guys a lot of time in the water to show what they can do, and hope that wave swings their way. As one might hear, looks like this left might have a decent line. Ooh,
this is a good.
I like this thing. Pedro, foamy through, but it's running. What was that? Seemed like he hit a weird bump or something. Pretty makeable. That one didn't open up as much as I thought it would off the bat, or at least he wasn't as deep as he could have been off the bat, but a long wave.
It was certainly running, huh? And then
yeah.
Kind of
Let's have another look here.
See what happened, like how
Critical
he got
drop
clipped.
there. One big pump. Oh, that was...
And again.
That was better than I thought in that first angle. Yeah, and then...
He kind of just jumped. It's almost like he just pressed the eject button and just jumped off there.
Yeah, that was strange. It looked makeable. I'm not really sure what happened there. I mean, I thought, especially in a comp, you'd want to just do everything you can to get to the exit and hopefully get the score, because he was right there. He was pretty much in the daylight. You just needed to keep it going. But, Adriano. This one looks like it might have a line. Stalling. Not too deep. Spits on him a little bit. One quick turn and he's out. So I think they're happy with that, especially since we've seen some slow heats. I think you'd be happy with Adriano's wave, and then Pedro, I'm not really sure. That was still confused as to what happened there, but for now, let's have another look at Adriano.
So he's trying to stall here, but it's just not getting as deep as he'd like, and the wave wasn't really offering much more.
No, it almost, I think front side you would have had a little bit more control than maybe like kick stall into that thing or something like that, whereas he was doing everything he could backside, but just would have been nice to be a little deeper, but still a beautiful wave and great technique with that butt drag. Just getting a bit of shade and the wave just, whoop, little spit, hammer a turn and call it a day. See if we can score.
Some nice turn then to finish it off.
I wonder how he's feeling with his jet lag. He's fresh off the plane this morning. Now that it's getting to be into the afternoon, it's understandable if he's feeling a little bit fatigued, a little bit loopy.
He'd just be floating around out there.
Yeah. But it's awesome to see him putting the effort to make it here and compete in this. Especially just on that short notice, reacting to a swell like this. I think we have
some of that Portuguese coffee, cheeky espresso, and then
a little bica.
Straight in.
Looks like Tori there, maybe. Let's have a look at what happened here.
So, what is going on here?
There's a Portuguese coffee for you. Oh my God, that thing looks mean.
That's a go out there.
That looks violent. That's why they have a physio on site for when that thing just moves your limb in a non-yogic form.
It can just be the chiropractor, Carcavelos, you know, just... Is the board okay?
Board looks all right, yeah.
Or is he picking... Is that a fresh stick?
Maybe it's a new one, yeah. That was... he looks a little bit burnt out at the moment. He's not hustling up the beach, understandably. That wave will suck some energy out of you. But he's used to it. Tori is...
He would have been just starfishing, holding onto the sand, right?
Oh. I guess so. Doing whatever he does when he falls off the bull.
Doesn't seem too phased by it. Kind of.
No, he's used to that. He's had that happen. He's had a wave. I mean, different animal, but a wave as big as what Jaws can do on your head. And there is, I guess there was a board exchange there. We see his caddy.
Is there any creases in there? Maybe, huh?
Must be. It didn't seem like he switched it just for fun. I think he, when you wear a wave like that in the head, the polyurethane and fiberglass can only do so much.
Yeah. And I guess here it has got that advantage that it's sand bottom. I mean, there's one or two rocks around that they'll probably start seeing on low tide, especially kind of in the northern end a bit more. But not, it's reasonably safe. But when you take a pounding like that, it doesn't matter if it's sand or not, right?
Yeah.
You're going to feel it.
Throw you at the sand. Always, I think always telling when you end up with sand in the eyelids. That's a common complaint in waves like this. Sand in your eyelids. That's what we do for the tube.
Now, if we see any more sets marching this way, guys will just be biding their time out there.
Yeah,
Pedro would want to increase the score a little bit.
It's a good set here. Maybe not much of a line on it, but solid wave is the next one.
It's just those sneaky ones sometimes. You just look at it and you go, yeah, this could open up.
Yeah.
If you don't go, you don't know, right? So you just you look over it and then...
Well, like Arit said, that last seed, he thought about not going on that one.
Yeah.
He thought maybe it's too deep, and then he went. And it was interesting, though. I think because it didn't open up immediately, almost had that, uplift to it first before it really started going square.
Yeah.
I think that probably allowed him to get to where he needed to be out ahead of it to make that wave. Maybe if it went square and started racing off the top, it wouldn't have been as feasible for him. But with 17 minutes left here, we'll see plenty more waves.
There's that aerial shot of Carcavelos. You can see the judges' tent, the smack bang right in front of the beach. We're just up on the boardwalk. And yeah, a few more people kind of filing down now. Lunchtime here. Local time, 2 o'clock.
Local time, 2 o'clock. I saw some sushi going around earlier. Just a nice little sushi date on the beach.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got sushi restaurant up here on the promenade in Carcavelos.
Mm.
They got an awesome pizza place as well, just further down south, like about 100 meters where we are.
Plenty of options here.
And then some wicked little cafes as well. Just get everything from a tostada to, yeah, some amazing grilled fish.
Mm. You know, you gotta love that. Portugal's great at having the beachside bar, isn't it? You come in from a surf and you want to get something to eat or drink, it's usually right there waiting for you.
Yeah.
Tempting you. As you change out of your wetsuit, just going, come on.
Stop on, pop on in. Grab yourself a pasta donata. Put your feet up. You caught some waves, you deserve it.
Yeah. And you do. You do deserve it.
So you can see the ski there. It's just out there for safety. Then they've got the sled on the back. And
Haven't had to make too many safety calls yet today. I mean, Pedro Boonman had that. He had the worst wipeout I saw today thus far, just wearing that. It wasn't like a wipeout. I don't think we've seen one where somebody just didn't make the drop, just went on one like that. But in terms of just pain inflicted on a human being, I think he has that award going so far that just really looked not fun.
Is there a trophy for that?
I mean, I guess you'd get the wipeout one. I think it should be measured by pain, though, you know?
Yeah.
And give it to the, you know, like the physio. Pay your physio bill.
Just under 15 minutes remaining now.
15 minutes left, some different heat strategies playing out. Dory Meister is being a little shyster.
Yeah, he's going solo.
Yeah, he's
sneaking away from the pack
he's
on his
trying
own
to sneak
bank.
away. Maybe he saw something on his walk back around that he thinks Adriano and Pedro missed. He said, "Oh, this is going to give me my 10." Let's see if that pays out.
And you kind of think like there are a lot of options here. So when you are walking, you get that beach view and you're looking back and you see these different peaks, and it's not always where the pack is.
Yeah, you could always get lucky, have that one swing your way, which is nice at shifty waves like this. It's always harder when there's a few of like the reefs and stuff. It's so condensed that you need to be right in the spot if you want to get that great wave, whereas here the playing field is a little bit more level because it can, maybe one peak goes off here and then next set's down there, and next set is just getting a little bit lucky. But sometimes it pays to sit in your own zone and hope that the next one swings your way.
It can drive you crazy too when you're looking down the line and you're like, should be over there. You go over there. You go. I've done that a few times. Kind of, you know, sussing out the lineup, going back and forth. Yeah, sometimes you just got to go with it, stick in that in that position, and go, all right, okay, like this is where I'm going to be. Doesn't matter if the other people in the pack are over there. We're just going to bide our time. And the guys do have a bit of time left, 13 minutes. So
I feel like when you see these different, whether it's just free surfing or in a heat, if somebody goes for a different strategy, they almost feel like they have to finish it off too. Like you can't just sit on your own peak and then like give up and paddle back over. It's like you have to just be staunch and be like, no, like this is gonna work. And just sometimes that does, and sometimes it's just like, why did you do that? Don't.
They're just waving over. Come back.
Yeah.
Come join us.
The contest is over here. Like,
where are you going, dude?
We'll see how it works for Tori. A lot of water moving on the inside, though. We talked about before the water team here, the water photographers. They're going to be tired after this.
Yeah.
Especially when those sets come in and this inside current moving really kicks up. There's one of the
probably the only ones that don't want it getting bigger. Maybe.
Yeah, they're like, another
more
set.
swell.
Why? It's a shot of the water patrol out the back. Ready to swoop in if needed, but not going to give you a ride back out into the lineup. That's not free. You got to earn that one.
But the swell is still picking up a little bit, isn't it? Like
I believe so. I think it's just going to be right around this size. I think especially maybe if we see a little bit of incoming tide later, we'll see some sets really that seems to bring more energy in, or just have the tide and the swell moving the same way rather than fighting. So
yeah,
that'll be good. I feel like we've got some great waves on the way. I'm really excited to see what happens as this pure drops, swell picks up, and the tide starts to filter back in.
when
really
it
good
starts
combo.
filling in, it's like that tricky time now where it's like just before low, and yeah, it can be a bit of a battle.
Yeah,
it can close out a bit more as well.
Yeah, it's one of those ones too where you look at it and you still see them, and you could talk yourself into thinking it's kind of going off, but the reality is when you're out there, it's pretty hard to find them, as some of the surfers here in these heats are experiencing. So with these conditions and with the tide that we have, we are actually going to go on hold after this heat. We're going to go on hold before the semis. We'll be back on at 3:15 local time. So we're going to give these surfers a little time to rest, give this tide a little time to work itself out. And by 3:15 local time, I think we're going to be in great shape. And I think it's just going to be getting better and better as we get closer to the finals. So.
And give everyone some time to get down to the beach.
Yeah.
It's going to be going off.
Ooh, there we go. Like we said,
Sorry.
still waves out here, though. Pedro Collado just trying to slow down enough to get in this thing. And
that's nice.
Yeah. Long one. I think he probably would have preferred to be deeper, but he still picked one out of a fairly difficult lineup, so well done.
Two different sections as well on that. Like, kind of looked like it stopped and then it kind of got back into it again.
Yeah.
Nice.
Nice read there. Get a replay. Pretty wave, too. Just couldn't really get into that first section, and then decent one there. And with a slower heat, that could count. That means something. It just couldn't quite get under that first.
That first bit.
Yeah, it would have added a lot, I think, if he was able to get into that first section, and he would have had an exit there, but eventually he found his way in. Doing a little foot shuffle on the board there, scooting further up. And then...
That was nice.
Yeah. Decent wave for him there. Score on the board.
So, pops him into the lead with that.
That's where you want to be. Now it's Adrian and Tori looking to avoid that third slot and make their journeys over here worthwhile. Move on to the semis.
So just over 8 minutes remaining in this final heat of round 3 to see who's going to advance to the semis.
And yeah, there's still waves out there. Like we just saw that wave from Pedro. It's
still plenty of waves.
Still plenty of waves, and I think dead low is right around 3. So when we come back on at 3:15, it should just be really just getting better and better. I think it's a great call, but still waves now. I mean, it'll be interesting to see if any of the people who got knocked out go try to sneak a few waves in that window in this little break, or at least maybe some of the Groms try to show off in front of their heroes.
There's not that many free surfers out. You think it'd be like...
Yeah, you look down the beach and it's really not bad.
There's no takers.
Yeah. I think people are quite happy to just enjoy a Corona on the beach in the sunshine. What a day for February. Visibility's insane. Water's nice.
Last day of winter today, huh?
Is this the end of winter?
I think so, yeah.
Well, you heard it here first, folks. Springtime already.
What a finish.
What a finish. Actually went up into the Portuguese mountains this past weekend.
Oh, nice. Where did you go?
Serra da Estrela.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you ski?
No, I didn't. I just went to check it out. little getaway. It's such a beautiful country with so much just, I guess, diversity in the landscape.
Was there snow up there? Did you go?
There
to
was
the top?
snow, yeah. There was snow. We went on some nice, my wife and I and our dog went on some nice hikes, and it was just beautiful to see. It's not quite the Pyrenees in France, but, or the Alps for that matter, but still
It's
really
crazy
cool to
that
see
you get
snow.
snow. Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah.
I went snowboarding there like maybe last year this time.
Mm.
And yeah, it's cool. There's a couple of little runs that you can do, and yeah, it's sort of almost right in the middle of the country, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. And just really cool little mountain towns too. It's nice to be in all these little coastal towns. Like, I guess they're smaller ones, but this area is so nice with just Carcavelos, and I love Cascais. I think like there's just so much going on there. There's so many beautiful places to eat, and it just has a nice feel, that spot, to me.
Yep.
But yeah, nice place. Let's have a quick look at the heat recap, though. Let's see how we arrived at this very moment. And there we have it, Pedro Collado getting it done thus far. He's not too comfortable. Tori and Adriano could both get waves and fully topple him, but
just under 5 minutes to go.
Just under 5 minutes. I think we'll see a few more waves, see another flurry. Sweet, here's one here. This looks like Adriano. Nice turn, but it is a tube comp.
Throaty one, that one.
That was. I feel like he couldn't help himself. He just wanted to
just smash it.
Just smash it. He was like, keep the body moving.
Yeah.
Not much chance of a tube. I mean, look, he's kind of going for this turn almost immediately, and then
just looking straight up at it.
It's an interesting choice for a tube comp, but I guess there's some value in staying busy.
Oh,
look at that, though. I mean, just ask Tori how he liked that last time. It's funny. You see shots like that make you realize how heavy it is, especially on the screen. I think you get a sense for it more on the beach, but then a nice tight shot like that where you see like, okay, that's a wave that's...
You just feel it in your chair, don't you? Like the slow motion, you're like, oh.
Yeah. Look at this guy. He's having a day.
A bit of e-bike going on.
Do a kickflip.
Straight to the fort.
Guess so.
He's going to get gnarly up there.
Everybody's having a nice day. What a lovely Tuesday here. Looking across the river.
A sick little pirate ship playground there. Good for the kids. Right in front of some surf shops.
Tori Meister with 3 minutes left. Needs a small score now, and he's trying to just maneuver into a
just manhandles his way out of that one, huh?
Adriano doing some turns. These guys are just really fighting for it now, aren't they? Adriano is going back to his glory days on the CT with some turns. See the full replay of Adriano here. I mean, he does make it look quite fun, right?
Yeah. So fun.
He just snapped back and he's like, oh, I got a jersey on him. I got to do some turns. Can't fight the instinct.
Two beautiful turns there.
Two nice turns, though, yeah. And he is sitting in second with 2 minutes left, so Pedro Collado is still in the lead, but it's a fight between Adriano and Tori. I think Tori's going to be able to sneak back out, give it another go, and if his last wave told us anything, it's that he's pretty eager to just keep trying to make something happen. So expect another ride or two to come. What do you
Not
think?
much
You think
final.
Pedro's gonna hold on? Who's gonna be talking to Emily in a little bit?
That's it. Whoa. I think Pedro might hold on. Unless it's going to be like one of those sets that just opens up. If it's not, then...
Let's see. I'm cheating a little bit now. We're cheating and looking out the window.
That's, yeah.
But we're not seeing too much. It looks like this last minute might be a little bit slow. By a little bit, I mean a lot, but maybe somebody will get creative. Maybe Tori will try he's good for like a corrupt flip every now and then, you know? Maybe we'll see one of those at a tube comp.
I mean, he's been flirting with those airs like quite a lot, you know, the early heats. And
Yeah. Did you see he had, like, when he was here in the fall, he had a clip at Cave where he landed a massive air at the end of just
Really?
a tube. Yeah. And I'd never seen anybody read that wave that way before. And he's like, well, it's way sketchier to try to get tube there than it is to do an air in the end section. I was like, I guess that makes sense, but still, like,
Yeah.
it seems like such a different mindset where it's just bizarre seeing somebody even think that way. But then again, it's his reasoning was sound.
sort of like, I guess how what Kai thinks over here, right? Kai Lenny, when he's coming over for Nazare and just, yeah, the crazy performances he's putting up.
Yeah, let me just do a chop hop down the face.
Just bust out a 360, why not?
Playful wave. Adriano again. Looks like he's stalling for the tube. Interesting read there. Well done. I mean, didn't get a very good tube, but just reading that wave in such a way. Impressive. And that is the horn for this heat.
He'll be happy with that finish?
I think so. Even wonder if that will get him
And a
into
little-
Pedro's range. See if we hear from him again, but
To see what the judges are going to give him.
here's Tori after the buzzer. Remember that? Oh no, that was Pedro. Sorry. After the buzzer anyway. Wouldn't have counted. And he hits the eject button. He decides, no thank you, not worth it. I'm on to the semis. I have no need to risk anything. So a bit of a slow heat, that one. But as we saw in the last few heats, it's 2s and 10s, you know, that kind of day.
That's the north end. You kind of right in the corner. You got Cascais there.
Yep, there we go. Pedro wins with the Shaka. Adriano second, and Tori, thanks for making the journey over. Good news, buddy. You have plenty more swell to figure out over here while you're on this side of the planet, but you're not moving on to the semis. So Pedro and Adriano, nice work. There he is, the bright board paying off. He's got a friend there now, beloved by the community here. Adriano the Shaka. It's a good bit of livestock here. I feel like Tori could go find a bull somewhere. He still needs to get his yayas out today.
These conditions get a bit trickier now.
Yeah, I think it's we talked about how you have to play this long event window, just the pressure of picking one day out of so many to run. And now I think they've played that quite well, and now I think taking this pause to let the tide figure itself out. I mean, there's still some daylight left, so no need to rush through the heats when we're going to be looking at the best, what seems like it'll be the best window of the day coming up. So another smart play.
Pedro's going to be stoked with that performance.
I think so. Watching them walk up the beach, it makes you appreciate how far they've had to kind of...
Yeah.
Yeah, makes you appreciate how far they've come.
Just chatting to the caddies. Kids would just be frothing with that. The local surf school.
Oh, it'd be incredible. Especially just feeling like you played your part in it.
Yeah.
You're
It's
not
like,
just a spectator, you're a caddy.
Yeah, that was me. I helped him get through.
It's a job with dignity, you know? Look at that kid. He's walking with dignity and a nice surfboard.
Try and negotiate keeping one of those afterwards, maybe.
Just saw Wave spit in that shot as we pulled out there. Would have been difficult to negotiate, but
you can just see the whole coastline in the back there, firing off. It's around like Setúbal, just south of Lisbon, of the city.
Beautiful down there. Oh, coast here is just loaded with those beautiful pockets. So looks like we do have a few surfers trying their hand at this window while we take this brief hold.
Yeah.
Why not?
Exactly. Why wouldn't you, right? You just
especially try to get like 1 or 2 waves now, and then you could say you've surfed for the day, and then just chill, watch the final with a cold Corona in your hand. That's a good call. I agree.
I mean, you would just want to be out there, like when the conditions are on, and you're going to get barrels like this, then.
I did bring a safety board in the car. I'm just not sure I'll have an opportunity to ride it. It's a big strategy of mine. Never get caught without a surfboard. No matter where you're going, even if you're going the
Always
opposite
bring one.
direction of the coast, just you gotta have one in the car. Never want to get caught unsafe. It's water safety, folks. All right, beautiful shot of the beach here, but you know what? Let's hear from Emily. She's got the last heat winner, Pedro. Let's hear what it's like out there. Throwing it to you, Emily.
Thanks, guys. I am here with Pedro. Pedro, congratulations. You're straight into the semifinals. How was it out there? I saw you took a few big wipeouts.
Tô felizão. A bateria foi bem complicada ali, bem difícil. Minha primeira onda foi boa. Dei várias passadas assim, mas caí no final da onda. Depois, demorei bastante tempo para pegar a onda, mas não entendi muito bem ali, só que eu passei em primeiro.
Yeah, because we saw that there was this perfect lining up wave and you're pumping speed. What happened in there? You suddenly came flying out. Did you hit a bump or what happened?
A onda não estava tão lisinha assim, tinha umas espumas. Fui passando assim, acho que depois da terceira passada, a prancha saiu do meu pé e sei, mas deu para dar uma boa caminhada assim.
All right, but thank you. And we are excited to see you in semifinals. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, some insight there, testing our Portuguese.
I'm going to say nice one, Pedro, for getting through.
Nice one. Yeah, I mean, I understood when he was talking. I mean, I understand waves like onda and prancha, just wave and board, but there's some more nuanced language there that I couldn't quite pick up on, which, you know, we have a lot of funny little words for waves in English too, like foam balls and stuff like that. I wouldn't be surprised if he was tapping into there. Anyway, made the heat. Didn't make that wave, but sometimes it's better to make a heat than make a specific wave. He's on to the semis.
And we got some stacked semis.
Oh, yeah. All right, folks. Well, we are going to take a break while we wait for this tide to swing around. We will see you at 3:15. We will be back on to the next heat. So, see you in a little bit. Enjoy.
See you then.
take it as it comes, I guess.
Obrigado pela oportunidade, vai-me estar a ouvir. Olá, som. Som 2, teste de som. Capítulo Perfeito.
Deixa-te ir. Go chill. Agora com um novo sabor, sem lactose.
Estou há imenso tempo atrás da menina. O que é que fizeste assim para ter um beijinho do nada dela?
Já foste às mental ar?
Your wetsuit with graphene. Your wetsuit without Airlight 4D. Your wetsuit with Airlight 4D.
Bosques Amazónicos is the forestry and environmental service company with the greatest economy of scale and best logistics in Peru. Since 2004, we've been working on recovering and maximizing the value of Amazon rainforests by generating multiple revenue streams through sustainable projects such as reforestation, forest restoration and conservation, aquaculture, and ecotourism, with the goal of preserving the Amazon's biodiversity and contributing to the economic, social, and environmental development of Peru. BAM, private investment for a sustainable world.
And here we are. Let's go down to Emily and see what's going on down there. After a brief hold, let's hear from Emily and Miguel Forch for the call.
The Forchcast.
The Forchcast.
That's right, guys. I am here on the beach with Miguel Forts. Miguel, can you explain us a little bit what we can look forward to this afternoon?
So after a beautiful morning of tubes and offshore, we have to put the contest on hold because we have a bit of onshore. And also the tide was really low, so we back now. It's on again. The offshore came back, and the tide is pushing in. So the forecast is really good for the finishing the comp. So we're gonna have the new generation heat right now, and then we have semi-finals and finals of the main event.
Okay, and can you explain us a little bit, like now in the water we have the new generation. Who are the kids who get the chance to surf this contest?
So this is like the organization that choose. There's a votes between some guys that they choose the best kids. They give a chance for coming in this really nice contest.
Well, it's amazing that these local kids get this opportunity. And what's up for grabs for the winner today?
Sorry?
What's up for grabs for the winner of the new generation? What can they win?
I think the prize of the new generation is a Mentawai surf trip of a week in a resort. So pretty good.
That's amazing.
Almost know who is gonna win in 35 minutes.
That's amazing. And then after this heat, we're going straight into the semifinals, and then we're having no break, and then we're going into the final, right?
Yeah, we wait till the limit because we wait for the wind change, and now we don't have like more margin to wait, so we have to keep going. So semi-final, it's going to be back to the final.
And do you think we can expect to see some big barrels out there?
Yeah, with this wind for sure. With the tide coming in, the conditions are here. So now they have to do the job.
Right, let's tune in for the show. Back to you guys.
And we are back. All right. Well, Miguel Forts is going to be hoping his kid wins it. Maybe he'll drag his butt over to Menawais with him, eh?
Hey, it's a double stay, so I mean, he's
two on the ticket. So
you gotta believe it's on his mind, right? He's
father and son trip. Why
yeah,
not, huh?
yeah, a little bonding session.
Oh,
Here we go. We're
and they're
straight
off.
into it. Wow, that's a long one. Can he come out?
Oh,
okay.
All right.
That looked like Matesh.
Yeah, it was Matthias Quignot. He's up from Peniche. This
Wow,
kid rips. Yeah,
that kid is insane.
Yeah, that's amazing. Now we have Blue. The next generation.
What a way to kick it off. What a way to start a heat.
How
I mean,
was that? How was that?
Gonna have to reset the scale after this break, and
put him in the
especially
main event.
Going to a different age bracket here. But look at this thing.
How crazy is that?
Really
Huh?
A racy one. The cameraman there may have wrote him off.
Yeah, I think he did. Good angle here.
I've seen this kid in the water quite a bit at Super Tubos.
Up at Super Tubes,
and
right.
he is very impressive.
Yeah, oh, he's super impressive.
Look at that awareness
Kid's
of the
a
barrel.
phenomenal. Look at that right there.
Oh my goodness. I don't know what the judges are going to do with this. I mean, it's a new generation.
Hey.
It's not the main event, so it's the junior side of it. That's going to be an excellent score.
Yeah, that's one of the best waves we've seen today.
Yeah,
So,
juniors
for sure.
aside, that's just flat out one of the best tubes of the day. So
no doubt.
just starting the heat like that. Hey, friends.
Well, it's a good
How are you
call,
guys?
waiting for the wind to switch and for the tide to start coming back in. Because it did get pretty west. There's still a bit of west in it, but it's starting to straighten out more northerly, which is more straight offshore. So.
Yeah, well, I mean, the role of somebody like Miguel Forch is to try to pick that best window, and the role of a commentator such as myself is try to pick any window you can to try to run out and get a few waves.
Which
not
you did,
coincidentally,
right, in your break?
I cherry picked the worst window because that's when the comp was called off. And I think I could say with confidence that they made the right call to put on hold, because you could see the winds kind of backing off a little bit as the sun starts to sink away. The tide's filling back in. You can even see that water on the inside, the way it's moving is a bit different. You can feel, when the tide's changing, you can feel just things
come together.
Together when you're out there. I was like, okay, it's really coming on. So then the jet skis came and said, get out. And I said, yep.
We took
back to
advantage
the
of your
booth.
break anyways. You got out there, which more than I can say. So
3 waves counts as a session. So
three more than I had.
looks like we have a score for Mateus. Is it a 9-5? 8-5 or 9-5?
Yeah. I want to say 8.5.
Wow. I mean, that was, like you said, that was one of the better waves.
That was one of the better ones. But it's like up there. What we have so far, we had Arit Sarambu had an 8.5, he had a 9.5, and Nicolaus 10. I think those were the 3 best waves up till now. So it's compared to Arit's last one in that last heat that he had a pretty good left-hander.
Yeah, right up in that range. So I guess they're kind of, the judges are treating this junior side of the event with the same scale as they are the big leagues, which is good for these kids to learn, because obviously they have those big dreams. They don't want to just win this event. They want to keep on going, make the CS eventually, hopefully the CT. So next gen.
And that, depending on what, unfolds here in this heat, that was a pretty solid wave. Like, it could have gone higher even on that one, right?
Yeah, I was really impressed by that.
They might not want to be blowing everybody out of the water in the first wave of the next generation.
Yeah, 5 minutes into the heat, and he's already sitting on that, so he's got to be quite happy.
Oh, yeah.
And then we saw Salvador Vala in the main event, too.
He was the only one out of this group that was there.
Yeah. He was up there with the big dog, so not the first time we've seen him today. He had the first round, then he had the rapid charge, so he's familiar with the feeling of the way the ocean's moving today. Yeah. Whereas the rest of them, I'm sure they were picking off waves, free surfing off to the side. I'm sure it wasn't crowded over there, but you'd have to think these kids were getting amongst it.
Yeah, they've been.
Yeah.
Wow, what a start.
What a start, and an awesome prize. I mean, the chance to go over to the men's, especially at a younger age, it's such a different type of wave that they'll find over there, and just exposing yourself to the way the ocean moves differently in different parts of the world, and then it's just pure perfection over there. But this is looking pretty perfect, too.
Oh, yeah. That'd be our homeboy.
Whoa.
That'd be Miguel Fort's son, Martin.
Martin, wow.
He's got
You think Miguel worded him up about that men's trip earlier? He said, hey, you better do it for us, kid.
He's saying, I can't let... They're actually, kind of lot of challenging surfing between these two kids. I mean, Matthias Canhot and Martin, they do find themselves heads up in a lot of contests in Portugal. So
I would imagine maybe a little rivalry, I'd like to think, between
Yeah.
Mary Sarah and Paniche, too. You
Which
know,
is a healthy
two
thing,
surf
yeah,
hubs
yeah.
right there. Let's have a replay of this one.
also very nice wave. On the backhand, yeah.
Wow. Well read and just very composed for a young age. Nice style on that turn, especially going backside for somebody. If you grew up regular
Yeah.
foot in Ari Sarah, I don't know how or why you'd ever go left.
Yeah.
but somehow he's figured it out.
I never do.
But
All right.
I guess when you're a young kid competing, you force yourself to find those
Yeah.
windows.
That's a 5'9" pintail, by the way.
Mm. And so you have shaped boards for this family for a very long time.
Like
Look at that.
40
Nice
years
deep.
now. I mean, shaped boards, Miguel. That's a sick tube, too, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That board looked nice on that one. Drew the
Yeah.
perfect line for him. Nice little artwork on it, too.
Oh, yeah.
Gotta have some pop.
All right.
I don't think it's going to be quite as high.
No, I don't either. But it's going to be pretty close. I mean, he's also a good solid start, you know.
It is, and he's back on a right now. Not too much there for
Keep
him,
him
though.
busy now. But it's all about keeping busy. You know, we've seen in previous heats that there's been the guys that have kept busy, have gotten through a lot of them, eh?
Here we go. Tiago.
All right. Ah.
Ooh.
That was not
Trying to find the doggy
Getting
door.
clipped. Yeah, that was a doggy hatchet door, eh?
Yeah. But good effort, good effort.
Oh, yeah. No, it's good to see the kids are not, you know, no fear out there, huh?
No, I have to think they're going to be a little bit less patient than
Yeah,
than
Kid-
the
kids-
CT
kids
veterans.
happen to be like that, huh?
I think a 16-year-old is going to have a little bit less patience than Ace Buchan. Bold claim here.
Or the dinosaur Tiago Piers, right? Huh?
The guys who have served thousands of Pete's, all the world's best waves. Yeah, that makes sense. Great insight there. But a little battle going on here.
But you definitely, I mean, it's definite improvement in the ocean, eh? If it continues like this, we'll be up for a couple good semis and a beautiful final, eh?
Yeah, you could tell. You could tell that things just. You get the sense when things are moving in a certain direction, right? It's
Starting
like
to
you
get
kind of tell it was
groomed.
getting harder before, and now you can tell it's just getting better and better. You have that feeling. So great to start off with the kids and then straight into the semis and final.
There you go.
Wow, 3 heats away from a champ. That's pretty wild. And 25 minutes away from a dream trip to the Mets for one of these kids and potentially their father. That would mean you'd have a lot of boards to shape, Nick. You'd be busy come a few months when the Indo season comes along, wouldn't you? So, lesson learned. If you want a board from Nick, order it soon before
There you go.
Fortish family has
Before you
to
have to beg for the whole Forge family again.
Yeah.
Huh?
beat them.
Yeah, he
If
said
you order them before them.
He said he creased the board the other day. What do you get on that? 8? 805. No, he's got a total of 805, so he probably got a 6-something on that one, eh? 725.
725.
Yep.
All right. It's a heat. It's a heat.
205 definitely is. That's a 125 difference. Yeah, that's heat. Tiago Frias got 6.5. Forts Martin's got 805, and Matisse Chignot 8.5. Well, he's sitting on one wave, so that's pretty solid score straight out, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, that was awesome. What a way after that break to
come back,
get back into the event. Just look at this. Little picnic vibe down here.
Ah, there you go.
It doesn't look too bad. Any Corona flowing?
Sitting around the fire. Huh?
That looks lovely. That's Italo must be here early for the
I guess,
upcoming
huh? I was just trying to figure that is it.
CT event in Peniche.
Here with Adriano's right there also.
So that's nice. He's coming down to
All
support the crew, watch some people get tubed.
That's right. We're Peniche. We're just a week away, huh?
Yeah, he spends a lot of time here too. He's had some sessions where he just or kind of blocks of time. I think especially that like weird year of COVID when the CT wasn't in its full schedule. He hung out here. I've heard that he's willing to move here. He said he doesn't really want to leave his hometown, but if he did, it'd be here. He named his dog Paniche. That's fun.
Is that right?
Oh yeah, he's got a dog named Paniche. So you got to love a place if you name your dog after it, I'd say.
No doubt.
So it's great to see him here. I'd say he's a favorite at Supers. He's won, I believe he's won before. If not, he's at least on airs that get tens there. So yeah.
Depending on what, it has to dish out. There's been so many different contests up there, eh? Way back in the day, there was some solid contests. The Hobgob brothers went back in those days.
Yeah.
Owen Wright, the year he blew his eardrum out there. You remember that year?
That was hectic.
That was so heavy.
Yeah, that was not a day that looked fun to be in the ocean. Anyway, crowded beach down there. Let's get a vibe check, a vibe report. Emily's there with Miguel Blanco, so give us the vibes, Emily.
That's right. I'm down here with Miguel Blanco, who surfed the event. But Miguel, you are also a big ambassador for sustainability. So we just have a little catch up here at the Green Point, where each sponsor of the event have planted some trees. Miguel, being such an activist as you are when it comes to sustainability, what does it mean for you that this event do all these initiatives?
Yeah, it's cool to see, the brands actually starting to take care of it. And even though it's something symbolic like planting a couple trees, it's really cool that they actually think about it and try to spread the message. Planting trees can be such a good thing for the environment. It releases oxygen, it absorbs the CO2, and just bringing the vibe and that little notice to the people, I think it's great. And it's been just a beautiful day here in Carcavelos. Everyone's getting shacked. There was even a beach cleanup earlier. So it's a great day, a great event, and great everyone who's supporting and living the experience.
Great. And if you want to give one advice out there for the audience, anyone looking at the event, what would you give the advice to if they want to do something today to help the environment?
Oh, today just like that? It's like, whoa, but, you can start planting some trees, watching out for your waste, try to eat local, organic, and just support local organizations that you believe that are doing a good job and actually trying to bring people together all for the same effort. So, just keep believing, keep pushing, and keep trying everyone together, bring a more sustainable future.
Great. And last question, who do you think is going to take the win today?
Ooh, that's a good question. I have a lot of friends in the contest, so I don't want to choose one or two, but Nick's pretty strong. Aritz has been going really good. And my dark horse pick is Pedro Calado.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Miguel Blanco delivering on the spot there. Everything from event winner picks to how to be more sustainable. Eating local and fresh is easy here. There's so much farmland in the nearby and such good produce.
Yeah, he's been not very active, taking care of beach cleanup, stuff like that. It's good to see. Getting involved a lot of stuff. Sustainability.
Hey, the new generation needs it. These guys don't want to be too sweaty on this planet in a few years, so.
Got a paddle.
There we go. Look at that. You could tell that wave is just much cleaner than we were seeing before.
10 times more, eh? Not as much size, but it was a super clean wave, wasn't it?
It was. Is it
Salvador? Salvador Vala.
Yeah, we've seen him before.
I think he's in his own age crowd now, huh?
Yep. Let's see. Kind of perfect.
Yep.
The wind looked great there. Nice lit, but
wind
score-wise, not gonna be up there with the top two, but
something to build on.
Yeah, especially it seems like it's been a bit slow, bit of a lull, so might as well get one. Doesn't look like he's gonna get work paddling back out or anything, so might as well get your feet, get a little tub, do a little turn. Let the boys know you're nipping at their heels.
There you go. So this is a Globalis travel voucher of $500 for the new generation winner. So this is all for the winner.
It's all for the winner.
You get $500. You get the trip and the $500. So
that's correct.
All right. That's a pretty hefty package, isn't it?
It is. The trip's immense. I mean, everybody's dream, but especially a young competitive surfer who wants to hone in their skills.
Exactly.
Speaking of which, just going too fast.
Yeah, that was nice.
That was close.
Yeah.
I feel like frontside
Amazing
that
well
may
done,
have been more makeable, but nice effort on the backhand.
That was Mittermeier, yeah? Yeah.
I believe so, yeah.
Francisco Mittermeier.
Good effort.
Definitely.
Really
no,
traveled
perfect
through there.
positioning. It was just too much of a runner. He couldn't keep up with it.
Traveled through it, but it might not be enough to travel to the men's.
You've been to the Midwest quite a few times, or?
No, I've just been to South Sumatra. I've actually never been on that dream trip. Booked a week at Macaroni's when they're doing those COVID specials when it was closed.
Oh, it was shut down, eh?
Yeah, I got a deal, so I got to capitalize on it. Probably go this fall. Don't want to go peak season.
Oh, you've got it still to pay for it and all that.
Yeah.
So, oh, cool.
So I'll see these kids. I'll watch them progress in the
Here you go.
the new generation. I'll be over there with them. There we go. That looks like Bruno Santos getting ready for his semifinal. He has been, I'd say his wave selection, it's hard to really say this when, let's go to action. We'll get back to that thought. Mateus.
Yep.
Another one. So that's going to put him even more comfortably in the lead. Not as good as his first wave, but still a barrel made. Solid wave is set.
Double hand drag, leaning backwards. Yeah. He's got a bit of style going here, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's very impressive, this young man.
Yep. Yeah, like you say, you've seen him in Peniche quite a few times, right? I mean, look at that takeoff.
Oh, that wave was actually really looks throaty from this angle.
That
wow.
was sick. Both hands dragging right there.
Wow. Look at that thing. That is
Beautiful,
mean.
isn't
He
it?
didn't get too deep, but that wave really was...
Bit and gargoyle on that thing's killer.
Made an interesting shape. Quite square.
Yeah, that was something else.
You know, I think I have a good feeling for who he tries to model his surfing after, and it is somebody who he shares a sponsor with, Gabriel Medina.
There you go.
Especially I've seen him backhand, too, just doing turns where you could tell he's just studying our three-time world champ.
Yeah, Gabriel's got that pizzazz. It just makes it look simple, but it's just crazy. It's just a totally different approach, right, than a lot of guys.
It
You
is.
got to go, this is different.
And he could just do things on command that even the 99% of the people on tour can't do. He does just make it look like they just are fluid.
Yep.
So, great surfer to model.
Yeah, definitely. I was watching a video the other day. It was kind of a onshore. I don't know where it was in Hawaii, but a horrible wave with a bit of power going. It's just major confusion situation. He was just popping in. It was unbelievable. Just like practicing, just throwing them up there.
Yeah.
You know, and he didn't maybe completed 5 out of 20, but the ones he completed were super impressive.
Next level.
Yep.
Next level. New generation here, though.
There you go. Well, this has been a super exciting heat, you know, for the kids here. And it hasn't been a low-scoring event either for these little guys.
Yeah, it's been anything but low scoring. And I like the idea of a Peniche-Ericeira rivalry.
Yeah,
I like it.
The
Let's
heat
get
is
that
on.
going.
Huh? Well, that came through at a 3.25. I would actually give it a bit more. Huh?
Yeah, I'm wondering if he caught a wave in between the two that maybe the new scores are.
I don't think so, because they haven't got anything coming through.
Okay, here's another wave, though. Looks like red. Hard to tell in this light, but wow, that is just, he didn't get too deep, but that section is just looking spicier and spicier.
Yep.
Really coming on. I mean, just nailed this call.
Yeah, they did. Definitely, huh?
Yeah. I mean, why not? Having the daylight, why not? You know, why run through that weird window just to get it finished an hour earlier? So let's have another look at this thing. Just, wow. I mean, look at that wave.
God, how perfect is that?
The light is just hitting it in a very beautiful way right now as well.
Lovely green, isn't it? Yeah, like I say, it wasn't that deep in that, but it's super picturesque, son. I mean,
yeah, and I love how they're just kind of going. It's a bit of a battle between these two.
Yeah.
It's been just tit for tat. Tesh usually gets the first lead, and then Martin just one or two behind him saying, hey, I got this too.
There we go. There's Salvador Ball again, right?
Yep. Superman kick out. That's not going to do too much for him.
They seem to be finding him, these two, though, eh?
They do. They do. And just back and forth battle. 13 minutes left, so probably see more of it. But yeah, both those last two waves I had were just quite round.
Yep.
Couldn't get too deep, but very, very round waves here with this tide filling in.
What would you throw at Martin compared to like Matias' last wave?
I'd put them pretty similar, you know.
What do you reckon? Huh?
What's that?
Yeah, they're pretty similar.
Yeah.
They're good. It's hard to say whose was more technical.
It is. I mean, I think I actually like Matias's more.
Yeah, I think the judges liked it also. They came up with more on Matias's wave than on Martin's.
Yeah, just that drop on that thing was more technical. I mean, both were quite round.
Yeah.
But Matias had a little bit of a trickier...
was more cruisy, Matias was more intense.
Yeah, trickier to negotiate that drop where he was taking off. So I think that's reflected in the score.
And it came up like that, 2.5 as compared to a 3.25. So,
well, they really are telling this new generation that they don't get a special scale.
No.
They're on the big dog scale.
That's it.
You're getting scored the same way a world champ would. So
battle it out.
It's great to see the kids in waves like this getting scored with such high standards. Let's see this thing. Ooh.
Got pinched. He's still there.
Good effort.
Got pinched, so yeah, definitely.
I don't think scores quite go as high even if you make it out of a situation like that, but good effort trying to hang on.
Well, Martin, he wants to go to the menwise, doesn't he?
Yeah. Who doesn't?
He's been there. He's been there probably.
Somebody's in this thing.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
No way. No way.
Oh, I saw his hands in the air. Okay.
That's so sick.
Well.
That's so sick.
I mean, we have to see a replay, but that's feeling like
I'll tell you what. Yeah. Yeah. That's. Yeah.
I could hear the beach yelling from here for the first time today. I
That
could
was
hear the
insane.
crowd erupting. Let's see a
Double
replay
digit?
of that.
Double digit?
It's got to go. It's got to go.
Yeah, I reckon.
I mean, let's see a replay of this thing. This is from the drop. Okay, critical drop. Wow.
Straight into it.
Setting that line. Oh, my goodness.
You got to be kidding me.
Wow.
Wave of the day right
Having
there.
to speed up through here.
Yeah.
Okay, then there's a whole other
There's
section
no
that
way.
he's probably reading the wave up ahead. Oh,
There's
wow.
no way. Wave of the day. Look at that thing.
Wow.
Oh,
and then
yeah.
getting out
All right.
the perfect time. Hands in the air. I mean...
Yeah. I give it 11 too. Keep those two fingers up.
I'm going to be like the judge on Nicolas and just, I'm going to give it a 9.8. You know,
Yeah,
save
I
that
reckon.
extra 0.2 for perfection. It just...
There's more size in Nicolaus' way, but that was, I mean, nonstop barrel. He got slotted from the time he got in to the time he got out.
Yeah, that was really impressive.
And it was
just
long.
He had to, the speed that he had to deal with there, just
Totally.
controlling that thing, slowing down at certain times, speeding up at others. It was
and
a
it
very,
wasn't
very
like
technical ride.
It wasn't just sit back and let it happen. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. He had to do some work to get through that thing. That was, he
No
was staying
doubt.
busy in there. So he must be feeling good.
Wow. So, I guess you get that growing up at Super Tubes, huh?
Yeah, he spends a lot of time in the tube. And especially, I mean, we've seen him mostly, well, just on the lefts here, but
Unreal.
that way it gives you the opportunity to go left, right. It's rippable days, so it really makes for a diverse surfer. And then, okay, we have a score coming in I can see on the screen. Is that a 9.9? I can see it's not a 10. It's...
So you didn't get that 10. 9.9, yeah.
9.9.
He's got two 10s on it and a 9.8 and a 9.5. So.
Wow.
Yeah, we had a throwaway of a 9.5 and a 10 then, right?
Yeah. I
Unbelievable.
Guess 9.9. So I guess I undersold that. I went 0.2 points away from perfection,
Well,
whereas the judges ended up at
You had it with
0.1.
two judges. I had it with two judges, so we came up about that.
Wow, look at that thing from this angle. That almost looks like Namibia or something.
God,
and
look at it, nonstop. And it was,
sneaks
look at
right out.
how thick the lip was on that thing, huh?
I know. Wow.
Well,
So with 8 minutes left, well, 8 minutes 40 seconds, let's say, he has put together a very tough heat total to surpass.
so look at that wave, all right, Buck, and some of the other waves we've seen today. And, I mean, you have to watch a lot of events on TV all year to get waves that good. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
That is like, that wave was flawless. It was unbelievably beautiful.
That wave was incredible. Just from, you could see, I feel like I was noticing different things about the wave from different angles. Just like that one angle made it really look like Skeleton Bay. Like it just had a line that was moving across, and then that angle you could see all the, I even saw at the end before he doggy-doored out, he adjusted his feet to get back into position to turn his board better. It was, he really had a lot of work to do in there. And it just shows the awareness that he has in the barrel and just the technique he has to make his board do what he wants it to do.
We got another take.
Here is another wave. Split
Two
peak.
waves. Split
We're
seam
going
on that
right.
one.
We're doing a turn. It's like Martin, maybe? Oh.
No, that's, what's his name? Mittermeier, I think.
Oh, Mittermeier, okay.
Yeah, Francisco. I want to see that left. That left was beefy. There he goes again.
Yes, he can.
Kid doesn't tire, does he?
No way. No, he's not coming out. But he must be feeling pretty good about himself.
Yeah,
All he has
I
to
would
do
think
now is look
so.
for a 10. Like,
Unbelievable. What an exciting heat. It's good to see we got a generation that's hungry here, huh?
yeah. Wow, I'd like to see what the left did there, too,
Yeah,
because
we'll
that
see
left
on
looked
that,
pretty
the
promising.
wave before that, huh?
More sets
pumping out
filling
there, look at
in.
that.
Oh, my goodness. This is going to be a hell of a final. This is a hell of a new generation heat.
Yep.
Really can't emphasize enough how much they nailed that call. I mean, it was tough choosing out there when I paddled out. It was like I just didn't really see any waves. I mean, we saw it like towards the last few heats where it's really slow, but there's a few, and then there's a window where it's very difficult. It just kind of looked like that the whole time. It's very straight. And now we're seeing
some
near perfection.
Amazing peaks out there now.
That's a bomb.
And the side's
catching
coming
these
back
guys.
into it again. You see that?
Yeah, it's really filling in.
Incoming tide start. Hopefully it'll, keep the corners because there's some really nice corners now. Hopefully they'll hang in there. Or the Groms got the best of it. Huh? We shall see.
We shall see. 6 minutes left in this heat, so.
This is the right-hander.
Replay.
The left. Curioso.
The two turns. Really nice tube comp, but hey.
Yeah.
Pegging a section like that ain't easy.
Here we go. That was Martin on the left.
Let's see what he did.
happened here.
He's been having a good heat too, so this will be nice. Great technique. Not able to get too deep there. Looks like he's just going to try to find an exit. Okay, so the left didn't really do what he had hoped it would.
Both these kids have beautiful style, eh? Both Martin and Matthias.
Yeah.
Actually, all these kids are pretty smooth, eh?
Yeah, they all look great. Very solid. And then this, wow, he's so technical in the barrel.
He's
Look at
like
all these little
totally
adjustments he's making. And then even to get that far in this thing, it's pretty impressive. I'd like to see if we could tell where he fell off here because he was really traveling through it. Like I said, you travel far enough, he's going to travel to the Mets. So.
Yeah. He's looking pretty good for the Mets, isn't he?
I would love to watch him surf in macaronis.
Yeah.
Say that, a goofy foot like that.
I wonder if he's been there yet. I mean, if he's been to the Minnows, Matthias. I know Martin has.
I saw a clip of Matthias. I forget where. Somewhere. I think it was the Mets.
I think he has been.
Yeah.
Boat trip with Gonzalo Huiv's boat over there.
Yeah. You'd have to imagine he'll be surfing for 8 hours straight over there, just lapping up every minute of it.
That's another thing that's changed a lot. I mean, kids travel a lot these days. I mean, they go to amazing places when they're just like rugrats still, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
When they're just, little grommets. And they, places that when, I had to get to wait till I was 17 or 18 to travel to these places. These kids are doing it like their dads are taking when they're 8 and 9 and that on these amazing surf trips, which is nice difference.
Well, fair enough if you win your dad a trip for two to the just go stay in the Mentawais.
Here he goes again.
Here he goes, staying busy, thinking about racing that thing, realizing not the best call. He's got 4 minutes left, borderline insurmountable heat total for the rest of the competitors. They can give it their best, but with 4 minutes, I mean, they might be comboed. If not, they'd be near it. Oh, here's a wave. This is one that might get you out of combo land if you make it.
Not the case.
Did not offer an exit.
Well, Thiago, I think we're still waiting for a wave from Martin Forts, maybe not. But Thiago Faria is presently in second place, with Matthias in first there.
Yeah, Matthias is going to be hard to beat with this 3.5 minutes left. I'd love to just keep watching him surf, though. He's just been on such a heater.
I think the one I was saying was Mittermeier was probably Thiago Faria, actually.
Yes, it must have been.
Because he had a couple good waves.
Yep. That dark blue and the black is
confusing
hard to tell in this light, but I'm sure the judges are getting it right, and that's what matters.
The best angle check colors in that. It's actually, the lighting's amazing as it's on these left-handers from that side angle shot.
Yeah. You can really see the beauty of the wave.
So we see the local folk checking it out.
Wow, some nervous mothers also thinking about that trip to the Mentawais. But with just under 3 minutes left, they must be happy just to watch their kids compete in front of the big dogs. Probably a good amount of pressure when you know that somebody like Ace Buckin, Adriano, Mikey February is watching. Even Italo came down, as we saw. He's just hanging out, supporting the crew here. So you'd have to think that's on these kids' minds. And, hey, they're stepping up and delivering.
Yeah. But it's pretty, it's an honor to be able to get out there and, show what you got, eh?
Anyway,
heat recap coming up?
With just 2 minutes left, let's
What went
revisit
down?
the highlights here. And that is how you get an 18.4 point heat total. That will do it. Two waves like that will get you in that 18.4 range. What an impressive number out of 20.
I'll tell you what, that's actually, I don't know if the kids are, have a shot at these other things, but that's the best heat score of the day.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
It is.
18.4. He's got everybody else by the huevos on that one, man.
Yeah.
That's it.
Everybody else that's gotten the best waves in the other division, the main division, it's been kind of just one wave per heat that gets it done, whereas he found two.
He could possibly he'll have to go after the organization. So someone go to the Mentawais, but also want the bucks from the best heat score.
Yeah. And I want in next year. I want the main event. Here we go, against the grain right. Nobody quite in that ideal position, but we have a taker anyway. Ooh.
All right.
An air. We saw a few air attempts earlier. It's the first in the new generation, but
somebody slapping
it's the last
water.
wave to end the heat.
Little Martin, not happy about it on the far side there, but what a heat. Great heat.
What a heat. Wow, that thing delivered. The waves really turned on, and nice job, Mateus. You deserve that. I mean, that was really, really fun to watch. So
the Grom set the stage. I mean, the big boys got something to live up to here, huh?
Yeah. I mean, it's tough to follow an 18.4 point heat total regardless of whether or not it came from a child. But in this case, it did come from a child. So guess what, fellas? You got big shoes to fill. Cool to watch, though. Great to see some kids mix it up.
Still at it.
Okay, this little victory lap. Just wishing that wave was 4 times as long and 5 times as more playful, and it was called Macaronis. They'll be there soon.
It will be warmer.
All right, let's get into a break, and then we'll be right back with the semifinals.
we've got your back.
Fogo. Altas zonas, passar ali a surfar. Não lá está melhor que isto.
Já foste às Mentawai?
Com vista sobre as dunas protegidas, a costa atlântica e as suas praias, há um património familiar de conforto e hospitalidade, glamour, serenidade e com uma área envolvente natural a apenas 20 minutos de Lisboa. Um refúgio sublime, repleto de atividades e experiências em convívio com a natureza, restaurantes inovadores e um dos melhores campos de golfe do mundo. De oitavos, Embracing Nature.
It's time to start. It's time to bring ourselves back from where we stopped. It's time to start and paddle so hard that we become the currents. This is the time to open our eyes in deep waters. Be brave. Be the wave. It's time to surf.
And we are back, and we've got the semifinals. Heat 1, Bruno Santos, Nick Von Rupp, William Elodie, and Joao Mendoza. Stacked heat. We have seen these people serve 2 heats already. 3, I think, in the case of Elise William, who came through the rapid charge. So they've had a few runs already, and now with the tide filling in, we just saw in that new generation junior heat that there is
just insane, huh?
Yeah, that was such a fun heat to watch. It seems like I think we saw that the period was going to drop a bit while the swell size picked up, which would lead you to believe we'd have more consistent waves. That seemed to be the case there, and so it'll be awesome to see what these guys make of it. Here we go. That looks like Nick Von Rupp paddling, scooping, and no,
he's not going to come out of that.
It was just too optimistic. Seemed like he figured that out though before he truly committed to packing that thing. Just sniffing it out.
I can't get over that last heat with the new generation absolutely killing it out there, weren't they?
They really were. Were you able to watch any of those waves just with your eyes? I only saw them on the screen, but I was wondering how they looked from the beach.
Mad.
Yeah.
You're just thinking there's no way they're going to come out of this, and yeah.
Yeah, I think I said it on air,
Constant
but
surprises.
That was the loudest I heard the beach go.
All day, huh?
All day, yeah. When he came out of that one, arms to the sky, it was the loudest eruption I heard. We've heard a few, but that one, that was like, it seemed like the beach was just in the collective state of disbelief.
There's good scenes down there at the moment. It's getting pretty busy. Everyone's kind of maybe skipping off work a little bit early, getting down there. And
if you made it to work today at all, then nice job. So if you decided to check out
watching
a little
it on
bit
the
early
slide
for the final, you would have been very happy to see that hole we had for the dead low tide and the little period of weird wind, because that would have given you a little bit extra time to get down here. And now we're just in this golden window of conditions. Anyway, while we wait for the next set, we've got Emily down on the beach with an interview with Mateus, who just won that new generation heat. Let's see how he feels.
That is right. I'm here with Matthias. Matthias, congratulations. You're going to the Mentawai. How are you feeling right now?
Oh, I'm feeling super stoked. The waves are pumping, and I'm super happy to win this. I want to give a thank to a few people, to my father that's been here, to my shaper that's been doing these boards so I can ride these barrels, and thank you to everyone. I'm feeling super stoked.
And you got an almost perfect 10 out there. That was impressive. We heard the whole beach go crazy. Take us inside that barrel. What were you feeling?
I didn't really see the waves, just like when it was like really close to me. Like I got it, I started riding, I started pumping, and I see like, oh, maybe there is a way out. Then I came out, like I was super stoked. I put my hands on the air, and it was like, wow, I did a nice wave. Yeah.
That was amazing. So now you are going to the Mentawais. Are you excited to go ride some barrels there?
Yeah, of course. Feeling really good.
Have you been there before?
Yeah, I've been this year. No, last year actually. Yeah.
Well, enjoy the win, and that was Nice to see you there.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Wow, awesome seeing that smile. That board did look great. He's got a board from a Santa Cruz shaper who's been making incredible boards for a lot of people for a very long time. He's got a lot of history in that factory, and he's still got this new generation of winning surfers on his board, so shout out Spo Surfboards.
And he's a local up in Peniche, right?
Spo's from like Santa Cruz, I believe, and then Mateus is from Peniche.
Yeah.
He's if Soup Tubes is good,
he'll be there.
You won't have a hard time finding him, and I think that shows when you see the way he's able to navigate conditions like this. You could tell he spent quite a bit of time figuring out how to contort his body and command a surfboard through hollow waves. Ooh, one that got away there. It was tricky, but
just too deep.
Just too deep. Had that kind of bump in it too, but it spit. Always grabs the attention when it spits, doesn't it? So we not quite having the heat start that we saw with the juniors. I mean, it was such an incredible way to come back to competition with
that magic window.
Just right in that magic window, and then I think that felt like it was in the first minute that we saw somebody just threading a tube for an excellent score. So the big dogs couldn't quite hang with Matthias and that big old smile he was wearing after winning the New Generation event, but something tells me with 27 minutes left, these numbers that you see on the board right now will not stick around. We're going to see some much higher figures up there. Nice view, great weather we've had today. Just really lucked out with this swell, these winds, and then
having it sunny.
Yeah, that's just the cherry on top, right? Because obviously you're not going to let clouds cancel an event like this. It's all about waves, but the fact that it did happen to be this sunny, warm day certainly didn't hurt. Plus, you could tell some angles you could really just see the way the sun is hitting the waves, like if you're looking into it. It's just so pretty. So golden hour bliss down here to round out the day. Semi-final number 1 in the water now. Another semi, and then straight into the final. So it's coming down. It's coming down to it.
And just having those options out here as well. It hasn't been like, you couldn't really pick whether it's going to be a right or a left, what everyone's going to be going for. People can have different strategies, and this is the bonus with Carcavelos.
Bonus. Choose your own adventure. I am wondering, so we have Nick in this seat here. Aritz is in the second one. And if one of them wins, they're going to get an extra 2K just for being the first person to win this 3 times. And
they got a bit of work to do, though, before that.
Yeah. I'd love to see them in the final together and have that conversation stay alive. Other than that, we're looking at 2,500 euro for the best tube, 2,500 or 2,000 for the best score. Best Portuguese wins 1,000. Best wipeout wins 500. I guess you'd have to give that to Boonman now, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody will top him, but
I don't think so.
That's the winner there. And then we just got through the New Generation Award. Ricardo Dos Santos Attitude Award, 1,500 for kind of the most committed surfer of the day. I'm wondering who would be in the lead for that. What do you think, Ollie?
I don't know. I mean, in the main event, it's going to be tricky to say. I mean, Bruno has been putting on a show out there as well. Like, so maybe him. The new gen were absolutely charging. So for commitment on some of the waves in that last heat, I don't know if that's allowed. If they can they can sneak into the awards as well. But yeah, I don't know. Who would you say?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to, especially just having it be so recent. Just that last heat was so impressive. Those kids stayed busy. They were going on every set and making it work. So if they are eligible, I wouldn't be surprised if it goes to one of them. But other than that, I mean,
Nick's 10
puts him up there. Then Aritz has just had.
He's been super consistent.
Yeah, he's had multiple heats where he put together 8 to 9. So I mean, it takes a certain attitude to do that day in, day out, heat in, heat out. And
his 8.5 is super nice, so.
Yeah, I'd have to think he's up there too, so. Let's see what we got here. That looks like William. Okay.
Some cheers from the crowd there.
Yeah.
They're liking it.
Yeah, the crowd's getting revved up now. They're getting louder and louder. Pretty good wave. I don't think it's going to be a huge score. Didn't really go as throaty as maybe he'd prefer, but he still is just drawing those kind of speed lines on that 20, which is awesome to see. It's awesome to see that he's just been able to continue to make that board work, because you really can tell that he just seems to be reading this lineup and each wave differently than people on the more pinned out thruster traditional waves that people would ride and stuff like this. So awesome that he's still giving it hell and giving us something else to admire. Let's get a replay. Yeah, so couldn't get tube that much off the takeoff, but a little bit of action through the midsection.
Just racing it. Just straight off the bat into, huh? This. Racing to catch up with it. There
we go. Would have felt nice, but not going to be a huge score. Here's that angle when you really see the sun hitting the left's a bit better.
And we're definitely nitpicking here, you know. Yeah, it wasn't in that long.
It's not great.
Easy to say when you're sitting back on the couch.
Isn't it? Isn't it? Especially when there's a fridge full of Coronas on the other side of you.
There's the lookout. The beach here in Carcavelos. The 9th annual Perfect Chapter powered by Billabong. It's been an amazing day. Conditions have really come through. And just swell from, well, as soon as we started in the morning, like 8. And then building and building and building.
I swear, I showed up just first light, and I saw a massive set right when I had arrived. And I was like, wow, it's supposed to get bigger? That is borderline unsafe. But I wouldn't say it got bigger. I think it's just kind of hung through throughout the day, and just we've seen different phases, especially you could tell how sensitive it is to the tide here. I think you could really see it. At first it was getting kind of better at the low, a little bit more hollow, and it was too low, especially as it was too low and still going lower. And now that it's swung around, it seems like it's, after that last year, I think that last year the juniors was the most consistent heat that we've seen all day. It was just a lot of opportunity out there. This one has been a bit slower, either that or these guys are just a little bit pickier than the juniors, the new generation, but I'm sure I'll come around. We've got 21 minutes left. Willian looks like he got a 2.5 there, so they judges sent him a message, do a little bit more there. You know, they saw, I think Mateus's waves are still fresh on their mind. They know what they want to see now.
They were definitely looking out. Just before that, new gen heat, you were out there on dead low, but
I did.
A bit of a cheeky free surf. How was that?
I did. When we got called on hold, I just looked out there and said, you know what? If I'm going to be able to get a few waves today, this is my time. So, yeah, it was tricky, but it was fun to just see what it was like. I mean, it was that like dead low window, so it's quite hard to find anything that had a decent line, just a lot of straight closeouts. And the wind was kind of in this weird period where it's puffed up a bit. So I can't emphasize enough that I think putting it on hold for this little bit was just
the right call, huh?
An amazing play, because it does seem like this is the golden window here. And
you were saying it's pretty tricky out there, a lot of current moving around, and
yeah, it was a lot. And then like just a random rip would pop up and you'd be fighting that, and then it'd be still for a minute, and then a rip would pop up in another place. So still looks like there's a bit of that going on, but still it seems like it's getting better and better as this tide fills in. And so, yeah, I think they just nailed this call. Nailed the call picking this day. Like we said, it's hard when you have such a long window to get that one day. You don't want to jump the gun and go too soon and then 2 weeks later have it be on. So over a month into the waiting period, saw this thing pop up, put it on kind of a yellow alert, like, hey, we might be on a few days in advance, and then I think 72 hours in advance to call it on. And if you were traveling in for it, like February, Adrian D'Souza,
so many people flying in from all over the world.
Yeah, out of the 16 surfer field. Oh, here we go. Let's get back to that. Nick Von Rupp in a long
into
one.
This one.
Nice kick out to get slide right back out, but driving through that for a bit wasn't super square. We got another wave here. Looks
that
like
William? That was Joao.
Joao, I think, yeah. So Nick's wave, that was interesting. It was a longer one. Not as throaty as some of the waves we see him on up the coast, but still something to negotiate there. Here's a replay. I think that's Joao's wave. Okay, decent. Looks like it's just gonna kind of pinch him here, but it was looking good for a moment. Then looks like it kind of just clamped a bit. Told him that he would have no exit. Here's Nico's wave. Wow,
just the sickest
nice
angle
from this angle,
the
doesn't it?
light busting through the waves there.
Really nice read on that thing to stall like that, maximizing his time in the tube. Great speed control there. Just a bit low on it, and end up a bit high on it, and then straight out. So decent score. I think that's looks like
traveling.
Looks like that put him in the lead with a 5.5.
Twigger likes it.
Twigger likes it. That was our comp founder. Let's say he's the man behind the Perfect Chapter event. So shout out to him. Thanks for having us here. Thanks for doing this 9 times, and thanks for celebrating the tube, because that's what this is all about.
Such an epic format as well, having it as an invitational. Top 16 tube hounds from around the world as well as across the country.
Yes, and using a voting system to pick whose tube hounds will be. The locals here have a say in who they want to see come surf their break, so I think that always adds a cool component to it, because you get to see how...
You see heroes.
Yeah, and they show up. I mean, who doesn't want to come here, and if the thing gets called on, you know the waves are going to be good.
Yeah.
And I think it's... nobody can deny a trip to Portugal, right? When you're guaranteed waves.
So exciting the last couple of days, just kind of seeing it come in, seeing it build, like how clean it was yesterday, and you just know, like, when they make the call, they're going to make the right decision, and here we are.
Here we are, Pedro Boonman with Twigger, with our...
Just touching his ear.
Founder, yeah.
That right ear that when he fell on.
As we said, we had a pretty gruesome wipeout before where he tried to doggy door one, got the lip on the head, and I don't think it was the side of his face that the lip hit him. I think he was maybe just thrown into more flat water right in front of the tube, and you could bust your ear that way. So he surfed another heat since then, so I guess he's feeling fine, but it looks like it might still be bugging him. He's a bit of a mad dog, local surfer, but he's made his mark in lineups around the world. I think he got some crazy waves in Indo in a recent video that I saw. Indo's a place where a lot of people go to get fun waves and do some more performance surfing, but I think he really...
You can get pretty serious over there,
yeah,
too, huh?
Yeah, and he was on that serious end of the spectrum of, like, the Indo that all of a sudden it gets real. You know, it's like...
Where was he? In the
I'm
Mets?
not sure exactly. I don't know exactly, but I know it was one of those things where it's like, you know, there's days there where you're just ripping around, doing turns, having fun, board shorts, and there's the reality of being in the
dead low tide deserts.
Dead low tide deserts, and you're very, very far from serious medical attention, which you might need. And he chases out those days, so he's no familiar with he's no stranger with risk. But sometimes you pay a price, and sore ear, probably not the worst he's seen. So he's still going. We'll see Pedro Boonman in semi 2. He'll be with Aritz Aramburu, another Pedro Colada, and Adriano de Souza. So 2 Brazilians who made the trek up here. Adriano just got in this morning, so again, we'll
bright and early, like 7:30 or something. You
how he's feeling, because as anybody who's ever taken a long international flight knows, you don't exactly feel crisp that same day. So to surf waves like this and keep winning heats is quite impressive from our 2015 world champ. Not surprising though. I mean, it's Adriano. He's going to get it done, isn't he?
Yeah. So many years on tour.
I'll be interested to see with the upcoming WSL event in Peniche, with surfers as knowledgeable as Adriano and Adrian Buchan, you'd have to think that the WSL would be keeping them around and working them into that event as well, because it'd kind of be weird not to. You know,
A lot of them over already.
Yeah.
So Italo?
Yeah, we saw Italo. He was on the broadcast earlier, hanging out.
He'd be rooting on his fellow countrymen.
Yeah, yeah. Hey, they're looking good. I mean, he's got 1 in this heat, 2 in the next, so the Brazilians are showing up and performing. I'm sure he's tight with quite a few of these guys, especially Adriano. They now share a sponsor in Red Bull. Anyway, back to this heat. 13 and a half minutes left. Nick Von Rupp is in the lead. And we have, Bruno Santos.
Maybe the wipeout.
Yeah,
I mean,
he's putting his name in the hat. We
that.
just saw Boonman and we're talking about his, but maybe Bruno heard us from the water and said, you know what?
That's not a wipeout.
I want that 500. Okay.
Just going to send it.
Let's have a look. That thing looks difficult to get in. Oh, wow. Good effort.
Just flicking it. He didn't even look straight once. I think he just kept on looking left, looking down the line.
Yeah, he just, maybe another paddle or two would have helped, but he just could not get to where he needed to be on that wave to point his board towards the exit, and
didn't really have time to press the eject button. It was just a bit of a free fall.
Yeah, interesting wipeout. I wonder how that's looked at against Pedro's, which just looked more painful, whereas that was more of a classic, fall from the sky type situation. But 2 standout wipeouts today. I would have loved. He's had such a good wave selection so far. He's really kind of picked these ones that just clearly had exits on them. A lot of the waves that we've seen, like even in the last heat, were kind of these longer waves that were running off that you'd have to kind of pump through and read sections down the line, whereas Bruno's been kind of picking these super round ones like that, that you could just tell it's going to go pretty square, and then you'll have an exit. There we go, Adriano and a rinse on the screen. But yeah, I'd have to think that the one Bruno just went on had that same line of those ones he's been looking at all day. So probably would have been a great score if he made it, but some waves just don't allow that.
Pedro, you getting ready?
Pedro on Pedro action next heat. Gotta love that.
Love it how Adriano's just always smiling at the moment.
Yeah.
He's just retired, chilling.
Happy to be here. Get some tubes. Hang out. He had a great year, or great kind of celebration when he was retiring from tour. I feel like there was a lot of just an outpouring of love on social media that showed how much he meant to a lot of people on tour, and just people sharing some respect for what he did in his time there, winning that world title in 2015, just really scrapping along.
And just so consistent, but never quite there until that year, right? Until 2015.
Yeah. So it's great to see that. You could really tell how many people truly loved him when he retired and really showed their respect with him. So nice to see him back in the jersey. I'm sure he's happy to be back in that little piece of lycra he's been so familiar with over the years.
See the drone shot here. How these lefts are kind of just breaking right down the sandbank.
Does look nice right now with 10 minutes left in the semifinal.
Some foamy ones coming through.
Some lattes. Afternoon. They have that lunch hour here, you know. And in
that
between,
long lunch.
Yeah. In between lunch and dinner, kind of a snack with coffee sometimes. So why not a little latte? It looks like it has a nice line, but maybe not quite the size to get a score that these guys would be looking for. Right now we have, if things don't change, 2 goofs and not heading on to the final, but
Bruno.
Ooh. I wonder if he's getting tired. He's hadn't off eaten. He's been kind of the opposite of the person who has off heats. He's been so solid and consistent in his other heats where he's always finding those waves and looking very just like a lock-in, you know. He's never really looked sketchy.
Just making the wrong call on that one and just, yeah, signing last minute.
You'd get a little bit rattled after that wipeout he had, especially if that wave was perfect, you know, which I have a feeling it was just based on the waves he was selecting earlier. So I think regardless of this thing that things gives you, I think just the mentally knowing that you were in the spot potentially for a good one. And
you reckon that shaked him a little bit?
I'd say I gave him a physical shake, but I'm not going to write off the mental shake either. I mean, if a wave comes to you and it's pretty perfect and you don't get in, which, you know, we couldn't see it entirely, but he had a great wave sense earlier.
You're like, this is it. I'm in the final.
Yeah.
I'm going to nail this one. Just shred straight through it. And then
Carcavelos has other ideas. Put sand in your eyelids instead.
So, 8 minutes remaining in this first semi. Nick von Romp in the lead. William coming in close second behind him.
Yeah, he had that long one. He doesn't have a backup score, so you have to think at least start to want to put maybe a 2 on the board, although he's been patient all day. He's had quite a few heats where he's really waited to the last minute. He had one heat where we wrote him off. We thought he was gone, and then I think he got one that was in the very, very last minute that jumped him ahead. So he's been patient, and he's also been a bit of a last-minute pony, just making life hard for the people who'd spent 95% of the heat sitting above him. So Nico can't feel too comfortable here with Willian and his 2 fins sniffing around behind him. Bit of a slower moment now. I'm going to claim we're either going to see a pretty psycho set to close this heat out or to kick off the next heat. I feel like it's coming in the next...
it's coming soon.
Bold claim in the next 10 minutes. I'll say this way arrives.
The mega set.
The mega set. That just goes square, perfect, spits, left, right, dreamy, Corona, sustainable.
Just looking out the window here, you can kind of see in that aerial shot the different lineups here and the different banks. As Nico was speaking about, you got that one close to the fortress. Not as good that much anymore, but that's why I guess the last couple of years they've been choosing this central point in Carcavelos to run the event and have that judges tent right in front on the beach.
Yeah, I feel like the day that I saw this wave the best, other than today, I was surfing. It was a bit smaller that day, but it was perfect. Kind of similar to today, a little bit harder offshore. Similar to today in terms of like just having to be a bit choosy, but harder offshore wind, colder, and we were definitely closer to that fort. Surfing in front of like an Italian place, I believe.
Yep.
So yeah, we're kind of more in the center of the beach now. It's pretty cool to surf next to a fort anyway, especially coming from a part of the world where you don't have centuries-old forts on the beach.
It's not just littered with castles all over the place like Portugal.
Yeah. It's
amazing, right? Like having that scenery in the background, and it's cool.
Yeah. There's something to be said, obviously, about the iconic like tropical lineup, palm trees, white sand, the whole nine, but I kind of like surfing next to castles.
Yeah,
you know,
we get palm trees here too.
Yeah, there's a few.
A couple sprinkled around.
Yeah, they're there. 5 minutes left. Nicola still in the lead, but not much required from, especially the bottom 2 to shake things up. But Willian can still jump ahead of Nick with a decent wave, so anybody's game. It doesn't take too much to topple a 6.7 heat total, which Nicola is currently sitting on. Let's see if somebody can get it done in the last 4:30.
See if that mega set comes.
Hey, if not, I think I'm sitting the next heat out, so I'll just walk away and pretend it never happened.
Just bow your head in shame, and
that's it. 4.5 minutes left. It is coming. I can feel it, although I can't say I'm seeing it on the outer bar gripping out there just yet. But
Well, sometimes I feel with the smaller ones, especially when you're out there, they kind of feel, yeah, they open up a little bit more.
Yeah, some of the bigger sets they have just kind of offered no sense of a corner.
Just shut straight down.
Big wall all the way through.
Just under 4 minutes now.
The juniors, another shout out to them after just, who knows, at the ocean it could just be a window, but at the same time, picking off those waves. Anyway, this has still been a fun heat to watch, and coming into the closing minutes, let's look at a heat recap.
There we have it.
That's what brought us here. 2 minutes 45 left. Nicola in the lead. William Ilotti in second. Not too much shifting there. But my mega set, like I said, it will either arrive this heat, or I think I have
It's
about
coming.
6 minutes into the next heat to still meet my deadline. And if it doesn't arrive, I'll just let you take that up with Nick, because I'll be taking a break.
Just a walk of shame up the beach. No, I think it's coming. I mean, whenever I look out there, kind of look across the horizon, you just see those wobbles and you see it kind of macking out the back.
You do, and it's kind of hard to appreciate on a screen, but even those waves that nobody's looking at that are kind of just the insiders are still waves that would make almost anybody's day. There's still some
so fun,
beautiful tubs in there. So
even when it's little here at Barrels, it's just got that awesome shape. It just opens up.
Yeah, I've had quite a few fun days here too. Just never really sought it out intentionally, but happened to be in the area and just knew that this wave is fun. So have surfed this quite a bit when it's just a random small day, and it still has that punch. It's that tube, so such a special wave. And we got a replay for a wave that went off during the recap. Doesn't quite make it, but again, he's just doing that, looking for those ones where he's really going to race through them.
Just driving.
And it was a good effort, but the wave said no.
Not today.
You shall not pass. And he did not pass. Minute left. You'd have to think that we'll see Joao and Bruno try to do something here to jump ahead. I mean, Joao's got a 1.5, so he's needing just a little bit more. And then there we go, Nick's crew there, waving the board.
Nervous moments.
Nerves. Yeah, you can
biting
see
the
it.
fingernails. They were all biting the fingernails.
Yeah, I know. 30 seconds left. How can you not? But let's see if somebody makes a move here to try to get one of those smaller score requirements to steal a spot in the final. Otherwise, we're sending two goofs there. First two finalists will stand with their right feet forward unless we see something dramatic happen in the last 10 seconds, such as a mega set. No promises there. 3 seconds left. That is going to be it for this heat.
And the local
Nick Von Rupp and the Frenchie William Ilotti on to the final. Both former finalists, both former champs here actually, so this event format seems to be working for them. Just go get tubed and they're like, yeah, that's all. And you're like, yeah, that's what the contest is. They're like, you sure? And like, yeah. And then they win. So Nick is in contention for that 3 times the charm one. And here let's have a look at this heat recap. Nick took it out. William Ilotti In second, Joao Mendoza. Third, and Bruno Santos. In fourth, nice job to all, but especially nice job to Nick and William, who are going to the final. Let's have a quick commercial break, and then we'll be back for semifinal heat number 2. We'll see you soon.
Your wetsuit with graphene. Your wetsuit without Airlight 4D. Your wetsuit with Airlight 4D.
Welcome back.
We are back.
The 9th annual Perfect Chapter, powered by Billabong here in Carcavelos.
And has been a perfect one in many ways.
It's been absolutely amazing.
We had after we came back from the break, we had amazing kids one round there. And I think the adults actually said, let the kids go first. We'll get in the water after them. They're probably sorry for that call, that first heat there. Nicolaus happy with it, whatever. But a bit slower compared to the kids' heat. But there's always, after an amazing heat, there's always a slow one, it seems like, in the history of surfing. So we'll see how this one pans out. This is second semi. We've got Rich Aramburu in yellow, Pedro Calada in black, Pedro Boomen in blue, and Adrian de Souza in black. And Ocean is looking beautiful.
So two Brazilians in this semi.
Yep.
Let's see who's going to be going through and joining Mick and William in the final.
There you go. Wow, so we've got 2 winners, previous winners, that are already there in the final. And we could have another one slide through right now, huh? I mean, if Rich makes it through, that will be 3.
It will be great to see that.
Yeah,
and then
that'd be amazing, wouldn't it?
Nick and Aritz, if they are going to try and battle it out for that triple title.
Beautiful.
Bob was just talking that there would be some mega set coming. There was a bit of a long lull at the end of the last, the first semi, and now if you kind of look out, there's something.
Yeah, more waves coming through. There were not that many opportunities, in that last heat, but that's the way that's what happens here at Carcavelos a lot. You get the shifts around quite a lot, and you get changes, and it's a half an hour of a heat. So if you get that down part of the swell or tide or whatever, you get a heat with not a lot going on. But what a day it's been, all the way around.
It's been epic, and hats off to the organisers for calling it today.
No doubt, good call. Again, Hui has organized the event every year for the last 9, and it's it's gained a lot of momentum, and it's well known around the world.
Yeah.
A lot of people, it's Perfect Chapter again, and they're on. Check it out. He's actually won awards in film festivals with stuff from this outside of Portugal also, I think, hasn't he?
Yeah,
With the,
it has. Yeah.
from that,
Yeah, they did a documentary. I think was from the footage from like 2020.
Exactly.
And yeah, it's amazing. Like that year. Don't know if it was as good as this year. I mean, I kind of like looking at it now.
This is gonna be a pretty clean cut on this one too.
Yeah.
Eh? When you put it all together, if you think of all the, some of the tubes we saw today. I mean, there's a couple.
Just making it pretty tricky for the editors. Just gonna like cipher through the whole day, all the content, and kind of seeing like, just picking those best moments. But yeah, there's been some insane rides today.
Yeah, there's plenty to pick though, for sure.
It definitely seems to be getting a bit more lively out there now. Loads more people down at the beach. How was it when you're out there, Nick?
Oh, it was pretty. The beach is packed, eh? And I mean, even back here, up near all the the contest containers and all that, there's tons of people up here. It's
It feels like a Friday or a Saturday.
Looks like that's what I was going to say. It looks like a weekend or something, But that's Portugal.
Yeah,
endless summer, endless summer territory.
It's 5:20 p.m. here local time. So yeah, thanks for everyone tuning around the world. If you're kind of getting up early, maybe watching over in the stateside.
Yeah, it would have been.
Having a coffee.
It would have been pretty early, huh?
Yeah. If you're joining us now, welcome.
And if you've been here all day, thanks for staying with us.
Yeah. It's been hard to look away from, just all the action that's been going down today and kind of seeing this perfect Carcavelos. These guys making it look easy.
They always do.
The magicians.
Yeah, it's a lot. There's a lot of work out there. Though.
Yeah.
It's Adrian de Souza on the screen there.
He's been pretty happy all day.
Yeah, he's been super happy all day. I think it's like Tim, it's catching up with Thiago Pierce, who's a good friend of his.
Mm-hmm.
They've been friends forever on tour and that. And, catching up with people, having been invited to this, had the opportunity to come over and do this. I think he's super stoked about all that, And it's good to see that he came over. Like they were saying, he flew through the night, right? So he got in the airport 7 this morning, you were saying earlier, right?
Mm-hmm.
Something like that?
Yeah.
So he was straight from airport up to here.
Straight to airport, wetsuit on, out there.
It's a surfer at heart. He went through the grind all day, and he's still with us, isn't he?
He loves it. So it's going to be really interesting to see if Aritz can hold on, and if he can get through, get into the final, going up against Nick. Both of them have won Perfect Chapter twice.
Yep.
And they'll be battling out
for the Mad Pizza Award,
to have that third title. And some
third title, which
some
is
money
worth
up for grabs.
$2,000, yeah, 2,000 euros. A check from Mad Pizza. This will be for the first 3-time champ, right? Up to date, the two guys that have won it twice, Nicolau and Aritz Aramburu. Aritz was in 2016 and in 22, and Nick was in 2013 and 14. 2 in a row.
And we've got a short clip. Let's check it out.
There it is. The two contenders. I guess that's if no one else shows up for the final. But you never know. There's going to be another 2 guys in the mix also.
William's going to be there.
Yeah.
So he's...
William be there, and if Rich does make it, somebody's going to be with him.
And is it going to be Adriano, or is it going to be one of the Pedros?
Could be. Somebody who's quite patient. We've got, 10 minutes gone by here without a whole lot going on.
still. Super offshore conditions here in Carcavelos. It's been good wind all day.
Yeah, got lucky. There was just a bit of west that blew on it for, not much more than an hour, I think, but that didn't destroy the waves at all. So.
And it hasn't been that thing where sometimes when it can just turn around, like, midday or like later in the afternoon, it can just switch. Everyone's quite split apart, huh?
Yeah.
Sometimes you see the heats and they're just sitting on each other.
Looking for the sweet spot, eh? Yeah, if things get tight later on, you find them sitting on top of each other to hold them off, eh? But right now, it's pretty spread out. Yeah, it's crazy. For people who don't know Carcavelos, this is it sits facing dead south. So you're looking like straight down the coastline here. And so offshore winds at Carcavelos is a north wind, whereas on the western coast of Portugal, it's all with east wind as our offshore. So, and even swell-wise, you need substantial swell. You need a sizable swell to get in here to have like a day like today. So it's not as frequent. Not every year. I mean, there are great years here where you get a lot of surf every day, but it's not always like that.
It's not as consistent as the West Coast, where it's
sometimes West Coast is much more consistent. Yeah. The best years down here are when you get giant swells all winter with north winds, and the West Coast is like pretty much impossible for long amounts of time. Then you get a good winter down here. Offshore winds and solid waves all the time.
Yeah. You got some reliable options close by. I mean, just around the corner at Ginshaw. When that's on, if it's sort of, it could be dead flat here, and it can be pumping and overhead around the corner.
That's the beauty of Portugal, if there's someone to take her there. That booming, wasn't it? Yeah. Mr. Boomin, keep him busy.
Up and out. So 23 minutes remaining. Second semi.
Well, cameraman didn't give up on him. Eh? I don't know who that was.
You never know if they're just going to sneak out the edge.
Sure,
with these guys, you can't tell.
Yeah, it's crazy when you watch that in pro contests. If the cameraman gives out up on him,
and
the beach explodes and he comes back and the guy's climbing it. You go, no. Let's see who did take off on that. That was Boomin's wave, I think. Yeah. That was Boomin's wave there.
That was nice.
Yeah. Bit lumpy and jumpy, but he did have a nice slot right there, huh?
That first section.
Yeah.
Straight into the pit.
Looking back at it, beautiful. A little bump and grind right there. But
almost a bit of a Lopez look back. Just
there you go.
Waiting for the spit. And just get the hands behind him.
And this was Aritz, I guess, then. All right.
Love that style of Aritz. Like really kind of like just get that knee in.
Yeah. Yeah.
A lot cleaner looking in this wave.
Yep. What a good solid travel time there.
Aritz.
Yeah.
Going to be happy with that one.
Oh, yeah. That was a beauty. He has been two-time champ for a reason. Huh?
And yeah, in 2022 was the last time he won.
Yep.
Out here on this very bank in Carcavelos.
That's it. Yeah, with that hour break, we're winding down right to like sunset on this, eh? Yeah. Nice.
Whether we're going to be going straight into finals.
Eh?
Whether I think we're going to be... make a call on that if they're going to go jump straight in.
Couple minutes to organize, I reckon, eh? I don't know.
Just have a breather, especially for these guys. The second semi. So Pedro taking the lead. Boomin. Stank corrected with a Ritz's score coming in now. He's just jumped in front of him.
Take it back. Boom, boom.
The Ritz Arambu. The Basque Destroyer. Just
he doesn't let up. Competitor. Always has been, eh? Yeah, he's always. Ritz, I remember when he was younger, where a lot of guys
Was he really competitive?
He was super competitive. He was very focused, eh? I think he always had that real focused look on his face, you know. Remember seeing contests when they were all juniors still, like in Peniche and that, Super Tubes, and, you know, when it was Aritz and, like I say, Jonathan Gonzalez and all those guys, he was very, very focused always.
Okay, we're going to jump down to Emily, who's with Ace Bucken, down in the athlete zone.
That's right, guys. I am here with Ace Bucken. Ace, the conditions are just turning on. Can you tell us a little bit about this day? What an experience.
Yeah, what a classic kind of, you know, Portuguese afternoon. The wind's gone offshore again. It's a little bit peakier than this morning. It feels like the swell's settled down a bit. And, yeah, the Portuguese Groms put on a real show. I really enjoyed watching that. And then, you know, the guys are out there now, and it looks like it's going to be a pretty exciting final, obviously. Aritz and Nick in this heat trying to win it for a third time, so that'll be pretty special for either of them. Yeah, you know, exciting for me to be here and, you know, witness this event and be a part of it for the first time. I've really enjoyed it.
Yeah, so now we're seeing Nick already moved into to the finals, and we'll see if Ritz moves into it too. Like, who are you rooting for out there?
I mean, look, those guys are both incredible tube riders, you know, in their own right, and have kind of made a career of kind of chasing, you know, some of the most beautiful and heavy waves all around the world. So I think they'll be really hard to beat, but you never know. It's out there, it's like, you know, I know that the heat Nick had a 10, his second score was a 1, so that gives you a good idea of what it's like to surf out here. You know, you can kind of find the wave of your life and then struggle to find a backup. So, yeah, you know, you just got to put yourself in the position, and thankfully, you know, the conditions have gotten a lot better than midday, and, you know, I think we're in for a treat of a final. I'm really excited.
Yeah, it's going to be such an exciting day. And I also know that you're back in Portugal for the first time in a long time. So how many pastel de natas did you have today?
I haven't had one today, just one when I jumped off the plane so far. So I'm sure I'll get the count up during the week. I'm excited to kind of, you know, go back and surf some of my favourite spots and have some good meals and reconnect with friends.
Great. Well, have a good trip, and thank you so much.
No, thank you for having me. And, yeah, thanks to everyone here in Portugal for having us back. Really appreciate it.
All right. Yeah, everyone loves to come back to Portugal, right? He's got his pastel de nata count.
Yeah.
Huh? I'll get it up this week, he says, I assure you. But it's why, though, he says, and, you know, that's the way Carcavelos is. You have a 10, and then you have a 1 as a backup. You know, and so it's, you never know what you're going to get at this place.
Yeah, it's great to have Ace here over from Oz.
Yep.
And, yeah, sounds like he's stoked to be back.
Yeah, no, for sure. Who wouldn't be, eh? It is the event. This event through the years has always brought some really interesting characters over with it. You know, it's been who has made a point of, you know, inviting some great surfers to it. You know, times of thinking back, Balaram, Sack's been through here. Corey Lopez did quite a few.
Yeah.
Anthony Walsh.
We were talking about that when he was kind of filming with his GoPro in his mouth.
It's quite that was a great event. But some great surfers have been through. It's been great to watch.
So, Aritz and Pedro Bowman out in front. Is Aritz going to be joining Nico in the final?
That'd be crazy, eh? It's just, I mean, if Bowman gets through, that's, you know, 2 Portuguese in the final. So that'd be a nice thing to see. Yeah, let's see if Aritz does make it. Yeah.
Well, everyone in Portugal.
Yeah. And I tell you what, people would love in Portugal. I mean, Aritz is super well known here.
Yep.
And I mean, all local surfers, whether it's here, whether it's Guincho, whether it's Carcavelos, whether it's, you know, Ericeira or Peniche, they know him throughout Portugal. You know, Aritz Algarve, everything. You know, he's made a lot of friends with a lot of people through the years. So he's a very respected surfer, and like the home folks, he's one of their favorites, actually. You know. He's a good character. Got a lot of class.
And the Brazilians, the Storm, Adriano, and Pedro Calado. Are they gonna sneak into the final? Are they gonna cause some upsets? What do you reckon?
We shall see. Right now, it's The ball's on the other side right now, isn't it?
Still plenty of time, 15 minutes
Oh,
remaining.
Yeah, there's like nearly half a heat ready to go. So
It has been a tiny bit slower. It's sort of like that.
Yeah.
Pretty similar to that first semi in comparison to the Grom Super Sesh that we had before.
Yeah, the Super Session highlight of the day. The Groms got it. They pegged it.
They were just smiling and claiming on every wave. It's like,
yeah.
How
Yeah,
good
it
is
seemed
this?
like there's just constant waves in that heat, huh? Yeah, the set's coming through. Such a beautiful layout, though, huh? There's always all kinds of activities going on this beach, you know, whether it's volleyball or just people walking their dogs around or running or whatever.
Beach football going on. And
Carcavelos, have you been here like peak summer when there's no waves?
it's super busy, right?
Wall to wall people, man. You got like you can't
be like definitely
find a place
park.
to walk. Yeah, it's unbelievable. It gets pretty busy. That's Italo right there, right?
Sure
Italo
is.
Ferreira.
So he's over for...
I'm talking little Matias Quinot, huh? Maybe Italo's snagging him for a trip to the Menawais with him, huh?
Yeah.
Hey, if you take me with you, I'll teach you some stuff over there. You seems like you got the tubes down. I can get some aerials into your game, huh?
I mean, Italo's aerial game is just...
Yeah, it's phenomenal.
It's something else.
Yeah.
He's going to be a force to be reckoned with this season on tour.
Yeah.
Especially
kind of a slow
Super Tubos,
start, hasn't he,
yeah.
though, thus far? Yeah, it was kind of a slow pipe start in that. It wasn't that amazing. Sunset had some good surf in that, so.
It wasn't like classic pipe. It didn't get it too big today. And unlike for the previous, the Vans comp, did you see that?
Yeah, that was good, huh?
It was solid
that was
for that.
gnarly, yeah. What was that girl that had some amazing waves at that? Local girl.
Moana, maybe?
Yeah. Amazing.
So good to see just the level, how it's kind of it's just jumping up.
Yeah, it's a crazy platform. I mean, pipe. It's like Chopo on that. There's certain places on the map that are intense, you know. And you do see like swells where, you know, you look at rookies or certain, you know, younger guys and that, and you get Chopo maxing out or pipe maxing out. It's pretty scary stuff. I mean, to have to deal with. You know what I mean? It's not like.
Not like a fun, playful kind of trestles or something, right?
I can't wait. Where John might be toying with it, or Kelly might be toying with it, or Gabrielle. There are guys that are not toying with it, and they're not like, let me get through my heat, or let me losing it out of here, kind of thing, you know. Because it is not for everybody.
It just turns into then like more of a mind game with that.
Yeah.
And here,
down to 12.
Perfect
Bit under
chapter.
12 minutes. There's Miguel Forts, our Fortcast.
Nick Van Rom. João Macedo.
João Macedo's there with a yellow cap. Miguel Forts is the closest one to us. Got Nicolau with a red coat.
Miguel Blanco around the corner as well, I
Miguel
think.
Blanco also.
It's
It's
the
a heavy
boys.
crew there. Here we go. Who is it? Aritz Aramburu.
Ritz.
Cranked into that. Got in way late. Yeah, he'll be happy with that one. Get out the doggy door. Yeah, I think he lost got a bit stalled in the beginning of that probably on the takeoff. That didn't let him really dominate it, but it's still a good wave. Yeah, that was a heavy crew there that was just filming us. Let's see what happened here.
Late drop there
Yeah,
from
late
Ritz.
drop for sure. Like overstalled it right there a bit maybe. It's beautiful lineup though. I mean, setup, yeah. Got a bit too far, lost his tail on the foam ball there.
Maybe a tiny bit deep on the bottom turn.
Yeah. Was sent up a bit far back with not enough speed and lost his tail back in the corner there. Pretty vertical up the face, drawn up the face too high in that.
So coming up to 10 minutes.
And he kept someone else off that wave, so. Will Maliotti. Yeah, he's trying to keep warm. I don't know if do you think he took his suit off or he's just been sitting around in it since that last heat? That's a long time to sit in a suit,
Yep.
huh? Get that preheat chill.
Yeah, had his suit on the whole time. So the crew, the crowd.
Under 10 minutes.
They'd be cheering on Pedro Bowman down there, wouldn't they?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And it's
It ain't over till it's over. There's
No.
still some lines
I mean,
coming
with
through here.
Adriano, I wouldn't put anything
you
past
never
him,
know.
you know?
Yeah, you wouldn't throw the towel in on that guy.
And Calado.
Or on Colado, yeah, neither one of them. So, if the opportunity presents itself. Let's see, is that Bowman got priority?
He does.
Are they setting priority on this? I haven't
Yeah.
kind of followed that today, yeah. Yeah, it's end of the afternoon. It starts getting chilly outside about now, huh? Wind picks up a bit. Starts getting a bit colder and colder. Sun starts to disappear. Ah.
Who was that? Was that Adriano?
Yeah, it might have been. He kind of slipped in late corner of the screen there.
It's got a cheeky look out the window here.
Yeah, we're cheating on.
But on the screens there, yeah, just saw him just miss the takeoff.
We'll get a
replay.
Yeah, there you go.
But is it going to be enough to advance into that second place? I'm not sure.
I don't know. I think he needs yeah, he needs a bit. I don't think it will be.
Here we go.
Yeah, it was Adriano, right? Yeah.
Just grabbing rail, trying to
Yeah.
stay tight, not get caught by the lip.
Well, it was a good slot, though. I think he just ran away on him, huh? Pinched him. Yeah, I don't think that'll be enough. We got to go on the right-hander there.
And out. Adriano again.
Yep, Adriano again. So
He's got that fluoro board.
He's staying busy. Trying to pull a rabbit out of the hat
He's
about
definitely,
this time.
yeah. He's going to be jumping back up, I think. It certainly isn't over. I think, yeah,
That
he's
little-
gonna be feeling pretty confident. I think after those
That
two,
little part, check that. Like, see that? He duck dived the first one, and the next one he's like,
he's
yeah.
just ditch.
Give her
dude.
my board. I don't feel
Just
like
get
getting
it.
dragged backwards. It's so tiring, eh? That
Yeah.
inside there. If you like try and duck dive, just get demolished, eh? It's like Super Tubes is like that too. That impact zone
Yeah.
right there is just boom.
And just packs that
bubbles
punch,
and yeah.
doesn't it?
Yeah, and it just like, yeah, it throttles you. It's like getting your arms torn off in the
You're
middle
better
of
off
that
just
stuff, eh?
ditching. It's just, I don't know.
Yeah, a lot of
Whenever I
times
do
you
that,
are,
just
eh?
come in. The leg rope's twice as long when you get
Ah.
you get to the beach.
It's crazy here though, because you can like ditch and then you dive down. It's like a foot of water. You just like hit your face on the bottom as soon as you ditch. You know what I mean?
Just dig the nose of the board straight into the sand. Calado's kind of he's remaining pretty
Souza.
patient out there.
Yeah, super patient. Adriano stepped up a spot on Colada there, but I don't think his last wave come through yet, has it? No, they're still
Not yet.
Still out on that one. What does he need? 4 something like that?
Needs a 4.16
Yeah.
Adriano to advance into the second spot
Well,
and
that right
move
hander.
into the final.
Let's see if
And
we
here
get
we
it.
go.
Oh,
Take here.
yeah. That was booming.
Just super deep on that one.
Yeah, yeah. It's a bit too deep.
It wasn't going to offer any shoulder
Yeah, drawing
from
the
where he
bottom.
was.
He had to get in earlier with more angle on that one to get in straight away. Yeah, Pedro Colada's been surprisingly kicked back in this heat.
Yeah, Adriano's last wave of 3.15, so not enough
Not enough, but what he needs now is less, correct?
He needs a 2.6.
Yeah, there you go.
Which is
so that's it. And
certainly doable.
Yeah.
5 minutes
doable,
remaining.
and there's enough time on the clock and everything. So
Here we go. Calavo. What's he got? Sliding into the barrel. Is he going to make it out?
yeah,
Fortunately,
run
not
away.
to be.
Running away. Looking like he wants it, though, huh?
Oh. Zab's just going for it. You got to. You're in the semis. Perfect chapter. Everything to go for here.
4 minutes, another dump it. Yeah, that impact zone is fierce. See everybody kind of, letting their boards go there.
There's a couple of cheeky waves on the horizon here.
Yeah.
Just behind this one. You can see it just detonating there on that shallow bank. And, Aritz is waving.
Want to know what's up?
So it'd be
priority for him. He probably wants to know what everybody else's score is also, right?
Yeah. He'll be wondering. Just kind of looking back, waving to the
May
beach.
have been a priority question also, right? To see how, not make any stupid mistakes in the end here.
You'd be like, come on, where's my priority?
Is it mine? Can I go? And the beach is packed.
So good, everyone making it down here now. We're going to be going to the recap.
Recap. I think during the recap we had a couple waves, and there's another one right there.
We had some insane waves.
Yeah,
We're hopefully going to get a few
we
replays.
might have a score here. Yeah, Adriana may have pulled something in there. He had a good right-hander that he got out of. Yeah, there's because a bit of it, few waves exchanged there, so we'll get up to date on that stuff.
And we're waiting for 3 scores to come in.
This was booming. Check this one out. That was, I mean, if he would have got in earlier, maybe it could have been a bomb. He got pretty slotted there.
Super deep. You see him driving.
Wow, how beautiful is that? But yeah. And then this was
Calados.
Wild attempt under the hood.
Wild is right. I mean.
And I think the last one's a right-hander from Adriana that was a more makeable wave, not as intense as these, which is right here. But it may be enough. He only needed like a 2-something, I think, wasn't it?
Just going really high on that.
Yeah.
He needed 2.6. This is going to be enough.
2.6, yeah, I reckon it would. He could have done a big slash there. But he probably wants to get out the back and see.
He was going to just go for a signature move. Just
get
go like
something better on it. Yeah, there you go. Wow.
Just whack it. Give the judges something to think about. Yeah. And so the last wave in. So
Aritz again.
He tried to sneak out the doggy door.
Yeah, he nearly got it, huh?
Try and pinch through the curtain there. So that last wave of Adriano de Souza's not going to be enough at the moment. So it's 2.25.
Did they score that already? Was it 3.15? Ah.
So
could have capitalized, huh? Throwing a slash up there. Or?
Yep. I think so. It just wasn't, maybe not as deep as what the judges would be looking for, and not
like
that critical.
I don't think it was that critical, that intense, but.
Or it's his wave.
Yeah.
Here.
Nearly snuck out. This is a beautiful angle right here, huh?
Especially now, like coming close to sunset.
Yep.
Got that amazing light just sneaking through the wave.
Look at that. Unreal.
Just love how composed he gets. Just opens his chest.
Yeah, that was just like, forget about it from there on in, huh?
He's not going to get out.
No. Things got a bit complicated.
The door's been shut.
Things got a bit complicated there. And so, it's all over. Aritz and Nicolau in the final. Aritz, Peter Boeman, Nicolau van Roop, and William Alliot. 2 Portuguese, 1 Basque countryman, and a Frenchman. Gotta love that, eh?
Nice.
And 3 past winners. That's crazy. 3 past winners. That's.
So it's certain. I mean, there is definitely that option of who's going to be, or potentially winning a 3rd Perfect Chapter title.
Pizza Man, he delivers. We'll see, huh? Could be.
It's going to be bragging rights in the bar later.
So they're going to give him like a 2-second rest, or is like a Ritz ready for action? He's just going to sit out
Ritz is
there?
just fired up and just
okay,
ready to rock and roll. He's
Get him
like,
out
come
here.
on, it's finals time. So we're going to have a quick commercial break, and then we'll be straight back with finals action.
Deixa-te ir. Go chill. Agora com um novo sabor, sem lactose.
Estou há imenso tempo atrás da menina. O que é que fizeste assim para ter um beijinho do nada dela?
Já foste às mental ar?
Your wetsuit with graphene. Your wetsuit without Airlight 4D. Your wetsuit with Airlight 4D.
All right, we are back.
It is the afternoon of the finals. I mean, it was the morning of the finals technically too, but now it's the afternoon, and
it is.
The final is on. It is set, locked in. Nick Van Rupp, Aritz Aramburu, William Ayaloti, and Pedro Boonman.
And again, we've got the 2 running for the three-time champion thing there. Not that we're throwing the other guys out of the mix, but you know, there's a lot of talk about the 3-time winner here. So.
Yeah. Yeah, that was an interesting call, I thought, when I first was hearing about this event. I was like, oh, that's pretty ballsy to just throw out a prize that only 2 people are eligible to win.
Exactly.
And then, sure enough,
There
here
they
they are
are,
at the final. So.
Yeah. And it's both of them are previous winners, and Eliota also. So we got 3 previous winners in the final heat wave, which is pretty cool.
And William winning in 2018?
And Nazare, exactly.
Naz Pony. I don't think he was on 20 then, though, was he? That thing has treated him well today.
That has. So we decided to do all 3 English speakers in the box for the final here, huh?
Look at that.
Yeah. It's been a great day, gentlemen, by the way. It's been nice working with you. Ollie and Buck.
It has been a lovely day working with you and watching many, many tubs.
Some beautiful barrels. Aritz, as we look on here.
In yellow in the golden light. 2008 CT Surfer, Aritz Aramburu. From more or less the routes in Spain. Well, Basque Country. Apologies. The Basque Country of Spain. Reps it proudly.
From Basque Country and the world.
Is that Boonman there just hydrating?
Local boy.
It's pretty tricky kind of going straight into the final as well, right? You think that you want that breather. Maybe get into the right headspace.
But, you know, it's a long day. And you figure like most of these guys could surf for hours.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's true.
It's that little coffee he's having to...
Especially when it's like this.
Energy burst.
I mean... The barrels that have been on offer today, you'd be wanting to stay out there as long as possible and try and capitalize on it. And just having it, well, to yourselves, there's just a couple of people, like 4 people in the heat.
Exactly. Yeah.
Stoked.
He's got a great support crew on the beach there from this area.
Homies, nice pinch out there, huh?
That is fun. Been seeing him in the water a lot too. There's been some good sandbanks up my way.
Yeah.
I know he recently did a trip to one of the wave pools in Brazil.
Oh, really?
And there's some sand up there that he had said was about just the same as a wave pool. So he and I were bumping into each other a lot there.
All right.
Nice.
And you said you just been to a wave pool thing in Brazil? Or he had?
He had been.
Oh, okay. All right.
He had been. I think it was the Wave Garden one, but he was speaking very highly of that. Always nice to have waves on command, but it's also very nice to have the waves that we've got here today
No doubt.
for the final.
And Nick, you've been doing some custom shapes for some of the wave pools, right?
Yeah.
In Switzerland.
Yeah, for Switzerland, and the static wave ones, the older ones.
The flow riders and stuff?
Yeah, not so much the flow riders, but
just
the
static.
city waves. You know those? Yeah. That's crazy. I mean, it's how much it's blown like inland surfing. We know how much it's exploded. I mean, it's.
Ritz has spent quite a bit of time in wave pools as well. He's from that region where the Wave Garden headquarters is, and
Which was
they've
the
had that
first
test pool
pretty
forever.
much prototype, yeah.
They've got like a slightly larger version of it now that they can test some waves at. So they recently updated their system in a way where it's the pool itself doesn't need to change. It's just a programming in the computer that tells the air cartridges to fire in a certain way that can really dramatically change what the wave does. You know, each wave pool has its setting that they usually label as beginner, expert, advanced, whatever it is. And yeah, they did this update where just remotely from a computer in the Basque Country, they can just
a Mac 10 button.
Just go bam and make the wave do pretty much whatever they want. It's wild. I was actually at one of the testing days in Switzerland with Leo Fioravanti, and it was like an experience I'll never forget, just seeing waves on command and have him try a few and then be like, no, I want the air section to be a little bit steeper, and then 5 minutes later another wave would appear, steeper air section.
That was Alaya then, right?
Yep, that was Alaya in Switzerland.
Yeah, I was there this summer. It was so hot. It was the hottest day I felt all summer. Was in Alaya in that valley.
Wow.
I surfed it. I got to surf. It was like something like 9 o'clock at night, and I went out in the bathing suit. It was so hot. It was still like 40 degrees at 9 o'clock at night.
Wow. Yeah. I had almost the opposite experience there once, just freezing cold in December.
And
you just see the snowing mountains everywhere. Oh, it was snowing in the valley there. It was an incredible experience.
Beautiful valley, though, isn't it?
It is. Yeah. It is. Wave pools. Boonman's got them. Aritz has them. Come on, Rep. I feel like he would have been to one in some of his content quests that he goes on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You would think, although he's pretty good at, instead of relying on a machine to do it, just looking at large
He'd want a
patches of
supersized one,
wind.
wouldn't he?
Yeah.
Need a bigger playing field.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be enough for him.
Can we crank this thing up to 50 foot? And
Beautiful shot there, William. I love just the
yeah.
hair,
Yeah.
majestic in the wind.
How's the light, man? Look at the lighting here.
Yeah.
So the crew on the beach having a good
All right.
time.
Yep. Yeah, Rich just stayed out there, floating. I guess he had to wait for the rest of the crew.
I kind of back that. Stay in rhythm, you know?
Yep. Yep.
Stay in tune with the ocean. Leon just taking his time there.
Maybe one to hold on to priority.
He better have it after waiting out there this long, I think. It's only
Give
fair.
it to him. Give it to
Come
him.
on.
Huh? All right.
None of this grabbing a bit of water and, it's cheap.
First priority, Aritz Aramburu, a two-time event champion.
William ended up sticking. He said this morning he wasn't sure what he was going to do as far as boards went, but he seems like he stuck with that twin all day, huh?
Yeah.
Didn't let it go.
Definitely been working for him.
Yeah.
He still has been just seeming like he's selecting different waves and drawing different lines, just looking for those longer, racier ones rather than that steep, knifey, get into a mad one and get spit out. But it's working. He's finding scores every heat. But the final with 25K on the line, it's not about finding a score, it's about winning the damn thing.
That's it. So 25K is first place prize?
It's 25K, I think, distributed throughout.
Distributed throughout. Okay, I was going to say. Yeah.
But maybe they'll make a deal in the water. A little handshake. Winner take all.
And loads of, variations of prizes and awards up for grabs. You've got best tube, best score, best Portuguese surfer out there as well. Obviously the wipeout.
Right.
Is that going to be booming? What do you reckon?
That may have been decided already, huh? You
Yeah.
never know.
I'm
wondering if the little Groms has any access to the best heat score. Because he's got it, hasn't he? The best score?
Well,
Yeah,
Nick had a 10.
18.9 total.
Oh, yeah,
18.9 or 18.4, whatever.
Maybe it was
Highest score of the
18.4,
day, so. Let's see if they let him in on that one, huh?
You know he wouldn't complain.
See how much pull the Grom's got. He's already going to the mental. He's got 500 cash.
Just standing there with all these trophies.
Give me another two.
It's going to be a happy ride back to Super Tubos.
Yeah. No doubt, eh?
Be a happy ride either way.
As we look at. Wow. Cape Special. That's south of us. Way down there.
Muito especial.
That beach. How is that? Beautiful. You been down that way? Had a look down that way?
I have, yeah.
Coastline's insane.
Yeah,
eh?
it's amazing.
Scored some fun waves down there. Nothing special, but it's really pretty and something to do.
Yeah.
Pretty empty.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Easy to avoid the crowds over there. You go up or down the coast here. It's quite easy to find a peak to surf alone.
There's so many nooks and crannies on this coastline. I mean, like if you look at the California coastline, there's a lot of beautiful places in that, but you do have a long stretch where it's kind of boring. Beach Break City embraces it for a long way. Eh? I mean, down Seal Beach, all through there, all down way down past Newport and that, But and here it's always just so curvy and carvy, and a lot of corners and a lot of just amazing surf throughout it. Huh?
Yeah, and we're lucky to have that peninsula up in Peniche where it's open to any wind. But
exactly.
We're also lucky to have this final in the water, which just kicked off. It's going to be 40 minutes, so that is a lot of time to find two tunnels out here before the sun goes down to end this great day at the Perfect Chapter.
Down to the wire. Yeah, just about that much sunshine left, huh?
Yeah,
just about.
So 6 o'clock here in Portugal.
Huh?
Carcavelos. It's going to be one insane final. Who's your money on?
Nick Von Roop. There you go. Yeah, I'm put my money on. I'm going with Ritz or Nick, actually. I'll take a coin toss on that one.
You're going with you want to see the three-peat, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, might as well if it's up there. I want to see that pizza man lay the money down, baby.
Yeah, I like that. Pizza men, known for extracurricular business as well. Those guys. I'd like to see Boonman win. You know, he's a local from here.
Yeah, homeboy. Be nice too, wouldn't it?
He, I know he lost his sponsorship. He was with Fox for a while, lost that, and I think he spent some time with a job that was not professional surfing, and then found another sponsor and was able to just focus on going in, chasing swells, and doing it right. So I'd like to see him, but
All right.
William Ioloti, whoa!
What was
God.
that?
Having some fun.
Having a little bit of fun. Doing a chop hop at an air comp. That thing.
Just caution to win. Like,
Yeah, that wave had that little
go.
rib in it that just made it too tempting not to. Plus, Italo is here. Maybe that inspired him just in his general presence, feeling the inspiration to do a chop hop. Let's have another look.
A little replay here.
Wow, good way to start a heat.
Nice little tube. There you
And
go.
here we go.
that was nice.
Figure I need a little bit more there. Yeah, but I'm with you on Boomin on that. You know, I think it's fair enough. He's put up great performance like in past years also. You
Yeah.
know? And he was a local hero and a fantastic surfer.
I'd like to see him, but this is a good way to start a heat for William.
Yeah.
Caribbean boy, Saint Martin, a French island down there, used to surfing into the wind, as many Caribbean surfers are.
Yeah.
That's where he learned how to do this.
French
Just
surfers.
a little bit.
Presence
Too much
of
of it, huh?
the French just in the last contest down in Morocco. Huge presence. I mean, they've got so many hot kids right now out there.
Around anchors and
Well, no, the French in general. I mean, of the country. There's so many great French surfers right now, up and coming.
Yeah, especially on the competitive scene.
Yeah.
It's quite a calm feeling place, Old Oscar.
yeah.
Free
Yeah,
surf
they're-
there, you'll find quite a few people who think they're in a heat.
Yeah. Gets busy, huh?
God bless them. But William's not one of them.
God
You
bless him. God bless him if you get there an hour before they all arrive, right?
Exactly. William doesn't really fall into that category, though. You know, he rides those different boards.
Yeah.
He's got quite a bit of an air game. Here's Pedro.
To Boomin.
Pedro pulling in. Is he going to come
Get
out of this
out
one?
of
And he
there,
does.
All right.
All right.
I think William's wave is better, but always feels good to get a tube with 36 minutes still left on the clock.
Get something on your belt for start today.
And meanwhile, our two-time event champs, Nicola and Aritz, are being patient for this long day.
Yeah.
They know that it takes a big score to win the thing. They've done it twice. Pedro's replay.
Got the conditions just perfect on a wave face, huh?
Yeah, it's beautiful out there. So nothing too
Nice to
special.
hold on to that. I thought it was going to come unglued.
Must
Yeah,
have
that
been
might have been a bit more intense than Williams' tube, actually, that one, eh? What do you think?
different. I think Williams might have been a bit longer, maybe a bit bigger, but still a good read by Pedro. It looks like the judges actually gave him the nod, though.
Yeah, there you go.
William again.
Williams.
One of those long, racy ones. Not going to do it for him, though.
I thought he was going to go to the skies again. Just getting some speed and just launch it.
Looked like it crossed his mind, didn't it?
Yeah. It was...
Again, I'm blaming that on the presence of Italo. I think it just, it's contagious.
Maybe Italo had a bit of a chat with him beforehand. Like, bust some airs.
I swear that end section that everybody's pulling out on, like, that's a ramp.
Yeah,
you just got to hit that section.
Yeah. The one that looks like it wants to kill me? Yeah, that one. So Boonman getting the nod there. 5.
Yeah, they scored it higher, didn't they?
5.25 it looks like.
5.25.
5.25.
And then a 4.75 for Willem.
It's pretty close. Pretty close, especially in a long heat. Who knows if that will factor in the end, but always nice to get the nod in that first exchange.
And Nick and Ritz just biding their time, huh?
Yeah. Patience, patience.
See if it pays off.
Hoping that the bombs keep coming through here.
Had a nice walk along the beach before this, and It's nice to see the crowd. Like it's changed dramatically throughout the day from that first just early morning crew, people walking their dogs, maybe not even here to check out the comp, and then now I sense like a post-work crew here. Some people just getting here to watch the final, other people getting here to play volleyball. Quite busy down there, and why not with such a beautiful night?
Yeah, you get a lot of locals down there now. Sporting the homeboys.
Yeah.
Well, they've got one of their own in this final, and he's currently in the lead.
Yeah, I'd say that they got two of their own because Nicolau Pack's a bit of a falling down this way too.
That's right.
That's fair. Two of their own then.
And what he doesn't pack down, he drags from Praia Grande over here.
Just loads it up, doesn't he? He released a clip not too long ago. You can kind of see in the background that there's somewhere, I think you guys would know better than me actually, but just in this river that you could surf, just kind of misto wave sandbar out in the middle of it. Seems like you need to ski or at least want to ski. He vlogged it.
Yeah.
He vlogged it. It was an interesting one. I had no idea people could or did surf out there.
Oh, you haven't seen that before, eh?
No, that was the first.
That pumps actually with jet ski assist. Correct?
Yeah. It seemed like it'd be quite
you
hard
get
to
lost.
pull off
You
without
get
it.
lost. I mean, you're gone.
It's killer, right? It's just a super long right-hander there, and
long right-hander. A lot of different takeoff spots. I mean, it's crazy.
But you need some assistance.
Yeah,
You're not going to go paddling out there.
No, you can't. It's impossible. It's probably better to have two jets because if you do have a jet breakdown or something like that, you know, you'd be hurting.
Yeah.
Try and get someone to, you'd be depending on the tide going one way or another. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it looks a lot worse in this rip that Julian is currently fighting. Imagine that times 15.
Yep.
Dodging boats as well, maybe.
Yeah, a few boats. Bit of cargo.
There's another place inside the river there. You seen that where they wait for the boats to go by, and they get that wave on the bank?
There's one just here where they do that.
Eh?
They do that here.
No, they do it here. They do it farther in, somewhere in towards Lisbon, where the big, or over near Trafaria, or on the other side there, where the big boats go by, and
I've heard about that. Just the big cargo ships.
they surf on the,
the wake
off the
right
sandbank when the waves that come off these freighters and that,
It is. I've never seen that.
Gravy style.
Yeah, Nicolau had that in one of his first films.
Ooh, Boonman.
Unglued.
I think he's really going for that Wipeout award, just going for quantity along with quality. Let's see what happened there. That was a larger wave.
If you want to get out of the way of that one. Oh.
He must be pretty tired. I mean, he had that.
Yeah, I would think so.
That fall earlier that rattled him a bit, and now that didn't look too pleasant. So, long day, taxing on the body.
See that current just moving still up
so
north.
much water going inside, huh? See what happened there?
This thing. Drone's eye view.
Oof. Hard to see in that one. Just lost footing there.
Do you think he just ejected like straight away, or he kind of?
I don't know. The angle's kind of hard to see on that, huh?
Yeah, it looked like you at least understand why he thought he'd had a chance. Like that was a reasonable way, but look at this thing. Nicola.
Tired of waiting.
Wow.
Mr. Tired of Waiting is in the one.
Couldn't get deep. Bigger wave.
Yeah.
Heavier wave, but
certainly bigger.
Still a wave to be, huh? A wave to be reckoned with.
Will be interesting to see how they score that against like Boonman's, which was smaller and just a better barrel, but Nick did everything he could there, really.
Yeah.
The wave only allowed so much.
Just trying to drag and get a bit deeper, but
yeah, with that size, I mean,
probably the thickest wave of the heat so far, but not the not in any way the deepest barrel.
Bird's eye view here.
But it could be a keeper, huh?
I think so.
At this point, definitely. Yeah.
30 minutes left, but
Yeah, there's tons of time left.
Even for a backup, it's going to be should be a good score.
Yeah, there wasn't much more that could have been done there anyways, though, huh?
No, good read, but
you have to get deeper. It would have been difficult.
Yeah, look at that thing. Throaty there, though, and having to straighten out.
All right.
The crowd was excited. I could hear them on the beach.
Yeah.
Yep.
Some hooting and hollering going down on the sand.
Let's see what that comes through with. That's his first wave, or did he have a previous wave already?
So that was, 2.5.
Oh, he had a 2.5 already. Okay.
No, I think that was the...
Oh, that was 2.5.
Yeah, I don't think there's any more coming through. So the judges are kind of, looking at that commitment and...
Giving Boomy the nod.
Yeah, it was solid.
Yeah.
It was a solid wave, but just not deep enough. We want to see them disappear.
Well, Aritz has been quite patient. He is trying to disappear.
Yeah.
Waiting for his time to slink off.
Yeah, it's a tuba in, I guess, huh? 2.5. That was pretty committed. It wasn't an easy wave by any means.
No. I don't think any of these waves out there today are easy.
No.
I mean, some maybe like offering a little bit more shoulders and kind of a tad more playful, maybe.
Booming
again.
Not trim there, but he's using that hydration he came in on the beach to get.
Keep him busy. Yeah.
Staying on it. 26 minutes left. It's the last 26 minutes he'll surf today, regardless of what happens. So burning it all out. Let's see, I can't imagine this wave factoring in, but we'll have another look.
Yeah, I would say not either. But
sneaks in. Adds one more.
I mean, his second wave was only a 0.25, so
yeah,
he's gonna improve on that for sure. But it's not gonna be a 5 range like his.
Well, his crew there is liking it.
yeah, it's just surprisingly kickback, huh?
Yeah, he's just been waiting out there since last heat.
Yeah. Just thinking.
Do you know it started?
We say that every time I say something like that, guy gets a bomb. So,
well, I didn't mind seeing Aritz get a bomb. Look at that. Maybe he's just been
How's
enjoying
that?
that beautiful sunset.
Yeah, how beautiful is that, huh?
So Booman improving on his score with a 2.7. He's taken his lead to a combined score of 7.95. And then William in second. Nick third, and Aritz yet to get off the mark in the final. How beautiful is that? The sunset coming down over Carcavelos.
So our 3-time winners are sitting 3rd and 4th right now. Huh? Gotta get busy, boys.
25 minutes left. Still plenty of time to get busy with.
Tons of time. That's a normal heat time, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm sticking with my sunset theory. I think Aritz is just enjoying this beam of sunshine before he hooks into one.
Having a moment, and then he's going to be ripping.
Yeah, by the scoreline, he hasn't missed anything that spectacular up to now, has he? I mean, Booman's probably picked the best wave there, but
he's paddling around now, switching up position a little bit, thinking about trying to get that 3rd title, trying to go back to back here.
I wonder if any of them thinking about different banks out there. I mean, they're all pretty tight.
Yeah.
You know, we saw like a Tory earlier today. He was kind of out there on his own, on a bit further on the left of the screen.
back and forth here and there. But they seem to be split up a bit, actually, because there's this, was that Nicolau and Aritz kind of sitting on each other, and I think Booman and
William
a bit over, a bit farther east. I'm cheating. I'm looking out the window, guys. So.
Well, I like it. It enhances our odds of a good wave.
There you go.
Spread, divide, and conquer.
Just still super clean conditions.
Yeah, look
today.
Like
yep.
Wind really backed off.
We had that one little funky spell during the afternoon around like dead low tide. We just paused for an hour and then just went straight back into it. And
yeah, the swell has backed down a bit now, end of the day and that, but pulsing all day. Can't beat that, huh?
Right when I got here, I saw an incredible set as the sun was not even rising, just as you could first sort of see the light even.
Early this morning, huh?
Yeah. It's nice to come full circle here, see it coming down.
Yep.
Still some swell pulsing, and that's a nice shot of the crowd. You can see. Weather's changed a lot throughout the day, too. Just cold in the morning.
Yeah.
And a nice, warm, everybody in T-shirts midday, and now we're back in the jackets.
Yep.
It's still
Throwing
February,
them back on.
at least for a few more hours.
so 22 left on the clock in this final.
Yeah, winter's winding down, isn't it? And we're like 2 months away from our spring and all that, aren't we? Coming real quick.
It's been a good winter, though.
Yeah.
It's been great. It's been nonstop.
No doubt. No doubt.
Still more swell in the way this week, although this looked like the best day for here. This north hint in the wind and this much size.
Yeah, yeah.
You can get lucky. It kind of sticks around for another month or so, when you say, like until those winds kick in, like in the summer, and even in the summer, you can get some sneaky surprise swells coming in, especially on the west coast.
Yeah, we still need a couple solid swells to finish the competitive year out in Portugal, huh?
Yeah. We do.
Nazare challenge, but Rip Curl coming up. There's a lot of still on the grill.
Mm-hmm.
So we're a bit over the halfway mark.
What's the waiting period
approaching
left for the Nazare? Still got a bit of time?
Shit, I want to say to what? To the...
I think end of March.
End of March,
So
isn't it?
In a month, I got to hope for something to pop up in the next few weeks. Aritz in need of a 796. You can do it in one wave.
Yep.
He hasn't stood up yet, so you could tell. I mean, he's clearly just trying to win this thing, which you might think it's an interesting strategy, try to win something by not catching any waves, but
he's got priority out there.
Got a clear vision of what he wants in his mind, and
that's it.
He's not going to settle for anything less.
I mean, he's been surfing incredibly all day.
Yep.
And knows this spot pretty well as well.
I think he's put up single numbers like 3 times today that be more than what he needs right now.
Yep.
Still on that magic Christensen that he rode to victory here last year.
Was that the same board last year, is it?
He was saying in an interview earlier, yeah.
All right.
So I think it has some range on it. I mean, last year was still pumping, but not really similar to the size.
Right,
so
right.
that thing must just have some magic built into it.
Magic boards.
And when you get one of those magic boards, you just don't want to let it go, do you?
Great to have them. Horrible to try and repeat them sometimes, though.
Yeah.
As a shaper, it is so gnarly. Like, the things are machine cut, and it should be a lot easier than it, but it always isn't. You know what I mean?
Do they just come to you and go, look, make it like this one again?
Yeah.
I want to make it magic like this one.
Make it exactly the same. But exactly the same, there's a lot of stuff that goes on there and exactly the same. Time of year you glass it, and temperatures and all kinds of stuff. The blank, whatever.
Too many variables. Yeah, I can't say I've ever in my life had a board that was successfully replicated.
Yeah.
And some just significantly different. Even ones where Shaper has the board I want replicated there with them, so they could
with the same
see it
dimensions and
through.
everything as well. Right?
Yeah, same
There's
dimensions,
always something slightly
same
different in
file.
it, yeah.
Something just makes it way off.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's easier than it was. I remember, like, back in the day, if you're doing them by hand. I remember Tiago Pierce snapped a board that I made in Sunset. The one that he went to that concert I told you came in second to Sonny. And he said, "Oh, make me another one." Exactly the same. And it was like I'd shaped that off of a Clark foam blank at the time with a rusty rocker or whatever, the rusty Preissendorfer rocker in the blank and this and that. And then when I went to do a new one, I had like this big fat Bennett from Australia that was horrible rocker in it. So if you're trying to knock the same thing out of a totally different blank, by hand, you either have like you're calculating every inch of the board, or is a shot in the dark, which it end up being,
Well, I think that's what keeps surfboards so fun, the fact that you can't replicate them like that.
Yeah.
Keeps us all guessing, trying to figure our boards out in different waves.
No, they were horrible shy of Portugal. Why would anyone want to live in a country like that? Look at that.
Ritz is still enjoying it. He's still caught up in that moment out there.
He is. He's enjoying the moment, huh?
The rapture.
Maybe Ritz is. I know Nikolov on Rip now. He's getting nervous about now.
Getting a little bit antsy.
Yeah. Von Froth.
Yeah,
Von Froth wants something.
You don't earn a nickname like that for not catching
just
waves.
sitting around.
Yeah, no.
Definitely getting a little bit darker here. Like the last light, I think they've got about half an hour to go, and then.
Yeah,
but we're going to finish in time.
Waves coming in now, so.
Here we go. See the horizon lining up here.
Oh.
No corner on that first one.
That's a long wall on that one.
Nick, here we go.
There he is.
Pulling it, he's out.
Von Froth.
Nice.
Von Froth didn't want to wait any longer.
He couldn't. That was a decent wave, though. I mean, I think that's going to be up there with Newman's first score.
That was solid.
For what's on offer right now.
Yeah,
that was a good choice.
He's paying a price for it.
Yeah, definitely paying a price.
Something to look. Ritz just saying, fine, go again. You dog. Slides in. Critical drop. Yeah, I think this is going to be the best score of the heat in my books.
Very possible, For sure.
Little spit on the way out.
He needs a 5.45.
Yeah,
I'm gonna say it's gonna be around that for sure.
I would have to agree. Let's see if the judges share that sentiment.
It's a lot easier just saying that from here.
Yeah,
in the booth,
just all
sun going down,
Yeah, you guys sort it. It's fine.
Yeah,
we'll be here.
That was a 3-wave, and it was the only one that really had a corner on it. 3-wave set there, all pretty sizable in that. Yeah, you got to be choosy.
Interesting. I mean, Ritz was right in that neck of the woods. Nick was deeper. Maybe Ritz just recognized the fact that he wouldn't have been able to get deep enough to make it count. But anyway, you love to see, like, in theory, Ritz could have just went to block him, but you could tell those guys really respect each other and just don't view this contest in that same way. Of like, if you're in the spot to get tubed, go. I'm not going to stop you. It seems like that was what happened with that exchange. Which is another thing that makes this contest special, just that vibe out there. It's cool to have.
Which is great. Instead of that dog-eat-dog kind of approach, right? Where they're just kind of blocking and paddling over on top of each other.
Yeah, I mean, in a traditional heat, that's just what would have happened. Yeah. Just you'd rather, even if you knew you weren't going to get that good of a wave, you'd block the other person from getting it. Boonman smells something.
So Nick, and he's got it. So 5.5.
That'll do it.
So into the lead with an 8 total score. Booman dropping down into second. William in third, and Ritz still yet to get off the mark.
The sun is just about down, so I'd say he's going to strike soon. I think he's had his moment out there, and now he's going to come back too and get busy. 14 minutes to do it.
Yeah, it'll be getting dark in no time, huh?
Nick's crew there.
Got some signals going on.
Yeah.
JJ Vidal. This kid's from, you know JJ? Kid that's got the board in the air?
No.
He's from, let's say, Saint Tomé Bridge? No. Huh? Yeah, I think so. But he's been living up here. He's a good surfer, that kid.
Good surfer. He's doing good at signaling something
Yeah,
to Nick,
yeah.
too. Communicating.
That
Great
definitely works.
communicator.
You're in first place.
Yeah. His job would be much harder if Nick was in fourth place. Just difficult to put 4 boards in the sky.
you gotta break it in half and do I don't know. Yeah, they got all kinds of signals, huh? The coach has some waves coming through now, so we will see.
So 13 minutes left on the clock.
You want to see a Rich slide into something, just keep it interesting,
Yeah.
eh?
You do, but I mean, we do. I'm not sure if Nick does. I think Nick
Yeah.
wants that
Yeah,
pizza
Nick's
man
all about
knocking
that.
on his door.
No one else does, for sure. Huh?
As we've said, if one of these two win, Nick or Aritz, they also get a bonus 2,000 Mad Pizza for being the first 3-time event champion. So, Aritz. Ooh, Elodie,
William.
different section. Oh my goodness. Oh, he wanted that doggy door. He couldn't get it.
Yeah, and we
that was an
see what
bomb.
happened to them, because I think it was Nicolau and Rich battling for that other one, eh?
Yeah, the
See
two.
what panned out on that one. Nicolau obviously didn't go, I think.
Elodie was close there, wasn't he?
Wow, that was
screaming through that thing.
And I think Aritz went. So
yeah, I want to say I think he would have, huh? God, that was a screamer, Aliota's, huh?
wild how deep he was. Just
this
thing.
replay of his wave.
Wow, that section really threw too.
Just pumped it.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Just that 20 looks good in there, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Looks
the water. That 20 just pumping.
Wow, look at that section.
Yeah.
Oh, he was close.
So close to coming out there.
Poor fella.
Yeah.
It's one of those waves.
All right,
Here's
there's
the
the
Ritz.
Ritz. Okay. See what
What's he
happened
got here?
I think he got pinched.
Looks like that wave
Not coming
focused
out of that.
all of its best energy on Leon's section.
What happens sometime when you sit around for a long time, huh?
Yeah.
And like,
I mean, I thought especially having seen him stay out in the water from that last semifinal, that's usually a way to just stay in tune with the ocean and like get a feel for when the sets are coming and try to tap into that more intuitive side where you kind of know what's going to happen before it happens, but it didn't quite work here when you're
it doesn't seem to have
waiting
been the
30
case,
minutes
is
for
it?
that wave.
Boomin's score's not going to be enough. Is it 2.7? So
Who's that from William there, is it?
from Pedro.
Okay. All right.
So he needs a 2.76, so just shy of kind of sneaking in front of Nick there to take the top spot.
10 minutes on the clock. In about 10 minutes of light, there's João Macedo. And this Nicolau's girlfriend on the right here, on the right-hand side of Nicolau.
Got friends and girlfriends and
That's support
dogs.
crew. Yeah.
That is a good crew. With 10 minutes exactly left, will Nicola be the first 3-time event champ, or will Boonman have something to say about it?
We shall see. It would be, there's Nick Paddle getting interested in something there. Be one more cherry on this winner cake if Nicolaus, huh? Been the winner for him. Winner of a lifetime.
Let's see.
This wave coming through.
Is that Nick? Yep.
Pompar, bub.
Coming.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
If that thing stayed open a bit longer, he would have been a very, very happy boy.
Yep.
Damn, that was close, though. He had the right line and had the speed.
Yeah, I thought
replay.
I don't know what's really
thought he
happening.
could have
That
come out.
really would've-
Perfect kind of positioning behind that thing, too, huh?
Got a pump in there.
Takes the high line.
Yeah, it's just pinched too much. That's too far back.
So close.
Wow. About as close as you can get.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
Wouldn't have been the craziest score we've seen today. Wouldn't have been his 10 from earlier, but it certainly wouldn't hurt with 8 minutes and 40 seconds left.
Yeah, we're bringing a little back up.
Nudged him a bit further forward there in the lead.
Might be getting dark in them things, huh?
Yeah.
The flashlight.
Maybe. The light at the end of the tunnel is
Find
actually
the
dim
light.
now. Oh, it's not looking too dim for him. He is in the lead. Time is ticking down. But one crazy wave and anybody's in the lead.
That's all it takes. It is, yeah.
When you have a heat total under a 10, makes it anybody's game.
Yep. No one is out.
A big shout out to all the supporters and everyone down at the beach, everybody watching at home, wherever you are, here in Portugal, around the world.
Thank you for watching, for skipping your work, or for failing to get a good chunk of it done, at least in any focused manner.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Skipping your work or not getting things done the way they should have been because you're watching the contest.
Sorry to all of your employers.
There you go. Sorry to all the bosses out there.
Yeah.
Booming. Yeah. It's
Okay. I mean, he's got to get the white. Just
if Boomer doesn't get the Wipeout award, something's wrong.
I feel like it was close, and then Bruno Santos had that one, but now he's just this heat really going.
putting his time in there. Eh?
He's got to get that. Give him the 5 hunch for it. But I could see him. I don't think he's gonna really let up here. I think I could see him trying to get as many waves as possible in this last 7 minutes. Really staying hungry, putting in an effort. Ritz. Having a tough heat.
Yeah.
Having a tough heat.
Action on that one. Yeah, it's a crazy thing, isn't it? Momentum and heat synchronization with the waves and that. It's crazy.
It is.
How it comes and goes.
Will Jans had an interesting heat too. I mean, he was so close to that one, which would have been the best wave of the heat.
Exactly.
And I feel like that's kind of been his thing all day, just slow burning, waiting for the right ones. Anyway, with 6 minutes and 20 seconds left, let's see a recap. See where we're at so far. There we go, bringing us just about 5 minutes left. That's what got Nick in the lead. That's what's got his crew down there, which we saw a few shots of in that weird kind of stress state. I mean, in a weird way, his crew would be more stressed than Aritz's right now. Even though he's winning, it's that fear of losing that win more than the chance that Aritz would surge ahead or any of the other people. So.
And it's so tight as well.
It's crunch
super
time, isn't
close. I mean, Pedro only needs a 2.76. William needs a 3.76. So
surely they're going to go for it. Surely with 4.5 minutes left, it's not just going to. They're not going to go out quietly.
And Aritz needs a 7, which is super doable.
A lot, yeah. It's getting seriously dark out there right now, which makes tricky waves trickier.
Yeah, it does. It does get to a point where it's harder to read the waves coming, and then when you're on the wave, have any real clue what it's going to do.
Yeah.
Especially in a tube, you just kind of lock in and hope for the best.
There you go.
But maybe that's a little bit of the magic we require here to be a perfect chapter champion.
look at Nick. He's hungry for it, isn't
Oh,
he?
yeah.
Yeah, he's looking on a mission.
Von frothing right now.
Yep, yep.
He'll be Von frothing later if he gets that, that trophy.
If he's paddling for a wave, or you think he wants to put the pressure on the opponents about this time?
His girlfriend seems to like it.
Yeah.
You know there's going to be an epic vlog anyway, no matter what happens today.
It's coming.
Yeah.
One of the guarantees in life.
Yep.
Death, taxes, vlogs.
Taking off.
Ooh, William.
Oh, my
Slotted hair.
He still just looks for those ones, though. He wants those ones that just allow him to pump that 20 through there, and it works maybe 25% of the time.
Yeah, well, that's just, there's been 2 amazing waves with no doggy door, and perfect surfing up to the point where we just get demolished, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, and to be fair, it must be pretty damn fun to just pump a 20 through that thing.
Exactly.
Travel through.
Yeah, he's had plenty of tube time on both of those last ones.
Yeah, he was so close in that first one. That one was more of a write-off, but
yeah.
I don't think it's going to be enough, though. It's not going to take him up there.
No, I don't think it's going to factor in. But I do think we're going to see at least Boonman attempt something here. He's pretty handy, too, outside the tube. He's got, I think they'd give it to him for a turn or anything, but if they would, he's got him.
Yeah. 2.5 minute time.
Okay, see Nick's board still in the air. He's still in first place. Still one board there.
He's going to go right down to the wire, huh?
Let's see it. 2 minutes. Limited light.
The end of another perfect chapter.
What a day.
Yeah, it's a fantastic
You
day.
just can't believe the conditions we've had all day long. It's been insane.
Insane. It kind of flew by, too. Just a lot of action. 16 surfers whittled down to these final 4 with that quick dose of juniors as well in the new generation. And now just 90 seconds away from potentially giving Nick Von Rupp his 3rd perfect chapter title and a visit from the pizza man.
It is. The pizza guy, huh?
Bring the pizza by.
You got the money.
It's a pizza party in Praia Grande tonight, folks. Too early to speak, though. Minute left. Time ticking down. This long, beautiful day at Carcavelos. What a day. I mean, Nick got that 10. I feel like there's carryover effects to that. You know, you have that 10 glow that...
Just that confidence you take away with it, I reckon.
Yeah. Makes for a good story. But Boonman might not be keen for the story.
No.
He's having a sniff at this thing along with Nick. Let's see.
William again, yeah?
William.
Hey, Lodi. Nothing too special there.
Make it out.
He made it out, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. I mean, Nick had 2. You know, that one was clearly the wave of the heat, so 10 seconds left. William coming in.
Nothing special coming in out the
ending
back.
his perfect chapter campaign, but Nick Von Rupp is ending his perfect chapter campaign exactly as he wanted to. The 3-time champ.
Yeah, baby.
Wow.
He'll be stoked.
He is going to be very happy.
He's going to be Von frothing. Everyone on the beach is absolutely stoked for Nick. He earned 2023 perfect chapter champion.
He took it out 2013, 2014, then had this nice long gap and decided, you know what, it's time again. Getting back on that podium.
The pizza man's coming.
The pizza man's coming around?
Yep. He's always been a contender every year, you know.
Every year he's in the mix, and now he's done it again. You know he's going to be happy. There we go.
And again, that's like, you're talking 9 years later, huh?
You can hear that crowd, too.
Yep. 2023 winner, the 3-time winner.
He missed a few. I don't think he was around. I don't know if he was injured last year. And
I don't know.
I don't think he was in it in the 2022.
Maybe. Yeah.
I do remember he was dealing with an injury, yeah. May have missed it. Anyway, we'll get to see him celebrate here.
Get
Dog's
that
the
chair
first
going.
one on the scene.
The dog's going to cheer him up.
Yep. Get on the dog's back.
Pitbull attack on the shoreline. Right? Yeah, baby. You got
Wow, and it is just dark now. What a day. High five from the girlfriend, hugging a kiss. She's happy, he's happy, the dog's happy.
it. Tennies aren't as happy.
Wow.
All right.
There we go.
Beautiful. All right. Well, he's picked up a few prizes then, eh?
Yeah, he's really cleaned up. I mean, between that 10.
Won the contest, won this title thing, right?
Yeah, he's
Won
had,
10.
it's been a very, very good day for Nick Von Rupp.
Yeah. Well deserved. Been a good winner. Like I say, he's been all over the planet doing it.
Yeah, he puts in the work. He's on every swell. He's always finding creative angles to attack certain waves. And look at him now.
Absolutely.
Go blank there.
Go there with him.
Cheer him
Here
up.
comes the chair up.
Come up.
Crowd is going wild.
Get some more guys in that. He's not that light of a character, actually. Blank's going, oh, shit, there's no one behind me?
He's bummed about this low tide. Tide had crept up, make it a shorter walk.
Right
Wow, there you have it. Your 2023 Perfect Chapter winner, Nick Von Rupp, the three-peat. Not really three-peat, just 3 times. But
Yeah.
Storybook stuff.
That is.
he was back-to-back before he took that break. Must feel good. Corona in hand. Hugs all around. What a way to end the day for him. And what a day that was. Wow.
Yeah, it was. What a day, for sure, eh?
We saw a lot of hollow waves today, didn't we?
Yep. And it's a lot lighter on your screen for those of you who are watching on the screen. It's a lot lighter on the screen than it is out there. It's actually getting pretty dark out there. So we still the beach is so loaded with people. It's a big showing for the ball game today.
Big showing. I'm sure plenty of these people are pretty eager to have another Corona with Nick.
There you
I'm
go.
sure he'll be very keen to celebrate this, even though it's so much more swell in the way. You know he's going to stay busy these next few days, but you got to celebrate a win like this, and looks like we're going to hear from him.
Emily, drag him off for an interview there.
Down here now. Oh, yeah.
Here we go. Joao.
Nick, congratulations. You are the winner of the 9th edition of the Perfect Chapter powered by Billabong. How are you feeling right now?
Oh, feeling through the moon. It was such a tough day. So many heats, so many high moments, but lows as well, right? I mean, I felt like I was so far from winning at the start of that heat, you know, like the guys started off really well and I had to really play catch up, but had a couple opportunities and, you know, I felt good this morning. You know, I woke up like, man, I'm going to win today.
Ritz actually had priority on that wave that you won on. What went through your head there when you went for it?
Yeah, I mean, like, we're in the final, you know, like, the waves are pumping, everyone's looking for that 10-point ride, you know, but sometimes, you know, 5s and 2s get you the win, and, you know, I really wanted to win, you know, like, it's been a long time coming. I've been dreaming for a long time for this, you know, winning 3 of Capitulo Perfeito. I think the last time I won was 2015, so that was 7 years ago. So I'm a different surfer these days, and coming back to my origins, you know, places like Carcavelos that I grew up surfing, and coming back to barrel riding, you know, like, I mean, it's been a long way, so I'm just super stoked, you know.
And you're here with your home crowd. Wow. How are you going to celebrate tonight?
I was supposed to go to the airport to pick up a rental car right now, but I guess that's canceled. So, yeah, nice dinner, a couple beers, you know, I like to celebrate.
Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you.
We would like to extend our sincere apologies to the rental car agency, which that Nick will be ghosting tonight. We hope they understand, but
Well, they're probably lucky. You know, it probably was not a good night to pick up a rental car, right?
yeah. So, wow. He looked quite happy. And hey, when you wake up in the morning and feel like you're going to win, sometimes that actually works out for people. So.
It's just going to be surrounded by trophies.
Yeah. But he won't have a rental car to carry them anywhere. That's going to be his issue.
Someone will drag him around for sure. Huh? There's that Itz.
Our Itz finally coming in. The sunset's gone. So.
Yeah, a bit of a shocker final there. But again, great to see it here again, and great to see, surfing throughout the day was amazing.
High five to the kids.
Yep, they're hits and heats.
I'd give him a high five if I could.
Full on. Great ambassador to surfing, isn't he? Everywhere he goes.
Yeah, he's quite a happy fella, too.
Oh, yeah.
Good presence to him.
He's got his caddy sticking with him.
Yeah, ride or die.
All right.
And Pedro.
All right, and here we are.
That's it.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for watching this incredible day of surfing. We are going to talk you through some of the highlights, some of the awards. Like we've mentioned all along, we have plenty of stuff to give out.
Right.
So, what a day. What were some highlights for you guys?
Barrels.
Barrels, yeah. Good answer. It was a barrel contest.
There you go. Yeah, I'll tell you, the kids' event, when that slid in the middle of, when they restarted the event, I thought the event was amazing. Just, the new generation, next generation surfing level was high, and they were super fortunate on the waves that showed up for that heat. So, for me, that was one of the highlights.
And one of the highest scores as well.
Yeah. Highest score of the day.
Yeah.
Heat combo, wasn't it? Yeah. And for you?
Kind of hard to get past that, yeah. I mean, they took that break midday, and then it seemed like it paid off just immediately, especially seeing this young generation of kids that pretty much, if you're going to visit here, write down their names because they will be the ones standing inside the waves that you want to get while you're kind of struggling on the shoulder somewhere in about 5-10 years. So it was incredible to see that. And then, I mean, Nick's 10 was just, that had the beach yelling. That had us yelling a bit. So always good to see perfection.
Yep.
So definitely some highlights.
Yeah. Von Roop was hooked up today.
Yeah. He was. He was tuned in. So let's have a little review of the best tubes of the day, as it is a tube riding event. So, it was barreling.
Yeah.
Fair to say it was an absolute tube fest today, huh?
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Boys had a couple, eh?
A festival of the tube. What
Yeah,
this
yeah.
event is designed to be.
No doubt.
That's it.
No doubt.
That's what happens when you gear the criteria around that and then invite some of the world's best to come do their thing.
And they make it happen.
Yeah. I want to give another shout out to Clay for just serving in that short arm when it was still freezing this morning. That was a
Clay
pleasure.
this morning, yeah.
A pleasure to witness. Let's see. I know last year after this event, he went up to Super Tubes and had surfed a few times in just board shorts, which I don't understand.
Wintertime here? No, I don't either.
Yeah.
No way.
I saw some photos and it just looked like a cloudy, cold, just horrible day. And there's just him in board shorts.
You get some funny looks.
You would. Especially, I mean, he's quite a recognizable figure, too, you know? This is out there one day, like, that's just Clay Marzo in board shorts when I'm wearing a hood.
Oh, you had a hood on?
I wasn't in the water with him, but I'd imagine somebody would have been in the water with him. So, anyway, let's watch the best Portuguese surfer of the event. We've got an award to give out there, so let's see who took it down. Well, it turns out if you are Portuguese and you win the event, you are the best Portuguese in the event.
I was going to say, it looks like Nicolaus going to take home a few prizes from this one, eh?
Yeah, I think he's got more than the win up his belt here. He's quite a few looking at this list that he would make sense as the winner for. So I am curious to see about the next one. We've got the Ricardo dos Santos Award, which is more of an attitude commitment thing.
Right,
so
right.
Let's see who took that out.
So,
All right.
what do you think?
Fair enough. Next up, we have the best tube ride. Again, this is another one where I think that we have a feeling we did see a 10 today. So
there you go.
Let's see what happened here. The best tube ride.
Surprise, surprise,
Surprise, surprise. We're getting awfully familiar with Nick Von Rupp here.
That was a very technical wave, though, because it's chandeliered all the way through it, and he was pretty low right off the takeoff. Like, he could have gotten clipped right there, eh?
It was great to revisit it, yeah. And we've also got an award for the best wipeout. interesting one. We saw a few today, not as many as I thought initially.
I thought there would be way more. I mean, looking at the conditions, but
yeah, only one broken board I counted as well. So let's see best wipeout. There you go. They went quality over quantity. There's a tight race there between Bruno Santos and Pedro Boonman, but yeah, I guess when you hit the eject button and fall from the sky, you get it. You get the 500
for a good couple of seconds as well. He was in the air. Huh?
Yeah,
free falling down there.
One more award to give out, though, gentlemen. We have the best combined score.
All right.
Let's see what we did with this one.
a quem acredita e quem apoia. Turismo de Portugal, Câmara Municipal de Cascais, União das Freguesias de Carcavelos e Parede.
All right. Now that we got the awards behind us, let's jump into the presentation. It's going down right now. Let's hear it.
Muito o surf desde o final dos anos 80, a marca que mais apoia os surf e os surfistas. A Billabong, muito obrigado, patrocinador oficial principal. E os patrocinadores oficiais também, de Oitavos Hotel. Temos também Joaquim Chaves Saúde, Go Chill, Corona, Electric Fat Bikes, relógio oficial Nixon e os parceiros 58 Surf, Quinta Alta, Globalis, Moa Sushi, Met Pizza e Eden Bem Resort. E vocês viram, parabéns porque merecem, porque estamos aqui hoje devido a estes parceiros e devido a eles acreditarem e apoiarem esta nona edição do Capítulo Perfeito. E tivemos muitas pessoas na praia, mas também tivemos muitas pessoas em casa, nos 5 continentes. E foi só possível pelos nossos media partners, e obrigado também a eles, Sport TV, RTP, ESPN, Cidade FM, Inércia, Waves, e também agradecer o apoio local do Clube Local Quinta dos Lomos e também aos surfistas locais, e um agradecimento muito, muito grande a todos os surfistas que participaram neste Capítulo Perfeito. E vamos então dar início à entrega de prémios. E vamos começar já com aquele prémio. Vocês ouvem bem? Tudo ok? Tudo em alta ou não? Boa. Vamos começar pelo prémio que ninguém quer receber. Mas já que aconteceu, vamos lá então receber algo por isso. Por isso vamos ao Nixon Wipeout. É um cheque de 500 euros que vai para Bruno Santos, o melhor wipeout. Vamos aí, Bruninho. E para entregar este prémio, chamo Bruno Lisboa, coordenador de patrocinados e eventos da Billabong. E aí, Bruno, parabéns por fazer a galera sorrir com o teu wipeout. Bruno Lisboa. E aqui já está a vir então o cheque de 500 euros do Nixon Wipeout. Uma fotografia aí com os dois. Obrigado, Bruno. Até já. Bom, e passamos então para o segundo prémio, Go Chill Best Score. E o Go Chill Best Score vai para Aritz Aramburu, o melhor score do evento. E para entregar, vou chamar um dos caddies, Eduardo Almeida, para vir entregar o prémio ao Aritz Aramburu. Um dos caddies presentes estiveram a acompanhar os surfistas ao longo de todo o dia. Também uma iniciativa muito interessante por parte do Capítulo Perfeito. Aritz, best score, parabéns! e Eduardo Almeida. Muito bem. Temos então um cheque de 2.000 euros. Muito obrigado, Arit. Obrigado, Eduardo. E agora passamos ao 58 Best Tube. E vai para quem o 58 Best Tube? Tem que dizer. Nick Van Rupp. 10 Point. E um cheque de 2.500 euros. E chamo novamente Bruno Lisboa. Grande Nick, grande onda. Parabéns. Obrigado, Bruno. Uma fotografia. Obrigado, Nico. Obrigado, Bruno. Bom, e agora, quem é que esteve na praia no Hit da New Generation? Quem é que esteve? Vocês viram um espetáculo? Não foi só eu que vi, pois não? Incrível. Incrível. Bom, eu vou chamar aqui o vencedor. Matias Canhoto. Vem ao palco. Grande Matias, grande performance, incrível, Matias. Podes deixar aí a prancha. Podes tudo, tu hoje podes tudo, Matias. Incrível. Bom, e com uma performance do Matias Canhoto, desta forma, há muitos prémios. E começamos por onde? Começamos, que tal começarmos por um jantar para 10 amigos? Um jantar para 10 amigos. Matias, um jantar para 10 amigos do Moa Sushi, parece bem ou não? Bora, vem, Pequel, vem ao palco. Grande Pequel, um grande surfista, aí da zona também, um grande sushi e com um restaurante incrível, Moa Sushi. Se ainda não forem, passem por lá que vai ser bom. Pequel, muito, muito obrigado. Grande surfista, grande pessoa. Obrigado. Bom, e agora para onde é que nós vamos? Depois do sushi, que tal irmos até às Mentawai? Uma estadia dupla? Que tal? 10 dias. Eden Bay Resort. E para entregar o prémio, Bruno Santos. Ah não, já estás aqui. Alexandre. Muito obrigado, Alexandre. Uma fotografia, só favor. Grande prémio. Não fica por aqui. Como é que ele chega ao Eden Bay Resort? Temos a Globalis. Um cheque de viagem de 500 euros. Ser entregue pelo Filipe Sérgio. Bom, e agora precisamos de um caddy para ajudar a levar os prémios. Muito obrigado, Matias. Incrível a tua performance. Bora. Olha, aqui temos um caddy. Espetáculo. Palmas, permanece. Bom, e temos também um prémio Best Portuguese Surfer, powered by Joaquim Chaves Saúde. E quem é que foi o Best Portuguese Surfer? Também sabem, não sabem? Nick Van Rupp. E chamo para entregar o prémio Zé Chaves, presidente do grupo Joaquim Chaves Saúde. Muito obrigado, Zé Chaves. Muito obrigado, grupo Joaquim Chaves Saúde, a apoiar o surf. Obrigado, Nick. Bom, estamos nos prémios especiais. Alô, ainda estão comigo ou não? Vamos embora. Estamos nos prémios especiais. E este é o prémio mais especial dos prémios especiais. O prémio Ricardo Santos Atitude by Corona. Um prémio em homenagem a alguém que já não está connosco, Ricardo Santos. Alguém que teve uma curta carreira, mas que viveu essa curta carreira ao máximo, sempre com uma atitude incrível. E é essa atitude que nós homenageamos hoje. Não só homenageamos Ricardo Santos, mas também toda a sua família e amigos. E vou chamar o vencedor, que vai levar um prémio de 1.500 euros, Bruno Santos. E para entregar o prémio, José Sequeira, da Corona. Obrigado, José Sequeira, também pelo vosso apoio. E Twiga. Ei, batam palmas porque o Ricardo merece e o Bruno também merece. É um prémio de atitude, é um prémio especial, é o prémio mais especial dos prémios especiais. Obrigado, Bruno, e parabéns. Obrigado, Twiga, por tudo também. Obrigado, Zé Sequeira. E agora um prémio, é um prémio novo no Capítulo Perfeito. 3 times champion by Matt Pisa. Quem é que estava na corrida? Quem estava na corrida era Aritz Aramburu, já tinha 2 vitórias, e Nick Van Roop. E quem ganhou foi Nick Van Roop. Ora, Nick. E para entregar, Paulo Portela, da Matt Pisa. Muito obrigado. Obrigado, Matt Pisa. Obrigado, Nick. Bom, e passamos então ao prémio dos finalistas. Chamo o quarto classificado, Aritz Aramburu. Para entregar o prémio, chamo Nuno Alves, da União dos Freguesias, Carcavelos e Parede. Bora, Nuno, muito obrigado também pelo vosso apoio. Aritz Aramburu. Umas palavras, Aritz.
Bueno, obrigado a todo el mundo que estuvisteis hoy aquí en la playa. Y nada, una edición especial este año también, Capítulo Perfecto. Obrigado, Rui, a todo el equipo, todo el mundo que habéis hecho esto posible. Es un campeonato increíble. Los tubos son lo que más nos gusta y aquí había habido muchos, así que hasta el próximo año. ¡Yubi!
Vamos embora, Aritz. Fica aí comigo, se faz favor. E chamo, então, o terceiro classificado, William Aliotti. E para entregar o prémio, Miguel Sanchez, da Electric Fat Bikes. Grande Michael Spanish. Bem-vindo. Spanish, anda cá, se faz favor. Uma fotografia aqui para a pós, se faz favor. Some words, William, please.
Hello all, thank you for coming. It was a beautiful day. Thank you for the invite, the last call invite. Again, I'm stoked to be here and what a day. Thank you again.
Obrigado, William. Bom, e passamos ao segundo classificado. Grande Pedro Bunman. Sobe ao palco, se faz favor. E para entregar, Bruno Lisboa. Incrível a tua performance, Pedro. 2 finais seguidas. Para o ano é o primeiro, Pedro. Tens vindo a subir. Umas palavras, Bunman.
É um segundo lugar, não é? Melhor que o ano passado. Feliz de fazer uma final outra vez. Acho que Carcavelos teve de gala hoje. Fechámos em grande. Os parabéns aqui aos finalistas e ao Nicolau. É isso, e para o ano há mais, se Deus quiser. Obrigado. E obrigado à malta toda que me apoiou e a vocês todos também.
Grande Bunman, incrível. Bom, e agora vamos ao primeiro classificado. Eu estou um bocado esquecido. Quem é que será? Nick Van Roop. vamos ao primeiro troféu. Uma prancha da Poland, inspirada nas single fins dos anos 70. Chamo o Álvaro Costa para entregar a prancha, o troféu. Álvaro. Uma fotografia com o Álvaro, se faz favor. Obrigado, Álvaro. Ainda temos mais um troféu para o Nick. Um troféu também muito especial da Cogia Heart. E chamo ao palco Francisco Crei para, vereador do Desporto da Câmara Municipal de Cascais, para entregar o prémio ao Nick Van Rupp. Nick, umas palavras.
Antes de mais, parabéns para estes fãs todos que vieram aqui à praia apoiar. Vocês fazem toda a diferença. Pá, quero agradecer a todos os atletas que se deslocaram do mundo inteiro, da Austrália, do Brasil. Temos o Adriano de Sousa, campeão do mundo. Quero dar os parabéns aqui aos surfistas portugueses, primeiro e segundo. Pá, isto é feito. Somos uma cultura de surf muito jovem e realmente chegar aqui à final num capítulo perfeito entre campeões do mundo e epá, é realmente um grande orgulho. Quero também dar os parabéns aqui ao Twiga por estes 10 anos de capítulo perfeito. Nunca desistiu e epá, realmente Cascais não há melhor sítio para fazer um capítulo perfeito. Acontece poucas vezes num ano, mas quando acontece não há sítio melhor. E quero também agradecer aqui a todo o apoio do meu grande GG. Pá, desde treinador, a jardineiro, a caddy. Pá, agradeço por todo o apoio à minha namorada, à família da minha namorada, que também é a minha família, aos meus patrocinadores e a todos vocês que vieram aqui apoiar. Vocês fazem, sem dúvida, toda a diferença. Já é de noite e continuam aqui a apoiar. E é isso. Muito obrigado. Pá, a última vitória foi há muito tempo. E vamos a isso, que venham mais. Obrigado.
Esperem só um bocadinho. Obrigado, Nick. Lindas palavras. Francisco, só umas palavras.
Boa tarde a todos. Queria-vos só agradecer a vossa presença, das milhares de pessoas na praia de Carcavelos. Queria dar os parabéns ao Nick, a todos os finalistas. Também tivemos aqui um atleta de Cascais e acho que isto é o culminar de todo o trabalho que temos feito. Muitos parabéns ao Twiga pela resiliência e é por isso que gostaria de anunciar que também para o ano teremos a 10ª edição do Capítulo Perfeito no município de Cascais. Este é o nosso apoio. Agradecer a todos os parceiros que acreditam em Cascais, no Capítulo Perfeito e este magnífico evento. Venha mais um bom ano. Obrigado a todos.
Bora. Bom, obrigado a todos pela vossa presença.
Well, in the words of Nick Van Rupp, pa. A lot of pa. Anyway,
he probably should still get that rental car. He's got a lot of stuff to put in it.
He has so much stuff. I mean, if he didn't get tired paddling around that lineup all day, I think he would have got tired running up and down that podium 15 times. So, what a day for him. And
great event. It's good news that the Cascais is ready for next year again, it sounds like. So
Here we go.
There we go. We're off again.
I mean,
And
what's not to love about an event like this?
Exactly. Carcavelos today
That's
delivered.
it. That's it.
Absolutely amazing conditions. Just tubes from the morning all the way up until
All the way
finals.
through,
It was a pumping.
And all of you out there that followed the event today, thanks for joining us. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
And we'll be back next year with more.
See you next year.
All right.
For now, here's a highlight reel. Have a good one.